The impending second round of the tournament draws near. Congratulations to VG. Miller's voice, filled with excitement. Quivered and strained as a decisive team, Wipe sent them straight to SKT's base, achieving an epic comeback against the odds. The beautifully orchestrated miracle team fight accomplished what we had deemed impossible prior to the match. Doinb was bewildered as to how Gu Xing and Lord Ho initiated the team fight, yet he found himself indifferent to the details now. With a flawless victory in the group stage's first round, VG temporarily claimed the top position in the death group. His exhilaration was palpable. The broadcast camera shifted from the game footage to the VG player bench, where a colossal victory sign illuminated the LED screen behind them. Even the overall ambience of the stage transformed into a dim, crimson hue, symbolizing VG's triumph. Gu Xing, having delivered the final blow to the Clockwork Sorceress, knew the outcome was sealed. As he witnessed SKT's crystal shatter, he flung off his noise-canceling headset. The uproar within the civic auditorium was thunderous, with the audience fervently clapping their glow sticks, their rhythmic thuds mingling with a resounding wave of cheers, and the urgent English commentary echoing through the speakers, flooding his ears. Just as Gu Xing prepared to rise and seek out his teammates to celebrate, he noticed a slender arm reaching out from his left. The usually composed Lee Ji-hoon, rarely displaying overt emotions, now wore a radiant smile. Gu Xing returned the gesture with a bright grin, initially intending to shake hands with his left, closest to Lee Ji-hoon, but soon felt a twinge of awkwardness. Left hand was not suitable. He promptly switched to his right. As their hands clasped, he felt the strength emanating from his counterpart's palm. Before he could utter a word, teammates surged towards them, enveloping their mid laner in a warm embrace. Our Superman. Joo Sung-bin draped an arm around Gu Xing's shoulder, his smile revealing dimples reminiscent of a classic meme that had circulated online. Though now lacking the youthful naivety of their earlier days, his cheeks fuller and rounder. We actually won. Duan Deliang could scarcely believe it. The final minute of the match felt surreal and absurd to him. Long Gu was overjoyed. How could we suddenly obliterate them when we were being pressured in the mid-game? Though merely a group match, the 5 VG players were visibly elated, already engaging in a brief celebration behind the player bench. For them, this victory was invaluable. Firstly, due to the opponent being SKT. Secondly, because VG had previously dominated against both LPL and Western teams. The early game had been a tense back and forth, and in the mid-game, they found themselves at a disadvantage due to resource exchanges and management. A comeback in such adverse conditions is exceedingly rare, providing them with invaluable lessons. The Korean commentary booth was alive with laughter and joy, yet the atmosphere surrounding them had grown still. One individual gazed blankly, muttering to himself, "No, this can't be right." Unwilling to accept this reality. Mere moments ago, he had been strategizing with his partner about SKT's potential opponents following their advancement to the knockout stage. Who could have imagined that SKT would be pushed back to their base by VG? The seasoned veteran, Hoon-jun, managed to maintain his composure, albeit with a tone laden with regret, as he conveyed to countless netizens the disheartening news. The highly anticipated SKT fell before their final opponent in the group stage, VG. Cloud Templar could hardly muster a smile, his emotions swirling within him. He forced a grin, acknowledging that VG indeed displayed formidable strength. Even disregarding the ultimate turnaround in the team fight, they proved to be worthy and respected adversaries. As he gazed at the SKT players on the screen, a sense of worry crept in. Such a match, where a victory seemed within grasp only to be reversed unexpectedly, can significantly impact the player's mentality. Having once been the runner-up in the global finals, Cloud Templar, despite belonging to an earlier era, possessed considerable experience on the competitive stage. He pondered deeply, recognizing that if he were in SKT's position, accepting the defeat at the hands of VG would be a bitter pill to swallow, especially with younger players on the team. He wondered if SKT could regain their composure. Blank closed his eyes in anguish and frustration, unwilling to gaze upon the failure displayed on the monitor. While it would be an exaggeration to place the entire blame on him for the turnaround, he was not without fault. They secured the Baron with steady control, managing to escape and protect their only dragon. Several mid-game team fights were executed adequately, but they did lose a fire dragon. Yet, Little Black made no significant contributions. They struggled to establish momentum early on, whether through ganks or counter-jungling, constantly led by Gu Xing. He even suffered a solo kill in the jungle. Throughout the match, SKT appeared as if they had no jungler at all. In stark contrast to Gu Xing, who dominated the game, Blank felt like a mere shadow. Reflecting on his bravado before the match when he had urged Coma to let him secure Nidalee first, his face flushed with embarrassment. Bang! Running his fingers through his disheveled hair, displayed a rare hint of confusion in his eyes. Much like the Lord, he relied on experience during team fights, contemplating numerous possibilities and guarding against potential threats from the enemy. The difference between him and Lee Ji-hoon lay in his swifter reflexes. Occasionally, he could respond to unexpected situations and evade danger. However, the synergy exhibited by VG's jungle and mid lane during their comeback was astonishing, completely circumventing any preemptive measures. When he was kicked back by Lee Sin's flash, Bang knew his fate was sealed. A promising match was undone by a single kick from Lee Sin. Lee Sang-hyuk pursed his lips, habitually opening the post-match statistics panel for a glance before rising expressionlessly to await a handshake from the VG players. Every corner of the municipal hall echoed with the impassioned commentary in English. VG achieved what seemed impossible, delivering SKT their first defeat in this year's World Championship. And after a year of dormancy, LPL finally emerged with a powerhouse capable of troubling the LCK region on the global stage. He proceeded to offer a brief analysis, noting that after losing this match, SKT's quest for the top position in Group A would face significant challenges. VG, boasting a record of 3 wins and no losses, currently leads the group. Should both Asian teams manage to secure points against their Western rivals, SKT must first secure a victory against VG in the second round to turn the tide in their favor. If both teams end up with equal points and a tied record, a tiebreaker match will ensue, which SKT must also win. Qualifying as the second team in the group would not bode well for SKT, as per tournament regulations. The second-place teams draw against the first-place teams from the other 3 groups. Even if they emerge victorious, they would still face formidable opponents. No one desires to confront a strong adversary in the quarterfinals. The cameraman focused on the Lord as he extended his hand, eager not to miss any significant moments. Wolf embraced his longtime teammate, though Lee Jae-won's robust frame seemed to eclipse 2 Lee Ji-hoon's, lending an amusing touch to the otherwise heartwarming scene. Lee Ji-hoon maintained his composure throughout, displaying no emotion when shaking hands with Faker, akin to 2 professional players with no prior acquaintance merely passing each other by. Nevertheless, the cameraman captured this moment. The 2 elite mid laners from SKT, now donned in different team jerseys, appeared quite different from before, with only the ID on the back of their jerseys remaining unchanged. Gu Xing followed closely behind Lee Ji-hoon, extending a brief handshake with Faker. Noticing the lack of conversational intent from the other party, he chose not to force the interaction and made his way towards the small black figure. Unable to suppress the smile on his face, Blank wore a dejected expression, lamenting that his Lee Sin had been overly aggressive. Gu Xing offered words of encouragement, assuring him that there is ample room for improvement and the future is promising. Really? Blank was taken aback by the high regard Gu Xing held for him, and his previously gloomy mood brightened considerably. Would I deceive you? Gu Xing patted the shoulder of the small black figure, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Upon hearing this, the naive small black figure was filled with delight, as it is often said that the greatest sense of accomplishment comes from the affirmation of one's adversaries. And Blank shared this sentiment. However, just as he had relaxed his demeanor, he caught sight of several older brothers with somber expressions, causing him to stifle his laughter. Fearing that a smile today might lead to dismissal tomorrow for playing League of Legends in the training room, Basket, Joo Sung-bin, before departing, could not resist teasing his old acquaintance Bang, conveying the sentiment that despite his stellar performance in the first 29 minutes, it ultimately culminated in a loss for him. Bang initially interpreted the term basket as a compliment. Besides a minor blunder in the final team fight, his overall gameplay had been commendable, and he graciously accepted the praise, retorting, "You too are a basket." During his time in Korea, Bang had heard about Joo Sung-bin's rehabilitation. Now in their match, it was evident that he was nearing his peak form from Season 4. He had made no significant errors during the landing phase, and the mid-game economic disadvantage stemmed from SKT's jungler and mid laner ganking the bottom lane. His late-game teamfight output was also quite stable, and he sincerely praised Imp. As the match unfolded, the expression on Joo Sung-bin's face darkened unexpectedly. While trying to explain the meaning of basket to an old acquaintance, he unwittingly found himself caught in a predicament of his own making. He refrained from further comment and swiftly followed his teammates to the center of the stage. The VG players, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, bowed in gratitude to the audience below. Although there were numerous SKT fans present, the majority were mere bystanders. To them, the absence of any North American team rendered the outcome inconsequential. Regardless of who triumphed, applause would be awarded to the team that performed most impressively. Undoubtedly, VG's unexpected victory over the reigning champions elicited a wave of fervent cheers. Gu Xing straightened his posture, only to be met with a sudden surge of noise from the crowd, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction, radiating youthful exuberance. Wah and Miller, filled with anticipation, were eager to witness the match's replay. Before that, the economic graphs and players' damage statistics were revealed. In a brief 30-minute match, the economic curve exhibited dramatic fluctuations. VG maintained an early lead, but around the 20-minute mark, SKT began to gain the upper hand, their blue line ascending steadily. Then, at the 29-minute mark, the line plummeted sharply, diving downwards. By the match's conclusion, the economies of both teams were roughly equal. The damage statistics were particularly intriguing. Bang dealt a staggering 22,080 damage, the highest in the match, while the lowest output came from his own team. Xiaohe managed only 5,700 damage, the lowest overall. Blank's contributions during team fights seemed lackluster, merely spectating as his teammates and opponents showcased their skills, while he remained a passive observer. Even Xiao Duan's Nami, through effective lane harassment, achieved 6,000 damage. Miller was particularly delighted by the performance of the Leopard Woman in the second round of group matches. Coach Koma might as well allow Xiaohe to try his hand at Nidalee, a perfect opportunity to hone the rookie's skills. He could hardly contain his hope that SKT would falter once more in the next round. If VG could secure victories against the European and American teams, they would undoubtedly lock in the top spot in the group. The director switched to the data charts, finally arriving at the much-anticipated match replay. The highlights of this encounter were extensive, with countless remarkable plays worthy of slow motion. However, in the eyes of the Haier brothers, nothing could compare to the astonishing final turnaround. The timeline reverted to the 29th minute of the match. Here, VG first cleared the vision around the barren pit and the nearby river. Miller watched intently, fixated on the battle within Summoner's Rift, and their vision detected the approach of SKT players. At that moment, the blind monk, situated at the river's entrance to VG's jungle, suddenly raised his hand and unleashed a sonic wave. However, this was not aimed at the approaching SKT players, but rather at the F4 camp behind him. A reverse cue. The camp had already been cleared of the three smaller birds, leaving only the largest one. The instant the bird was marked by the sonic wave, Lee Ji-hoon's Syndra seized it mid-air with her W ability, lurking in the shadows behind the wall, quietly awaiting the arrival of the enemy. As SKT regrouped, Syndra hurled the feathered creature over the wall. In the final moments, the blind monk executed a swift second Q, Echo Strike, propelling himself forward, seamlessly transitioning into a flash and a cyclone kick, sending Bang's Ezreal tumbling back into the throng. The replays of this astonishing scene ignited yet another wave of excitement within the municipal auditorium. The audience gasped in awe, contributing to the phenomenon of global warming. The synergy between VG's mid and jungle duo was indeed remarkable, as they adeptly harnessed the inherent mechanics of their champions to orchestrate a flawless sequence. Miller elaborated, noting that it would have been nearly impossible for Xiao Gu to kick Ezreal back amidst the SKT's formidable ranks. He would have needed to employ Sonic Wave for an initial displacement, yet SKT members marked by the ability would inevitably retreat from Bang while remaining vigilant. Miller's enthusiasm remained undeterred by his hoarse voice from earlier intense commentary. With the assistance of Ho Yi, Xiao Gu cleverly omitted the initial displacement phase using Sonic Wave, as the foul bird would not alert the opponents. It was evident that only when the blind monk triggered the second Echo Strike over the wall, entering the SKT formation, did Bang finally react. This back-and-forth maneuver effectively simplified the blind monk's entry, allowing VG to strike decisively without alarming their adversaries, thus claiming Bang's life. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, and many spectators displayed expressions of sheer astonishment, clearly captivated by the newfound synergy unveiled by Gu Xing and Ho Yi. The LPL live broadcast room was bustling with activity. When VG fell into a disadvantage midway, some viewers prematurely exited the stream, only to receive notifications moments later of a comeback victory. They initially assumed it was a clerical error by the staff regarding the winning team's name. It was clear that VG, unable to engage in team fights during the mid-game, had no chance of winning. However, upon re-entering the live stream, they were greeted by the sight of VG players amicably shaking hands with their SKT counterparts post-match. Could they truly have turned the tide? What had gone awry? It wasn't until the netizens witnessed the absurd coordination between VG's mid and jungle, swiftly eliminating SKT's pivotal core, Bang, that they comprehended the unfolding events. Is such a level of perfect synergy truly within my viewing experience? Goodness, this is the first time I've seen an LPL team, despite mid-game disadvantages, triumphantly dismantle an LCK squad. It appears they were merely waiting to meet their demise. Blank indeed faltered. The disparity in matchups was akin to a Gold V player stumbling into a Grandmaster game, starkly out of place. I wonder if Imp recalled last year's fateful era when he witnessed Xiao Gu's unexpected reverse Q against the Foulbird, a flawless record in the first round of the Death Group. Such a splendid beginning. Xiao Gu was exceptionally ruthless. How could his blind monk's combos flow so seamlessly? I imagine Kid Yushin must be envious at home, as even his attempts at vision were clumsy. In a state of extreme relaxation, Wawa began to jest again, questioning how the Foulbird had somehow survived the team fight. Miller, upon closer inspection, confirmed the truth of the matter. During the fierce skirmish, all 10 players were engrossed in intense combat, leaving no one to attend to the Foulbird on the flank. The wild creature trembled, blissfully unaware that it had become the pivotal turning point of the entire match. Perhaps it was due to venturing into uncharted territory. As it spun around in confusion, the majestic bird was even magnified by the broadcaster, eliciting scattered laughter from the audience. The highlight moment ultimately rested upon the scene where VG's 5 players demolished SKT's base, proudly displaying their team emblem. Following this, the screen shifted to the MVP selection. Gu Xing's hands, casually shoved into his pockets, dominated nearly half the screen, while the background showcased the blind monk, shrouded in a red cloth. With a muscular visage exuding ferocity. With a damage ratio of 529, a team output percentage of 1557, an economic lead of 1114, and a participation rate of 875. Young Gu was awarded his second MVP of the tournament. The commentator, Wawa, generously lavished praise upon him, declaring it well-deserved. I had assumed that his choice of the blind monk against the Leona would result in a disadvantage during jungle skirmishes, yet astonishingly, it turned into a complete reversal, as he rendered the opponent mute throughout the match. As a newcomer to the world stage, Gu's performance was remarkably impressive. Miller ardently supported his regional player. Exhibiting no signs of nervousness, he truly possessed a formidable heart, with flawless execution and strategy. As the perspective shifted, the camera once again focused on the stage. Welcome to the post-match interview segment of the third day of competition, where the tall, blonde host, Shox, donned in high heels, greeted the audience. This time, we have VG's mid-jungle duo. Vincent, microphone in hand, stood on stage to assist with translations. Originally, Jin Wonha, VG's Korean translator, was also slated to join. But his English proficiency was rather mediocre, and that would have crowded the center stage. Fortunately, Lee Ji-hoon was accustomed to interviews conducted entirely in Chinese, so he only required Vincent's presence. First, congratulations to VG for securing victory in the group stage's first round. Shox smiled. How are you both feeling right now? Gu Xing, noticing Lee Ji-hoon's gesture for him to speak first, took the microphone without further hesitation and began with a formal response. Naturally, we are thrilled to have defeated a powerhouse like SKT. Securing this victory also solidifies our ranking within the group, making it a win-win situation. Vincent stifled a laugh as he translated. The English term win-win was explained to ensure the host understood, as it signifies winning twice. Shox found it quite intriguing. And what about you, Lee Ji-hoon? Lee Ji-hoon composed his thoughts and replied with a calm demeanor. For me, it doesn't hold any special significance, as it was merely an ordinary group match. However, I am pleased to have helped the team secure first place in the group. While waiting for the interview, he had watched Lee Sang-hyok's pre-match video, and at this moment, he retaliated during the interview, echoing the same sentiments. North American viewers, upon hearing Vincent's translation, discerned to whom Lee Ji-hoon was alluding and emitted soft chuckles. Once the laughter from the audience subsided, Shox posed the next question. In that final team fight, what inspired you to use the feathered bird as a medium to draw the virtue player into SKT's formation? Her speech was measured, allowing Gu Xing to grasp the essence. and he couldn't help but chuckle. The Lord glanced curiously at his jungler, puzzled by the laughter. Once Vincent completed the translation, Gu Xing composed himself and responded earnestly. At that moment, the Lord had used WDO tossed the super minion over the wall towards our F4, aiming to take down both the minions and the jungle monster. I intended to enhance my development as well. The Tianyin wave penetrated the wall, perfectly executing a coordinated dismantling action during our team fight. This sparked an innovative idea to utilize minions or jungle monsters for displacement, and the unscathed feathered bird became our vessel. As Shox listened, she nodded politely. Initially, she presumed this was VG's a strategy to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment, only to discover it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Lastly, she inquired of the two. With the first round of the group stage concluded, do you have any specific goals for the upcoming matches? The Lord, relatively conservative, had hoped to qualify for the knockout stage before arriving in San Francisco, and with the group stage still uncertain, his immediate goal remained to advance. Before the tournament, it was said that Group A was the group of death, and he had expected to finish at the bottom, getting trounced by the three formidable teams. Gu Xing cheerfully added, now, we are indeed at the bottom in a reverse manner, but who knows if we might turn things around by the end of the group stage. We shall do our utmost. He had never participated in a world championship before, believing all teams were of a similar caliber to VG's. Little did he know that lurking within were two paper tigers that would crumble upon contact, with SKT being their true competitor. As the interview concluded, Gu Xing returned the microphone and dashed backstage. The VG team's lounge was a jubilant sea of celebration. Upon entering, he spotted Jack leaping up, eager to give himself a grand embrace. Yu Wenba's once fair complexion was now flushed with excitement. Old Gu, your performance in this match was simply outrageous, he exclaimed exuberantly. Blank was like a mere novice in your presence. The world's sister displayed her signature little tiger tooth, beaming radiantly, though they couldn't take the stage. Witnessing their team consistently triumph over strong adversaries and advance further in the global finals brought joy to both. Ding Jun's face was almost creased with laughter. Having invested heavily in the League of Legends division for 2 years, he had dreamt of transforming the team into a top-tier powerhouse like SKT. Yet it had never come to fruition. Today, VG had executed a remarkable comeback, defeating SKT against the odds, which naturally delighted Ding Jun. Hongmi cleared his throat twice, signaling for calm, though his tone betrayed a hint of amusement. Look at you all, so naive and inexperienced. Can you not be a bit more mature and composed like me? Yu Wenba retorted, spare us the lecture, Hongmi. You were the loudest when old Gu executed that stunning spinning kick. Laughter echoed in the lounge, creating a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. Hongmi, joining in the camaraderie, smiled and after a brief pause, continued, allow me to share our plans for the upcoming matches. The group quieted down, eager to listen. Tonight, the return will be quite late, and the team members will enjoy half a day of rest. With the prospect of a brief holiday, several players erupted into jubilant cheers. The schedule for the group matches is exceedingly tight, with daily competitions over the first 3 days. The VG players, like Clockwork, have been relentlessly engaged without proper rest. The intensity of training and matches has persisted until now, leaving them fatigued both physically and mentally. With the conclusion of the first round of battles, they finally have some free time to relax. Our next group match is on October 7th, providing ample time for preparation. After the break, I intend to increase the intensity of our training sessions to help everyone acclimate, explained Hongmi. The second round of the group matches will not be played in separate daily matches, but rather, all matches of a group will occur each day. Taking Group A as an example, on the 7th, we will face G2, C9, and SKT, along with any potential tiebreakers. This demands a high level of psychological resilience and understanding of the current meta from the team. He elaborated that if the first match results in a loss, a team with a poor mindset may encounter various emotional and communication issues. If they fail to adjust, it is not uncommon to see them lose 3 or 4 consecutive matches in a disastrous manner. Understanding the meta is also critical. Finishing the second round of matches in 1 day means we have no time for adjustments. Any deviation could lead to elimination. Hongmi's insights instilled a sense of urgency among members of the training department who had not previously encountered the World Championship. A 30 start is indeed promising, but it does not guarantee advancement. Last year's C9, despite winning the first round with 3 victories and no defeats, faced a direct exit after 4 consecutive losses in the second round. Therefore, Vigilance must be maintained. Hongmi surveyed the room, just as in the match against SKT. Had it not been for Gu and Jishuan's ingenious comeback, the team celebrating a 3-match winning streak would have been SKT. The remaining details can be discussed during tomorrow evening's review. For now, focus on resting and recuperating to enhance training efficiency, he advised earnestly. I need to consolidate the data on our 3 opponents once more. Could you assist me tonight? Hongmi rubbed his temples, appearing somewhat distressed. As the sole member of the VG coaching staff, his colleague Jin Wonha lacked the requisite expertise and could only assist with data retrieval. The second round of group matches in 4 days left him feeling a twinge of anxiety. The coaching staff of Western teams is not lacking, particularly in data analysis. As their scientific research in the esports industry began earlier, with clubs generally staffed by professionals, sometimes even surpassing their Korean counterparts. While the first round emphasized individual skills and team strength, the second round tests the coaching staff's ability to analyze the meta and study opponents. Each team will have completed 3 matches, and while the available data may not be extensive, it will allow for an analysis of each team's stylistic characteristics in the current meta. With this thought, Hongmi felt pressed for time. Upon returning to the hotel, he immediately began working with the team leader. Gu Xing, having finished his shower, lay on his bed in his pajamas, his tense body relaxing, bringing him immense comfort. The phone was inundated with congratulatory messages from friends. For those with whom he shared a close relationship, he responded individually. For those less familiar, he crafted a unified reply for mass distribution. Having resolved this flurry of notifications, Doinb emerged from the bathroom, his strikingly prominent head gleaming. Time to surf the internet. Jack tumbled onto the bed, rolling about with a sense of contentment as he began to peruse the forums for insights. Old Gu, you should check it out. The anti-bar is undoubtedly buzzing about you. Without hesitation, Gu Xing dashed into the restroom of the anti-bar. As the seasoned surfer Doinb had noted, the threads were replete with accolades directed at him. In China, it was still the midday break, and countless concerned netizens received the news of VG's victory over SKT. The anti-bar was teeming with activity, with many long-dormant accounts surfacing to join the conversation. How do you evaluate Virtue's performance in the first 3 games of the World Championship? God among gods. He crushed Little Black in their matchup. What happened to those who claimed Blank was superior to Gu? It's evident now. Had it not been for the other 4 from SKT performing admirably, they might have lost right after the Baron fight. Not inferior to Peanut from Group B. I can't wait to see them face off properly. Other junglers simply can't compete. Surely the mid-jungle synergy of Syndra and Lee Sin in that comeback team fight will make the highlight reel? I thought the LPL would give audiences a chance to recover from low blood pressure this year at the World Championship, creating a plethora of iconic moments. Yet VG showcased nothing but stellar plays. Winning against SKT feels fantastic. It would be even better to topple them again in the next round. Allowing the barbecue stall to advance as the second from the group directly to the quarterfinals against ROX. Many users in the anti-bar sang praises for Gu Xing, nearly awarding him the title of Best Jungler for S6 in advance. Fearing that further reading might inflate his ego, Gu Xing hastily exited the esports restroom. Checking the time, he surmised that his girlfriend should be free now and initiated a video call. Upon connecting, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Looking around, he noticed Shin Guanshan was in a classroom. Oh, you're here exceptionally early today? Gu Pan poked her head out to greet her brother. Gu Xing frowned. Why are you always hanging out with Guanshan? I thought you two weren't in the same college. You really know how to stir things up, Gu Chi-chu, Gu Pan retorted, gritting her teeth. Before I left for the capital, you insisted I look after Guanshan, and now you're complaining about me being a third wheel? Gu Xing felt a twinge of guilt. Shun Guanshan descended the steps, holding her phone up to her face, explaining to her friend. We agreed to come here to study together, and Gu Pan has a few math problems she's struggling with, so it's perfect for her to ask me in person. The background noise suddenly escalated in pitch. VG won against SKT? Are you kidding me? Gu Xing heard it clearly. Shun Guanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. They won? Congratulations. During the match, she had been reviewing her textbooks, managing to suppress her curiosity and refrain from watching the live stream. Now, even being spoiled by the outcome did not dampen her spirits. Shin Guanshan cared only about Gu Xing's success. Had he not been with VG, she would not have bothered with the match at all. They must have won, Gu Pan interjected. Otherwise, would Gu Xing have called you so early? She pretended to hold a microphone, aspiring to interview her brother. With a serious tone, she inquired, Virtue player, what are your thoughts on overcoming SKT? Gu Xing cooperated surprisingly well. After a brief pause for contemplation, he responded candidly, to be honest, it feels truly exhilarating. Several players on the opposing team were remarkable professionals whom I admired as an esports spectator. Now, standing on stage and personally defeating them brings an unmatched sense of joy. Lacking first-hand experience, it was challenging for her to grasp Gu Xing's sentiments. Previously, during the World Championships, he was merely a spectator. Stars like Faker, Bang, and Wolf basked in the limelight, surrounded by adoration. At that time, Gu Xing had never envisioned that one day he would step onto the stage, commanding his signature hero to vanquish the world's elite players. Shen Guanshan smiled with her lips pressed together. Although she possessed limited empathy, it did not hinder her from perceiving Gu Xing's happiness, which in turn lifted her spirits. Ahead lay Yan'an Canteen, a location conveniently close to the library. Shen Guanshan pointed out the throngs of people to her boyfriend. Gu Xing, intrigued by the name, remarked, I heard you all eat standing up at Yan'an. Are you truly that diligent? He had searched for information on the Peking University canteen and held a faint impression of Yannan's vibrant academic atmosphere. Ah, yes, indeed. Everyone is exceptionally hardworking. Gu Pan interjected eagerly. In stark contrast, Shen Guanshan's response diverged entirely, stating, that has little to do with diligence. There are far too few seats in the canteen, and too many people. Finding a spot during meal times is a rarity, unless absolutely necessary. I doubt many would prefer to eat standing. Gu Xing chuckled heartily. Gu Pan hurriedly shifted the conversation. I noticed your schedule shows no matches for the next 4 days. What will you do daily? Just practice matches and rank? Gu Xing offered a brief explanation, detailing meetings to discuss opponent styles, brainstorming strategies, and engaging in targeted training in customized rooms, emphasizing that it was indeed a fulfilling and busy time. I see that Hongmi is currently swamped with work. Suddenly, Gu Pan became intrigued. What about the coach? What does he do each day? Scheduling matches, pre-match analysis, post-match reviews, adjusting team morale. Focusing on key aspects of the current meta, there's a plethora of responsibilities, Gu Xing replied, sensing a hint of curiosity in her tone. I notice you're quite interested in this field, he remarked. Gu Pan did not respond to her brother's question, but instead continued the discussion on the coach's duties. Does Hongmi manage all these tasks alone? Indeed, Gu Xing admitted, his attention diverted by her inquiries. Bosting wants to hire some assistants, but the timeline before going abroad is too tight, and no suitable candidates have been found. Ding Jun has ample funds, but he isn't foolish. He will only hire competent individuals, hence the high salaries. Gu Xing continued, his disappointment evident. Regrettably, there have been no qualified applicants so far. Gu Pan's eyes lit up, finally steering the conversation to a relevant topic. I might be able to help. You? Gu Xing scrutinized her, his tone laced with skepticism. Gu Pan, perhaps you should first memorize the hero skills before considering assistance. With your current level, what could you possibly contribute? Are you joking? Although IG also employed analysts at the gold rank, that was IG, and their operational mindset differed vastly from a typical club. VG could not afford such luxuries. I cannot retain skills due to infrequent practice. Gu Pan, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, it's not like I volunteered. It's just that I have connections. Do you understand? Without waiting for Gu Xing to respond, she continued. I know a group of senior graduate students who are eager to delve into data analysis within the esports industry, exploring potential entrepreneurial ventures. Gu Xing adopted a serious demeanor. Although he might not be of assistance in conducting reviews, he believed that purely engaging with data should pose no challenges. Gu Pan gazed at him, suggesting, why not reach out and give it a try? After just a month of school, where did you meet these people? Shen Guanshan pondered in confusion. Gu Pan casually replied, through participating in clubs and such, there are plenty of people around. Just engage in conversation. Shen Guanshan found this approach utterly astonishing. It had taken her a month merely to establish a nodding acquaintance with classmates from the adjacent dormitory. What peculiar talent did Gu Pan possess that made her so endearing to others? Gu Xing, however, was not surprised by his sister's social prowess. After a moment of contemplation, he conceded, all right, I'll find Hongmi and Boss Ding later to inquire. If this works out, we can negotiate the price. In an aside, it is worth noting that the earlier hints regarding family dynamics are gradually being unveiled, with the university major and character development having been subtly foreshadowed. This segment had been envisioned prior to the book's inception. The previous work achieved commendable success, and this one aims to challenge myself by introducing fresh content that has not been explored in similar genres. The data analysis discussed in this chapter is one such example. It is important to mention that the themes and industries I will address in this book differ entirely from those in the previous work concerning the analyst role, promising a more mature and refined narrative. Readers can rest assured of this. As for the dialogue, Shun Guanshan, upon learning that her boyfriend had pressing matters to attend to, willingly suggested concluding the call. I'm sorry. Gu Xing's tone carried a hint of regret. I had intended to chat longer with you tonight since I thought I would be free. The revelation that his sister could establish connections for an entrepreneurial data team was indeed unexpected, disrupting Gu Xing's original intentions. Shun Guanshan maintained her bright and cheerful demeanor. Seemingly undisturbed, it's fine, we will have plenty of time in the future. Upon shutting off her phone, she noticed Gu Pan gazing at her intently. What's wrong? Shun Guanshan followed the crowd into the Yinan cafeteria, unable to decipher her friend's reaction. The cafeteria was bustling, and Gu Pan had to raise her voice to be heard. How long has it been since you two had a proper conversation? You seem oddly unresponsive today. It wasn't tea like this in Jinhai. Weren't you both quite affectionate back then? Now, you appear completely indifferent. Before heading north for registration, the couple's dynamic had aligned with her impression of love being perpetually enchanting. Now, however, Shun Guanshan's demeanor struck Gu Pan as peculiar. How could I not want to? Shun Guanshan sighed softly, preparing a pot of catfish and tofu. But one must discern the primary and secondary dynamics at play. If I were to express excessive longing every time we conversed, it would surely distract him during his training in America. Though Shun Guanshan lacked empathetic finesse, she was not devoid of intelligence. When one is immersed in the contemplation of intricate mathematical conundrums, the affectionate exchanges with Gu Xing may indeed satisfy emotional needs. Yet the resolution of the problems becomes an elusive endeavor. The inverse holds true as well. Shun Guanshan is acutely aware that Gu Xing's decision to suspend his studies and pursue a career in esports is driven by a desire to carve out a name for himself. With the annual World Championships serving as his prime opportunity, she possesses the discernment to distinguish between priorities. Moreover, her hesitance, coupled with sidelong glances, speaks volumes. The implication is unmistakable. You are always present during our conversations, leaving me with little chance to engage Gu Xing privately. Gu Pan, with a mischievous grin, remarked that once the National Day holiday concludes, it is unlikely she will be able to accompany her every day, thus creating some space for the two of them. In the month leading up to the new semester, she has been by her friend's side almost daily, not solely due to her brother's request for assistance, but also out of genuine concern for Shun Guanshan. She worries that her straightforward and somewhat eccentric friend may struggle to adapt to university life. Thus far, it appears that Shun Guanshan thrives in the Department of Mathematics, spending her days in the library, with little interaction with unfamiliar faces aside from attending classes, dining, and sleeping. As the holiday draws to a close and university life settles into a routine, Gu Pan must also attend to her own ventures for financial gain. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, situated across the ocean, throws off the covers and rushes out of his room. Jack, on the brink of slumber, is startled to see his roommate dash out as if propelled by invisible wheels. What on earth is happening? Yu Wenbo inquires, bewildered. Gu Xing navigates the hotel corridor and enters the training room, where only his coach and team leader are present, diligently engrossed in their work at the computers. Read I found an assistant who can help, Gu Xing states directly. Jean Wenhui looks up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. He is on the verge of madness. Overwhelmed by the demands of his dual responsibilities, overseeing the team's mundane affairs while also managing the players' daily lives and schedules, Jean Wenhui is additionally tasked with translating Korean and handling some business operations, balancing multiple roles at a salary comparable to Gu Xing's pre-contract increase, which is undoubtedly substantial for non-player positions in the industry. He has no complaints. Yet, regardless of the monetary incentives from Ding Jun, Jean Wenhui feels despondent. He yearns for financial success, but lacks the capability to deliver. At that moment, upon learning that Gu Xing has found someone to take his place, Jean Wenhui's spirits are lifted, and he excitedly translates the news for Redmi. Upon hearing the details, Redmi displays a look of astonishment. Is that so? He understands that Peking University ranks among the nation's foremost institutions, akin to Seoul National University in the eyes of Koreans, with significant prestige. The inclusion of a data team could greatly alleviate the burdens of work. Hearing of the data team, Ding Jun, freshly emerged from his shower, also joins the conversation. Gu Xing receives the contact information sent by his sister, intending for Redmi to assess their suitability. After exchanging pleasantries with his friend, he initiates a video call. The individual on the other end presents a composed demeanor, appearing to be in his mid-20s, exuding an air of refinement, albeit with a hint of nervousness. He observed a considerable number of individuals crammed in front of the camera, their voices tinged with a hint of tremor and timidity, hands entwined in a nervous clasp, presenting an impression of introversion. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lee Ji-hoon, and I am currently in my third year of graduate studies. Upon hearing this name, Gu Xing's immediate reaction was to wonder if there might be a sibling named Peifeng in the family. Do not be anxious, let us converse casually, Ding Jun gently encouraged. I've heard from Gu Xing, who is the brother of Gu Pan, that you are part of a startup team? Lee Ji-hoon took a deep breath to compose himself. Yes, my classmates and I believe that the domestic esports data sector represents an underutilized blue ocean with limited competitiveness. Since we have all studied this field during our undergraduate and graduate studies, and are keenly interested in esports events, we decided to embark on this entrepreneurial journey together. He omitted some details. In fact, by mid-September, Lee Ji-hoon had already contemplated taking his first steps toward earning his initial profits. However, he faced a series of setbacks. The timing was particularly awkward. The major annual esports event, TI6 for Dota 2, had concluded in August, and the League of Legends LPL summer split had also reached its conclusion. Most teams were now in their off-season, with the remaining 3 teams heading to the United States for the World Championship. With the cessation of major esports events and the transfer period not yet commencing, domestic clubs had no immediate plans to recruit or collaborate. Furthermore, Lee Ji-hoon struggled to find avenues for connection. The esports industry in China, to put it bluntly, is heavily reliant on personal relationships. Many professionals shift jobs through networking and alliances. The transfer and signing of players follow a similar pattern, creating a pervasive atmosphere of circles and familiar faces. Lee Ji-hoon had never truly engaged with the esports industry before, and in the nascent stages of his venture, he lacked recognition, making progress akin to feeling his way across a river by touching stones, a process painfully inefficient. Additionally, most esports clubs were located around the Shanghai area, making it difficult for them, situated far in the capital, to make contact. Recently, VG had issued a recruitment announcement, but it specified a need for analysts. Given his lack of experience and introverted nature, Lee Ji-hoon assumed that VG would not seek collaboration with a fledgling data company. To his surprise, Gu Pan sent a message at noon today, and everything took an unexpected turn. Can you create heat maps? Jin Wonha eagerly posed this perplexing challenge that had troubled him for half the night. Of course, we are professionals in this area, Lee Ji-hoon responded, his confidence blossoming as they ventured into familiar territory. As avid enthusiasts of esports, we have previously created some charts for the World Championship. You may review them first. He promptly packaged and sent over the meticulously organized documents. For instance, we have consolidated heat maps of vision placements for 16 teams, Lee Ji-hoon elaborated, his demeanor focused and animated. As the group stage approaches its conclusion, there have been a total of 18 matches played, with 936 wards positioned in various corners of the rift. We first mark the location of each ward, then establish a grid corresponding to the size of the rift map, meticulously plotting each placement. Finally, we transfer the ward locations to the minimap and process them based on the overall distribution, thereby creating the vision heat map. He provided a succinct overview, striving to ensure the VG members, potential financial backers, could comprehend his explanation. In regions where certain guardians congregate densely, the corresponding colors displayed on the thermal minimap are notably darker, indicating that areas perceived as more intense are indeed where the wards are more concentrated. Gu Xing opened his computer to receive the package data sent by Lee Ji-hoon, accessing the file labeled with the thermal map. Within it, the names of 16 teams were categorized meticulously, making it exceptionally easy to reference. It must be said that it was indeed quite clear at a glance. According to Lee Ji-hoon, the minimap was dotted with numerous emerald green light spots, where a lighter hue signified fewer wards placed by the team, while a deeper shade indicated crucial ward placements. For instance, VG exhibited significantly darker hues near the river lanes close to the mid lane. Hongmi had previously emphasized that the river serves as a buffer zone connecting the 3 lanes and both teams' jungles, making it a highly contested area for vision control. In evenly matched scenarios, inserting wards into the river suffices to maximize the information captured by vision. Upon examining the data, Hongmi felt quite satisfied. Having transitioned directly from a professional player to a coach, he was well-versed in tactical and strategic decision-making, though his expertise in data analysis was relatively average. While he could certainly create such thermal maps, he was not particularly adept, often spending excessive time on them, balancing the management of training and matches. He simply could not allocate enough energy to produce what appeared to be straightforward thermal maps. The satisfied expressions on the faces of his colleagues eased Xie-Tunen's mood. During the intervals of VG's analysis of the charts, he prepared his thoughts, eager to seize the moment, asserting that data analysis holds great significance in the esports industry. Every last hit and every jungle clear generates a data point. Once a match concludes, the vast array of data, when sufficiently segmented, can reveal the stylistic traits of players, teams, and even regions. Xie-Tunen remarked, "We have summarized the thermal maps of ward placements for representative teams from North America, wildcard regions, and the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan LMS region, discovering a strong preference for ward placements near the Barren Pit and the Upper River. Perhaps they favor strategizing around Nashor?" After hearing Jin Wonha's translation, Hongmi pondered briefly before responding, "I believe that data is indeed data. To some extent, it can reflect the state of the battlefield, but it does not account for everything. Regarding your observations about the ward thermal maps, I suspect that the teams from these regions are relatively weaker and often find themselves at a disadvantage in the mid-game. In such circumstances, securing the Baron becomes their sole viable avenue for a comeback. Therefore, they would likely invest heavily in ward placements around the Upper River and Barren Pit to contest vision and seize opportunities to engage the dragon." Hongmi's explanation was quite reasonable. Xie-Tunen nodded in agreement upon hearing Hongmi's response. Typically occupied with his studies and possessing a modest skill level in gaming, his understanding of League of Legends was limited, though he held a keen interest in spectating. Another intriguing point was the team data spreadsheet we compiled. Xie-Tunen seized the opportunity to share and showcase the team's accomplishments. In terms of overall ward investment, the renowned powerhouse SKT had a relatively low average of 359 wards per minute. The data indicates that this team ranks in the lower middle tier among the 16 teams, and is notably at the bottom within the 8 representatives from the LPL, LCK, and LMS Asian leagues. Following this, a chart was presented, revealing that we independently gathered statistics on the average number of true sight wards not accounted for by external data websites. It was discovered that SKT possesses only 0.69 true sight wards per minute, placing them tied for third to last among all participating teams, surpassing only European Snake and the CS wildcard team ANX. This is rather inconsistent with the prevailing perception of Korean operational strategies, which typically emphasize the adept utilization of the green jungle knife and eye stone to establish vision control, thereby gaining informational advantages to secure supremacy in resource acquisition and team fights. Gu Xing glanced over the chart and noted that VG and Samsung displayed similar performances in these two metrics, ranking around 4th and 5th. Surprisingly, in terms of vision investment, the top position was held by the number 1 seed from the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region, the Flash Wolves. Yet, they have yet to secure their first victory, which feels rather peculiar. However, in terms of average warding, SKT boasts a striking lead, with a figure reaching 1.87, surpassing the second place by an impressive 0.2 wards per minute. Jin Wonha expressed his enthusiasm, noting that he had previously encountered this data on other websites, suggesting that SKT appears to optimize the utility of every ward to its fullest potential and exhibits high efficiency in scanning. Gu Xing shared this sentiment. In today's encounter with SKT, he observed that Bang displayed a notable aversion to purchasing true sight wards, seemingly acquiring only a single one throughout the match. This statistic is indeed on the lower end for ranked matches. Yet, the advantage lies in Bang conserving the economic resources typically allocated for true sight wards, allowing his teammates to shoulder the vision burden while he swiftly accumulates essential equipment to enhance his combat prowess. For instance, during the team fight at the Barren Pit today, had it not been for Bang's removal of the Manamune and Iceborne Gauntlet, coupled with his purchase of a Bloodthirster, his health post-Baron would likely have been critically low, rendering him unable to execute the remarkable maneuvers necessary to turn the tide for SKT. Gu Xing was deep in thought when he heard Xie-Tunen interject. "Regarding the player virtue, I've noticed your reluctance to farm the 3 wolves." He paused momentarily. Gu Xing, along with a few companions, has taken a keen interest in VG's matches, leading to a meticulous study of their gameplay. Tunin smiled for the first time during this conversation, revealing that the disparity was not substantial. In the 3 group matches, their Shadow Wolves had been farmed a total of 22 times, which was 4 to 5 fewer than other camps of similar tier. You even keep track of that? Gu Xing thought to himself, while verbally explaining that the position of the 3 wolves is rather awkward. On one hand, the F4 and its counterparts are group monsters, yielding substantial experience in gold. On the other, the number of monsters in the camps of the Armored Beetle and the Magic Marsh Frog is limited, catering to a quick farming strategy to expedite objectives. The 3 wolves, in every aspect, are quite mediocre, lacking any pressing necessity for elimination. And the benefits gained from utilizing Smite on Shadow Wolves merely serve to monitor their own jungle, offering little value in non-essential scenarios. During this time, Hongmi perused the document package sent by Tunin, nodding at the boss with an expression of anticipation. What he requires is an assistant capable of providing precise data on the competition field. With adequate data support, Hongmi can fully maximize its potential. Currently, it appears that Tunin's team exhibits a significantly superior level compared to previous candidates who struggled even with MATLAB. Ding Jun is well aware of this. Let us discuss the forthcoming responsibilities. Your team will be tasked with the statistical analysis of the data requirements set forth by the Hongmi coach. He articulately delineated the division of labor, noting that should their performance during the World Championship be satisfactory, there are numerous branches under the VG Club with which they could continue collaboration. Tunin discerned the underlying implication in Ding Jun's words, his face lighting up with joy. VG, as the preeminent club in the domestic esports scene, undoubtedly stands as a behemoth. For a nascent team to ascend to this towering entity and partake in its bounty promises abundant rewards. Ding Jun instructed the VG headquarters to draft a contract, initiating a month-long trial during the World Championship to assess capabilities. Gu Xing, seeing the agreement solidified, retrieved his phone to send a red envelope to his sister. Her response was prompt. So it's settled, right? Gu Xing quickly typed back on his way to his room. Indeed. Sending you a bonus as a token of gratitude for this unexpected delight. Gu Pan, adorned with a SpongeBob avatar, responded with a generous spirit. No need for a red envelope. Your successful negotiation is reward enough for me. Gu Xing pondered for a moment, nearly chuckling at her perspective. Quite a broad-minded individual. He drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, still ensconced in sleep, he was abruptly pulled from his cocoon. What are you all doing? Gu Xing exclaimed in terror, gazing at several teammates. We're watching the sunrise. Joo Sung-bin's pronunciation remained imperfect, yet his tone brimmed with lively anticipation. Didn't you see the group chat before you slept? We all agreed to rise early today to witness the sun's ascent. Gu Xing had been so absorbed in thoughts of Tunin's data analysis team that he had fallen asleep immediately after chatting with Gu Pan, entirely neglecting the training department's group chat. He cast a glance at Jack in the adjacent bed. Yu Wenba, clutching his blanket, squinted with sleep still clinging to him, a tuft of hair standing defiantly atop his head. Don't ask me, it's not my concern. I was asleep long before. Jack yawned, disregarding his image. Zhu Xiaolong, the seasoned top laner, demonstrated his physical prowess by tugging on Gu Xing's pajamas, pulling him from the bed. Hurry up, we'll catch the sunrise, and then nap. We have training tonight, so there's still time to rest. Gu Xing, in a daze, felt his brain nearly shut down as he mechanically went through his morning routine, changing into his regular attire before following Jack and the other teammates out of the hotel. The hotel was situated next to the Municipal Hall, not far from the famous Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, easily reachable by foot. This was the designated spot for the players to witness the sunrise. A location adorned with expansive greenery and parks, an ideal retreat. On the way, Joo Sung-bin hummed a cheerful tune, exuding a relaxed demeanor. As a professional player accustomed to erratic hours, Imp could hardly recall the last time he truly experienced a sunrise. Surely, the sunrise over the Pacific would be equally breathtaking. Wait a moment. Joo Sung-bin furrowed his brow in contemplation. Something seemed amiss. Where's the sun? Jack exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed towards the distant Pacific from the Golden Gate Bridge. Joo Sung-bin looked innocent. I have no idea. Gu Xing, disturbed by their raucous chatter, finally regained his senses. He surveyed the surroundings. Who on earth conceived this absurd notion of watching the sunrise? He exclaimed, exasperated. San Francisco is on the west coast of the United States. The sun sets here. For goodness sake. Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words. Have you been hanging around Gaoduri for too long? Can one really reverse the sunrise? The atmosphere among the 7-member team fell into an awkward silence. Joo Sung-bin finally discerned the root of the problem. During their time in the Shanghai market, the direction of the sea coincided with the rising sun, leading him to develop the delusion that waking up early by the sea equated to witnessing a sunrise. Imp sheepishly scratched the back of his head and replied, "It seems that way, but why didn't you mention this before we left the hotel? Now you're just stating the obvious." Lee Ji-hoon was also present, equally groggy and unable to comprehend the situation. As he came to his senses, he patted Joo Sung-bin on the shoulder, expressing exasperation. "Just be thankful that League of Legends provides us with a meal. Otherwise, what would we do now?" Jack was at a loss, lamenting his own laziness. It was already a feat for him to rise early to accompany his teammates for a sunrise, and now they had ended up in the wrong direction. "Since we're here, let us take a stroll around before heading back," suggested Xiao Duan, ever the optimist. Even without a seaside sunrise, the scenery nearby was quite pleasant. Gu Xing gazed at the Golden Gate Bridge in the distance, capturing several photographs on his phone as mementos. After half an hour of wandering, the group prepared to return to the hotel. On the way, they stopped at McDonald's to grab a hearty breakfast. While waiting for their order, Gu Xing took the opportunity to surf the internet at the bar. The domestic online discourse had already erupted after a full day of fermentation, with various opinions swirling. First round victory. Everyone said VG had stumbled into the death group, yet they turned out to be the Grim Reapers themselves. What a delightful twist. The post was accompanied by an illustration. In the image, the Grim Reaper, wielding a scythe, was depicted knocking on doors to claim lives. In the pre-tournament versions circulating online, the Reaper donned a cloak emblazoned with the SKT logo, and the face was that of Lee Sang-hyuk. The 3 doors bore the emblems of G2, C9, and VG respectively. Now, domestic netizens had concocted a new version. The Grim Reaper had been replaced with VG, featuring Gu Xing's visage, while SKT became the one being knocked upon. Additionally, the original poster shared a before and after comparison of Xiaohe, showcasing his triumphant grin upon selecting LeBlanc and his sorrowful expression post-match, which added a comedic effect. Aside from these entertaining images, the classic act of rehashing content from foreign forums continued. VG's triumph over SKT naturally drew attention from the prominent Korean forum Invin, prompting a flurry of reposts. Can Blank really perform? If not, should we bring Benji back? Another user questioned. To be fair, wouldn't it be better to switch to Xingxiong? Benji's capabilities are well recognized. At least his synergy with Sang-hyuk is evident. How could they have been so thoroughly outplayed by VG's mid-jungle duo in this match? Here lies the discourse. In the next round, should Blank proceed? It would signify SKT emerging as the second from their group, with a high likelihood of an internal clash within the LCK during the quarterfinals. SKT has indeed become a bane within LCK, as both Samsung and ROX strive diligently for the top seed, only to face the grim prospect of being ousted by their fellow compatriots from the same region. Silence, please, one might interject. For Suk-hyuk remarked post-match that victory over VG in the next round is assured. Those who doubt it shall see. Despite the formidable stature of LCK, the fan base within the league is far from monolithic. While SKT boasts the most supporters owing to their 2 world championship titles, the backing for CJ, Samsung, KT, and ROX is also substantial. The fervor of Korean fan culture breeds a fierce rivalry among the supporters of various teams. Other fan factions eagerly anticipate the downfall of SKT, yearning for the reigning champions to be vanquished by the relatively unknown VG, nearly ready to uncork champagne in celebration, exclaiming their demise was well-deserved. Gu Xing browsed through several posts lauding VG, pondering, why was VG deemed weak before the match? They seemed to hold their own against SKT in the lanes. Upon reflection, every lane, while not exceptionally strong, managed to withstand pressure, certainly above the average standards of world-class players, and their jungler is undeniably formidable. Imp and Lee Ji-hoon are like seasoned steeds. Their ability to perform at such an age is commendable, a true exemplar for professional players. Can we perhaps contain Virtue? How does he manage to dominate regardless of the champion he plays? Is it solely Peanut who can rein him in? Look here. Even someone claims you are not inferior to Bang. Gu Xing deliberately shifted his phone towards the burger-devouring Joo Sung-bin. Imp glanced over, instantly incensed. What is this insinuation? I am not inferior to Bang. I can easily outplay him. He is but a mere basket. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, gesturing towards his jungler. I have faced Bang in BO5S and have never lost. Gu Xing. It seems this saying does not only apply to Uzi. Even Bang is not exempt. Lee Ji-hoon nearby wore a grim expression, also a victim of this rivalry. He recalled the time he and Bang played under SKT's banner, alongside Marin and Wolf, only to be utterly overwhelmed by Samsung. Having satisfied his hunger, Gu Xing indulged in a warm drink, intending to take a brief respite at the hotel. As he walked down the corridor, nearing his quarters, a tall Caucasian emerged from the opposite room. They exchanged glances. The individual, tousling his unkempt blonde hair, appeared as though freshly awakened, greeting him with an accented good morning, virtue. Up early despite having no match today? Good morning, Yankos. Gu Xing thought better of mentioning his foolishness of chasing the sunrise on the west coast with his teammates, fearing that Yankos might become instantly alert upon hearing it. Instead, he crafted a spontaneous reply. After yesterday's match, we were granted half a day off, and having gone to bed early, sleep eludes me now. Yankos rubbed his eyes, finally awakening to the realization of how splendidly you performed yesterday. He watched the live broadcast in his hotel room, utterly astonished by the exquisite synergy demonstrated by Lee Ji-hoon and Gu Xing during their miraculous comeback in the team fight. Gu Xing sidestepped to allow Jack to return first, while he lingered at the doorway to exchange a few words with Yankos. What about you? There are still several hours until the usual training time. You're up quite early. Yankos felt a sense of frustration. He was putting in extra practice after SSG's unexpected comeback had destabilized their qualification prospects. Although the overall strength of Group C, where H2K resided, was not as formidable as that of Group A, the competition was fiercely intense. The emergence of the CS wildcard ANX had stirred the group into chaos. As it stands, they might be the most formidable wildcard team in the history of the World Championship. Their landing capabilities are not to be underestimated, and they have repeatedly conjured miraculous team fights through innovative strategies and unpredictable playstyles. H2K's primary competitors for advancement are ANX and Samsung, and their current standings are precarious. Yankos was burdened with thoughts. Don't worry, you performed admirably. Qualifying should be a certainty, Gu Xing reassured him. International media predominantly praised TSM and the Korean teams before the tournament, only to realize once the World Championship commenced that they had overlooked a plethora of outstanding players. The duo exemplifies this oversight. Foreign viewers who do not follow the LPL are only familiar with the likes of Ho Yi and Imp from VG. Even regarding H2K, they recognize only Yueluan, being one of the most renowned mid-laners globally. Aside from that, they're merely the European players, who are Virtue and Yankos. They are truly unfamiliar names. It was only when these previously unheralded junglers revealed their sharp fangs that the media and netizens began to take notice. Gu Xing achieved 3 victories in 3 matches, claiming 2 MVP awards, while Yankos embodied the title of First Blood King on the World Championship stage, with H2K boasting an average economic lead of 1581 in the first 15 minutes. It is important to note that H2K did not sail smoothly to victory. They had suffered a defeat against SSG. Gu Xing was genuinely taken aback upon seeing this statistic in the documents provided by Tunin yesterday. As the engine of the team, Yankos' contribution to the early advantage during the landing phase was invaluable. Damn it, I played so well with Olaf yesterday, yet ultimately lost. Yankos thought, feeling increasingly troubled. If only he could have secured a win, he would have, like Gu Xing, claimed a second MVP at the World Championship, achieving a modest feat against an LCK team. Unfortunately, SSG's mid laner, Crown's Victor, was utterly ruthless, sweeping the entire canyon with his lasers. If you encounter Samsung in the knockout stage, be sure to avenge us. Yankos wished for Gu Xing to share in his animosity towards their rivals. He harbored little confidence about overcoming SSG in the second round. Despite establishing a significant early advantage for his team, he found himself unable to maintain control and suffered a reversal. Yankos could not guarantee that he would sustain such a favorable performance in a potential rematch with Samsung. Gu Xing suppressed a laugh. If one were to encounter SSG, Imp, and Redmi, former members of the Samsung clan, it is likely that they would not hold back. After bidding farewell, Gu Xing returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber until dusk. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated and full of energy. the fatigue from the first round of group matches dissipating entirely. He splashed water on his face and headed straight to the training room, where he discovered Jack and the world-renowned girl intently focused on the computer monitor. "Is that EDG's Lee Ji-hoon in a dire situation?" Doinb exclaimed, his voice booming. Gu Xing, applying hand cream, approached to join the fray. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were watching the live broadcast of TSM versus EDG. VG's group had completed their first round of matches 3 days prior, but the other groups had staggered breaks. And today marked the official conclusion of the first round of group play. Currently, EDG's prospects appeared grim. They lagged significantly in kills, with a staggering deficit of 715. And the economic gap was a daunting 7K. Given the immense disadvantage faced by EDG's mid-game composition, the outcome of the match seemed almost predetermined. Unless TSM experienced an unexpected collapse, a loss appeared implausible. The North American audience clearly grasped this reality, with many rising to their feet to cheer for TSM, chanting the name of their regional representatives. As the waves of TSM echoed throughout the civic auditorium, the expressions of the EDG players grew increasingly somber. It was indeed a stark reality when Joo Sung-bin entered with a can of Red Bull, astonished at the scene before him, questioning how Jin Heku could struggle against even Doublelift. Dubbed Big Brother, Doublelift is hailed as one of North America's premier players. This sentiment holds true. Within the confines of North America, finding an ADC capable of besting Big Brother is indeed a daunting task. However, when placed on the world stage against other competitors, he often falls short. Big Brother himself has only reached the semifinals once during the S1 Wilderness season, with subsequent exits in the round of 16. Logically, the formidable duo of Deft and Miko, who dominate the LPL, should not struggle against TSM's bottom lane. Yet, this was precisely what transpired. Are they overly reliant on Ezreal? Gu Xing muttered, if they can't adapt to the meta, how can they expect to win? In pre-tournament ratings, Yoon was classified as T0 by various teams and media outlets, given the nerfs to champions like Ashe and Jean. Selecting Sivir would equate to self-sabotage, essentially yielding the first blood turret in the bottom lane. The golden-haired Ezreal was undoubtedly the darling of the meta, receiving buffs, and the supportive champions like Janna, Nami, and Karma were making a resurgence. However, after the first round, numerous teams, including VG, began to see the truth. They had misjudged the direction. Yoon was merely a figurehead reliant on the strength of his allies. While he possesses the capability to exert considerable pressure in lane when paired with a fast-pushing support, without such assistance, he is rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, it is not solely the side that selects Ezreal that can acquire consumable support. The opponents can obtain it as well. Although Ashe and Jin have been nerfed, their landing strength and wave-pushing speed remain significantly superior to that of Aphelios. This results in both teams possessing equal wave-clear efficiency and support. Thus, the side opting for Ezreal inevitably finds itself at a disadvantage in pushing lanes against Jin and Ashe. If the minion wave does not advance, Ezreal is rendered ineffective. Presently, the priority for Ezreal has been lowered several tiers by the coaching staff, implying that selecting him signals a readiness for the bot lane to focus on stable development until the mid-game. Relying on Aphelios to accelerate the early tower-pushing tempo is, quite frankly, unrealistic. Yet, EDG still treasures Ezreal. During their initial days in San Francisco, they clung to the summer patch in their scrims. And as the World Championship patch was gradually deciphered by others, EDG embarked on a winning streak, truly dominating the competition. Now, however, it is time to pay the piper. As the match reached the 35-minute mark, Bjergsen's Orianna ensnared the Gnar in the top lane with her ball, while Mundo leaped in, unleashing Shockwave that instantly knocked up 2 members of EDG. Coupled with Gnar's ultimate, the team fight commenced with the opponents losing 2 key players right off the bat. Subsequently, Gu Xing need not even glance. EDG crumbled like a house of cards, with Clear Love hiding in the fountain, only to be executed by TSM's Lee Sin, who flashed in with a hard kick. The world-weary sister let out a lament. How unfortunate for Clear Love. Gu Xing refrained from comment. He sensed that their substitute jungler bore a hint of a dual nature, outwardly refined, akin to Peanut, yet prone to causing chaos at any moment. Whether this was intentional remained uncertain. All right, homie closed the training room door, a look of ease on his face as he gestured for the players to take their seats. He informed them that the team had engaged a data analysis team, which would significantly alleviate his workload in the days to come. Among the players, only Gu Xing, who served as the introducer, was privy to this news beforehand. The others were just now becoming aware. Gu Xing was so exhilarated that he nearly burst into applause, only to be silenced by a single glance from Hongmi. Reviewing the previous match against SKT, Hongmi adeptly set up the projector. Our early game issues were manageable. However, SKT's mid-jungle duo executed a devastating four-man dive on the bot lane, resulting in a considerable setback. Xiaoduan, in such situations moving forward, it would be prudent to place a ward in the river to cover the vision gap left by Gu's departure. Even if you cannot prevent SKT's mid-jungle from demolishing the first blood tower, you and Sung-bin can make a hasty escape. Avoiding one death could delay the enemy Ezreal's power spike. Duan Deliang promptly agreed. As for Bang, his and SKT's playstyle is indeed formidable, yet it carries certain vulnerabilities we can exploit. Hongmi presented the data sheet provided by Xiaotunin to the group. With a reliable data analysis team now in place, Hongmi felt considerably lighter. He could free up time originally spent on data organization to focus exclusively on analyzing matches and opponent strategies. He now harbored great confidence for the upcoming second round of the group stage. The adjusted VG players also immersed themselves in diligent training, eager to maintain and solidify their position at the top. Time flies, and October 7th has quietly arrived. The second round of the A group elimination matches is about to commence. In a side note, the author has compiled some data from the S6 World Championship, which is included in this chapter. Much of this information comes from lesser-known sources like Play Plus and Soar, which are rarely mentioned by major data websites. To be frank, the statistics provided by those sites tend to be superficial, lacking tactical insight, even failing to display the most basic economic disparity at the 15-minute mark. PenIQ's think tank holds more profound data, yet their website remains inaccessible. Upon reflection, I decided it would be more prudent to gather the information myself. The data in this chapter is merely a portion of what I have organized. More significant insights will be gradually released in subsequent chapters of the World Championship. As the VG training room buzzed with noise in the afternoon, Gu Xing quickly unplugged the keyboard and mouse cables from the computer case, deftly coiling them together and stowing them in his backpack. "Can you toss me a banana?" when he shouted Lee Ji-hoon, who had just finished packing his peripherals. Their team leader rushed in, cradling 2 bunches of bananas, reminiscent of a playful king, tossing one across the room to Imp. "Do you want some dark chocolate?" Manager Liu Wenjun waved a bar of damori in his hand. On the day of their first match against SKT, Gu Xing had shared some dark chocolate. Its actual effect was uncertain, but in the end, VG managed to triumph over their formidable opponent. Liu Wenjun, seeking a stroke of good fortune, had purchased a multitude of the same brand of chocolate from a nearby supermarket to feed the players before the match. Duan Deliang deemed this a favorable psychological cue and accepted a piece. Before he could even taste it, he heard their manager's murmurs. "Duan, make sure you eat well today. Let us aim to dismantle SKT." Gu Xing, passing by, couldn't help but smirk as he adjusted his backpack and exited the chaotic training room. Upon stepping outside, he encountered 2 professional players, one tall and one short. "Hey, long time no see." The taller one greeted him warmly. "Good afternoon, Smeb." Gu Xing reciprocated the greeting, feeling quite familiar with the ROX top laner. Curiously, he asked, "Aren't you staying upstairs? What brings you down here?" There were a total of 16 teams participating in the group stage, with starters, substitutes, and other staff members totaling around 200 individuals. To accommodate this, Riot had reserved several floors of the hotel. On the same floor as VG and the Red Team HQ, most others were European squads. The Tigers were located on a higher floor and seldom ventured down. After a brief encounter with Luca, Smeb gestured towards the sharply featured European player beside him. "We exchanged jerseys," he said, showcasing the G2 jersey in his hands, which bore Perk's name on the back collar. The slightly shorter Perk smiled brightly, expressing, "What a pleasure. I've been eager to chat with Virtue, but we never had the chance." Although the VG club resided on the same floor, their mutual placement in the same group meant they did not schedule practice matches together, resulting in a rather average relationship among the players. Gu Xing exchanged pleasantries with Perks, unable to suppress his internal musings. "Are you truly this optimistic? Today's match determines the qualification spots for Group A, and here you are, as the starting mid laner, still contemplating a jersey swap?" Gu Xing felt that the lackluster demeanor of G2, having failed to secure a single victory in the first round, essentially signaled an early concession to researching next spring's European competitors. Perks seemed to have accepted the harsh reality, his expression devoid of sorrow, his smile still radiating infectious charm. He continued to engage, suggesting, after today's group stage, how about we exchange jerseys, Virtue? Gu Xing pondered briefly. The standings in Group A would be settled by nightfall. Should they qualify, there would be a few days before the knockout stage commenced. Conversely, if they faced elimination, they would return home immediately, regardless of the outcome. He would find time amidst the chaos. All right, Gu Xing acquiesced. Perks, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, you all must strive for excellence next year. I look forward to facing you at MSI. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow in confusion. Was he genuinely confident that G2 would secure the championship of next year's European Spring Split to qualify for MSI? Such audacity. Gu Xing himself dared not proclaim that he would once again lift the Silver Dragon Cup. After all, since 2015, the LPL had seen the emergence of 4 distinct champion teams, EDG, LGD, RNG, and VG, showcasing a remarkable turnover among the region's elite. Perks seemed to sense Gu Xing's skepticism, confidently thumping his chest, asserting, let me be frank. The European scene is faltering. I can easily dominate my counterparts. Upon reflection, Gu Xing found merit in this assertion. The internet had long circulated tales of Europe being a bastion of mage champions. From the S1 champion XPK and the world-renowned Frostbird Frogjin to the standout performance of Febiven at last year's World Championship, each era produced a formidable European mage. Yet this year, the region found itself in a state of transition, as the ancient mid-laners had long since faded, and Febiven's performance had significantly declined. Across Europe, Perks stood almost unrivaled, possessing a staggering lead over potential competitors. As long as his teammates performed reasonably well, he was indeed akin to a trophy collector in the European League. Quite the boastful claim, Gu Xing internally scoffed. While waiting for the elevator, Smeb, with a thick accent, offered his encouragement. Go for it, little Gu. Aim for first place in the group, and don't give SKT a chance. This address likely stemmed from Peanut, as everyone affectionately called him Little Gu. Gu Xing was pleasantly surprised by the sincerity in Smeb's words, which felt genuine rather than feigned. He responded with a teasing tone. I expected you to support your fellow region's team. If SKT qualifies second, you might end up facing them in the quarterfinals. ROX and Samsung both commenced their campaigns with a splendid record of 3 victories and no defeats, given the historical prowess of the Korean region in the group stage. Aside from the sole exception of SSO, the only team from S3 to reach the top 16, it is highly probable that these 2 teams will secure the first position in their group. SKT merely needs to place second in Group A to advance to the knockout stage, which would present a 23% chance of encountering an intra-regional battle within the top 8, potentially eliminating one of the LCK teams. Under normal circumstances, no one wishes to face the 2-time world champions, SKT, at such an early juncture. The best-of-5 format of the knockout stage is a completely different realm compared to the best-of-1 group matches. And the wealth of experience possessed by SKT's numerous championship contenders makes them a formidable opponent. Smeb, with his chest held high and eyes narrowed, wore his characteristic smile. We at ROX can hardly wait to face SKT, he expressed, his words brimming with ambition, eager to personally dismantle the opposition. The thought sent a thrill through his body, causing him to tremble with excitement. He was impatient, as the summer split had initially offered a chance for a decisive showdown with SKT on the grand stage. Who would have thought that SKT would be unexpectedly defeated by KT in a reverse sweep? Upon hearing that news, the members of ROX were nearly shaken to their core. Now, as Smeb cheers on Gu Xing, it is evident that he yearns for an opportunity to clash with SKT. In his eyes, the momentum of the surging ROX certainly holds the potential for vengeance. Gu Xing glanced sideways at Smeb, whose smile radiated warmth and reassurance. With your encouraging words, Gu Xing lightly tapped Smeb on the shoulder, wishing him well in return. Perks then took out his phone, suggesting, how about we take a photo together? A memento for the future, perhaps we may meet again. Observing that his teammates had yet to leave, Gu Xing decided to squat slightly to match the height of the optimistic European elder, striking a pose for the camera. Upon descending to the lobby, he noticed that Perks had already shared the photo on Twitter. Maintaining his optimistic spirit, Perks' caption was brief yet amusing, the bottom-ranked mid-jungle in the group stage. In the comments section, a netizen inquired about Perks' thoughts on the upcoming second round of group matches. Perks swiftly replied, I can't say much about VG and SKT. But we will definitely win against C9. The netizen seemed pleased with Perks' remark, likely a Portuguese individual, who concluded with factos, facts, and a thumbs-up emoji in agreement. Gu Xing exited the application, finding only a few unread messages in QQ, all of which were irrelevant promotional advertisements. The friend list remained silent as well. It was just past 5 in the morning in China, and everyone was still asleep. He was about to put his phone away when he suddenly received 2 vibrations. Upon checking, he found a message from Patrick Star 1184. Good luck in today's match. Punctuated with an exclamation mark for emphasis. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Up so early? Shun Guanshan, seemingly aware of his boyfriend's imminent entrance to the venue, replied almost instantly. I went to bed early last night and wanted to wake up early to encourage you. Following that, another new message arrived. I may lack eloquence and artistry, unable to craft grandiose sentences, yet I fervently hope that you maintain your composure and focus until the very last moment of the competition, always harboring faith in yourself. After thoroughly reading this, Gu Xing responded with a thumbs-up emoji of Patrick Star. Following several days of rest, the municipal auditorium was once again filled to capacity. The second round of the group stage, recognized as the Group of Death, was set to commence today, determining the final standings of Group A, and the audience was naturally overflowing. As the countdown timer displayed on the venue's large screen continued to tick down, the atmosphere in the municipal auditorium grew increasingly fervent and charged. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the lights dimmed dramatically, yet the resounding cheers echoed continuously in the ears of all present. The fist emblem on the big screen gradually faded away, and the highlights of the first round matches of Group A began to replay. The agile Nidalee, identified by the ID Vigi Virtue, was seen darting through the canyon with remarkable dexterity, ruthlessly claiming the lives of her adversaries. In the next scene, Olaf appeared. More brutish and direct, wielding dual axes, charging headlong into the enemy formation. The Berserker's dominating performance, akin to slicing through vegetables, elicited fervent cheers from the electrified audience. The camera shifted to reveal the figure of Lee Sin at the center of the screen. A voiceover interjected with the English commentary from that moment. What did I just witness? With the assistance of Syndra's sphere, Virtue seamlessly infiltrated the formation before SKT could react, executing a stunning dragon's tail kick that sent Bang flying. An unbelievable initiation. As Gu Xing's handsome visage was projected upon the big screen, the volume of cheers surged once more within the auditorium. The conclusion of the first round allowed the audience to fully appreciate his prowess. His daring and imaginative maneuvers, coupled with a fierce invasive style of play, had garnered him a legion of admirers in North America within just 3 matches. The video showcased the raw sound of players being interviewed. This is my first journey to the World Championship, and I aspire to go as far as possible. As the name of our team, Vici Gaming, signifies, to conquer all opponents. The first round of the group stage is undoubtedly a promising start, but it is far from the finale. Ding Jun had named the club after Caesar's famous phrase, Veni, Vidi, Vici, I came, I saw, I conquered. And Gu Xing aptly borrowed from it. Next came the highlights of Faker's performance. Though he may not shine as brightly as in the S3 season, filled with violent solo kills, his overall prowess had reached a pinnacle, showcasing exceptional mastery in hero utilization and situational judgment on the battlefield. The appearance of Lee Sang-hyok in the video also stirred a wave of excitement among the audience. Having lost in the first round to VG, it was undoubtedly due to the opponent's brilliant synergy, but there were also areas where we fell short. If we perform exceptionally, the enemy will have no chance of a comeback. He pursed his lips, asserting, in the second round, we will demonstrate the level expected of the LCK region. SKT will not lose a single match and reclaim the top spot in the group. Upon hearing such solemn and confident declarations, a multitude of fervent SKT fans fervently struck their glowing sticks in support of their beloved players. Following this were the impressive maneuvers and interviews of Perks and Sneaky, the star players of their respective teams. As the video concluded, the 4 players stood beneath the Golden Gate Bridge, with the Summoner's Cup gleaming brilliantly in the background. The scene gradually faded into darkness. The spotlight illuminated the dome of the Civic Hall, and the stage lights surged to full brightness, revealing the 10 players seated at the contestant area on either side. Good morning to all viewers before the screen, exclaimed Ziyuan with vigor. welcoming everyone to the live broadcast of the fifth day of the 2016 World Championship, a decisive day for Group A's advancement. His partner beside him raised their voice in unison, as the number one seed from the LPL region, VG, faced their ultimate test in the group stage today. Whether they could proceed to the knockout stage hinged on the outcome of the forthcoming match. Ji-hoon remained optimistic, having achieved a perfect record in the first round. VG only needed to triumph over their opponent, C9, to secure a spot in the next round. The remaining two matches would determine their ranking. The director presented the standings following the first round of all four groups. Group B saw ROX standing out alone, while RNG and North America's second seed, CLG, remained in a stalemate, with the Royal Club's ambiguous style wavering unpredictably, leaving their advancement uncertain. In Group C, Samsung and H2K held the top two positions, while the CS wildcard, ANX, occupied third place. Meanwhile, the number one seed from the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan region, Flash Wolves, had yet to secure a victory, drawing ridicule from netizens as the disgrace of the five major regions. Group D belonged to TSM, who also boasted 3 wins and had a high probability of advancing. EDG, HQ, and the Brazilian wildcard INTZ all stood at 1 win and 2 losses, resulting in a chaotic ranking. Particularly for EDG, they had become the subject of mockery among domestic audiences during the brief intermission for adjustments. Observing the standings in Group D, a wave of criticism surged in the event's live chat. It's truly laughable, losing to a wild card in North America, only managing to secure a victory thanks to their own team, HQ. EDG, you are truly absurd. Is HQ really the third team for EDG? The two teams have a good relationship. They often practice together, and it is rumored that EDG's owner, Edward Joo, previously held shares in HQ, hence the third team designation. Every time EDG participates in the World Championship, it feels as if they have been possessed. S4's Nami, S5's Pilot, and this year, just when Death's condition improved, Clear Love began to falter, picked Graves only to be countered by the Brazilian Lee Sin's kick, and when selecting Jarvan, he ended up trampling into an arrow while his ultimate collided with Frost's R. My assessment is that EDG is filled with players who crumble under pressure, akin to Kid. I wouldn't be surprised if they replicate the infamous scene of face-checking a bush in the second round. EDG being placed in the weakest group prior to the tournament and finishing last is utterly ridiculous. If they cannot manage, why not elevate the fat general to at least secure a spot in the next stage? The director concluded this wave of commentary, remaining modestly in the background. Ji-hoon began to speak, noting that in the second round of the group stage, a minimum of 3 matches are played in a single day. Frankly, this demands a great deal from both the players and the teams in terms of their ability to adapt. One fears that a sudden collapse could impact their mental state. As VG embarks on their inaugural journey into the World Championship, they must exercise caution in this regard. However, I believe there is no need for excessive concern. It is worth mentioning that VG is not an exceptionally young team. Their dual carries have experience as world champions from the past 2 years, which likely endows them with a stronger psychological fortitude than their younger counterparts. Regarding Gu, he is undoubtedly a player suited for high-stakes competitions. His performance in the LPL finals was remarkable, and it seems he might find the venue too small to fully unleash his excitement. Indeed, my predictions have proven accurate. The municipal auditorium can accommodate only a few thousand spectators, and the white noise can easily drown out the applause and cheers within. Having experienced the roaring crowd of nearly 20,000 at the Guangzhou International Sports and Performing Arts Center, it is challenging for Gu Xing to reach a heightened state of excitement now. Gu, pay attention to the opposing jungler. Hongmi is pacing behind him. We haven't prepared for this, so be cautious as you enter the match. According to the regulations of the global finals, the 4 clubs must announce their starting rosters the night before the first match, with subsequent adjustments permitted on site. 3 of the teams, including VG, maintained their original lineups, while only C9 opted for a change, substituting the underwhelming Mateos with the backup high for their opening match against VG. Hongmi received the news last night and was caught off guard. He wanted to have Sietunen's team assist in compiling information on Hai, only to find it of little use. The last time Hai donned the C9 jungler's mantle was back in 2015. The game version has changed entirely, at most. He could assess the opposing player's preferred champions. Yet, a year has passed, and aside from Elise and Rek'Sai, which are still somewhat viable, all other formidable junglers have undergone a complete overhaul. Hongmi spent a sleepless night, his greatest fear being the unknown. How could Hai, who hasn't competed in a formal match for nearly a year, step in as a last-minute savior? His first instinct was to speculate whether C9 had some hidden strategy to ensnare VG. Upon arriving at the venue, C9's head coach Reapered wore an air of confidence, his enigmatic smile further solidifying Hongmi's suspicions. He now felt compelled to repeatedly remind his jungler to remain vigilant. I understand, Gu Xing reassured him. I'll play steadily at the start and observe. At that moment, the referee issued the command to commence the BP phase. Hongmi concluded the discussion and began flipping through his black notebook. Although Tunin struggled to analyze Hai, the other 4 players provided ample data charts to assist in the evaluation. With this thought, Hongmi steadied his nerves, feeling a newfound sense of assurance. With a resonant sound echoing through the air, the BP panel was unveiled for all to see. Ziyuan's expression brightened as C9 was positioned on the blue side, while VG found themselves on the red side, given that the group stage follows a double round-robin format. Thus, in the 2 encounters with the same team, it is predetermined that one match will be played as the blue side and the other as the red side. In the first round, VG faced C9 as the blue side, and in this match, they reversed roles. Let us observe how both teams' understanding of the current version evolves after a brief hiatus. C9 commenced by banning the signature Lee Sin of Gu. Without hesitation, Redmi countered by eliminating Sneaky's Jin. Unlike other red side teams, they chose not to ban Nidalee first. The most formidable champions in the current version are undoubtedly the jungle Nidalee and the mid lane Syndra. The dilemma lies in the fact that if the red side bans Nidalee directly, how will they contend with Syndra? If they choose not to ban, the blue side will almost certainly secure her in the first pick. Furthermore, allocating a ban for Syndra results in the red side wasting both of their initial bans. It is important to remember that in the S6 season, a team has a total of 3 bans. Investing 2 in the prevailing champions constrains the red side's ban phase significantly. Redmi intends to emulate the ban strategy used against SKT. They must either allow both Syndra and Nidalee to be available or ban one of them. C9's head coach, Reapered, contemplated briefly but ultimately decided to ban Nidalee. In their previous encounter, SKT's coach, Koma, attempted to double-pick Nidalee, allowing VG to secure both Syndra and Jin, a potent duo, which proved to be ineffective. Such tactics may have succeeded once, but Reapered, having learned from past mistakes, would not repeat them. Moreover, in this match, the jungler Hai's performance on Nidalee was mediocre. During Hai's active days, Nidalee was not particularly prominent. By the time she transformed into a must-ban or must-pick champion, Hai had already stepped back to a coaching role, resulting in limited practice time. In other words, there are vulnerabilities in Hai's champion pool for this world championship. However, after a heartfelt conversation with his close jungler friend, the outcome resembled a script from S5. Mateos observed from the sidelines, and Hai was reinstated. Upon hearing the team's strategy, Reapered contemplated for a long time before deciding to let Hai compete in the first match against VG. His considerations were far-reaching. Mateos is also an aggressive player, yet Gu's style is even more assertive, showcasing a notable edge in execution. After the last match, Mateo's confidence was severely shaken, which greatly affected his competitive state. Had G2 not performed even more abysmally, C9 might still be searching for their first victory. With 3 matches on the agenda today, if Mateos were to be overwhelmed by Gu once again, C9 might as well book their flights back to Los Angeles. For C9 to advance, they must bring down either VG or SKT. Reaper believes that VG's style somewhat counters Mateo's version of C9. In contrast, SKT's jungler leans towards a defensive playstyle, providing Mateos with a chance to break through. Therefore, his pre-match strategy is to have Hai face VG to secure a minor victory, and even if they cannot win, it matters little. Allowing Mateos to maintain his form to gamble against SKT is the team's only hope. VG bans Syndra, unwilling to grant Jensen the strongest mid laner of the patch. Suddenly, Ziyuan's voice resonated brightly. C9's final ban was directed at Olaf, an astoundingly bold move. 3 bans on junglers. A whisper of discussions filled the auditorium, while the barrage of comments in the LPL livestream soared. Are they really targeting like this? I never expected Virtue to turn into a veritable slayer in the group stage. 3 jungler bans is truly a display of top-tier respect. I don't understand why they switched Hai. Is he still going to crawl in on Echo to steal the crystal? Can he even play the jungle with that high switch? Seated, Hai nervously fidgeted with his fingers. After a year, he found himself once again confronting the unfamiliar yet familiar player bench. His emotions inevitably stirred. Although Reaper hoped to have him assist Mateos in drawing fire, he held little expectation for victory. Nevertheless, during his year in the coaching staff, Hai had not been without improvement. While his champion pool might not be as extensive as that of other junglers, his macro understanding had significantly strengthened. As VG's third ban fell on Impact's Rumble, Hai made sure to communicate with the coaching staff regarding champion selections. Reaper mentally assessed Hai's thoughts, finding no flaws, and thus readily acquiesced. Yin Yong, you are comfortable playing Jace, right? He inquired of their top laner. Impact, still simmering with anger over the Rumble ban from the previous match against VG, was taken aback. Had VG banned his Rumble because they pushed too swiftly last time? Hearing Reaper's question, Impact decisively affirmed, absolutely. Hai, be sure to assist me. Hai smiled with ease, reassuring him, rest assured, the stage is ample for us this game. After a year on the coaching team, he could roughly infer VG's intent behind banning Rumble, seeking to apply pressure in the upper lane while allowing Gu Xing to aggressively engage in the lower half. Without the Rumble ban, Impact would have been able to safely farm in a solo lane, creating a potentially troublesome situation in the mid-game. Thus, Hai resolved to focus on the top lane, aiding Jace in creating an opening. VG's selection of Jhin and Zyra in the bot lane was a powerful combination. He couldn't help but marvel. Zyra currently stands unrivaled among support champions, boasting an absurdly high lane presence. With the Thunderlord's decree, her Q, Deadly Bloom, coupled with the plant's 2 bursts can significantly lower the enemy's health. Compared to Karma and Nami, Zyra's offensive capabilities are truly top-notch. Hai settled on Rek'Sai, while Ji-hoon elaborated. Although she has been nerfed multiple times, post 3 jungler bans, she remains one of the stronger options available. For the third pick, they secured Ashe for Sneaky. Not only does she possess commendable lane abilities, but she can also scout the jungle early on, providing Hai with ample vision information. VG has chosen the Spider Queen and the top lane champion Poppy, which is quite intriguing. I recall that their appearances have been infrequent, yet their performances have been remarkably impressive. Ji-hoon responded with a smile, noting that since the summer tournament, there has not been a single hero that Xiaogu has performed poorly with. His skills are simply astounding, and he masters champions at a breathtaking pace, rivaling even seasoned junglers. Hayes Hangman seemed quite amused. The introduction of top lane Poppy indeed validated his judgment. VG clearly intends to focus on liberating the upper half of the map. As long as they avoid confrontation, they will have the chance to dictate the rhythm of the game. Victor and Karma solidified C9's lineup. In the end, the Marquis selected the Clockwork Mage from among several mid-lane mages. This champion is versatile, heavily relying on a player's fundamental skills, and is a staple in the repertoire of experienced mages. When in doubt, choosing the Clockwork Mage is a safe bet. The lineups have been confirmed. Blue side C9, top lane Jace, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Victor, bot lane Ashe and Karma. Red side VG, top lane Poppy, jungle Spider, mid lane Clockwork Mage, bot lane Jhin and Zyra. I recall the tactical strategy for this match. As Redmi departed, he gave Gu Xing's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, reminding him to remain calm during the mid-game and strive to secure this victory. If they can win this match, VG will be able to announce their advancement to the next round early. Gu Xing nodded, absorbing his coach's advice, adjusting his posture in preparation to enter the Summoner's Rift. Aside, the second round of the group stage will certainly not be as detailed as the first, and the pace will be significantly faster. They will likely finish a match by tomorrow. My mind feels slightly foggy and drowsy. I won't force myself to write much to avoid compromising quality. With 5 days remaining, reaching the target of 270,000 words seems feasible. A 7,000 word chapter, aiming for 208,000 out of 700,000 words. The familiar game interface dominated the grand screen in the municipal auditorium. The cheers of thousands echoed throughout the venue. North American fans created a deafening wave of excitement, encouraging the local team C9, hoping that the Baidu Cloud team would showcase their prowess on this significant day of advancement. LPL commentators analyzed the lineups amidst the chaotic background noise. The tactical focus of both teams was distinctly clear. C9 aimed to aggressively target the upper half of the map where Jace resided, allowing Impact to be liberated early to support his teammates. VG, on the other hand, planned to engage in the lower half, utilizing the strong landing capabilities of Zyra and Jin to attempt to create openings during the landing phase. Gu Xing added that the junglers from both sides had been significantly limited in their champion pool due to the ban phase, opting for champions that excel in the early to mid-game but tend to falter in the late game. Truthfully, the outcome hinges on the results of their direct confrontations. This aligns with the prevailing trends of the S6 World Championship version. Most champions on the lanes lack mobility and hard crowd control, with early to mid-game rhythms being entirely in the hands of the junglers. The aggressive junglers, led by Gu Xing, Xia Huaxing, and Yankos, have shone brightly in this global finals, undoubtedly supported by the current meta. The director timely switched the camera to focus on Gu Xing and Hangman at the player benches. I have faith in Xiao Gu's abilities. Ever since Ziyuan witnessed Gu Xing's remarkable performance in the first round of the group stage, he has become an ardent supporter. Now, with a well-thought-out strategy, it is evident that the junglers in Group A will find it challenging to gain an advantage over him. Although I had some reservations initially, C9's decision to let Hai take the helm in this match indicates their preparation. I am confident that Xiao Gu's prowess surpasses that of his opponents. However, should he face an ambush at the outset, it could introduce unforeseen variables. Thus, exercising caution would be prudent. His perspective aligns closely with that of Hongmi. The adversary's unexpected formation shift surely aims to create a significant impact. Gu Xing, controlling the Spider Queen, assumed his defensive position as usual. As the clock approached 1 minute and 30 seconds, the enemy had yet to appear within our line of sight. Furthermore, C9's selection of Rek'Sai possesses limited initial capabilities, rendering it incapable of a solo invasion, allowing him to retreat calmly and prepare to farm the jungle. He commenced with the stone beetle from the upper side, utilizing the human form's Q to inflict percentage-based damage according to current health, subsequently securing the gift of the heavy hand buff with his smite, and then transforming into spider form to unleash Q, venomous sting, based on the damage taken. In this manner, he maximized his jungle efficiency, capturing the stone beetle within a mere 10 seconds. Having just cleared the red buff, he heard a warning from Xiaoduan. The Frost Archer has learned E at level 2. She's coming for your position. Gu Xing understood immediately. Both the Spider and Rek'Sai are standard rapid level 3 champions, and his mind raced as he deduced Hai's probable location. It was likely opposite to his route, and upon reaching level 3, he signaled to Long Gu on the minimap, "Be cautious, try not to die, or you will lose a significant number of minions." His own Poppy would face Jace and inevitably be pushed back in the early game. Fearing that his jungle route from top to bottom might fall under the enemy's control, Gu Xing anticipated that Hai would reach level 3 and engage at the top lane. If Long Ji's Poppy failed to reach level 3, C9 could execute a wave of cannon minions under the tower to eliminate him. And even a 1-for-1 trade would be a substantial gain for the enemy. Zhu Xiaolong readily agreed. He advanced a couple of steps towards the minion wave, exposing himself within Impat's attack range. Long Gu intended to bait Jace into auto-attacking him. If Impat dared to use a basic attack to reduce his health, it would draw the minion's ire, thereby transforming into VG minions attacking Jace, while C9's minions diminished the health of VG's wave. Even if Impat attempted to maneuver using the brush to minimize damage taken, the minions would disrupt their attack on the enemy wave with a mere gesture, requiring additional time to redirect their focus. The outcome remained unchanged for both sides' minion waves. Zhu Xiaolong's baiting of Impat to auto-attack him aimed to alter the existing lane dynamics, granting C9's minions a more significant advantage, thus swiftly pushing their wave. Should the strategy succeed, Bin Xian would advance to the tower ahead of Hai's level 3 gank, allowing him to quickly farm for experience and gold before Hai's arrival, leaving him with no minions to support him, making it difficult for C9's jungler to target him. However, as Impat matured, his gameplay slightly declined, yet his experience remained invaluable. He discerned Zhu Xiaolong's intentions and promptly devised a counter-strategy, urging Jace to retreat into the brush closest to the VG tower. Poppy advanced without concern, yet should she dare to strike a minion, he would retaliate with a flawless combo. In his dual form, Jace at level 2 possessed 4 abilities, undoubtedly sufficient to incapacitate Poppy, if Poppy was low on health. Even upon reaching level 3, she would have little chance of survival against a tower dive. Should Long Gu neglect to intervene, a multitude of minions would continue to accumulate. And once the cannon minion wave arrived, they would surge forward, overwhelming VG's outer tower. Zhu Xiaolong's brow furrowed in concentration. In the 2 patches preceding the World Championship, Poppy had received considerable enhancements, including increased base movement speed, passive shield value, and cooldown, along with improvements to her W, steadfast presence, which augmented her dual resistances and movement speed upon activation. Consequently, Poppy emerged as one of the few coveted tank champions in the current meta for the World Championship. However, in the face of Jace, the hammer form of his cannon could not secure an advantage in the early game. The initiative resided firmly with Jace, and as long as Impat executed his strategy adeptly, Zhu Xiaolong would find himself at a distinct disadvantage. Gu Xing shifted his focus to the top lane. Observing Jace's fervent intent to hoard minions under the tower, he abruptly halted his advance toward the lower half of the map and pivoted to farm the F4 camp. Wait, I'll come to help you set up a counter ambush. Long Gu, do not expose any vulnerabilities. Gu Xing's voice rang in Zhu Xiaolong's ears like a celestial melody. Is that truly possible? Long Gu exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Aren't you heading to the bottom lane? After a brief delay, Gu Xing finished off the Rift Scuttler and swiftly transitioned into spider form, accelerating towards the top lane. While his tactical plan for this match primarily targeted the lower half of the map, it did not signify a complete abandonment of the top lane. Allowing their own top laner to be forcibly slain under the tower would surely be a rigid and inflexible approach. During this time, Gu Xing recalled the pre-match advice from Hongmi, urging him to play conservatively until he fully grasped hexagonal's tactics. Directly proceeding to the bottom lane might yield results. Yet the top lane would undoubtedly be breached. After much contemplation, Gu Xing resolved to protect Long Gu. Observing from an omniscient perspective, the LPL commentators expressed their bewilderment at the movements of both junglers. Little Gu turned his attention to the top lane, seemingly relinquishing the lower half to aid Long Gu in alleviating pressure. Hexagonal's route is quite peculiar, Ziyuan remarked, noting that he had commenced his jungle route from the top downwards, showing no intention of heading to the top lane. Neither side had established wards in the opponent's jungle, leaving them unaware of the enemy's path at the outset. It all depended on conjecture. Gu Xing speculated that Hexagonal had begun his jungle route from the lower half, aiming to reach level 3 before collaborating with Jace to execute a tower dive. Impat's minion hoarding strategy exhibited a similar intent. Initially, Hexagonal had indeed planned this. However, upon further reflection, he deduced that Gu Xing might have started his jungle route from the upper half, potentially seeking to disrupt the bottom lane. Ultimately, Hai opted for an unexpected course of action. He initiated his route from the upper swamp, intending to farm his way to level 3 before executing a counter ambush in the bottom lane. In contrast to his close ally Mateos, Hexagonal's aggressiveness was notably tempered. His style resembled that of the factory director, leaning towards map control and counter ambushes, making such a decision entirely reasonable. Once Sneaky ascended to level 2 and unleashed the ice arrow from the Spirit Hawk, it confirmed Master Hai's suspicions were indeed valid. Believing that Gu Xing would pursue a downward trajectory, Master Hai commanded Impat to employ a cunning ruse with line concealment, deceiving the opposition into thinking he intended to strike at the top lane while he himself lay in wait at the bottom. However, Gu Xing unexpectedly reversed direction and made his way back to the top lane. Both junglers found themselves thwarted in their endeavors. With a focused expression, they scrutinized the movements of the junglers on the minimap. Both Gu and Master Hai seemed eager to ambush one another, yet neither succeeded. He shouted excitedly. Ziyuan, perplexed, failed to comprehend the situation, yet this did not hinder his astonishment, prompting him to emulate his predecessor's exuberant outbursts. The two junglers engaged in a layered strategy, each vying for supremacy, but through a twist of fate, neither fell into the other's trap. Despite the absence of combat, Master Hai had indeed gained an advantage. Gu Xing's lower quadrant remained unscathed, and with a mere glance, he could devour 3 camps of jungle monsters. Meanwhile, Master Hai cleared the upper jungle, finishing off the magic toad and the 3 wolves before proceeding to the lower portion of the map. Consequently, only a solitary blue buff remained in the upper C9 quadrant, initially reserved for Jensen, as his Rek'Sai had minimal need for it, thus benefiting the mid laner Victor in enhancing his wave-clearing prowess. Nevertheless, should the junglers exchange jungle territories, Gu Xing would establish a significant lead of 4 camps. Gu Xing lay in ambush behind the VG upper tower. Due to Long Gu arriving at level 3 later than Impat, he hesitated to engage, fearing a disadvantage in a potential 2v2 skirmish. Despite Impat accumulating the cannon minion wave, he showed no intention of tower diving. Instead, he continued to harass Long Gu while he farmed. Simultaneously, Master Hai concealed himself in the bushes near his lower second tower, eagerly anticipating Gu Xing's assault on his duo. However, the VG bottom duo showed no inclination to dive the tower. Both Gu Xing and Master Hai furrowed their brows, sensing something amiss. Could they have miscalculated? Gu Xing circled around through the triangular brush, attempting to mount an offensive on the top lane. Impat remained vigilant, and Master Hai would provide feedback. He was acutely aware that Gu Xing was likely not in the bottom lane and might be lurking in the upper quadrant. Once he realized their plan had been uncovered, Impat retreated, intending to return to the safety of his tower and await the minion wave's return. Gu Xing finally discerned the facade of C9's upper quadrant being vulnerable. Be cautious. The enemy jungler should be around. He alerted his teammates while advancing toward the C9 jungle. Gu Xing and Xiao Duan, well-trained, promptly withdrew upon receiving the information. They had no mobility, and continuing to pressure the lane left them susceptible to a flanking Rek'Sai, with dire consequences. Observing that the VG bottom lane was not presenting an opportunity, Master Hai hastily ventured into the opposing jungle. Thanks to the earlier reconnaissance provided by Sneaky's Spirit Hawk, he was aware that Gu Xing had initiated from the upper quadrant and had returned midway to execute a counter-ambush. In the latter half, 3 more camps awaited him. The Sea Master was brimming with anticipation, feeling that this exchange would yield immense rewards. To prevent being ambushed by the opposing duo during his counter-jungle, he had instructed his support, Karma, to clear the minion wave near the bottom tower before coming to provide protection. He aimed to execute this counter-jungle with utmost precision. The Sea Master reveled in the freedom to roam the VG jungle without any hindrance, while Ziyuan sensed an impending crisis. A small ward was placed through a wall at the 3-minute mark, revealing Rek'Sai in the VG swamp camp, firmly establishing the enemy's position. Gu Xing, observing the Sea Master's delight in counter-jungling, was perplexed. How dare you abandon the top lane? Considering the earlier silent, layered strategic maneuvering, Gu Xing began to comprehend. The Sea Master, having been away from battles for too long, did not face major issues in his thought process, yet his situational judgment had significantly deteriorated. In such circumstances, with the enemy's position revealed, he still chose to continue counter-jungling in the lower half. To Gu Xing, this was utterly astonishing. Did the Sea Master harbor misconceptions about the current version of the spider, believing that Impat could withstand the pressure? Without a second thought, Gu Xing eliminated the C9 blue buff and made his way to the grass behind the enemy's first tower, emerging to intercept Jace under the tower. Impat finally felt a surge of panic. This composition clearly aimed to target the bottom lane. Why was he intent on troubling me? In his previous encounter with VG, he had witnessed Gu Xing's military training tactics. At this moment, there was not a single ally within a 3,000-yard radius. How could he survive? Where were his teammates? Despair gripped Impat. The minions he had previously pushed toward the VG upper tower had long since been obliterated, and Zhu Xiaolong was now bringing a formidable wave of minions to counter-push. What had once appeared to Impat as a delectable opportunity for a counter-push now felt like a countdown to his demise. With no options left, he was forced to step forward just beyond the range of his tower, continuing to trade blows with Long Gu, attempting to keep the spider at bay and prevent the minions from breaching the tower. Zhu Xiaolong felt a sense of satisfaction. Just a minute ago, wasn't he the one leaping with glee, hoarding minions under my tower? Now, the roles had reversed. If we were to switch places, I would show you what true ruthlessness entails. He used his body to block the opponent's empowered cannon, with his equipment and level not yet elevated to a significant degree. Jace's cannon dealt minimal damage, merely chipping away a sliver of health from Poppy. Impat found himself in an incredibly awkward position. Recalling Jace's frustrated demeanor as he scratched his head, unable to clear the minion wave, Long Gu fulfilled the opponent's earlier wishes, sending a massive wave of minions toward him. After Jace's empowered cannon attack, his remaining area skills were merely the QW in hammer form. The Q skyward leap could not be cast if Poppy stood in front of the minions, and with W, Valiant Strike, she could interrupt the advance. Meanwhile, W, Lightning Field dealt insufficient early damage to clear such a vast minion wave. Impat watched helplessly as the minions surged toward him with unstoppable force. If the relentless pressure continues, denying the minions entry to the tower, Jace will inevitably endure significant damage from concentrated fire. Zhe-yuan, sensing the advantageous tide, will swiftly reveal his true colors. With his level not yet established, Jace will find himself severely weakened after just 2 waves of assault. Impat is still contemplating his strategy, but Zhu Xiaolong can no longer wait. He uses Valiant Charge to thrust Jace into the C9's first tower. Back you go. Xiaogu closes the distance, unleashing skills upon Jace. Impat displays remarkable reflexes and a strong will to survive, evading the Spider Queen's cocoon with impeccable positioning, then striking back with Thunder Strike in hammer form to send the opponent flying. Yet, Gu Xing remains unfazed. This cocoon was not intended to hit. Otherwise, Impat's evasion would not have been sufficient. Transforming into an 8-legged spider, she ascends on a silk thread, landing behind Jace and using basic attacks followed by Ravenous Frenzy, to enhance her attack speed. The speed of Nyx's spider form is inherently swift, and the red buff further amplifies her capability to slow her foes. Jace struggles to keep pace under the ferocious onslaught. The health bar of the second lieutenant from Piltover is reduced to its limits. Impact contemplates carefully, ultimately deciding against using Flash. Even if he were to evade Gu Xing's pursuit, exchanging summoner spells with a champion like Jace would be a substantial loss. The C9 fans in the city hall sigh deeply, realizing their top lane's chances of survival are grim. Impat surrenders, granting first blood, Zhe-yuan exclaims, astonished that VG could secure such a lineup, with C9's initial misfortune falling upon the top lane. Gu Xing, too, feels no delight in the situation. It is merely an opportunity presented by Hai. With 3 tower hits absorbed, his health dwindles to below 13. Calmly, he retreats from the enemy turret's range, taking the opportunity to assist Long Gu in clearing the next wave of minions. Glancing at the gold in his backpack, Gu Xing makes a small request. Can I have 2 minions? Zhu Xiaolong readily agrees. Feel free to take them. If any teammates deal damage, I'd gladly hand you a kill. With a playful tone, Gu Xing expresses that selecting a stable and high-damage jungler like Graves, who can thrive from level 1 to 18 in the top lane, is a delight. Long Gu plays to win. The gaming experience is of little consequence. After aiding in the minion cleanup, Gu Xing proceeds to clear the river crab, seeking a secure position to return to base for supplies. With 4 camps, a swift crab, the first blood gold of 400, and 2 minions. Alongside the automatic economic reward from the system, he successfully accumulates 1100 gold, purchasing a pair of sorcerer's shoes while muttering, "Hey homie, did you see that? I've likely gauged the enemy jungler's intentions. I'm ready to engage." From the skirmishes of the first 4 minutes, Gu Xing discerns a critical flaw in Hai's situational judgment. Perhaps such tactics might have sufficed a year ago, but in this current environment of overflowing damage, his choices are profoundly outdated. Thus, Gu Xing resolves to hold nothing back, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to send the opponent back to the fountain. In the backstage lounge, Homie hears Jean Wonha's translation and bursts into laughter, shaking his head repeatedly. The tension that had arisen from witnessing Hai's appearance yesterday has now dissipated entirely. A tumultuous conflict erupted within the canyon depicted on the television screen. The illustrious leader of the sea, Qingguang, obliterated all camps in the lower jungle of VG, ascending to level 4 in preparation for an assault on VG's lower lane, alongside a duo pushing down the lane. Prior to detecting Hai in the lower quadrant, the C9 duo had been persistently pressured. Their champions, inherently lacking in strength, found themselves at a disadvantage. The pairing of Ashe and Karma could not rival the formidable Zyra of VG in terms of landing prowess. Moreover, Sneaky's Ashe had opted for Hawkshot at level 2 to scout VG's upper jungle, effectively rendering one of his abilities useless in the lane. Additionally, the disparity in player skill was evident. Nevertheless, upon the arrival of the C leader, the VG duo retreated to their tower, allowing C9 to secure the lower lane control and push a significant wave of minions forward. Yet, Imp and Xiao Duan stood resolute, preparing to counterattack. After lingering under the tower for half a minute, Duan Deliang's passive, Thorn Queen, generated 2 seeds around him, with both his QE abilities at the ready. Coupled with Zyra's W, Deadly Spines, for crowd control, C9 would certainly pay a price should they attempt to engage. After a moment of contemplation, the C leader wisely chose not to proceed. Although Rek'Sai possesses formidable tower diving capabilities against champions lacking mobility, The opposing duo wielded for summoner spells that could be utilized in skirmishes, granting them considerable operational latitude. Moreover, as Zyra cast grasping roots right before him, the sea leader understood that any attempt to dive would necessitate closing the distance to the enemy, inevitably triggering a lotus trap. Such a reckless tower dive could very well cost him his life. Opting for prudence, the sea leader retreated through the tunnel into the river, intending to clear the lower quadrant of his jungle before returning to base for equipment. Consequently, Hai had only managed to counter 2 camps of Xiaogus, accruing less economic gain than VG, which had secured first blood from Jace. He remained exuberant, yet with Impat falling once, even with a teleport to catch up after resurrection, he would inevitably miss a portion of minions, falling behind in development compared to Boppy. Observing the sea leader vanish from his duo's line of sight, Gu Xing efficiently cleared the second round of the raptor camp and claimed a layer of the eagle eye true sight buff with his smite. Realizing that Rek'Sai had cleared his jungle, leaving him without further tasks, and with the unsuccessful tower dive in the lower lane, he was likely to return to base for replenishment. The delay caused by the sea leader's extended jungle clearing had afforded Gu Xing a valuable opportunity. Utilizing the movement speed from his sorcerer's shoes, he swiftly darted to the upper brush of the mid lane. Lee Ji-hoon meticulously noted the timing of the enemy mid-laner's ward placement. As the duration of trinket wards increased with hero level, their cooldowns correspondingly diminished. However, in the early game, the lifespan of trinket wards was vastly shorter than their cooldown. Victor, lacking the means to purchase a control ward, would inevitably leave a significant gap in C9's mid-lane vision. Seizing the moment when the enemy's ward in the upper river vanished, Gu Xing launched his ambush. Capitalizing on a brief moment of Jensen's hesitation while last hitting, he maneuvered Orianna forward, using QW to land a slow, followed by an auto attack to trigger the burst damage from Thunderlord's decree. Even though Jensen's Victor attempted to mitigate some of the damage with Q siphon power, his health still diminished noticeably. The emergence of the Spider Queen above left him quite flustered. Jensen utilized his laser to sweep through minions, swiftly ascending to level 5. And promptly allocated his skill point to W. Under normal circumstances, Victor would not invest in W gravity field during the early game of the current patch. It proves to be of little utility, as the mid lane is dominated by ranged mages trading blows. Gravity field fails to ensnare opponents effectively, making it more advantageous to enhance his combat prowess with Q and E. Jensen adeptly calculated his experience gains, prioritizing an upgrade to bolster his health resistance, and simultaneously deployed the gravity field at his feet. Gu Xing, suspended in midair, descended behind Victor, effortlessly evading the gravity field with his exaggerated movement speed, thereby obstructing Jensen's route back to the tower. His voice resonated powerfully as he executed skill combos and basic attacks, swiftly draining a significant portion of Victor's health. Gu Xing, wielding the Arcane Affinity talent, extended the duration of the red buff by 15 seconds, which had yet to dissipate. Jensen found himself ensnared by the red buff, compelled to use flash to escape towards the tower. As the spider transformed into her humanoid form, he hurriedly activated his ghost, twisting his waist in an effort to evade the impending cocoon. However, Gu Xing had no intention of casting cocoon at that moment. He merely advanced, striking with Q and A to diminish Jensen's health. Gu Xing planned to wait until his opponent grew weary of maneuvering before unleashing the cocoon for control. Observing the situation, Jensen deduced the spider's intentions and, filled with frustration, could only dash in a straight line back to the tower. He noticed Gu Xing and the Lord returning to their base, seemingly intent on handling the mid-lane minions, and instinctively let out a sigh of relief, believing they merely sought to utilize their summoner's spells and retreat. Yet, a dazzling golden light erupted before him with reckless abandon. The Spider Queen, having flashed to close a 400-yard gap, launched her cocoon directly at him. Jensen hurriedly turned to evade it. However, despite the speed enhancement from Ghost, the proximity of the two rendered his reaction time alarmingly brief. He was stunned. Ziyuan's voice rang out with exuberance, brimming with joy. The 16-second stun control was more than sufficient to obliterate Jensen's already meager health. The Lord had no intention of contesting this kill with Gu Xing. After all, their jungler had already expended his flash, and merely securing an assist would feel somewhat lacking. He completed the damage and allowed Gu Xing to claim the kill. The respawn time wasn't overly lengthy, but for Jensen, it severely disrupted his rhythm. Though he expressed his thoughts, the involuntary smile in his tone betrayed his true feelings. Ziyuan nodded in agreement with his partner's perspective. Victor had been nerfed prior to the World Championship, with the cost of the first upgrade of the hex score rising to 1250 gold. If he returned to base without evolving his death ray, he would find himself in a prolonged struggle to push the minion wave in the mid lane. Currently, Victor was still equipped with Flash and Ghost. Should he perish, he would have to return on foot to recover the wave, resulting in no less than a 40-second delay. Failing to push the wave equated to a slower development pace, and Victor's innate tethering attribute placed him at a disadvantage, relegating him to merely farming minions in the mid lane. It turned out that the Sea Master had intended to leave a blue buff for Jinsen, but during the exchange in the jungle, it had been claimed by Gu Xing. How would they manage the mid lane now? Ziyuan chuckled with malicious glee. The esteemed Hai finally made a significant contribution to the team. He purchased a jungle knife and a red crystal, then rushed to the top lane to engage with Poppy, successfully forcing Long Gu to use his flash with a well-executed skill combo. However, Gu Xing was not to be outdone. He charged down to the bottom lane. Wielding his blade, with a swift flash and the E ability rooted, he compelled Karma to expend her own flash. Duan Deliang, having faced C9 previously, was acutely aware that their support was a liability, vastly inferior to the other players. He sought to exploit this weakness, determined to tear open C9's wounds. Should he encounter an exceptionally flamboyant and confident player, he could easily employ Karma's E-Inspire to pivot and evade. Yet, the C9 support's execution was too rough, leaving no choice but to use Flash to escape. Even so, the rooted ability encouraged the seed to grow into a vine whip, and its lash, imbued with a slow effect, managed to keep Karma in place. Subsequently, the spider emerged from the side, as per usual, executing a displacement maneuver to close the gap. After unleashing a full skill rotation, it shifted forms, cocooning and striking. Ordinarily, the Spider Queen would initiate with her human form to achieve maximum damage output. However, Gu Xing had no need to ponder such intricacies. His equipment was formidable. The enhancement from the sorcerer's shoes could only be described as terrifying for the spider. Coupled with magic penetration runes, Gu Xing's damage against squishy opponents like Karma was nearly akin to true damage. Sneaky Flood alone. While VG's bottom jungle trio reduced the defense tower's health by half, and they subsequently transitioned to the Dragon Pit to claim the Wind Dragon. Among the 4 elemental dragons, the Cloud Dragon offers the least utility, merely increasing out-of-combat movement speed. Nevertheless, for Gu Xing, it was almost tailor-made. Acquiring the Wind Dragon allowed the Spider Queen's movement speed to effortlessly surpass 400, enabling swift actions and heightened efficiency. Returning to base, Gu Xing procured a green jungle knife and the Dark Seal, embarking on a murderous journey within the Summoner's Rift. As Hai observed the widening kill scoreboard, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. He recognized that Gu Xing's offensive tempo was rapid. Yet, viewing the match from a God's eye perspective in the replay was incomparable to the palpable pressure felt in the live game. The suffocating onslaught delivered by Gu Xing left Hai in disarray. In the ancient era of jungle play, the role was merely a tool, laboring for the laners across all lanes, later on merely placing wards with the Prophet's potion valued at 400 gold. In Season 5, when he briefly returned to the jungle role, it predominantly featured control-type champions, and the prevalence of lane swapping meant that junglers were seldom alone in the jungle, often accompanied by top laners or supports, with a relatively slow early game tempo. Now, the jungle resembled a solitary predator lurking in the shadows. Where a moment's negligence could lead to being torn to shreds, the brutality heightened beyond measure. The only ally Hai could rely on was himself. Faced with Gu Xing's relentless assaults, Hai's pre-game confidence had dissipated. He felt it was miraculous that his close friend Mateos could endure for so long. Just come help me. You can't manage the mid and bottom. Impat yearns for his jungler to honor his commitments and help him establish a competitive advantage. The Master of the Sea acquiesces. Yetlong's Poppy had previously secured first blood assist gold, enabling him to swiftly acquire Ninja Tabi. The armor and reduction of basic attack damage prove remarkably effective against the physical damage duo of C9's top and jungle. The Master of the Sea forcefully approaches the top lane, unleashing a combination of skills, and with the true damage from E, Wild Bite, Ziyuan is ecstatic, nearly achieving success. Long narrowly escapes with his passive shield intact. The enhancements from the previous patch finally come to light. Had this been the former version, C9's top and jungle would have dealt overwhelming damage, ensuring that an unequipped Poppy could not escape their clutches. However, that slight enhancement spares Zhu Xiaolong from a grim fate. The director swiftly shifts the focus to the mid lane. Before the commentators can catch their breath, yet another skirmish erupts. The unassuming QRW of the Clockwork Mage proves impossible for the immobile Victor to evade, as he is swept skyward by the shockwave. Gu Xing emerges from the side, casting his cocoon towards Victor. A low-health C9 minion, also caught in the shockwave, stands between them. Jensen foresees the impending events and closes his eyes in despair. Just as the cocoon is about to collide with the minion, a bolt of divine lightning strikes down. E-smite, Ziyuan exclaims. The smite damage eliminates the minion, clearing the path between Gu Xing and Jensen. The cocoon successfully lands, rendering Victor, who has just touched down, stunned and immobile. Gu once again eliminates Jensen, this time granting the kill to Lord Ho. Watching the widening gap in the scoreboard, a sense of satisfaction washes over him. As the match reaches the 13-minute mark, the economic disparity between both teams has expanded to 3K. No sooner has he spoken than trouble brews in the bottom lane. The VG duo feigns a return to base, concealing themselves in the brush. Nikki hastily pushes the wave, aiming to finish this wave before returning, attempting to seize as much farm as possible. However, Xiaoduan's E-rooting vines successfully connects, allowing Zhu Qingbin to secure the kill. Splendid. Ziyuan beams with joy, and they smoothly take the first tower in the bottom lane, maintaining VG's fluid momentum. Zhu Qingbin single-handedly claims first blood tower, pushing his economic lead to nearly 1,000. The Master of the Sea is left in disarray. He has repeatedly ventured to the top lane, yet has not assisted Impat in securing the crucial first blood tower, nor has he even achieved a kill. All efforts yield no results. More critically, apart from the top lane matchup, the other four members of VG hold advantages, enabling them to place vision deep within C9's jungle and track their movements. The Master of the Sea feels as though each of his attempts is anticipated by VG, significantly diminishing the probability of yielding any benefits. While Niki's Frost Archer can utilize the Hawk Spirit to scout the VG jungle, the lengthy cooldown of the skill hampers its frequent use. Furthermore, as the landing phase concludes, aggressive junglers like Spider rarely adhere to the conventional method of clearing all camps, opting instead to farm half the jungle before seeking out kills, leaving the camps for teammates in need of development. Unless the Eagle Spirit directly observes the location of the Spider, it is exceedingly challenging to predict where Gu Xing intends to capture his prey. The head coach of C9, Reapered, surveyed the stagnant state of the game and shook his head as he glanced at Mateos. The upcoming match against SKT was crucial, and he urged, prepare yourself. Should we lose again, even a victory over G2 would leave C9 with a dismal record of 2 wins and 4 losses, rendering our hopes of advancing from the group stage utterly futile. Mateos, gazing into the camera at the grim-faced Hai, was overtaken by a sense of helplessness. Little Gu, hiding in the opposing F4 camp, still sought to ambush mid lane. Activating his scanner, he unexpectedly pinpointed Rek'Sai's position, placing a ward and casting his web. Hai's Rek'Sai lay concealed beneath the earth, yet the information from his seismic sense proved ineffective. The limited range of vision hampered his reaction speed. A murky, viscous substance splattered across Rek'Sai's face. The Spider Queen unleashed her Q and W abilities, lunging forward while exclaiming in astonishment, "My heavens, what damage is this?" Having already crafted a death cap, Gu Xing showed no mercy, employing an exquisite combination of magic penetration and ability power, rendering Rek'Sai vulnerable to a single strike. After executing a full rotation of skills, Hai's health plummeted to a mere 13. He used his W, Burrow, to displace the Spider and hastily retreated toward the mid-tier tower. However, upon landing, Gu Xing advanced a few steps, utilizing his exceptional movement speed to close the gap and activated Cocoon from a distance, delivering 2 auto attacks followed by a final Q in Spider form to secure the kill. Dansha, Zhe Yuan's voice rang out, vibrant and powerful. C9 was left with only Impat, who held a slight advantage in farm, yet he could not salvage the dire situation. Inside the municipal auditorium, the North American audience turned their eyes towards the large screen, their expressions filled with disappointment. The second round of the group stage had barely commenced, and their home region's team found themselves cornered. For C9 to triumph over their last 2 opponents, They would need to rely on VG to secure a double kill against SKT for any chance of a tiebreaker to progress. As the match approached the 20-minute mark, C9's outer towers had all fallen, and VG assembled at the Baron pit, preparing to claim the Nashor. The only point of strength, Jace, moved to the front, attempting to wear down the opponents with empowered shots to thwart VG's Baron attempt. However, the Dragon Lord's Poppy was cunning. He instructed the Baron to cast the magic doll upon himself, utilizing the increased resistance and shield to withstand the electrical surge single-handedly. Should C9 take a desperate gamble to contest the Baron? Zhe Yuan genuinely hoped the opponents would exhibit some tenacity, thereby hastening the pace of the match. Yet, Hai made the decision to forfeit the Nashor. In the short term, the choice appeared sound. C9 lacked vision near the Baron pit, and given the vast economic disparity, recklessly engaging would be tantamount to handing over free kills. However, considering the long-term implications, without seizing a glimmer of hope, C9 faced nothing less than a slow demise. They even lacked a proper initiation point, relying solely on Ashe's ultimate for a chance at luck and Hai's Rek'Sai to flash into the fray. Yet, landing Ashe's enchanted crystal arrow on the VG team, bolstered by the dragon's power, would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, given the overwhelming disadvantage, Rek'Sai's flank would be unrealistic as VG would undoubtedly secure vision before advancing. As Rexer entered the fray, his meager resilience seemed insufficient against the relentless barrage from VG, likely leading to his demise before he could even execute a flash. The roar of Baron Nashor reverberated throughout the canyon. Gu Xing, relaxed in demeanor, lifted a paper cup and drained its icy contents during a brief return to base. The opposing team possessed no opportunity for a comeback, leaving him unperturbed. Leading his comrades, they besieged and dismantled the C9 defensive towers, encroaching upon the jungle and systematically clearing vision. VG's strategic maneuvers left no room for error, steadily amplifying their economic advantage to over 10,000 gold. Victory was all but assured. Recognizing that the enemy could no longer mount a significant resistance, VG fortified their equipment and mounted an assault on C9's front turret. As the super minions battered the last two turrets, Hai, unable to contain himself, flashed into the fray in an attempt to knock back an overly aggressive imp. However, the battlefield was chaotic, and in a moment of confusion, Hai found himself ensnared by a cocoon. What was he thinking? Ziyuan nearly burst into laughter at Hai's miscalculation. Flashing into a cocoon? In the blink of an eye, Rexer remained trapped, his health evaporating. An icy magical crystal arrow was unleashed, only to be intercepted by Poppy, allowing the Baron to charge in with the spider and sweep up 3 adversaries. The shockwave ignited a cacophony of excited exclamations from the audience. Joo Sung-bin unleashed his ultimate, sealing off the fountain. Karma, attempting to retreat to safety, was swiftly dispatched by his 3 bullets. A team wipe ensued. VG suffered but a single casualty, as Dragon Brother inadvertently took damage from the fountain, leaving the pitiful little cannon lying before C9's base. The remaining 4 decisively shattered C9's nexus. As an aside, EG proved remarkably fragile. Tomorrow's semi-final should be quite the spectacle. A 9,700-word chapter, 23 million views, 27 million. I shall update shortly to refine the plot. As indicated by the title, the narrative is of considerable importance and requires meticulous polishing. 183. The True Secret of the Water Cooler War God. Congratulations to VG. Ziyuan, with a triumphant smile, secured their 4th victory in the group stage, maintaining their lead atop Group A standings. Remembering the exhilaration following their victory over C9, VG became the first team to advance from Group A, carving a path through the dreaded death group. Sporadic VG supporters in the audience fervently waved glow sticks, attempting to generate an atmosphere. Some North American spectators politely applauded to cheer for the victors, sparing the venue from a library-like silence. Gu Xing removed his headphones, beaming a sunny smile as he waved to the fans below. He had achieved his initial goal in America, and it had been even easier than anticipated. His companion, Zhu Xiaolong, exhaled in relief, his expression one of satisfaction, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. We've made it through. Joo Sung-bin excitedly rushed over to embrace his jungler, revealing 2 slightly protruding front teeth as he smiled. Though a veteran and participating in his 4th consecutive world championship, he was filled with joy. Imp, while feigning nonchalance, was secretly fearful of failure. The memories of being eliminated in the group stages of both the 3rd and S5 World Championships haunt him, leaving him restless and sleepless at night. The pain is unbearable. Gu Xing, having forcibly abstained from alcohol for rehabilitation, had contemplated this before arriving in San Francisco, with the draw placing them in a death group. He anxiously pondered the possibility of facing another round of the top 16. The mere thought of 3 consecutive exits would subject his career to the merciless ridicule of public opinion, casting it into an abyss of despair. Fortunately, not only was he in good form, but his teammates also performed admirably. The scenario of facing 4 AP champions, with the junglers stubbornly building a blue shield, would never occur again. Gu Xing could hear the deep voice of the English commentator resonating through the venue. Regrettably, as the 3rd seed from North America, C9 still found themselves significantly outmatched against the LPL champions. The expression of the C9 players, seated in their chairs, was one of barely concealed frustration. Even though they had prepared themselves for a potential loss to VG, the reality of being so thoroughly defeated was hard to accept. With a kill score of 222, C9 had failed to secure a single defensive tower or dragon throughout the match. The once confident Captain Hai now bore a dispirited countenance. His pride in the objective control strategy crumbled before Gu Xing, who seemed impervious to any counterattack. It was evident that the current meta favored aggressive junglers dominating the jungle. However, Captain Hai had to concede that in terms of execution and rhythm management, he was no match for Gu Xing. The relentless onslaught from the opposing team seemed to have no end. Just when they managed to stave off one wave of attack, another would immediately follow, leaving no respite for recovery. A momentary lapse could allow Gu Xing to seize the opportunity to snowball, rendering him vulnerable in the jungle. Top laner Impat was particularly displeased. In the first round against VG, he was trained into submission on Rumble, gaining little experience in the game. In this match, although he was assigned Jace and sacrificed once by Captain Hai in the early game to counter jungle, he still found himself lacking an advantage. Longu, like a slippery eel, showed no signs of vulnerability. Sensing danger, he would swiftly escape, while Poppy, wielding her R ability, could easily send any intruder packing. If all else failed, there was always Flash to facilitate an escape. By the time the hammer form of the cannon built Sunfire Aegis and boots, the physical damage duo of Jace and Rek'Sai from C9 could hardly eliminate him. Impat, despite being allocated resources from the team, failed to translate that into a tangible advantage, leaving his expression as dark as coal. Perhaps the grim expressions of the C9 players were too evident, prompting the commentators to attempt to soothe the atmosphere. Their upcoming match against SKT would be a do-or-die situation. This game had concluded, and there would be no chance for a rematch. Thus, they must accept their defeat with composure and prepare for the remaining matches. Only then could C9 hope to create a miracle today. The streaming room on the foreign platform was bustling with numerous European and American viewers. The chat channel was scrolling at a rapid pace. NA's discounted water bottle? Even as a European, I find that laughable. What a joke. C9, the 3rd seed, managed only 3 kills combined against VG in 2 rounds. G2 is a disgrace. 0 kills, 0 towers, 0 dragons in the first round. How can the number 1 seed from Europe laugh at NA? I apologize. But G2 has been unilaterally expelled from the European region, and the top seed is now H2K. Is Virtue poised to claim another MVP title? It is astonishing that his pre-match ranking was a mere 15th. His striking appearance and gameplay certainly attract a following. Could we perhaps arrange for Virtue and Ja to take a photograph together? As for Lee Ji-hoon, it seems that in the past 2 years, the only notable native junglers in the LPL have been Clearlove and Loveling. Those without love in their names have generally been lackluster, garnering little acclaim. Moreover, I must mention how peculiar their English IDs are. As Gu Xing and the 5 members of C9 exchanged friendly handshakes and bowed in gratitude at the center of the stage, the audience had already reconciled with C9's dismal defeat, instead lauding the victors, VG. Whistles and cheers echoed throughout the municipal auditorium, creating a lively atmosphere. Excellent performance. Manager Liu Wenjun awaited at the entrance of the corridor, eagerly congratulating the players as they descended from the stage. Boss Ding Jun was also beaming with delight. Initially, he had only aspired to form a team that would reach the World Championship, never anticipating such fortuitous success. Reaching the top 8 was already a remarkable achievement for him. After all, the best result for the LPL region last year was merely a first-round elimination in the playoffs. It is only natural that he harbors hopes for further advancement. Upon returning to the lounge, Gu Xing noticed the ongoing clash between G2 and SKT. KT's lineup remained unchanged, with the enigmatic blank still in play for the first match. It remains uncertain what Ka is concealing and whether there will be any substitutions in subsequent games. Gu Xing feels that if blank continues to play, he is confident in overcoming SKT once more. G2, however, appears to be faltering. Jack gazes at the television screen, unable to secure victories in lane. How can they compete? As Gu Xing surmised, Perks, just hours before the match, was not preoccupied with training but rather exchanging jerseys, essentially signaling G2's intent to concede in the second round. Against SKT, they could not even endure for 15 minutes. All 3 outer turrets were taken down, and the economic deficit ballooned to nearly 4,000 gold. Might we declare our 5th victory prematurely? Little Duan, rarely optimistic, seems to be buoyed by this notion. This iteration of SKT has not been particularly dominant early on. While their landing strength across all 3 lanes is commendable, they are not adept at initiating offensive momentum. Their strategy primarily revolves around resource exchanges and damage control until mid-game. Thereafter gradually squeezing their opponent's development space through frequent and skillful rotations, ultimately securing victory. If G2 struggles against an SKT that is only moderately aggressive in the early game, how can they possibly contend with VG? Nonetheless, even with such a substantial economic advantage in the early game, SKT found it challenging to achieve a swift conclusion in the mid-game. This is partly due to their inherent style, which does not favor rapid assaults, and secondly, the current version does not lend itself well to shorter matches. The lack of tanks and initiation options resulted in both teams engaging in drawn-out skirmishes at the turrets, often exhausting their abilities without a single casualty. In contrast, VG's previous match showcased a remarkably fluid offensive rhythm. Yet it still took them until the 28-minute mark to dismantle C9's base. Had it been during the summer season, with an entirely crowd control-oriented lineup, VG could have finished the match 3 to 4 minutes earlier. Although KT's advance was slow, G2 would have found it impossible to mount a comeback. Gu Xing understood that the outcome of this match could not be reversed. Bored out of his mind, he decided to pull out his phone and check the news. It was already morning in the country, and many friends and family members had sent congratulatory messages upon learning of VG's advancement after watching their first match against C9. The group chat, 7 Wolves, was particularly lively, with dozens of messages flooding in, many sent by just one person. For a group chat with around 10 members, this volume of messages was quite overwhelming. Gu Xing was curious and puzzled as to why, at around 8 in the morning, there would be so many messages in 7 Wolves. Upon opening the chat, he discovered that only one person was speaking to himself. Xiang QAQ. Wow? Xiaogu's gank was so solid. Xiaogu, my treasure, your spider is simply divine. To advance from the death group into the top 8 is just too incredible, right? Patrick STA, as he noticed that no one was responding to him, he decided to tag people in the group. Lin Weixiang had changed his original Zhanqi TV prefix, presumably because his streaming contract with Tanchizi had expired. Gu Xing typed a reply. Your sleeping habits seem rather off. Normally, professional players sleep late at night and rise around noon. Unless there is a significant event that necessitates a change. Xiang QAQ. I just stayed up late to watch the match. After the match, I can sleep from noon until evening, right? Gu Xing felt utterly exasperated. Staying up until noon is considered staying up late? Jack, finding the match dull, began to engage in idle chatter on his phone. Unfortunately, he had no counterargument. Staying up late is bad for your health. I suggest you just push your sleep to tomorrow morning. That way, pulling an all-nighter is healthier. Lin Weixiang replied quickly. Nicole is truly humorous, haha. At that moment, the laughter in the online chat had already become tainted, and Gu Xing could sense his disdain even through the screen. What followed was a war of words between Yu Wenba and Lin Weixiang. Jack had somehow dug up a chat screenshot where Lin Weixiang, in a bid for a 10-cent membership, addressed Yu Wenba as Big Brother with a rather affectionate tone. This scene evidently occurred before Yu Wenba's signing. For once Jack's promotional photo was revealed, everyone could discern that he was quite young. Lin Weixiang's voice had been high-pitched and childish. Just listening to it made him sound significantly younger than Yu Wenba during his voice-changing phase. Xiang QAQ. He was not adept at arguing and was somewhat single-minded. Upon seeing Jack throw out the screenshot, he could only feign ignorance. Gu Xing remained silent, quietly saving the screenshot to his phone. As the group chat fell silent once more, Jack left everyone in suspense, stating that a new member would be joining in a couple of days. Gu Xing had not anticipated that Doinb, despite being in America, had his heart in Ionia. Over the past month, none of them had played on the domestic server, so where could a new member possibly come from? The commentary from the television screen suddenly escalated in intensity as Faker's champion, Cassiopeia, activated her sprint to advance forward. With deftness, she deceived the enemy's skill and, with Wolf's Nami, unleashed her ultimate ability, Tidal Wave, sending two of G2's frontline champions flying. Bang, lurking in the back line, unleashed a relentless barrage of damage. Frost Archer drew her bow, executing smooth auto-attacks as arrows rained down upon G2's members. SKT's dual carries shone brightly, turning the team fight into a dazzling display of their prowess. Since establishing their formidable dominance at last year's World Championship, SKT has seen changes in both top lane and jungle positions. However, as long as the trio of the 96 line is intact, the team remains remarkably stable. The synergy of these three undeniably world-class players yields a chilling display of power in team fights, particularly the dual carries, who, unlike Wolf, the commander, must concentrate intensely on their mechanics. Often, one will engage at the front, while the other adeptly cleans up the battlefield. Such was the case in VG's initial encounter with SKT. Bang frequently assumed the role of the primary damage dealer, and his ability to find space for output in team fights could be deemed unparalleled in the current era, consistently maximizing damage. G2's last glimmer of hope for advancement was utterly extinguished, as their 4 consecutive losses sealed their fate, rendering them unable to secure a spot in the top 2 of Group A. The television signal adjusted by Lee Ji-hoon was from a domestic live broadcast, with Ziyuan's commentary resonating loudly. SKT claimed their 3rd victory, placing 1 foot firmly in the door of the knockout stage. As G2's nexus was on the brink of destruction, VG's members readied themselves for their next appearance. Due to scheduling constraints, the 4 teams had to complete 6 matches and tiebreakers in a single day, inevitably leading to back-to-back battles. Riot has certain unwritten rules regarding this matter. Teams in the first seed pool do not have to endure such grueling back-to-back schedules. VG benefited from this invisible advantage, as they were scheduled for the 1st, 3rd, and 5th matches of the day, allowing for rest intervals in between. Even in the event of tiebreakers, they would not face their next match until at least the 7th game. G2, however, was not so fortunate. After facing SKT, they were immediately set to clash with VG. One could say this was the retribution of the mid-season Invitational 28. Had G2 performed adequately at that time, securing a top 4 position would have guaranteed them a first seed slot. They would have had the advantage in grouping and would not have found themselves in this perilous group. Nor would they have to endure back-to-back matches. How long had this game been running? Gu Xing glanced at the television screen before leaving, noting the time, 34 minutes and 4 seconds. Come on, brothers, let us strive to finish G2 within 34 minutes. Speed pushing, huh? Joo Sung-bin expressed keen interest. Let me think about which champion would be most suitable. Either Ezreal or something else works. Long Gu was also energized, suggesting they push down towers early and accelerate their rotation rhythm, enabling them to take the first Baron down swiftly. Everyone shared their opinions and perspectives. Doinb was eager to join in. Speed pushing is my forte. I can pick Darius and let old Gu feed me 2 kills. We could see the enemy's high ground in 10 minutes. However, he kept this thought to himself. Gu Xing mentioned speed pushing, but it was clear he intended to conclude the match as swiftly as possible while ensuring victory. Given SKT's current form, it was unlikely that C9 would pose much of a threat to them. The final 2 teams are set to engage in a fierce battle for the top position in their group. Should VG suffer a defeat against G2 and subsequently fall to SKT, they would forfeit their chance for a tiebreaker and instead advance to the knockout stage as the 2nd seed. Doinb possesses commendable skills, yet his lack of practice in San Francisco has hindered his performance. Both Hongmi and the team were uncertain about securing a stable qualification, prompting the decision to allow the experienced Joo Sung-bin to play consistently in pursuit of a coveted advancement spot. Unexpectedly, what was anticipated to be a death group evolved into a scenario where the alliance of China and Korea decimated their European and American counterparts. As it stands, the future remains uncertain, and Hongmi could not afford to replace Jack at this critical juncture. Gu Xing gave Doinb's narrow shoulders a reassuring pat, seemingly discerning his thoughts. There is still a chance. The murmurs from the VG training department created a cacophony, leaving Jack bewildered, wondering what was being said. Gu Xing waved his hand dismissively, accepting a cup filled with beverages from World's Sister, and hastily departed down the corridor towards the stage without looking back. Jack, still in a fog, bid farewell to the players and coach, only to return to his room and find his teammates on the screen adjusting their equipment on stage. G2's path to advancement had been completely severed. With no hope of reaching the top 8, they displayed an unexpected optimism, judging by their expressions. One could hardly discern whether they were more joyful than last year's LGD. It seemed they were on track to replace LGD as the true embodiment of optimism. Perks was seen shouting something across to Gu Xing, but Doinb, unable to comprehend English, could not read his lips. However, Gu Xing wore a cheerful smile. Brother Xing is quite popular, remarked World's Sister. How does he manage to strike up conversations with everyone? This comment distracted Doinb, and he recalled the team uniforms Gu Xing had brought to San Francisco. They were all VGS summer attire, though now most had been replaced with new brands and logos. The array of jerseys, featuring players like Peanut, Smeb, Blank, Yankos, and Master Brother, was stacked together so densely that one might assume a crowd resided in the hotel room. The pre-match atmosphere against G2 was vibrant. Before reaching the BP phase, all 10 players were furiously typing on their keyboards, their expressions relaxed as they clearly engaged in casual conversation within a custom room. Yet, once the match commenced, VG showcased their unparalleled ferocity in the LPL. From start to finish, they relentlessly clashed with G2, ensuring that without a flurry of kills, the team fights could not conclude. By the 10-minute mark, the combined kill count had exceeded 15. Many spectators, weary of monotonous gameplay, found exhilaration in the frequent skirmishes and the display of skill. This reminds me of our bronze matches. Only the survivors are worthy of last hits. Imp's recent ultimate was absolutely stunning, taking down an opponent from 800 miles away. Little Gu's Lee Sin is truly fierce. His Dragon-S rage is executed with such speed it seems like a macro, sending Perks flying out of the turret without a moment's pause. Before the match, AP took the initiative to greet Xiao Gu, yet now he shows no mercy to friends. What a ruthless heart. Virtue remarked, if a casual greeting qualifies as friendship, then I must have brothers all over. My heart is as unyielding as stone. Just moments ago, he attempted to curry favor to gain an advantage. But that door is firmly shut. Eliminations remain the simplest and most direct means to widen the economic gap. G2 accompanied VG in a frenzy of small-scale skirmishes, ultimately resulting in more losses than victories. Each key player's demise incurs a loss of corresponding minion waves and jungle monsters, rapidly amplifying the disparity between the two teams. As the match reached the 21-minute mark, the economic deficit ballooned to around 10,000 gold. G2 found themselves in an increasingly precarious position. At this juncture, contemplating strategies to reverse their disadvantage was too late. VG decisively initiated the Baron Nashor. Xiao Gu, having reached a godlike status with his 3-item build, could withstand the Baron's output single-handedly, showcasing the enhancements of his W ability, Golden Bell Shield. The shield's protective value had increased, along with a 5 boost to lifesteal, allowing the well-equipped Gu Xing to endure the Baron's assault for 10 seconds. Not to mention, the additional shield from Karma's E ability, Inspire. Aside from their top laner, the remaining 4 from VG could easily handle the Baron. G2, utilizing their foresight, detected VG's Baron attempt and hurried to intervene. A fierce battle ensued at the Dragon Pit. Xiao Gu executed the Baron with a combination of his Smite and second Q ability, Echo, then promptly joined the fray. Gu Xing approached Perks with a Flash R, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling, while simultaneously knocking Trick, the jungler, airborne. The sound wave from his Q, Celestial Wave, struck true, eliminating AP in a single onslaught. With G2's remaining top laner in a desperate retreat, VG's 5 champions, all imbued with the Baron buff, prepared to push through the mid lane and conclude the match. Faced with the relentless tide of minions, G2's top laner, Expect, could do little but watch as their base was dismantled. Just 22 minutes and 8 seconds into the game, VG obliterated the enemy nexus, marking the shortest match duration in this tournament thus far. Remember to cheer loudly, for VG's momentum is unstoppable with 5 consecutive victories. He was only responsible for commentating the first 3 matches of the day, and this game served as a fitting conclusion. He expressed his exhilaration at VG's fiery performance. As they were set to face SKT later, seemingly poised for a flawless group stage run, Gu Xing joyfully approached the G2 players' bench to shake hands, sharing a brief embrace with AP before departing. Upon returning to the backstage lounge, still buzzing from the exhilarating match atmosphere, he received news that was uncertain in its implications. SKT had reported their lineup for the 5th match of the day against VG. Vincent, shaking the notice in his hand, looked exasperated. They had opted to substitute in Benji. In an instant, the VG players, still reveling in their resounding victory, fell into silence. Redmi quickly clapped his hands, breaking the tension with a crisp sound, urging everyone not to panic. Hadn't I prepared you all at the meeting? To speak candidly, SKT's decision to substitute Benji indeed has significant implications for VG in the upcoming second round of the group stage. Audiences across various esports forums have meticulously analyzed the standings following the conclusion of the first round. It is highly probable that ROX and SSG, both hailing from the Korean League, will secure the top positions. KT, by merely advancing as the second from the group, faces a 23% chance of encountering internal conflict in the knockout stage. At that juncture, the discourse within the Korean online community will undoubtedly weigh heavily upon SKT. Criticism surrounding SKT's lackluster performance in Group A, thereby resulting in the absence of one representative from LCK in the top 8, will surely proliferate. Moreover, aside from the pressures of public opinion, the leading teams from other groups possess formidable strength as well. KT's ambition to reclaim the championship title is unwavering. Confronted by formidable opponents in the quarterfinals, revealing all their hidden strategies and tactics, how shall they navigate the ensuing knockout rounds? Regardless of their concerns about public sentiment or the advantageous positioning for the knockout stage, KT must strive for the top spot in Group A. In the first 2 matches of the second round against Western teams, Blank will continue to gain experience, as the team is unlikely to falter. Witnessing VG effortlessly dominate C9 and G2, SKT understands that deploying Blank would likely lead to a grueling battle. Thus, Ka has decided to field Benji, who has been sidelined for months, in hopes of swiftly overpowering their adversaries. The VG players, having prepared in advance, exhibit a solemn demeanor. They are aware that SKT reaches its closest semblance of completeness with Benji in the lineup. During the summer season, SKT relegated Benji to the bench due to several matches where his performance was less stable compared to Blank's. However, while Blank may establish a baseline for the team's performance, his upper limit is palpably limited. After all, one cannot expect Blank to suddenly execute an extraordinary, heart-stopping maneuver. Moreover, his mindset can be unreliable under pressure, leading to potential mistakes. After being pushed to a 3-2 deficit by KT, he would bear the brunt of the blame. The decision to bring in Benji is clearly an attempt to harness the experience and composure of the seasoned veteran to thwart VG's formidable jungle incursions. Gu Xing checks the compartment of his backpack, where 3 pieces of dory dark chocolate remain. He packed them just in case, fearing any unforeseen twist during the second round of the group stage. To be fair, when considering the desire for victory, Gu Xing would certainly prefer to face Blank, as the threat he poses is minimal. Yet, he genuinely yearns for a more formidable opponent. Gu Xing embarked on his professional journey not out of lofty dreams, but primarily for financial gain. Another reason is the sheer tedium of playing ranked matches in the first tier, where he finds it challenging to encounter sufficiently skilled adversaries. The professional arena fulfills Gu Xing's aspirations. The dual champion Benji is undoubtedly among the world's most formidable junglers, and he approaches the impending decisive battle with great anticipation. The newly appointed commentator, Dada, exuberantly exclaims that SKT is on a rampage, poised to obliterate C9's top crystal. C9, in this match, has substituted in Mateos, hoping that his rejuvenated presence will bring surprises to the team. Regrettably, it proves of little consequence. Although Blank often finds himself as the weak link within SKT, the stakes remain high. Only when faced with formidable opponents can one's own flaws be revealed. C9 demonstrates a commendable level of skill. However, there remains a significant gap between them and SKT. In this match, SKT adopted an extremely measured pace, seemingly intent on methodically wearing down their adversaries. It is indeed impressive. As commented by a spectator, they are focused on maintaining their composure, ensuring that every move is executed flawlessly before advancing, waiting for the right moment to unleash their fervor against us. KT's sole contender for the remaining qualification spot is none other than C9. Victory over their opponent is imperative to vie for the top spot in the group alongside VG. Moreover, SKT will soon face VG back-to-back. Hence there is no rush to decisively eliminate their rivals, opting instead to prolong the match at a leisurely pace. KT is a team that thrives in longer engagements. As time progresses, their players tend to elevate their performance. C9's chances of recovery appear bleak, and SKT shows no reluctance to prolong the match, waiting until their players are sufficiently warmed up to commence the next round. The back-to-back format inadvertently weakens participating teams, as it is rare for any team to maintain high levels of concentration when confronted with two opponents exhibiting starkly different styles consecutively. KT employs this strategy to mitigate negative impacts, striving to equalize the physical disparity between themselves and VG. However, this has not gone unnoticed by the North American audience, who expressed their dissatisfaction. In a match deemed unwinnable, some speculate that SKT is intentionally prolonging the game to torment the local hosts. Indeed, a few ardent C9 fans in the stands voiced their discontent, booing to protest against what they perceive as the opponent's passive tactics and deliberate time-wasting. KT, however, remains unfazed. Initially, I could have pushed for victory with a 96.34 chance, but now I await a substantial economic lead to bring our win probability close to 100. How can one accuse me of playing passively? As the match reached the 39-minute mark, SKT finally concluded their torment, securing the Elder Dragon and decisively pushing down C9's base. Thus, the qualification spots for Group A were determined. The remaining matches consist of a contest for the top spot between VG and SKT, as well as a showdown between the European and American teams. It is time to take the stage again. Jin Wonha returned to the locker room with an announcement from the official staff. For the third time today, Gu Xing, before taking his seat, cast a glance at the opposing player area where Benji sat. His appearance was rather unremarkable, neither strikingly handsome nor unattractive. Of average height and slightly overweight. Adorned with quintessential Korean round glasses, he could easily blend into the streets of Seoul without drawing attention. The player, whose real name is Pei Xingxiong, was engaged in jovial conversation with his teammate Lee Xiangha. Gu Xing settled into his chair, adjusting his focus in preparation for a dazzling display of skill. Yet, merely 5 minutes into the game, Benji caught him out of position. Faker's arrival for support was astonishingly swift. Seeing the Lord fall behind, Gu Xing had no choice but to flash away and retreat. Being caught out for the first time would lead to a challenging subsequent match. With Benji's debut, SKT's offensive and defensive strategies were seamlessly integrated, leaving no openings across all lanes and jungle. Gu Xing struggled to find opportunities and could only focus on farming. It wasn't until the match reached the 13-minute mark that first blood was drawn. Gu Xing made a simple play in the bot lane, and soon both teams' mid and jungle players converged, transforming a small skirmish into a 4v4 battle. Gu Xing's Lee Sin executed a geometric kick, sending two opponents flying and inflicting significant damage along with control effects. With his brilliant maneuvers, VG managed a 2-for-3 exchange, claiming a single kill at the cost of their surviving player's health, which compelled them to retreat and relinquish the first blood tower in the bottom lane. The economic disparity between both teams was negligible. However, SKT had only just begun to gain momentum. Through steady operations in the mid-game, they gradually widened the economic gap. Gu Xing found himself under relentless scrutiny from the formidable opponent, feeling as though SKT anticipated his every assault. Yet, upon activating his vision wards, he discovered no enemy presence nearby. This peculiar phenomenon left Gu Xing momentarily flummoxed. He was uncertain whether his occasional undetected ganks had truly gone unnoticed by SKT. A hasty engagement might lead to disaster if a lurking foe lay in wait. Yet, by refraining from initiating attacks, Gu Xing effectively allowed SKT to gradually amplify their advantage, akin to a frog slowly being boiled in water. He had never encountered such a tenacious jungler before. In the jungle, attempts to ambush the opposing team often ended in futility. On the rare occasion he did find the jungler, there were always nearby SKT teammates to provide protection. Virtue's rhythm was stifled by the relentless pressure from the enemy, leaving little room for impactful plays. Although Gu Xing managed to execute a couple of decent ultimates through sheer skill, it proved inconsequential to the overall match dynamics. VG's operational prowess was formidable on a global scale, yet they appeared slightly outmatched against the SKT of this meta. The match remained stalemated until the 32nd minute, with an economic difference of less than 5,000. Through a masterful collaboration, Faker and the jungler eliminated Ho Yi near the Baron pit, subsequently initiating a Baron attempt. Gu Xing's endeavor to secure the dragon ended in failure, costing him his life and allowing SKT to take down the mid-tier 2 tower. The tide of the game had clearly turned. As the match approached the 40-minute mark, SKT congregated near the Elder Dragon, seeking to seize advantageous positioning for crucial neutral resources. Realizing that his entry to contest the dragon was severely hindered, Gu Xing knew a team fight was imperative. He attempted to kick Lee Sang-hyuk back into his own ranks, with teammates exerting themselves to showcase their exceptional competitive skills. However, the surviving Bang still managed to secure a decisive victory, with respawn times lingering. Bang alone could dismantle VG's base. The Korean commentators erupted in excitement, heralding the impending tiebreaker. VG's nexus was shattered, with the match duration frozen at precisely 42 minutes. The broadcast displayed the scoreboard, with SKT climbing in rank, now tied with VG at 5 wins and 1 loss, leading the group. Gu Xing returned to the practice room with a paper cup in hand, where the atmosphere was heavy. "It's all right," he reassured his teammates. "Let's keep our spirits high. We have about an hour to adjust." The final match of Group A's main event unfolded between C9 and G2. Two teams vying for entertainment value in a game that held no stakes for their elimination. After this clash of Western teams, the much-anticipated tiebreaker would follow. Yet, inside VG's practice room, no one paid heed to this inconsequential culinary battle. Ho Yi continued to sift through the match footage, seeking to identify his shortcomings, while the other players gathered around to review the replays. "Are there any noise-canceling headphones available?" Gu Xing inquired. Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback as he extracted a pair of headphones from his backpack. "Is Lee all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine, thanks," Gu Xing replied, taking the headphones and occupying half of the sofa. Noticing his teammates engrossed in watching the replay on the computer, he selected a piece of soft music and indulged in a piece of dark chocolate, allowing its bittersweet flavor to linger in his mouth. Slowly, Gu Xing closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the familiar landscape of the Summoner's Rift appeared on the ceiling above. Navigating with ease, Gu Xing arrived at the moment of his initial mistake. Through months of professional training, his awareness and strategic vision had significantly improved. With the advantage of a god's perspective, Gu Xing effortlessly rectified this error. The subsequent virtual match, however, was of utmost importance. He aimed to glean insights into the gameplay of Benji through the repetitious encounters. Prior to the match, he had observed the statistics of 2 junglers from SKT. Benji, despite trailing behind in terms of jungle clearing, economic advantage, and vision control compared to Xiaohe, excelled in only a few metrics: first blood rate, average vision score, and achieving greater damage with less economy. Analyzing the data alone suggested that Benji was evidently inferior to Xiaohe. Even in early game skirmishes in the jungle, Benji was somewhat lacking. Yet, what could account for the substantial enhancement Benji brought to SKT when he stepped onto the stage? It could only be said that his contributions were not always reflected in the numbers, especially concerning vision data. How did Benji manage to eliminate more enemy wards while placing fewer of his own, all the while discerning the opponent's intentions? Gu Xing engaged in virtual matches repeatedly. While the Summoner's Rift in his mind could elevate his skills, its greatest benefit was the ability to condense time in reality. Within a short span, he conducted hundreds of reviews, ultimately relying on his insights for improvement. After countless replays, Gu Xing seized upon a crucial detail: the synergy between lanes and jungle. In this regard, Gu Xing had made some progress, but Benji's execution was nothing short of mastery. It seemed as if all 3 lanes were under his control. Each time Benji farmed the upper jungle, the minion waves for SKT's top and mid lanes were always pushed out into the river. Consequently, Gu Xing faced significant challenges in counter-jungling. Even if he located Benji, any attempt to invade would be futile without teammate support. Moreover, Benji could leverage his proximal advantage to assist his allies in counter-ganking. If such maneuvers occurred only once or twice, Gu Xing could manage them. However, Benji consistently farmed the jungle only when his teammates ensured corresponding lane advantages. The mental acuity required for such precision was daunting. Benji had to keep a constant watch on the minimap and respond promptly, a feat only achievable through extensive training. This approach maximized his safety. Additionally, Gu Xing noted that Benji often refrained from farming jungle monsters, opting instead to devote significant time to aiding his teammates across all lanes with minion control, rather than focusing on his own jungle camps. Everything he did was aimed at ensuring his allies' comfort. In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment crossed Gu Xing's mind. G2 met a tragic end. With 9,000 words and 23,950,027 views, the match consumed some time, thus the update is delayed. Today, surpassing 10,000 words is certainly feasible. Consider it a significant chapter. Congratulations to RNG. In the realm of peculiar maneuvers, after conducting numerous simulations of virtual matches, Gu Xing has come to a realization. Benji's playstyle embodies the traditional support role, primarily focusing on map control and prioritizing the 3 lanes teammates. In contrast, personal development appears secondary to him. This elucidates why Benji's economic experience in the initial 10 minutes of the match consistently lags behind, failing to match Xiaohe. In Benji's perspective, clearing jungle camps pales in comparison to safeguarding teammates to establish favorable wave conditions. He possesses a keen understanding of how to facilitate a more comfortable development for the 3-lane players, mastering the art of nurturing. Unlike other support junglers, Benji's comprehension of the synergy between landing and jungle interaction is profound. Describing it as exemplary would not be an exaggeration. In comparison, the C9 player, Hai, who took the stage today, can only be regarded as a mere illusion of a water-cooler warrior. Gu Xing reminisced about the previous encounter with SKT, where Benji's operations and reaction speed were genuinely sluggish. His team fight approach was predominantly stable and conservative, emphasizing practicality and utility, rarely venturing into risky maneuvers. It can be said that Benji relies entirely on intellect to navigate the game. This lane protection style has its merits and drawbacks, Gu Xing silently pondered. The advantage lies in the enhanced comfort of the 3-lane teammates. If the teammates are exceptionally skilled, this protection can empower them significantly. Conversely, the downside is its dependency on the team's capabilities. Should the 3-lane players falter, Benji's prolonged efforts to maintain lane integrity may ultimately yield little benefit, leaving him in a precarious position. In other words, Benji acts as a substantial teammate amplifier. Expecting him to carry the game independently is rather unrealistic. Nonetheless, the prowess of SKT's other members this year is indeed reliable. With 2 of the world's premier carries in mid and bot, their steady development into the late game becomes a nightmare for all adversaries. Although top laner Duke may not hold a prominent status within the team, he was once the king of solo kills in the LCK, and at SKT, he has become a pivotal figure, primarily due to role positioning and resource allocation. His skill, while not matching the dual carries, is far from inferior. SKT boasts an extraordinarily strong trio of players, and Benji's playstyle continually elevates the team's potential. Particularly, the synergy between Faker and Benji in the mid-jungle duo is remarkably harmonious. As long as the mid laner, Lee Sang-hyuk, can play comfortably, the entire team thrives. Gu Xing keenly observed the Summoner's Rift, gradually adapting to Benji's approach while seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. SKT's lane-jungle synergy is executed to perfection. At times, Benji relinquishes certain jungle camps, seemingly capable of invading, yet the enemy's counter-response is often too swift, leading to setbacks. Moreover, pure counter-jungling is best executed with champions like Nidalee to maximize effectiveness. However, in this current meta, Nidalee is frequently unavailable in most matchups. The marksman is not particularly suited for the environment, and the shortcomings of the clumsy chicken's lane-preserving strategy are deftly obscured by SKT's overall strength and the nuances of the current meta, making it exceedingly challenging to counteract. Gu Xing has made several attempts, yet has been unable to secure victory in the virtual matchups. Thus he must seek alternative methods. The 10 champions within the Rift are in constant motion, mirroring the rapid activity of his mind. Gu Xing possesses commendable comprehension skills, contemplating issues from various perspectives. Directly confronting the clumsy chicken's lane-preserving strategy proves impractical, as the difficulty renders it unfeasible. So, what if they could prevent the clumsy chicken from easily safeguarding his teammates across all lanes? Disrupting, or even halting Benji's rhythm seems to be a considerably simpler endeavor. In the subsequent rounds of virtual matches, Gu Xing focused on this principle. Unsurprisingly, the outcomes were superior to before. If he could intercept the clumsy chicken before he could assist with the minion waves, the problem would be resolved with relative ease. However, It was imperative for him to understand Benji's thought process in order to anticipate his objectives. Gu Xing discerned the crux of the matter. It was not overly complex. He merely had to put himself in the clumsy chicken's shoes. Yet, Benji's ability to execute an unparalleled lane-preserving strategy in the entire league stems from his exceptional understanding of the synergy between lanes and jungle. Gu Xing must elevate his own lane-jungle coordination skills to grasp the clumsy chicken's intentions fully. Fortunately, there is ample time in the virtual matches. Each duel serves as a practical lesson from the clumsy chicken on how to seamlessly integrate all three lanes with the jungle. He regards Benji as a model for learning. And coupled with his own understanding, his progress is nothing short of meteoric. Initially, Gu Xing kept track of the number of virtual matches. When the count reached 3 digits, he wisely refrained from expending energy on that matter. Focusing solely on one lane or a half jungle would be significantly easier. However, managing all 3 lanes while considering the jungle undoubtedly demands a substantial amount of attention, easily leading to mental fatigue. Gu Xing observed on online forums that the clumsy chicken is considered a talentless professional player, unlike Faker, who is known for his exceptional skills and numerous iconic plays. He had previously shared this sentiment. However, he now feels this assessment is somewhat flawed. The clumsy chicken's mechanics may not be remarkable, but his mastery of lane-jungle synergy is akin to a textbook on operational strategy, which is undoubtedly a form of talent. The overall operational standards of professional League of Legends teams continue to advance, yet a perfect control-oriented jungler to rival the clumsy chicken has yet to emerge. After engaging in over 100 simulations against the clumsy chicken, Gu Xing gazes upon the rift, feeling akin to a chess player commanding the entire board. Increasingly adept at distributing the minion waves across all lanes, it is a sensation of effortless precision. He exhales deeply. Only one issue remains before him. In the last match, SKT often anticipated Gu Xing's position without vision, alerting their teammates in the vicinity. His several gank attempts bore no fruit, yielding no rewards. He is aware that SKT has conducted extensive research on VG prior to the second round of group stages. Under the guidance of Koma, the foolish chicken has likely analyzed his own recordings repeatedly. At that moment, Siet Tunin, relying solely on direct data charts, discerned that Gu Xing was not fond of executing a 3-wolf strategy. It is conceivable that SKT employs similar methods to scrutinize his gank and ambush habits, clearly arranging Gu Xing's movements in the previous game. How to resolve this? Just as Gu Xing found himself at a loss, he recalled a rival from his early professional days. That individual's insights could perfectly unravel the conundrum. Having adeptly concluded a virtual match, Gu Xing witnessed the opponent's crystal shatter, clarity returning to his mind. He rolled off the sofa, sitting upright, his head throbbing slightly. It was likely due to the overwhelming influx of information he had absorbed in a short span, a condition he had experienced before. Nonetheless, the pain was somewhat bearable. Gu Xing took a moment to collect himself, removing Joo Sung-bin's noise-canceling headphones, only to have the sounds of the lounge amplified dramatically. The commentary from the television, delivered by Wawa, stood out particularly. C9 had effortlessly ascended to the G2 mid-lane high ground, currently holding a significant advantage, seemingly on the verge of bidding farewell to this year's World Championship with a victory. However, Wawa appeared rather unenthusiastic. This clash between the West and Europe bore no relevance to the LPL and did not affect the qualification scenario. His mind was solely preoccupied with the final tiebreaker, showing little interest in the conflict between the Western and European regions. Send someone to flip a coin for the side selection. Vincent entered the room, signaling for Jin Wonha to accompany him. In the double round-robin group stage, teams alternated between blue and red sides. However, during the tiebreaker phase, a fresh start was required. The method involved both teams sending representatives to guess the coin's side. The correct guess would secure the side selection. Under the eager gazes of his teammates, Jin Wonha departed the lounge. As the understanding of the game deepened, the significance of side selection had increasingly become apparent over the past 2 years. The red side often found itself at a disadvantage, having to bear the burden of banning the most powerful champions of the current meta, making it difficult to gain any advantage. Gu Xing returned the headphones to Joo Sung-bin. The team had just concluded a brief review, and the atmosphere was noticeably more vibrant compared to when they had lost the match. Imp, curious, took the headphones and inquired, "What were you doing just now?" To the outside observer, Gu Xing had been reclining on the sofa with his headphones on, eyes shut, hands clasped over his abdomen, resembling a cosplayer pretending to be asleep as Detective Muri Kagoro. After a brief moment of rest to clear his mind, Gu Xing, recalling his plan, couldn't he help but chuckle. Joo Sung-bin regarded him with an incredulous expression. Was he truly delirious after the defeat? Suddenly, the lounge door swung open with a bang. Jin Wonha's excited face appeared before everyone. He shouted exuberantly, his chest heaving and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, likely from running back. The side selection. A mere 3 words instantly ignited a frenzy within the room. Hongmi, in a fit of excitement, pounded the table, nearly toppling a can of cola. Splendid, splendid. Ding Jun exclaimed in delight. Wonha, you are the coin-flipping god. The players were all filled with joy. In the previous match, they suffered defeat while playing on the blue side. Given another opportunity, it is certain that several players yearn for retribution. Jin Wonha boldly took a seat beside Gu Xing, recounting his illustrious exploits of choosing sides. Guess which side I selected, with one side inscribed and the other adorned with flowers? World, sporting a playful grin, replied. The inscribed side, right? Indeed, you guessed correctly. Jin Wonha continued. Can you guess why I chose the inscribed side? World, unabashedly revealing his black and white persona, remarked, because without inscriptions, one cannot prevail. Meanwhile, on the television screen, C9 secured the Elder Dragon, poised to launch an assault on the G2 base. Ding Jun gathered the team, forming a circle. Having lost the last match, I know many of you feel disheartened, and there are concerns about the outcome of this tiebreaker. However, it is truly unnecessary. To grace the World Championship stage and secure a spot in Group A has already fulfilled our preordained goal before summer arrives. Ding Jun reassured the players, urging them to relax. Even if we lose this tiebreaker, advancing as the second from our group is entirely acceptable. This does not signify the end of our journey. The top teams from other groups may not necessarily triumph over us. Gu Xing chuckled softly. It's merely an ordinary tiebreaker, devoid of any special significance. Lee Ji-hoon cast him a glance. Maintain composure and refrain from putting pressure on yourself. Just focus on performing well when you take the stage. As Ding Jun offered the age-old words of encouragement, he extended his hand to the center. Gu Xing promptly placed his palm atop it. The training department members followed suit, stacking their hands together. 3, 2, 1, VG, let's go. They all shouted in unison. As they prepared to take the stage, Jack draped an arm over Gu Xing's shoulder. Just believe in yourself, old Gu. You are the world's #1 jungler. He seemed to be casting a hypnotic spell as he accompanied his jungler toward the stage, chattering all the while. You've taken quite a risk with that loan, haven't you? Gu Xing felt his spirits lift. The group stage wasn't over yet. And they were already boasting? Yu Wenba declared with conviction. To me, you have always been the best jungler. Gu Xing took a sip from his cup of icy cola. All right, just watch closely from the sidelines this round. He waved farewell to his manager, the owner, and the substitute players as he traversed the passageway to the stage. The municipal auditorium was still packed to the brim. During the group stage, tickets could not be sold by individual matches, only divided into upper and lower halves, with each half comprising 3 sets. The tiebreaker was not included in the anticipated schedule, akin to a bonus round. Moreover, the highlight of the second half was the match between VG and SKT, and many of the ticket holders were local Chinese and Korean students. They certainly would not miss this crucial tiebreaker for the top spot in the group. As Gu Xing ascended the stage, he noticed VG supporters in the audience, waving banners emblazoned with team insignia in his direction. Glancing over, he observed that the SKT players, just seated, appeared even more relaxed than him. Their recent victory over VG had rekindled their familiar confidence. Lee Sang-hyuk stretched his neck and exchanged a few casual words with his longtime teammate, confirming his expectation of triumph. He believed that a powerhouse like SKT would inevitably secure the top position in the group without any unforeseen complications. In the 2013 World Championship, SKT initially faced defeat against OMG in the group stage. Yet, they managed to reclaim their strength subsequently. The Korean commentators noted the calm demeanor of the SKT players. Truly, SKT, having claimed the championship title twice, exemplifies remarkable resilience. The roar of the formidable star player, Bae Bang Jun-sik, echoed with fervor as he urged the team to triumph, showcasing their prowess to the world. His manner of speaking unmistakably reflects the seasoned Korean spirit. SKT fighting. He passionately rallied for his team. Beside him was his partner, the illustrious Captain Jack from the Ojian era, who shares a close rapport with Faker. Although they lost the draft rights and were relegated to the red side, SKT had previously won a match from the same position, instilling confidence that they could do so again. As the resonating sound of the draft phase filled the air, the BP panel illuminated the grand screen, amplifying the excitement among the audience. The commentator, known as Wawa, took a deep breath. Having anticipated this crucial match for over an hour, VG, taking the blue side, promptly banned Olaf. Coma, engaged in his habitual pen twirling, acknowledged the challenges of drafting from the red side, yet remained unfazed, suggesting they ban the elusive Nidalee first, as she poses significant threats. It is well known that throughout the year, Nidalee has firmly established herself as a top-tier jungler. Despite several nerfs, her power remained potent, especially outside the summer split's relative decline. However, Benji had never utilized Nidalee in any of his matches thus far. This was one of the reasons Coma had previously sidelined her. An undeniably formidable champion, Benji's unfamiliarity with her would severely limit their strategy, regardless of whether they were on the blue or red side. For instance, when SKT previously fielded black, they could either allow both Syndra and Nidalee to be picked or ban one without significant loss. Yet with Benji in the lineup, the red side felt emboldened. Knowing that Benji would not play Nidalee, they felt free to leave both potent champions unbanned, claiming Syndra first. Coma had no choice but to exhaust both of his banned slots, a minor inconvenience for Benji, who remained composed, confident in his ability to neutralize the opponent's jungler. He understood that victory could not solely rely on mechanical prowess. Despite a lackluster performance in the previous match, he still emerged victorious. VG's second ban targeted Wolf's Karma, a champion known for her exceptional disengagement capabilities, which Miller elaborated on. Particularly when paired with Ezreal, the protected marksman becomes exceedingly difficult to eliminate early in the game. The collective acceleration provided by RE is invaluable for SKT, a team that thrives on strategic maneuvering. SKT then reserved their final ban for Syndra, patiently awaiting VG's subsequent choice. Behind the players, Red stood with a serious demeanor, questioning, "Are you sure you want to play this way?" Before leaving the backstage, he and several other competitors had already heard Gu Xing's plan. Prior to employing such unconventional tactics, it was essential not to keep it under wraps, leaving teammates and coaches in the dark. The meticulous Hong Mi was profoundly stunned upon hearing it. He could hardly fathom that such a stratagem could emerge from Gu Xing's lips. Now, Hong Mi sought to confirm once more. Observing Gu Xing nod without hesitation, he pondered for a couple of seconds and lightly patted his jungler's shoulder, saying, "Let us play well. I believe in you." "Indeed. Let us show them what we're made of." Gu Sung-bin exclaimed loudly. "Did we not win the previous match only to let them boast afterwards?" After banning Ashe, Hong Mi, having clarified his strategy, concluded, "I will strive to diminish SKT's bottom lane influence from landing phase to team fights. The rest is up to you." Ashe's ability to scout with her Hawk's spirit effectively countered the strategy VG intended to employ in this match. Furthermore, with the late-game powerhouse, Frost Archer, being banned, SKT's team fights would not be as intimidating. Coma, in deep contemplation, suggested, "Let us ban Rumble. We must not allow them to secure such a team fight champion for their top lane." Currently, the formidable Galio is highly potent in this version, primarily due to the numerous heroes that counter him having been significantly nerfed. Additionally, the prevalent composition trends are leaning towards poke strategies, featuring many immobile champions, predominantly squishy ones. Rumble's ultimate, the Inferno, if executed well, could inflict thousands of points of damage in the late game. In the face of Galio, one must either employ crowd control or select champions capable of handling his ultimate. SKT, regardless of whether they choose to pick Kuro or the Clumsy Chicken, generally refrains from assisting the top lane, allowing Duke to fend for himself. It is indeed challenging to suppress Rumble in a solo lane. This champion can remain relevant even without being killed twice, as he can still produce significant impact in the mid-game with his magic penetration items. Historically, SKT's countermeasure has been to select Karma. With her R and E providing team shields and speed boosts, she could withstand Rumble's ultimate damage and escape the Inferno's burn range. If she could conjure a bird shield, the effect would be even more pronounced, resulting in minimal health loss. However, with Karma now banned, SKT was left with no choice but to place Rumble on the ban list. VG, in the blue side, promptly locked in Jhin, a commendable choice. Wawa felt a sense of assurance. Whether in functionality or mid-game poke, he was undeniably strong. SKT opted for Zyra as their first pick, leaving the ADC for later and allocating the second position to Lee Sin. The only drawback of the clumsy chicken-s Lee Sin was the somewhat sluggish speed of his resonating strike. Otherwise, he excelled in all other aspects. Wawa's tone was laced with a hint of jest, suggesting this move also carried the implication of picking to deny, as they did not wish to hand over a strong jungler to young Gu. Olaf, who counters Lee Sin in the jungle matchup, had already been banned. Currently, Lee Sin's overall strength places him at the pinnacle of the jungle food chain, so selecting him for the clumsy chicken posed no issue. Upon witnessing SKT's initial picks, Gu Xing could not suppress a smile. There was little deviation from their pre-match rehearsals. VG secured Jace and Rek'Sai, both being commendable champions in their respective roles. Rek'Sai now appears somewhat akin to a lower-tier substitute for Olaf. Though his inherent strength has been diminished multiple times, he still maintains a slight edge over Lee Sin. However, he tends to falter in the mid to late game, where Lee Sin may dominate him. Currently, the chosen lineup suggests that VG is inclined towards an early game tempo strategy. Miller offers a reasonable analysis, leaving one to ponder how SKT will respond defensively. With Zhu Xiaolong having confirmed the top lane, Koma has not granted Duke the final counterpick. The presence of the hammer-shaped misfortune looms on the third floor of SKT. Poppy indeed proves to be a viable option, capable of stabilizing the lane against Jace. Dadan nods in agreement, noting that against VG's dual physical damage output from the top and jungle, he is not easily susceptible to being caught off guard. Koma's selection mirrors the top lane hero that VG employed earlier today against C9, yielding commendable results. As long as Poppy possesses a piece of armor and the ninja tabi, she can withstand Jace even in an economically equal or slightly disadvantaged situation, an efficacy that other popular heroes in the World Championship meta simply cannot match. Heroes like Troll are easily kited by Jace, while Gnar is consistently suppressed by Piltover's lieutenant, making it difficult for him to hold his ground. Kennen remains a decent choice. Yet Duke's proficiency with him is somewhat average, clearly not on par with the likes of Smeb and QV from the same region. Thus, Poppy emerges as the optimal solution. Miller's gaze shifts to SKT's next hero selection box, contemplating whether Bang will opt for Ezreal. Although the versatile and defensive partner Karma is unavailable, selecting Janna would indeed enhance their pressure, albeit at the cost of a lower margin for error in the landing phase. Koma seeks his marksman's opinion. What do you think about Ezreal? Or perhaps you prefer Caitlyn? Unlike other strict and assertive Korean coaches, he grants his players significant autonomy. Bang deliberates carefully, ultimately deciding on Ezreal. While selecting Caitlyn would offer a strong landing synergy with Janna, the early offensive pressure on SKT is daunting. Failing to secure First Blood Tower would be a substantial setback, rendering her less effective than Jhin. Bang remains confident in his Ezreal, believing the absence of Karma is not a significant issue. The counter pick is allocated to Faker, as SKT aims to facilitate a more comfortable lane for him, enabling better synergy with the clumsy chicken. Nami and Victor are quickly locked in by VG for mid and support, creating a standard early to mid-game power lineup. Dada expresses satisfaction with the composition, which is quite three-dimensional, allowing Xiao Gu to establish an advantage in the landing phase while the remaining teammates can provide assistance around the 20-minute mark, resulting in formidable teamfight potential. Lee Sang-hyuk navigates the mouse, scanning the hero roster for suitable characters, and after consulting with teammates and coaches without dissent, he allows his teammates to select on his behalf. The blue-skinned, bald-headed Rise. Miller's heart races. This was Faker's signature hero from years past, yet one wonders how his proficiency has fared post-rework. Last year, Lee Sang-hyuk dominated the World Championship with the pre-rework Rise, executing a series of binding combos that left other players in disarray, ultimately securing the championship skin for Rise himself. However, following the rework of the 614 patch in this summer's competition, Rise's ultimate ability transformed into the teleportation portal known as Realm Warp, rendering his W skill incapable of chaining crowd control, which led to his absence in Lee Sang-hyuk's gameplay. Nevertheless, Rise's ban pick rate at this year's World Championship has been remarkably high, primarily due to the potent functionality of his ultimate in professional play. Particularly in the current meta dominated by spirit mages in the mid lane, Rise serves as a suitable replacement for the nerfed Talia, providing utility for split pushing and drawing attention in the early to mid-game. As the game progresses into team fights, Rise's scaling allows him to deliver considerable damage output. His sole drawback lies in his short range, which imposes stringent requirements on the conditions for dealing damage. Lee Ji-hoon gazed at the opposing rise, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. The fleeting emotion passed as he selected his runes and masteries, preparing to immerse himself fully in the tiebreaker match. Before departing, Homie affectionately ruffled the hair of his jungler, encouraging him to give his best and enjoy the game. I will win. Gu Xing turned back to meet Homie's gaze, affirming his confidence. At this, Homie chuckled softly, saying, "All right, I'll be waiting for good news in the lounge." Jin Wonha treated his teammates to a simple massage to relieve any lingering tension before finally removing his headset in preparation to step down. The lineups were confirmed. Blue side VG featured Jace in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, Victor in mid, and Jin with Nami in bot. Red side SKT consisted of Poppy in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Ryze in mid, and Ezreal with Zyra in bot. At first glance, it appeared that VG aimed to dominate the upper half of the map. It seems like SKT's composition leans heavily on crowd control, Dafa attempted to analyze. If they can properly position in team fights, they LL gain a significant advantage. Miller added, in the early stages, it's crucial to watch Gu, as SKT locked down all his movements in the previous match, leaving VG stagnant and devoid of offensive rhythm. The atmosphere in the municipal auditorium grew increasingly electrifying, with a considerable number of VG supporters generating fervor, albeit not matching the fervency of SKT fans, yet still invigorating the players on stage with their passionate cheers. The LPL live broadcast was bustling with excitement. Gu, we need you to step up. VG's success hinges on you. I'm not so sure. Last match, he was utterly outplayed by the clumsy chicken. Can he really adjust in just an hour? Honestly, I could accept a second place in the group. Considering the current state of LPL, we can't expect VG to dismantle SKT, can we? That's acceptable. Aiming for second place could allow us to face TSM. And who knows, we might even reach the semifinals. VG, charge forth. Why are some people already setting up the venue? As if assuming VG has lost before the match has even begun? Gu Xing kneaded his knuckles, rallying his team. Brothers, this is our final match here in San Francisco. Zhu Xiaolong encouraged his teammates. Let us create some beautiful memories. Gu Sung-bin grew enthusiastic, bursting into a cacophony of unintelligible shouts in the voice chat, declaring, "We must crush SKT." This was not merely about proving his capabilities. It was the fervent desire of an old Samsung member. A resounding notification echoed in his ears. The summoner's rift materialized on Gu Xing's monitor. At level 1, while stationed defensively, Gu Xing felt a subtle ache in his head, yet his spirit soared with excitement. It was probable that their opponents would venture into the lower quadrant to establish vision. Long Gu, please position yourself in the lower area to assist, he suggested. The upper quadrant of SKT demonstrated relatively modest strength at level 1, and the bottom lane duo was destined to push the wave early, collaborating to invade the lower jungle and set up vision. This strategy seemed a reasonable substitute for detecting movements in the jungle after the ban on Ashe. With a watchful eye, Gu Xing noted the godlike perspective of the game. VG had only Xiao Gu defending the upper quadrant, while the remaining 4 lay in ambush within the brush connecting the red zone and the dragon pit. SKT indeed contemplated establishing vision. Miller raised his voice, emphasizing the 4 champions present. However, VG had preemptively positioned themselves, well prepared for the encounter. Long Gu unleashed a cannon shot, striking the 2 foremost members of the SKT formation. The sudden appearance of Jace in the lower quadrant took SKT by surprise, yet they remained composed. The reckless chicken, relying on his health advantage, boldly moved forward to probe. Bang, taking advantage of his teammates' cover, successfully positioned himself to place a vision ward in VG's red buff area. Observing Bang's unusual movement towards the wall, Xiao Duan suspected the opponent's intentions. Easy seemed to have handed over the vision. As both sides began to clash, Gu Xing was en route to the lower lane. Silently noting this information, after achieving their objective, SKT swiftly retreated to a secure position, preparing to return to base to replenish their health. Delaying further would risk losing time in the lower lane, allowing VG's duo to seize the initiative. I will start clearing the stone beetle. You all push the wave in the lower lane, but don't overextend, Gu Xing instructed. Before he could finish, Gu Xing had already learned to respond quickly, acknowledging. Just a little bit? Okay. He emphasized maintaining the 3rd wave of cannon minions before advancing to the tower, insisting on attention to detail. and instructed his teammates to inform him of any unusual movements from the opponents. In the virtual match, Gu Xing had operated from a spectator's perspective, alleviating the burden of direct control, allowing him to monitor the state of all three lanes simultaneously. However, in the real arena, the considerations were manifold. It was implausible to shoulder all responsibilities alone. He had immense faith in the capabilities of his teammates. As he commenced his jungle clearing, he received a report from Xiao Duan. The enemy's Zyra had placed vision in the brush, seemingly intent on contesting level 2. Gu Xing was fully aware of the adversary's intentions in the lower lane. This time, he refrained from using his smite to secure the heavy-handed gift buff. Instead, he consumed a replenishable potion, enduring the damage from the stone beetle to finish the clear before moving up to the red buff area. He could surmise the approximate location of Bang's vision ward and understood that he was exposed to enemy sight. Yet, this was precisely the effect Gu Xing desired. The enemy's push in the lower lane was not rapid, leading him to believe they could withstand until the third wave of minions without expending skills. Xiao Duan spoke quickly, yet his words were clear enough for his jungler to comprehend. Joo Sung-bin needed to focus on his actions, as his Mandarin was not yet polished. Consequently, communication in the lower lane relied heavily on Duan Deliang. "All right, I'll reach level 3 first," Gu Xing declared while making his way, taking a moment to assess the minion waves in the middle and upper lanes. After acquiring Victor, the Lord displayed remarkable stability, adeptly unleashing the inherent strength of the champion. In contrast, Ryze's potency during the initial levels paled in comparison to Victor's current iteration. Engaging in forced trades could easily lead to being overwhelmed by the damage from the opponent's Q ability, Siphon Power. Faker was left with no choice but to allow the minion wave to advance. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Long was exerting pressure on Duke's Poppy. The early game prowess of Jace is undeniably exceptional. His base attack power remains unscathed, and coupled with his runes, he becomes a formidable force. SKT's wave-pushing speed was not particularly rapid, seemingly intending to accumulate minions in preparation for the subsequent skirmish, which was communicated to the team through voice chat. With a slight smile, Gu Xing executed a smite on the F4 camp, successfully reaching level 3 after consuming the raptors. The bottom lane remained steady, focusing on maintaining health without engaging the adversary. As he spoke, he traversed the mid lane towards the upper half of the map, crossing the river and plunging into SKT's jungle. The casters at the commentary desk immediately took note of Gu Xing's trajectory. Little Gu's route was rather unconventional. The analyst, Wawa, expressed delight as Benji initiated from the top half, finishing off the Krugs and red buff before heading downwards. Now, there was a group of raptors unclaimed, ripe for Gu Xing to claim. However, how did he know that Benji had not consumed the F for camp? Gu Xing was entirely unaware, even learning of Benji's actions later than the audience observing from the God's eye view. With no immediate intention of farming, Gu Xing utilized the eyeball sight buff acquired from smiting the F4 camp to ascertain the absence of vision in the vicinity. Taking up a position in the SKT's raptor camp, his gaze was fixed intently on the mid lane. Was he planning to ambush mid? Miller discerned Gu Xing's intention, swiftly scanning the mini-map and praising the strategy as brilliant, noting that SKT was unprepared for such a maneuver. Wawa's focus, however, remained on Benji. The Lee Sin, having completed his blue buff in the lower quadrant, reached level 3 and then glanced at the wave pushing towards VG's next tower. Was Benji setting up a counter-ambush? Wawa was puzzled, especially since SKT had previously placed a ward in VG's red zone, clearly indicating that Gu Xing had moved upward. This was precisely part of SKT's strategy. Benji, brimming with confidence, concealed himself in the brush along the bottom lane, convinced that Gu Xing would venture down. Based on the analysis from the coaching staff and his own review of Gu Xing's footage, Benji was certain that Gu Xing had a penchant for the reversal tactic, a classic maneuver of moving upward under vision only to return and catch the opponent off guard. This trick had proven successful for Gu Xing in the LPL time and again. Consequently, Benji deliberately set a trap. Bang, at level 1. Feigned vision placement in VG's red zone, marking the beginning of their scheme. In the current version, champions possess only one trinket ward within the first 3 minutes. Bang's initial ward was placed in VG's red zone, while Wolf's Zyra positioned a ward in the bottom lane brush to assist their allies in reaching level 2. This meant that SKT's duo would be devoid of any wards during those crucial first 3 minutes, significantly limiting their ability to establish vision against potential ganks. Ironically, SKT was employing the powerful wave-pushing combination of Ezreal and Zyra. In the preliminary stages, it is inevitable to push the line across the river. With no vision, we advance the line forward. The foolish chicken and his teammates expose their vulnerabilities. Such an easy catch. Why not employ the classic counter-strike maneuver? Right under SKT's vision. After finishing the red buff, make it seem as if you're heading to the upper half of the map, only to circle back and ambush the duo after clearing the F4 camp. A delightful plan indeed. The script has been written. There is no reason for Gu Xing not to appear. Hence, the foolish chicken hastens to the lower lane for a counter-ambush. With the assistance of a substantial minion wave, he believes that in a 3v3 confrontation, victory is assured. With this thought, he feels confident, patiently lurking in the shadows, waiting for his prey. However, as Bang pushes the amassed cannon minions towards VG's turret, Gu Xing is nowhere to be seen. Just as the foolish chicken is puzzled, the voice chat suddenly carries Lee Sang-hyok's frustrated tone. Why is Rek'Sai here? The foolish chicken shifts his view to the mid lane and discovers his ally, Lee Sang-hyok, being pummeled under the first turret. The ferocious Rek'Sai emerges from the SKT's upper jungle, flashing in to strike Faker. Miller's voice rises in excitement. Having reached level 3, the Duke unleashes a devastating combo of QE and auto attacks, inflicting significant damage. Little Gu's Rek'Sai delivers an impressive early game output, providing Faker with almost no time to react. Although the mid lane minion wave is too short to farm effectively, the Duke manages to retain a decent number of his minions. A solo lane champion needs to consume the first 3 melee minions of the third cannon wave to reach level 3. As the Duke holds the wave under the turret, Faker is still 2 minions away from leveling up. What can a level 2 Rise do? He can't even execute a full combo. Gu Xing exploits this opening. With a final E, excavating bite, dealing true damage, he swiftly eliminates Rise as he lands. The first blood is drawn. Miller is overjoyed. Little Gu's gank is exceptionally fierce, securing a kill within 3 minutes of the game. The VG supporters erupt in joy, fervently waving their glow sticks, cheering for Gu Xing's outstanding gank. Inside SKT's communication channel, a brief silence falls. Lee Sang-hyok slightly opens his mouth, questioning his existence. Why is Rek'Sai deviating from the script? The foolish chicken furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. What is happening? Is there an issue? Steady now, Lee Ji-hoon and their marksmen retreat to safety, hoping to wait for the minion wave to push back. With nothing else to do, they attempt to calm team morale, reassuring Sang-hyok that not using his flash was wise. Lee Sang-hyok's expression grows considerably serious. He has only farmed 2 waves of minions, and with the system gold bonus, his economy only allows for a pair of boots, which he decides to purchase to hasten his return to the lane. On the other side of the stage, the VG player bench erupts in excited whispers. Truly remarkable. Xiao Duan can hardly believe his eyes. Little Gu's gank strategy is entirely different from before. Duan Deliang and Gu Xing have battled in dozens of official matches and hundreds of practice games, becoming quite accustomed to their jungler's counter-strike tactics. However, Gu Xing's approach this time, both in direction and decisiveness, stands in stark contrast to his previous tactics. A satisfied smile graces Gu Xing's face as he resolves to show SKT some genuine gameplay. He has completely overturned his prior gank strategy, deliberately obscuring his patterns from SKT, leaving them with no clues to follow. After finishing his jungle routine, he spontaneously decides to make a move in the mid lane. While it may sound absurd, such unpredictability can yield remarkable results, as evidenced now. I myself was unaware of which lane I would target until moments before, with the timing of identifying my gank target arriving a mere 10 seconds earlier than the omniscient viewers. If the dim-witted opponent can predict my moves, then that would indeed be a testament to their skill. Gu Xing thrives in chaos, shattering existing patterns and starting anew. This technique is inspired by his very first opponent in an LPL training match, LGD Doinb, known as the King of the Wild. His style is characterized by an elusive, dreamlike approach, which once left Gu Xing in quite a predicament. Now he employs this very tactic against the dim-witted foe. As a side note, first, congratulations to RNG. With 10,000 words, 24,950,000 views, and 27,000 likes. Some readers have reported a disjointed narrative in yesterday's plot, pointing out structural issues. Let me provide a brief explanation. The second round of the group stage consists of 3 matches plus a tiebreaker. After completing one round, the narrative for this round must be concise. It is impractical to detail 4 matches, as that would excessively prolong the storyline. Initially, I considered summarizing the Western matches and focusing on the 2 against SKT. However, having just concluded the last match against SKT, it would be quite unreasonable to write about them consecutively 3 times in terms of narrative structure. Moreover, according to the outline, the team is expected to lose in the second round, providing the protagonist with an opportunity for growth. This is where the dilemma arises. Should the losing match be described in detail? If it were the previous volume, I would undoubtedly do so. Readers familiar with roaming mid laners would recall that during the S6 World Championship, both the semi-finals and finals were thoroughly depicted, with even the losing matches receiving ample narrative attention. The consequence was an avalanche of criticism, with some accusing it of being a ploy to generate subscriptions, while others lamented the drawn-out nature of the content. If such scrutiny befalls crucial elimination matches, one can only imagine the reaction when this volume depicts a loss in the group stage. It is entirely reasonable for readers to desire a light-hearted and satisfying narrative, and I have endeavored to accommodate this. Ultimately, I resolved to briefly summarize the losing match, establishing the tension of the consecutive encounters with SKT at the match against C9, albeit at the cost of narrative coherence. Consequently, neglecting to elaborate on the losing match has led some to accuse me of deliberately crafting a narrative that undermines the protagonist. During that year's World Championship, both the dim-witted opponent and Xiao He faced off for 10 matches, with Xiao He failing to secure a single victory from the semifinals to the finals. All 6 wins belonged to the dim-witted player. Is it truly fair to label such a match as a mechanical defeat? 185. The Secrets of the Tunnel. After eliminating Faker, Xiao Gu returned to dispatch SKT's formidable bird, then crossed the river back to his own upper jungle. The exuberant voice of the commentator rang out, celebrating VG's triumph in the exchange. Meanwhile, the dim-witted opponent, aware that Xiao Gu was absent from the lower half, found himself unable to force a tower dive to mitigate losses. This was due to the prior agreement between Gu Xing and his duo to intentionally push the lanes. Lacking the ambition to contest the line, both Xiao Duan and Joo Sung-bin displayed a timid demeanor in their early engagements. Coupled with Nami's W, tidal wave, which offered substantial healing, the VG duo maintained their health remarkably well. At present, both duos remain at level 2, and Benji is hesitant to risk a tower dive for a kill. Earlier, when Rek'Sai made an appearance in the mid lane to eliminate Lee Sang-hyuk, Benji noted that his opponent had only 9 minion kills. A quick glance at the status bar revealed that the Hawkeye buff had expired 13 seconds ago, indicating that Gu Xing had cleared the entirety of VG's lower jungle before circling back to the top lane to ambush. Thus, he refrained from venturing into VG's jungle to seek unnecessary conflict. In this exchange, SKT lost first blood and economic advantage, while Faker suffered minion loss in the mid lane and the jungler lost a camp, prompting Miller to express his excitement. Xiao Gu's decisive actions proved pivotal. He even preserved his own blue buff, intending to gift it to Hou Yi. Gu Xing reduced the blue buff to a sliver of health, and Lee Ji-hoon expertly snatched the jungle monster with a laser from the other side of the wall. Lee Ji-hoon's tone was jubilant. Let it flow. He had envied Lee Sang-hyuk's favorable treatment in the previous game, as Benji meticulously cared for the mid lane, providing immense support to Faker. Now, it was finally his turn to relish such advantages. With the blue buff in hand, Lee Ji-hoon could relentlessly employ his Death Ray to dispatch minions for the next 2 minutes. Combined with the 200 gold from the first blood assist, Lee Ji-hoon could effortlessly accumulate 1250 gold to return to base and upgrade to the Hex deck core. This would ensure Victor's development proceeded seamlessly. In stark contrast, Lee Sang-hyuk's blue-skinned, bald champion possessed nothing but a pair of boots, significantly hindering his ability to simultaneously build the Rod of Ages and Archangel's staff, thus stalling his momentum. Lee Ji-hoon felt an overwhelming sense of victory. After clearing his upper jungle, Gu Xing returned to base to replenish his supplies, reaching level 4. As the dynamics of the battlefield evolved, Rek'Sai's build underwent a transformation as well. During the summer split, he had solely opted for the challenging smite, aiming for enhanced jungle skirmishing capabilities and damage output, while applying red smite to key carries in team fights, thus effectively mitigating incoming damage and allowing him to endure a few more seconds in the front line. However, at the World Championship, players predominantly switched to the green jungle knife, which provided vision, The rationale behind this shift lies in the abundance of fragile champions on the battlefield. Rek'Sai no longer needed to utilize challenging smite for damage enhancement. Additionally, this current version is characterized by excessive damage overflow, with nearly every formidable champion capable of delivering substantial output, unlike the previous summer split, where only the 2 carries dealt significant damage while the rest functioned as mere support tools. Now, even supports are required to select high-damage poke champions. In team fights, challenging smite proves highly effective against compositions with fewer damage dealers, directly diminishing the damage output from the opposing core champions. However, when all positions can inflict damage, the efficacy of red smite diminishes significantly. If applied to one carry, the other heroes can still obliterate him, rendering the need for challenging smite obsolete. In the current version, junglers must undertake a considerable number of vision-related tasks, and equipping a red jungle knife necessitates the additional purchase of a sightstone. Rather than squandering a portion of the economy, it is more prudent to directly acquire the green jungle knife, serving purely as a gank facilitator, and in the mid to late game, rely on teammates to elevate one's performance, ultimately securing a revive item to create opportunities for the backline to unleash their damage. However, Gu Xing chose an unconventional path in this match. He opted not for the challenging smite nor the green knife, but instead selected the blue deep freeze smite. If thrill is the pursuit, then one must fully commit to it. The mid and support players of SKT lack displacement abilities, and Gu Xing's choice of blue smite significantly enhances early gank efficiency, with the bounty of first blood amounting to 400 gold. He had sufficient funds to purchase a control ward and a red crystal. He promptly set off towards the lower jungle, with no opportunities in the bot lane. Xiao Duan had forewarned him that the enemy had pushed the minion wave to the tower. Gu Xing had anticipated this. SKT's formidable minion wave management exemplifies their defensive prowess. While they may not initiate aggression in the early game, they certainly do not allow their opponents to seize opportunities. SKT is aware that they are starting their jungle from the lower area, and after clearing the first round of camps, they return to base for replenishment. Now ready to engage in the second round of jungle monsters in the lower section of the map. Conversely, Benji's jungle route is entirely opposite, likely engaging in the upper area at this moment. Consequently, the Wolf-Bang combination, having secured lane control, takes advantage of Gu Xing's recent assistance to Hou Yi in claiming the blue buff, deliberately stockpiling a wave of minions to push towards the tower and execute a counter-push. Currently, the minion exchange position lies before the SKT tower, making it impossible for Gu Xing to capitalize. I recognize that Gu Xing's level has increased, and he no longer needs to attend to every detail as he did during the initial round of jungle clearing to ensure his efficiency and health. After executing a set of skills, he can swiftly switch to observe his teammates. In the top lane, Long Gu plays cautiously, having received his reminder and pushed the wave to the tower to prevent being ganked by Benji. In the mid lane, Hou Yi and Li Xiang he maintain a relatively safe distance, capitalizing on the blue buff for lavish wave clearing, unleashing laser beams to sweep through the minions, occasionally threatening Rise. Faker is beleaguered by such shameless tactics. Rise, lacking any displacement, is further hindered by the casting animation of his skills. Victor's lasers are thus easily landed. Observing the minion wave conditions in both solo lanes, Gu Xing's mind races to devise a counter-strategy. After clearing the upper jungle, Benji first heads to the top lane to assist with the minion wave, pushing all the minions that Long Gu had trapped before the VG tower into it. Duke's health is rather low, just enough to return to base for healing and to purchase some armor, allowing him to save a teleport for his return. Benji, having cleared the lower jungle, hastily proceeds to the mid lane. He is hesitant to initiate a gank. In Benji's calculations, Gu Xing, having cleared more jungle camps during the first round and having initiated a gank, will undoubtedly return to the jungle for the second round later than himself. Currently, Gu Xing is likely clearing the sharp-beaked bird. Should he make a move towards the mid lane, he might be ambushed by the opposing team. His aim is merely to alleviate some pressure from Li Xianghe. If Faker can withstand this wave of minions, by the time the cannon minions spawn at 5.5 minutes, he will be able to return to base and construct the tier of goddess. Having completed all tasks, the clumsy chicken gazed upon the two lanes he had meticulously organized, finally regaining his footing. A sense of comfort enveloped him. As for the bottom lane, the Wolf-Bang duo held absolute control, rendering his assistance unnecessary. All that was required was to continue their development and withstand the impending onslaught from the opposing team at the 20-minute mark, after which they would be invincible. With nothing left to occupy his mind, the clumsy chicken encouraged his teammates through voice chat. Wolf, brimming with confidence, readily obliged. In this match, he wielded the championship skin of Janna, previously earned by the esteemed member Pamandu during Season 3, perhaps subconsciously feeling the support of unseen allies. Wolf had compelling reasons to secure victory in this match. No one wished to bear the consequences of emerging second in their group. As they pushed the way forward, accumulating minions, they could wear down the enemy completely. He urged Bang, whom he deemed the perfect marksman, to hasten the minion clearing. Janna was exceedingly formidable in the early game, with the Thunderlord's decree cooling down to a mere 20 seconds. This meant that Janna could trigger it with every wave. Lee Ji-hoon was eager to diminish the opponent's health. The VG duo had remained huddled at the back, offering no opportunity whatsoever. However, SKT had no intention of allowing VG to develop smoothly. This time, as they amassed minions to push the tower, the enemy's bottom lane would suffer under the relentless pressure from him and Bang, surely tormenting them to the brink of despair. Many perceived the Wolf-Bang duo as stable in their lane. While this was partially true, it did not encompass the entire reality. Most of the time, Bang served as the team's late-game damage dealer, and the duo was not required to exert themselves in the early game. Consequently, the Wolf-Bang duo pursued a steady development in the bottom lane, yet with the mid and top lanes at a disadvantage. If they chose to remain passive with Janna in the bottom lane awaiting a team fight, the situation would become excessively precarious. Moreover, Lee Ji-hoon was aware that Gu Xing, having cleared the lower jungle, would surely ascend to the upper lanes, exerting pressure at the enemy tower without facing much danger. Suddenly, a slight movement from Nami caught Lee Ji-hoon's attention, igniting a sense of caution. Wolf recalled Gu Xing's inexplicable gank on the mid lane and felt a twinge of unease. Retreat, retreat. He urged Bang, directing his teammates to withdraw. Not far from the two, in the brush, a void burrower emerged. Bang muttered an expletive. Is he insane? How long has he been lying in wait? The SKT voice chat fell into a brief disarray. Gu Xing's movements defied all logic. In stark contrast, the clumsy chicken had completed his jungle rotation and had assisted both the upper and mid lanes in dispatching minions. Logically, even if Gu Xing had accomplished much in the first rotation, he should have long since finished clearing the lower camps and transitioned to the upper half of the map. Why was he still lurking in the bottom lane? The commentators, the higher brothers, were ecstatic. Little Gu had lingered in the bottom lane for a full 30 seconds, finally revealing a flaw in the SKT duo. With an omniscient perspective, they were well aware of Gu Xing's recent actions. Having finished clearing the rock beetle and the spiked bird, Rek'Sai paid no heed to the upper half of the map, instead returning to serve as a guardian behind the VG tower. After waiting for several seconds, he stealthily burrowed into the brush to lie in wait. In the thicket, there originally lay a ward placed by Wolf. Gu Xing was unaware of the precise moment the Wolf-Stick duo had installed this vision. However, he calculated with clarity. The SKT duo had previously secured their safety by maintaining their position near their own tower for an extended period, thus rendering them incapable of warding. The ward's duration barely exceeded a minute. Therefore, as long as the opposing team did not approach the thicket within that minute, SKT would have no vision over it. Gu Xing timed his stealthy entrance perfectly, lurking for over 10 seconds before the Wolf-Stick duo pushed the lane forward. He activated his chilling punishment, rendering Janna immobile in an instant. With a guaranteed theft of 20 movement speed, Gu Xing benefited immensely. Having already infiltrated the surface, his speed soared past 400 points. Wolf utilized his E ability, Rooted, to ensnare Gu Xing, while Imp seized the opportunity to unleash a deadly flourish. Janna, in casting her abilities, also paused momentarily to execute the spell. Joo Sung-bin capitalized on this fleeting moment, raising his sniper rifle for a shot. Wolf anticipated that the opponent would unleash control abilities as he lifted his hand. Yet, he had no better strategy at hand. Against a fragile champion like Janna, being charged by Rek'Sai was a certain death sentence. Wolf hesitated no longer. As the deadly flourish was about to ensnare him, he immediately flashed sideways to create distance. Bang cast a heal to cover his ally, attempting to ensure Wolf's retreat. The voice of the support rang out like a bell, as Xiao Duan decisively followed with a flash. Nami waved her staff, bestowing upon herself the empowered auto-attack effect of Tide Caller's blessing. Simultaneously, her passive, surging tides, granted a considerable movement speed boost. She dashed forward with a basic attack. The slow from Tidecaller's blessing afflicted Janna, and Wolf, gazing at the distant safety of his next tower, sensed impending doom. After the slow wore off, Nami hurled her Q, tidal prison, sealing off the retreat route toward the tower. Wolf muttered curses under his breath. Evading the water prison, the distance between him and Gu Xing diminished significantly. Although Janna's rooted struck Rek'Sai, the 1-second root duration at level 1 was minimal. Gu Xing, with the speed boost from chilling punishment, swiftly closed the gap. Wolf's survival instinct surged. After being knocked airborne, he attempted to weaken Gu Xing, aiming to mitigate Rek'Sai's substantial burst damage. Gu Xing, displaying keen intelligence, recognized that he had been weakened and refrained from casting further abilities. Miller expressed admiration. Gu Xing maneuvered behind Wolf. After all, Janna had expended all her mobility and control abilities. He remained unhurried. Bang, witnessing this predicament, realized that his support was doomed. While outputting damage to Gu Xing, he skillfully maneuvered back to a safe position beneath the tower. As soon as the weakening effect expired, Gu Xing unleashed a basic attack and Q, Queen's Wrath, to begin tearing into Janna. With ferocious bites, he inflicted true damage, leaving Janna severely wounded, and even graciously conceded the kill. Gu Xing was taken aback by such unexpected fortune. He feasted upon Nami's tidal wave, propelled forward by the passive acceleration effects of his support, and with a deft maneuver, he unleashed a grenade to secure Janna's life. A second kill. Miller was exuberant. Xiao Gu's gank proved to be utterly lethal. The director shifted the camera to the SKT players' bench. The portly Wolf appeared flustered, questioning the rationale behind such a gank strategy. Meanwhile, the perplexed Benji brushed aside his bangs. His eyes filled with confusion. I recognize your ganking prowess, but surely, one must adhere to fundamental principles? The three wolves and the magic frog in the upper jungle had evidently respawned. Did you not fear a counter-gank by invading the lower lane? The operational philosophies of various teams have notably evolved compared to the past 2 years. There is a shared understanding regarding the abandonment of certain camps in the jungle for the sake of securing kills. If one relinquishes merely a single jungle camp and successfully executes a gank, the benefits are substantial. However, if 2 camps are lost for a single kill without any subsequent resource acquisition, it hardly constitutes a profit. The loss of 2 camps equates to a difference of 4 jungle monsters in reality. In terms of experience and economy, that is far more valuable than a mere kill. Benji pondered deeply, yet could not comprehend the logic behind Gu Xing's decision to lie in wait in the lower lane. This defied logic. The LPL live stream was abuzz with excitement, as viewers witnessed Gu Xing's half-minute ambush in the lower lane culminating in success, which ignited a flurry of messages in the chat. What on earth did SKT's bot lane provoke Xiao Gu? What a grudge to warrant such a camp. Look at the expressions of the SKT players. Wolf is utterly bewildered. This is hardly profitable. Losing 2 jungle camps for just a support kill? How does Gu Xing justify this? Besides, the first dragon was a wind dragon, which offers minimal value. I feel exhilarated watching SKT being decimated, but if we ultimately lose, it will be utterly frustrating. Gu Xing had no intention of claiming the dragon. The wind dragon's attributes offered relatively little assistance to the team, and without smite, it would consume a significant amount of time and carry the risk of being stolen. He urged his duo to promptly clear the minion wave in the lower lane, amassing a wave to pressure SKT's next tower. He advanced forward, forcing the surviving Ezreal to retreat. Don't eat it, he murmured softly. Bang! Witnessing Rek'Sai's insistence on advancing to irritate him, had no choice but to retreat to the secluded bush near the second tower. Helplessly, he watched as a wave of minions was obliterated by the tower's fire, his heart bleeding from the loss. A quick glance revealed that Benji was diligently counter-jungling in VG's upper quadrant, striving to recover for the team. Bang felt at a loss for words and could only endure this silent loss. Benji swiftly cleared VG's 3 wolves and magic frog. Noting that Gu Xing lingered in the lower lane, he sought to avoid confrontation and reclaim the upper quadrant. However, the opponents in the top and mid lanes remained remarkably stable, aware of Gu Xing's actions in the lower lane, and thus they huddled near their tower, methodically last-hitting minions without engaging in risky exchanges. Benji had yet to reach level 6, and, lacking his ultimate, found it challenging to identify an appropriate opportunity to initiate. Gu Xing calculated the time, sensing that the clumsy chicken was about to return to the bottom lane to alleviate the pressure on the Wolfbang duo. He then departed from the lane, stealthily entering the enemy jungle from the brush behind SKT's next turret. Bang, alongside the revived wolf, emerged from their secluded brush, following a wave of minions to continue their confrontation in the bottom lane. Gu Xing placed a vision ward at the junction between SKT's blue buff and the magic swamp frog camp. He pressed deeper, traversing the narrow path connecting the enemy's blue zone to the area between their second and first turrets. This spot was perfectly positioned behind the Wolfbang duo. Upon witnessing the unusual movements of Rek'Sai, Captain Jack on the Korean commentary team was immediately filled with anticipation. "Is Virtue about to make a move?" he exclaimed, his tone urgent. Would they strike at SKT's bottom lane? Captain Jack was eager for Gu Xing to seize the opportunity against the Wolfbang duo, knowing that the clumsy chicken had vacated the bottom lane high ground. If Gu Xing dared to act, SKT would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Gu Xing moved slowly along the wall, keeping his distance from the enemy's second turret. The director abruptly switched to SKT's perspective. Just a wall away from SKT's magic swamp frog camp, Rek'Sai's form was entirely concealed. The sounds within the municipal hall became chaotic, whispers blending into a cacophony. The roaring emperor, Jong-jun, let out a soft hiss, commenting on the cunning nature of this vision route. As a former professional player, Captain Jack's reflexes were notably sharper. "False vision," he blurted out. In SKT's view, the second turret in the bottom lane could clearly see Rek'Sai, with that area still illuminated and not shrouded in the thick fog of war. Yet, the Void Burrower remained undetected. In League of Legends, vision does not abruptly shift from light to dark. Such a transition would seem too jarring. The designers intentionally employed a gradient technique at the boundary between light and dark, leading players to believe that the farthest reaches of their vision remained illuminated, providing reliable information. In reality, it was a complete blind spot. This exemplifies the principle of false vision. The range of sight provided by a turret is 1,350 yards. It remains unclear whether the designers intended this. The combination of the second and first turrets does not allow for comprehensive vision coverage of the bottom lane, resulting in a deliberate gap. Gu Xing successfully utilized this gap in false vision to conceal himself in the brush before SKT's second turret, unbeknownst to them. Captain Jack's heart raced. Would Virtue make the move? His lips felt dry as he internally wished to direct Gu Xing's mouse, urging Rek'Sai to act swiftly so that the clumsy chicken could counter and recover from the early game disadvantages. However, Gu Xing inserted a true sight ward into the brush, confirming that SKT had no vision there before beginning to tunnel. What? Jong-jun was baffled upon seeing Rek'Sai's tunneling action. What did this mean? Was he returning to base after digging? He couldn't comprehend Gu Xing's intentions. Virtue had circled around, evading SKT's vision detection through false vision, only to dig a tunnel in enemy territory. Captain Jack furrowed his brow, intently watching the tunnel being excavated by Rek'Sai. Before he could utter a word, the director swiftly shifted to SKT's perspective. The tunnel was concealed by the foliage. Jong-jun could scarcely believe his eyes. Within the SKT viewpoint, not only was Rek'Sai nowhere to be found, but even the tunnel recently excavated by Gu Xing was entirely invisible, although his proficiency in League of Legends was rather modest. After years of commentary on matches, he understood that Rek'Sai's tunnels were invariably longer than those hidden in the brush. How had it been concealed? A multitude of spectators witnessed this astonishing scene, erupting into a flurry of astonished gasps. In various esports live streams, populated by millions of viewers worldwide, a deluge of question marks instantaneously flooded the chat channels. The backstage directors were equally taken aback. They repeatedly switched screens, allowing the audience and commentators to discern the tunnel obscured within the dense foliage, reflecting their own astonishment. Korean netizens reacted with particular fervor. What sort of tunnel is this? Is this truly not a bug from Virtue? Unfair, unfair. I demand a rematch. What is Virtue scheming, planning a grand strategy? So how exactly was the tunnel concealed within the brush? Virtue's unconventional maneuvers in this match are perplexing. How could a jungler operate this way? As of now, no player's first-person perspective had been revealed. Many viewers remained oblivious to Gu Xing's specific actions. Fortunately, LCK had invited Captain Jack. He primarily played ADC and rarely used Rek'Sai. Thus he prefaced his remarks with a disclaimer, expressing that his conjecture might not be entirely accurate. He speculated that Virtue had hidden in the brush at the edge of the map, and then pressed E to excavate the tunnel towards a location outside the Summoner's Rift. Since the other end of the tunnel could not be trapped within a wall, and if it encountered a wall that wasn't particularly thick, the tunnel would extend an additional distance. Many Rek'Sai players utilized this feature to increase their mobility. However, as Virtue's tunnel target was set beyond the map's boundaries, it was impossible for Rek'Sai to leave the rift, so the mechanics would revert the tunnel back onto the map, seeking the nearest location to the starting point for its endpoint. Captain Jack eloquently articulated his thoughts, almost convincing himself in the process. As for Virtue's rationale behind this approach, the moment he contemplated it, a chill crept down his spine. Perhaps upon reaching level 6, he aimed to use our Void Rush to directly arrive at the concealed brush. This would allow for a surprise ambush on the SKT duo from behind. His thoughts were now clearly organized. Jong-jun, upon hearing this, immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Placing all his hopes on Benji. Would the player be aware of Virtue's ambush design? Benji was heading to the bottom lane to safeguard his teammates. However, as he traversed the jungle, he had no plans to investigate the brush. Who, unless possessed of a peculiar inclination, would meander through the brush without cause? Furthermore, Bang had just been lurking there for half a minute. Benji could hardly possess the foresight to discern what Gu Xing had accomplished in merely a matter of seconds. It was over. Captain Jack's pre-match confidence had dissipated, and he now muttered to himself, foreseeing the impending events. In the SKT lounge, head coach Koma sighed heavily, his heart weighed down by despair. Beside him, the young player with dark eyes stared wide-eyed, unsure whether to lament the foolishness of the team or to marvel at Gu Xing's outrageous strategies. Meanwhile, Benji, oblivious to the tension, continued to safeguard his teammates in the river. Observing that the wolf and stick combination had safely pushed a wave of minions deep into VG's next tower, he felt assured enough to wait for the minion wave to return before resetting 2 camps in his lower jungle. Seizing the opportunity to protect his allies in the bot lane, Benji adjusted his farming route to ascend from the bottom to the top, aligning his rhythm with Gu Xing's. He aimed to prevent any disruption in their tempo. After clearing the 3rd round of the lower jungle camps, the clock struck 7 minutes. Thanks to the additional experience gained from counter-jungling, Benji successfully reached level 6, eager to assist his teammates in accelerating their momentum. With the bot lane duo able to wait for the minion wave to push back and focus on farming, he moved towards the upper part of the map. Gu Xing had previously placed a ward in SKT's lower jungle, clearly observing Benji's movements. He consumed Bambi's melting, taking the initiative to assist Ho Yi in clearing the minion wave in mid lane. Lee Ji-hoon returned to base, promptly upgrading to the Hex Deck core, then procured his boots and a dark seal, allowing Victor to showcase his formidable wave-clearing prowess. Hurry up, Longo, Gu Xing urged. Zhu Xiaolong hastily pushed the top lane minion wave into SKT's turret, only to be met with a fierce assault from Duke, nearly causing his rose-patterned suit to be torn asunder. Long Gu was unperturbed, having seen Benji in the lower jungle through the ward. He knew he could not teleport to the top. Moreover, prior to acquiring the Ice Fist, Poppy lacked the capability to solo kill Jace. After pushing the minion wave, he retreated to a safe position to replenish his supplies. With a serrated short dagger and a long sword in hand, Zhu Xiaolong informed his jungler of his status. Prepare to freeze them, Gu Xing commanded. Even though they had neglected 2 camps in the jungle, Gu Xing excelled in capitalizing on opportunities. The 2 ganks had yielded a considerable amount of experience for him, allowing him to reach level 6 as well. Our Void Rush. The Queen of Rek'Sai let out a piercing scream, audible not only to the 10 players present, but also resonating through the venue, reaching every corner of the municipal hall and the ears of millions of spectators. Had he activated his ultimate? Lee Ji-hoon, waiting under the tower for the minion wave to push back, paused momentarily to assess his teammates' situations. None of the lanes required Rek'Sai's ultimate for support. Presently, the cooldown of Excavator-S level 1, our Void Rush, had been extended to 180 seconds. Such a lengthy cooldown meant that players would not merely use it to traverse from the fountain, as Rek'Sai's tunneling from the fountain already granted high mobility. What could Gu Xing possibly mean? Teleport, teleport. Bang frantically marked the secluded bush before the second tower. Just then, a wave of minions passed, revealing a shimmering azure light in the bush. Was there only one? Lee was uncertain why there was a teleportation point opposite him. Yet he was aware that only Zhu Xiaolong from VG possessed the ability to teleport. First, Let's eliminate Jace, then we can retreat towards the second tower. He moved backwards alongside Bang. However, emerging from the dense brush was not just Jace, but also the fearsome Rek'Sai. Wolf, caught off guard, momentarily lost his composure. The SKT duo found themselves ensnared between the first and second towers on the bot lane. Where do you think you're running to? Doinb shouted furiously. Jace unleashed a stray shot, striking both adversaries, and activated W. Hypercharge, swiftly shifting to hammer form and charging towards Ezreal. Gu Xing focused his attention on Wolf's Janna. Meanwhile, VG's bot lane arrived at the battlefield, executing a pincer maneuver to encircle their foes. Miller, exhilarated, felt his face flush with excitement. The SKT duo had no avenue for escape. Long Gu and Joo Sung-bin each claimed a kill. VG aimed to capitalize on their momentum to demolish SKT's next tower, while also securing the Wind Dragon. Doinb clenched his fist tightly, envisioning a bountiful return. Miller couldn't help but chuckle. What strategy is this from Gu? Successfully orchestrating a major tempo shift. SKT's next tower crumbled under the onslaught. As the match reached the 7.5-minute mark, the kill count stood at 0-4. With an economic disparity of a staggering 22k, the SKT duo exchanged helpless glances, their smiles tinged with resignation. They had never anticipated that Gu Xing would silently establish vision in the brush before SKT's second tower. The aircraft combination finally gained momentum. Observing VG's jungler ambushing their bot lane, the clumsy chicken decisively set his sights on his former teammate, Lee Ji-hoon. The azure-skinned, bald-headed Rise opened his rune book and forcefully struck the ground, activating Realm Warp. The teleportation point landed behind the VG's first tower, right in the vicinity of Hou Yi. The clumsy chicken rushed in from the side, and just before the Realm Warp activated, he stepped onto the edge of the teleportation circle, successfully arriving behind Lee Ji-hoon. Lee Sang-hyuk did not enter the teleportation circle. Instead, he activated his sprint and charged directly towards Hou Yi. Faced with the encirclement, Lee Ji-hoon initially considered using his sprint to escape. The blind monk placed a ward at Victor's face, prompting Hou Yi to hurriedly use his flash, fearing being kicked back, yet it proved futile. Benji's execution was remarkably steady. The clumsy chicken eschewed flashy maneuvers, simply flashing behind Hou Yi, using Dragon's Rage to kick him towards Lee Sang-hyuk. Faker, wary that Hou Yi might still attempt to flee, expended his flash and E to ensnare Victor in place. The synergy of the aircraft combination was as sharp as ever. The blind monk retreated from the VG turret, leaving the final kill for Faker. The SKT supporters in the auditorium erupted into a tidal wave of cheers. Their favored team finally secured their first kill, igniting a counteroffensive. However, within mere moments, SKT fans were doused with cold water. Having just been on the receiving end of a full barrage of damage from Hou Yi before his demise, Lee Sang-hyuk was left with scant health. Nevertheless, he yearned to claim a wave of minions, as this would allow him to return to base and replenish with the tear of the goddess and a catalyst. To ensure his safety, he signaled for the clumsy chicken to follow him to the mid lane for cover. As Gu Xing emerged from the side, he swiftly excavated a tunnel towards the blue punishment and just activated his flash, instantly closing the distance to Lee Sang-hyuk. Rise was sent soaring into the air, while the Void Burrower Queen effortlessly tore through his defenses. With his health dwindling, Lee Sang-hyuk had no time to react, with both summoner spells on cooldown. He could only watch as Gu Xing depleted his health bar. Although the clumsy chicken provided some protection nearby, this inadequately equipped Lee Sin was utterly incapable of eliminating Rek'Sai. Gu Xing calmly evaded capture, while also assisting Lee Ji-hoon by stalling the wave of minions poised to reach the turret. VG displayed remarkable control over the game's tempo during the tiebreaker. Miller's spirits were high, emphasizing that the pivotal moment rested on young Gu's shoulders. His rhythm was exceptional, boasting a 100 participation rate thus far. Aside, 8,100 words, 2576W, 27W. Tomorrow, I will update with 12,400 words to meet my target. Let us give it a shot. A later update will feature a substantial chapter exceeding 12,000 words. 186. First place in the group. Upon revival, Lee Ji-hoon returned to the mid lane, gleefully accepting the stalled minion wave from Gu Xing at his turret. In retrospect, his recent death had not cost him dearly. He had only surrendered a single kill worth 300 gold without missing any last hits. The Korean commentators were visibly restless. Is Virtue going to help with the wave? Captain Jack gazed at the data panel, unable to mask his anxious expression. Lee Ji-hoon had already amassed a double-digit lead in minions over Sang Hyok, and this gap would only continue to widen. As Victor's build matured, he cleared minions with remarkable speed, while Gu Xing assisted, pushing the wave towards the SKT turret. Initially, the clumsy chicken intended to replicate this tactic and help stall the minions outside their middle turret. However, such a plan was evidently doomed to fail. To effectively block the wave, he needed to position himself at the edge of the turret's range, drawing aggro from the minions. Yet, VG's mid-jungle duo was in prime condition, and with both his flash and ultimate on cooldown, the clumsy chicken found himself unable to hold the wave. He had no doubt that VG's mid-jungle burst damage could swiftly eliminate him. Reluctantly, under the relentless pressure from Rek'Sai, he had no choice but to let the minion wave enter the turret. Faker, slightly troubled, scratched his forehead. The rise he was controlling had only recently respawned and had yet to leave the high ground, still a considerable distance from the mid-turret. The crux of the issue lay in the itemization. In the current version, Rise's early build was exceedingly sluggish. The Rod of Ages and Tear of the Goddess were essential items. After having just eliminated Lee Ji-hoon, he finally accumulated 1,900 gold in his inventory, sufficient to purchase both the Catalyst of Aeons and the Tear. The downside was that Lee Sang-hyok's combat effectiveness would be severely compromised, and he lacked the extra gold to craft Tier 2 boots. Relying solely on his brown boots to reach the mid-turret was simply not viable. He could only watch as the minions were gradually devoured by the turret. Lee Sang-hyok forced himself to remain calm, still speaking in an unperturbed tone. "Brother, you should eat." Even the foolish chicken understands that its good brother will undoubtedly be unable to catch up with this wave of minions, and must, with gritted teeth and tears, consume the minions beneath the tower. Observing this, Gu Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. Benji consumes minions, acceptable. However, when Faker does so, it is not. He seeks a secure position to return to base, crafting the Cinderhulk jungle item and supplementing his vision with a control ward. As Gu Xing, accompanied by Zhu Xiaolong, pushed down SKT's bottom lane first blood tower with a 4-man assault, both teams entered the lane swap phase around the 8-minute mark. The duo from both teams arrived at the top lane to contest, while the original top laners developed in the bottom lane. Gu Xing, disregarding Zhu Xiaolong and the lower jungle, headed straight for the top lane. Captain Jack stood stunned at this scene, lamenting loudly, "Virtue, Lee Ji-hoon, oh dear. Could you please venture into the lower half? There are no jungle monsters in the upper half." When Gu Xing flashed in to ambush Faker, he had just cleared the upper jungle monsters before arriving mid. By the logic of a rational person, who would immediately return to the upper half. Certainly, one would venture to the lower half to farm and simultaneously provide protection for their Jace. Yet Gu Xing chose to defy convention and act contrary to expectations. SKT remained oblivious, with the Wolfbang duo still stationed beneath the tower. The anguished roar of the Beast Emperor, Han Yongjun, echoed through the air. Gu Xing, anticipating that the opponents would likely place wards in the upper lane's tribrush, opted to tunnel through the barren pit and enter SKT's upper half. Circling around the red buff camp, he emerged from behind the opponent's first tower, blocking the retreat of the Wolfbang duo. What on earth is Si-Ba attempting to do? Lee Ji-hoon was on the verge of madness, questioning why this individual would be here. The foolish chicken lingered below, while mid-laner Lee Sang-hyuk, due to the cooldown of our curtain call, lacked strong roaming capabilities. Across the entirety of SKT's upper half, no teammates were present. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee Ji-hoon hastily fled. Yet the range of the sniper rifle encompassed both him and Bang. The curtain rises. Amidst the whispers of Jin, the super bullet pierced through a minion wave, simultaneously striking the immobile Zyra. Wolf's movement speed plummeted dramatically. Even with Bang's healing spell, it proved ineffective. A brief segment of Nami caught up, applying the Tidecaller's blessing effect upon herself, her basic attacks applying a slow. Gu Xing, unhurried to emerge from the ground, continued to obstruct the escape route, inflicting the Frosted Requiem to further diminish Wolf's movement speed. Bang, aware that his support had no route of escape, utilized his arcane shift in conjunction with Flash, hoping to evade capture. Previously, when faced with a 4-man assault in the bottom lane, Bang understood survival was impossible and had conserved his Flash, which now served its purpose. Gu Xing, lacking Flash, noted the rapid distance being established by the opponents, and had no intention of forcing a chase, instead locking his sights on Wolf. Lee Ji-hoon's clumsy fingers danced uselessly upon the keyboard. Yet, Jin's final shot claimed his life. Han Yongjun, filled with profound emotion, reflected on the audacious and ferocious ganking strategy of Virtue. Captain Jack also praised that in terms of aggression, he is no less formidable than ROX's Peanut, particularly in his ability to secure kills. Peanut's approach offers some discernible characteristics that adhere to the most fundamental principles of ganking, yet Virtue's intentions elude us entirely. This match truly showcased his prowess, earning him the title of the most unpredictable jungler. Viewers in the Korean live stream expressed their frustration. What on earth is SKT doing? Are they utterly bewildered, displaying no resistance whatsoever? Let us not be overly critical. Peanut did attempt a gank in mid, but Faker faltered and handed a kill back. What could be done? Are we really aiming for second place? I cannot forgive SKT. If they allow Samsung into Group A, they will surely dismantle VG. And these two commentators, if they cannot articulate, they should remain silent. What does it mean to praise the opposing jungler? Quiet down. Everyone, the match is crucial, and the outcome is still uncertain. We must have faith in SKT. They are our pride as Koreans. At the player's bench, Peanut bit his lip tightly. With his peak jungle control mindset, he simply could not comprehend why Gu Xing would neglect the camps in the lower jungle and instead prioritize chasing down opponents. Earlier, in an effort to keep pace with the enemy, he had even adjusted his jungle route to align with Rek'Sai's direction. Who would have thought Gu Xing would suddenly venture to the top lane, further disrupting the synchronized jungle rhythm of both teams? Does this player not value jungle monsters? Peanut checked the scoreboard, noting he was ahead by a significant 20 minions, yet his unease continued to amplify. Having been thoroughly disoriented by Gu Xing's 3 swift strikes, he now realized where the problem lay. His consumption of jungle camps was proving ineffective. Peanut understood that he was merely a supporting role in the team, intended to accentuate the brilliance of the 2 primary damage dealers. In the past, he had managed the minion waves in the early game to alleviate pressure on his teammates, always on the lookout for ganking opportunities. In the mid to late game, he would typically assume a tanky role providing vision or initiating team fights, or alternatively, he would remain at the back to protect the carries. He was certainly not adept at playing carry-type champions. Peanut was acutely aware of his role and recognized his limitations in mechanics. Thus, he had always been straightforward, never aspiring to play the primary jungle carries. Yet now, Gu Xing's bizarre and illogical ganking strategy forced him into a position where he had to counter jungle to exchange resources. Reluctantly, Peanut found himself on the path of a jungle carry. After consuming resources, could he truly carry the game? It seemed highly unlikely. The true late-game stalwarts, Faker and Bang, were now timid and could only scrape together minimal development. Meanwhile, Peanut was flourishing. He immediately recalled another crucial point. It turned out that he had not been diligent in farming his own jungle camps, as he had devoted more energy to protecting his teammates. However, Gu Xing completely disrupted his playstyle. The illogical ganks caught Peanut off guard, rendering his superior minion management ineffective. Because Peanut's strategy for managing minion waves was predicated on an accurate assessment of the enemy jungler's position. For instance, if one were to anticipate Gu Xing's presence in the lower quadrant, one might proactively assist teammates in the bot lane by reversing the minion wave, thereby facilitating a stable farming environment beneath the tower. Meanwhile, the top lane could capitalize on this opportunity to push the minion wave forward, exerting pressure on the opposing player or establishing vision control in the river. However, the clumsy chicken is utterly incapable of discerning Gu Xing's movements. Each time a positional prediction is made, the adversary materializes in an inconceivable location, launching an offensive against the top lane. This back and forth has led not only to a lack of trust among teammates, but also to the clumsy chicken doubting its own judgment. The inability to comprehend the actions of the enemy jungler has resulted in chaotic minion management. VG, on the other hand, seems to accurately predict the enemy's position, with the corresponding player in the quadrant consistently remaining in the shadows. With neither flash nor ultimate available, the success rate for capturing opponents is exceedingly low. What else can the clumsy chicken do if not farm the jungle? The clumsy chicken finds itself in a predicament. In the ever-changing landscape of professional competition, no one will wait for it to devise a strategy. The higher brothers at the LPL commentary desk are nearly bursting with laughter. As the match progresses to the 12-minute mark, Gu makes another appearance in the top lane, driving back the SKT duo and allowing his teammates to demolish the outer tower. Miller can hardly contain his inner joy. The dynamics of the junglers in this tiebreaker have undergone a complete reversal compared to the previous round. Up to this point, the clumsy chicken has managed only a single assist, while the pace of the game has been thoroughly dominated by Gu. Wawa is lost in thought, sensing that SKT's formation has faltered significantly, and VG plans to regroup and push mid. Gu Xing purchases a control ward in cloth armor, replenishing his vision before directing his teammates to assault SKT's final outer tower. Dragon, push the bot lane minion wave and come over immediately, he advises, massaging his temples to alleviate the throbbing pain, and attempts to dismantle the mid tower. Gu Xing is unwilling to prolong the stalemate. If the battle drags on until the equipment is fully developed, SKT will once again display their formidable capabilities in the mid to late game. A prolonged night brings forth many dreams, and inevitable hazards lurk within. Zhu Xiaolong is obedient to Gu Xing's commands. Although their jungler has offered little assistance in this match, Dragon has reaped considerable rewards. During the skirmish that led to the destruction of SKT's outer tower in a 4 versus 2 engagement, he secured a kill and contributed to the first blood tower, netting approximately 600 to 700 gold in team economy. After acquiring the Yumu's Ghost Blade, Zhu Xiaolong has firmly established a lead in his matchup. He no longer seeks to exploit the side lanes for solo plays. Through rigorous training, Zhu Xiaolong has grasped the essence of enhancing the accuracy of his cannon shots. In the skirmishes prior to a full team fight, he can unleash the maximum potential of his cannon against squishy opponents. The VG team approaches the mid lane at the 1308 mark, following the cannon minion wave. Dragon lies in wait at the edge of the enemy's vision, landing a shot on SKT's jungler and support. The astonishing damage output elicits gasps of astonishment within the civic hall. Janna is left with but half her health. Wawa exclaims loudly, his presence remarkably pronounced. Isn't Dragon's damage a bit too exaggerated? Wolf's face darkens in dismay. Janna, already frail, has succumbed 3 times prior, and now at level 6. She lags behind the other 9 players in both resilience and health. Upon witnessing himself reduced to half health from a cannon blast, Lee Ji-hoon had no choice but to exhaust all his skills, summoning a multitude of plants before retreating to base for replenishment. He dared not linger in the mid lane, for another strike would pose a risk of further casualties for his team. With Janna having vanished from the front lines, SKT's defensive capabilities were alarmingly fragile. Gu Xing, as the sole frontline defender of the team, stood resolutely at the forefront, allowing his teammates to safely dismantle towers from behind. The presence of the cannon minion wave emboldened the 5 members of VG, relentlessly chipping away at the health of SKT's mid-tier tower. This composition of SKT evidently faced significant challenges in defense. Miller discerned that the situation was dire. Their reach was insufficient to withstand VG's champions, and they struggled to even clear the minion waves. Following Lee Ji-hoon's departure, SKT's defensive strength dwindled to merely Rise and Ezreal, the 2 carries capable of clearing minions. However, they lacked area damage skills, as this iteration of Rise required 2 stacks or a unit kill to unleash the spreading effect of his E spell Flux. Ezreal, on the other hand, possessed only our True Shot Barrage, with damage to subsequent units diminishing gradually. Moreover, both carries were equipped with the Tear of the Goddess, particularly Ezreal, who squandered 750 gold, yielding little enhancement to actual combat capabilities, and faced similar shortcomings in damage against minions. Gu Xing's actions only compounded the predicament. Relying on his robust physique, he occasionally intercepted skills meant for the minion wave. Consequently, SKT's minion clearing speed became excruciatingly slow, as the health of the mid-tier tower dwindled. Duke, having just managed the side lane, arrived at mid lane, wielding the hammer form of his champion to unleash our Hammer of Justice, sending VG players flying and distancing them from the mid tower. The SKT supporters in attendance let out a collective sigh of relief, applauding enthusiastically. As the next wave of minions approached, Lee Ji-hoon should have replenished his health and be ready to assist with minion clearing. Seeing that the mid lane minion wave had been dealt with, Faker hurriedly made his way to the top lane, attempting to execute a split push. SKT frequently employed this 1-3-1 strategy. The mid lane typically hosted a duo, with the jungler occasionally providing assistance, while the original solo laner would push the side lane to manage minions and recover resources, all the while drawing the enemy's attention. Since the teleportation was nerfed in the summer split, mid-lane mages began to favor Ghost, limiting the effectiveness of this strategy. If the three frontline champions were forcefully engaged, side lane heroes without teleportation found it challenging to swiftly return to defend, and the lengthy 45-second channeling time for teleportation proved fatal, often resulting in an awkward scenario where the hero had yet to land while their counterparts in the frontline had already perished. However, at the World Championship, the 1-3-1 split push strategy encountered a new twist. Although teleportation had not been reverted, mid laners still primarily utilized Ghost. Yet, the number of champions capable of initiating strong engages had diminished, and poke-type supports had become prevalent. Now, executing a split push made it exceedingly difficult for the three defensive roles to be caught off guard and eliminated. Faker sought to employ this familiar tactic to exert pressure on VG in the side lanes, compelling them to return and manage the minions. Thus, VG would find it challenging to concentrate their forces to breach the mid lane, or else they would incur substantial costs. The Duke hastened to the top lane to keep an eye on Lee Ji-hoon. In the SKT jungle, the players keenly seized the opportunity. Just moments prior, VG had invested heavily in vision control around the mid lane to ensure they would not fall victim to a surprise attack. Consequently, it became challenging for the VG jungler and support to establish vision on the sidelines before returning to base to replenish their wards. The resourceful player, Benji, adept at reading defensive plays, took advantage of this and began to coordinate an assault. He activated his scanner and stealthily advanced, lurking in the shadows of the upper lane. The moment he spotted Victor in the upper lane, Lee Sang-hyuk executed a well-timed flash, swiftly immobilizing the opponent with his EW combo. Benji's sonic wave struck true, following up with a barrage that depleted the health of the adversary. Lee Ji-hoon, observing the black and white screen, took a sip from his paper cup. He found himself in a difficult position. With a substantial wave of minions approaching the tower, he could not afford to ignore it. One could only lament the exceptional skill of the plane composition in exploiting weaknesses, as they swiftly laid a trap upon detecting VG's brief lapse in vision. Fortunately, before his demise, he utilized Death Ray, in conjunction with our Chaos Storm, to clear the minions beneath the tower, ensuring its safety. Duo's slight frustration was evident. One could not afford to be complacent. This death obliterated the early advantage they had gained. The economic balance shifted back to Faker. Once targeted in the early game, Lee Sang-hyuk now found himself with 2 kills, and once he acquired the Zhonya's hourglass, he would possess significant combat potential. Observing the opposing jungle and mid laner heading to the upper lane for a pick, VG promptly decided to push the mid tower. However, Wolf Zyra, putting her life on the line, advanced to plant seeds and unleash her ultimate. Our strangling vines unfurled, unleashing a barrage of angry plants upon the minions beneath the tower. After clearing the cannon minion, the wave that entered SKT's mid-tower consisted solely of regular minions, posing little threat. The SKT duo cleared the wave, leaving the mid-tower with a mere 13 health points, steadfastly defending its position and diligently providing sanctuary for their heroes. Gu Xing, undeterred, immediately launched a counterattack, heading straight for the lower lane, targeting Duke, whose ultimate was on cooldown. With VG lacking vision on the sidelines, SKT was not in a better position. Duke, without the protection of the next tower, moved cautiously, yet despite his vigilance, Gu Xing managed to find an opening. Rek'Sai burrowed through the wall to the lower lane and was promptly wall-stunned by Poppy. Miller's voice grew urgent as Gu Xing unleashed his chilling restraint, applying a slow effect on the opponent. A distant sniper shot perfectly locked onto the hammer-form minigun, a critical strike. Duke attempted to evade, but the slow effect ultimately hindered his escape. The strike connected, immobilizing Poppy. Gu Xing launched her into the air, and Rek'Sai's vicious claws swiftly drained a significant portion of her health. Dragon Brothers Jace, from a distance, landed a charged shot, switching to hammer form to deliver a blow. Duke did his utmost to escape. Poppy, while facing the VG jungle and mid, should have had an easier time, given that the opponents were primarily physical damage dealers. However, her equipment was rather subpar. As the match progressed, she had yet to secure any kills, and the team had not managed to push down a single tower, leaving her without even a share of the spoils. In contrast, the equipment and levels of the top lane duo from VG are significantly superior. Gu Xing relinquished a kill to Long Gu, turning his attention to securing the freshly spawned Earth Dragon. As the clock struck 15 minutes and 30 seconds, He returned to base for supplies, attempting to regroup with his teammates. In the mid lane, as they pushed forward once more, Gu Xing marked the minion wave departing from their own high ground. If this wave of minions were to be allowed to accumulate, Long Gu could push down the second tower should the enemy choose to defend aggressively. Zhu Xiaolong readily agreed. With Duke's demise, he had easily amassed a considerable number of minions, poised to apply pressure on SKT's second tower. If SKT intended to protect their mid-tower, they would need to mobilize their champion, Poppy. Otherwise, the enemy's crucial ultimate abilities would be on cooldown, rendering them defenseless. SKT opted to abandon the first mid-tower, exchanging resources along the side lanes. Miller furrowed his brow. At 15 minutes and 57 seconds, SKT's final outer tower collapsed with a resounding crash. However, this seemed more like a temporary measure on their part. Lee Sang-hyuk remained steadfast in the top lane. Having acquired the Zhonya's hourglass, he was relatively resilient. Utilizing his double E spell surge to extend the surge effect onto the minion wave, he unleashed his Q, overload, to create substantial damage. Seizing the opportunity while VG amassed their forces in the mid lane, he pushed down the enemy's top tower, thereby extracting a significant amount of gold for his team. After clearing the minions, he strolled around the river, then proceeded to farm in his upper jungle camp. Knowing he had consumed too many resources early on, the clumsy chicken decided to adopt a starvation-style jungle strategy, ceding all manageable camp resources to his teammates. Through this method, Faker rapidly developed. Despite the loss of the first mid-tower, SKT's defensive pressure did not markedly increase. The duo remained safe while farming in front of the second tower. Although the minion waves struggled to break free, there were no critical neutral resources available at this moment, allowing them to remain beneath the second tower and still collect an equivalent amount of minions. Duke, stationed alone at the second tower, did not even venture out to engage the defensive structure, content to act as the tower's guardian. The situation appeared to be at a stalemate. Due to the loss of the first mid-tower, SKT's jungle was at risk of invasion. Occasionally, one or two camps were taken back, slightly widening the economic gap between both teams. Nonetheless, everything remained within SKT's control. Korean commentator Jong Yong-jun, upon witnessing this, relaxed his previously tense muscles and revealed a smile. VG had orchestrated several assaults on the first mid-tower, yet SKT responded with remarkable cleverness, avoiding conflict while exchanging resources and continuously developing. One could only commend SKT for their profound expertise in resource management and operational strategy as a seasoned powerhouse. Captain Jack concurred with his partner's assessment. Noting that VG seemed to be ensnaring themselves, they had taken down the first tower, but to what avail? They had not gained substantial benefits from it. SKT relished employing a Tai Chi-like approach to defense. Seeing the situation less tense than before, he spoke confidently about their operational finesse, likening it to a masterful art of utilizing minimal force to achieve significant results. If they could endure, successfully withstanding VG's strongest mid-game onslaught, they would turn the tides in their favor. Captain Jack brimmed with confidence. This psychological state did not persist for long. As the match reached the 19-minute mark, VG's mid and jungle trio converged on the recently pushed bottom lane Jace, attempting once more to advance through the middle lane, posing a threat to the enemy's second turret. Initially, Kwon Young-jun felt no alarm. After a brief pause, Duke managed the bottom lane minions and could circumvent towards the vicinity of the high ground, ready to unleash his ultimate to dispatch the VG players. This was not the first time Duke had engaged in such a maneuver. With his ultimate in hand, Poppy would undoubtedly thwart the adversary's ambitions. In Kwon Young-jun's perspective, this was yet another doomed push for VG. Lee Sang-hyuk shared this sentiment, firmly believing that his teammates could defend the middle second turret. Observing VG's 4 players pushing forward, Lee Sang-hyuk opted to amass a substantial wave of minions to pressure the enemy's upper second turret. Only Lee Ji-hoon stood guard there. Following his second demise, the dynamics of the mid-lane battle shifted subtly. Now, it was the blue-skinned Victor who held the upper hand. Ryze's health was sufficiently robust to withstand Victor's explosive skill combo. Subsequently, he leveraged a continuous stream of low cooldown abilities to inflict persistent damage, severely wounding or even eliminating Victor. Reluctantly, Lee Ji-hoon found himself at the second turret, ready to receive the wave. The director's camera focused on the mid lane, and millions of viewers, through the live broadcast, once more witnessed Poppy wielding her massive hammer, propelling the members of the VG team far away. Gu Xing curled the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for this moment. "My lord, are you ready? I shall arrive shortly." Rek'Sai emitted a piercing scream, and the sound of our void rush reverberated throughout the venue. The landing tunnel was at the blue buff camp in VG's upper half. This was alarmingly close to Lee Sang-hyok. It was evident that the target was Faker. Upon hearing the sound of Rek'Sai's ultimate, Lee Sang-hyok momentarily froze, then realized that the enemy was coming for him. He was uncertain which tunnel Gu Xing would emerge from, but activating his ghostly speed was certainly a priority. The acceleration effect of the spectral step in the current version was remarkably impressive, allowing Rise to flee swiftly towards the back. Gu Xing activated his ultimate at the tunnel entrance and immediately burrowed into another tunnel. At this moment, he was merely a wall apart from Lee Sang-hyok. A flash of golden light. He blinked into Rise's line of sight. Deep cold retribution. The blue retribution proved effective once more, unconditionally stealing 20 movement speed. Rise, who had previously exceeded 500 movement speed, was suddenly brought back to normal. Gu Xing, utilizing the speed boost from the blue retribution, rapidly closed the distance to Lee Sang-hyok. Faker pivoted and ensnared Rek'Sai in place with EW. Initially, he intended to activate his ultimate and escape. However, at that instant, a deadly flourish approached from afar. Rise, who was stationary and casting, was utterly unable to maneuver. Just as he was about to be struck by the flourish, Lee Sang-hyok reacted swiftly, decisively flashing to the side. Yet the sniper's shot was ready. The range of our perfect finale encompassed Rise. Earlier, Duke's hammer form ultimate had knocked the VG players away from the middle second turret, playing right into the hands of Gu Xing and his allies. In a critical moment, Jin's shot struck near the mid lane of the canyon. With just 2 steps forward, he could ensnare Rise within the extensive range of his ultimate skill. Positioned at an angle, Imp's perfectly timed super bullet could obstruct Rise's retreat towards SKT's second turret, compelling Lee Sang-hyok to adjust his positioning. Faker found himself flustered by the rapid assembly of VG's forces. He had not anticipated such cunning from his opponents, who first grouped to push down the mid lane, forcing Duke to activate his ultimate and scatter several players, only to pivot and direct their focus on him, who was pushing the wave near VG's second turret. In doing so, Duke's Judgment of the Guardian inadvertently aided VG in their pursuit. Clearly, VG had come prepared, executing their plan with remarkable fluidity. As Gu Xing concluded the control effect of his rune confinement, Lee Sang-hyok realized that if Jin continued to pressure him with long-range shots, he would inevitably be cornered by Rek'Sai. Seizing the moment, Faker opted to sprint forward, taking a couple of steps ahead. He then unfurled his rune tome and activated his Path of the Arcane. If he remained undisturbed for just 2 seconds, he could teleport to safety via the cerulean portal. From the onset of the skirmish, Lee Ji-hoon, who had similarly activated his sprint in relentless pursuit, witnessed the unfolding path of the arcane, and for once, a fierce determination graced his typically composed demeanor. Just as the teleportation was about to take effect, a flash of golden light erupted in the canyon. Victor lunged forward 400 yards, unleashing his Chaos Storm. The skill struck at the absolute limit, its built-in silence effect interrupting the teleportation. A deafening cacophony erupted in the auditorium. Almost immediately, Jin's super bullet followed, piercing through Rise's defenses and imposing a significant slow effect. More critically, Lee Sang-hyok had remained at the very edge of the path of the arcane range, anticipating its activation without further movement. Gu Xing seized this opportunity to close the gap, ultimately unleashing his Thonic Eruption, successfully launching Rise into the air. "Nice," Lee Ji-hoon shouted with uncharacteristic fervor, executing a QEQ combo to inflict substantial damage, in conjunction with the Thunderlord's decree and his teammates' burst output, leading to Rise's demise. Zhu Xiaolong beamed with delight. "Well done, little Gu." What had seemed like a feigned push in the mid lane was, in fact, a calculated assault on Lee Sang-hyok in the side lane. Upon hearing his jungler's strategic insight, he had been astounded. Now, with the successful kill of Faker, the previously stagnant situation shattered instantaneously. Dragon. Gu Xing dared not raise his voice too much, lest the throbbing in his head intensify. Jin withdrew his weapon and dashed towards the barren pit with urgency. Lee Sang-hyok's demise occurred at 19 minutes and 44 seconds. By the time he respawned, the Nashor would surely have refreshed. VG aimed to capitalize on this successful pick to solidify their advantage. The commentators erupted with excitement. Faker was too careless this time. How dare he venture alone into the fray? I truly cannot comprehend it. Miller seizes the moment, his voice resonating with fervor. While Faker seems rather overconfident, believing he could evade the encirclement by VG. The Korean commentary team is engulfed in despair. The confidence they derived from SKT's successful defense and strategy in the first 4 minutes has now dissipated. They are only just realizing the terrifying capability of VG to create and seize opportunities. The memory of VG's lethal synergy in the group stage, culminating in a decisive spinning kick that sealed the match, lingers vividly. This is undoubtedly not a team that would passively await their fate. Lee Sang-hyok's feudal screen switching reflects his grave demeanor, devoid of other expressions. He seeks to capitalize on the brief respite provided by VG's push to gain some development, ideally pushing down a defensive tower to bolster the team's resources. Yet, he finds himself the target of a coordinated assault by his opponents. Had either Jin or Rek'Sai been absent, he could have made a graceful escape. My apologies, I feel deeply ashamed for Duke. His few shining moments in this match were when he launched his ultimate to knock back the adversaries during VG's collective push. However, this time, through a twist of fate, he inadvertently led to the downfall of his own mid laner. Benji, overwhelmed with concern for his teammates, realizes that VG intends to exploit Faker's demise to secure the Baron. He quickly glances at the data panel, understanding that SKT cannot engage in this skirmish. Bang, having faced severe targeting in the early game, despite only being eliminated once, has lost a significant number of minions. With no kills to his name, he has yet to acquire the Iceborne Gauntlet. Relying solely on the damage from his magic cutlass provides little deterrence against VG. Duke's ultimate is also on cooldown. After Lee Sang-hyok's fall, SKT has entirely lost its fighting spirit. Benji resolves to go solo for the Baron. You all continue to defend the tower. He urges his teammates to focus on development. Activating his scanner, he cautiously navigates the upper jungle, attempting to avoid VG's wards. Unfortunately, upon nearing the dragon pit, he is detected by VG. A fortified shot is fired, and soon after, the formidable gentleman with a hammer appears in Benji's line of sight. Both Jace and Poppy wield hammers, but their damage is not comparable in magnitude. Benji had indeed consumed a fair share of jungle resources early on, yet as the game transitioned, he relinquished most camps to allow his teammates to develop, opting instead to leech experience to maintain his level. Now, Benji's equipment is rather mediocre, and he is swiftly reduced to a sliver of health by a full combo from Jace. A laser. In the Dragon Pit, Victor's E. The Death Ray lands perfectly, extinguishing the last vestige of health from the blind monk. At that moment, Ezreal's precise barrage sweeps across the Dragon Pit. Gu Xing remains motionless, allowing the golden crescent to diminish the Baroness' health, before confidently executing the smite to secure the Nashor. The appearance of the purple Baron buff signals a decisive shift in the balance of victory and defeat. Oh, the audacity! Joo Sung-bin, in his excitement, further stirs the flames. Isn't this a brutal blow to your former teammate, Lee Ji-hoon? In under a minute, both Faker and Benji have fallen at your hands. How ruthless! Lee Ji-hoon chuckles lightly. Everyone played exceptionally well. I merely coasted along. He possesses a clear understanding of his own role. In terms of individual prowess, he, who has already descended from his peak, cannot match Lee Xiangha. Lee Ji-hoon's objective is to collaborate with Gu Xing as much as possible while confining Lee Xiangha to his lane, preventing him from freely traversing to other lanes and the jungle to dictate the tempo of the game. He was caught and eliminated twice. Although the impeccable synergy with the airplane combination played a significant role, Lee Ji-hoon was somewhat fatigued after battling through 4 BO1s. His focus diminished compared to earlier. Gu Xing returned to base, purchasing a guardian angel, and downed the icy cola in his cup, invigorated by the chilly sensation in his mouth. He pressed forward relentlessly, advancing through the mid and bottom lanes, undeterred by the fact that if Rise opted for the top lane, they would simply demolish the base. He was resolute in his intention to conclude the match swiftly, denying SKT any chance for delay. Roaring Emperor Lee Yongjun realized the loss of the Baron meant the game was lost. An economic disparity of 77k before the 21-minute mark is an astonishing figure. Captain Jack's voice was low and his spirit diminished. Such an early Baron buff rendered SKT players utterly incapable of managing the minions. The Baroness' hand granted overwhelming attributes to the minions, and SKT could not rely solely on their dual carries and Janna to fend off the relentless tide of VG VG's minions advancing towards their turrets. Duke still wished to fight to the bitter end, teleporting to a flanking ward after returning to base, attempting to ambush VG unexpectedly. Gu Xing, disregarding Poppy, charged into SKT's formation, relying on his own tankiness to endure for a full 5 seconds before succumbing. As Lee Ji-hoon witnessed Rek'Sai activating his guardian angel, he realized Duke had already been overwhelmed by VG's formidable firepower. The last flicker of hope within him extinguished completely. Virtue, thanks to the guardian angel, could hold out until his teammates arrived. Captain Jack, a former professional player, accurately assessed the situation. He understood that SKT had no chance of claiming victory in this tiebreaker, but was powerless, merely commenting on the dismal defeat of his regional team from the stage. Imp's equipment was exceptionally luxurious. With 3 items in hand, his damage surpassed Bang's by an unknown margin. Jin flashed in, landing a shot that reduced Janna to half health, followed by a mantra-enhanced shot. Wolf initially aimed to pressure Gu Xing as he resurrected, only to be swiftly eliminated by Gu Sung-bin. The clumsy chicken attempted to flash or to kick Jin into his own backline, but Xiao Duan immediately followed suit, unleashing all 4 skills in unison. The tidal wave summoned by Nami surged powerfully, echoing through the venue as if it transcended the canyon, eliciting a wave of applause in the municipal hall. To evade Nami's ultimate, SKT's dual carries swiftly shifted to the side, failing to eliminate Jin in the first instance. After resurrecting, Gu Xing burrowed into the ground, charging forward to create space for his teammates to output damage. Li Xianghe, thoroughly annoyed by Gu Xing's persistent harassment, attempted to retaliate with a combo to eliminate him. Unfortunately, Ryze's range was too short. The Duke SER combo immediately reduced Ryze's health to a mere fraction. Li Xianghe was forced to activate the Seraph's Embrace Shield. Even so, when Dragon Brother's Jace unleashed a powered shot, Faker's health was still brought to the brink. Shockwave. Gu Xing unleashed a strike from the depths, inadvertently dealing the fatal blow to Captain Jack, who let out a mournful wail. The foolish chicken met its end at the hands of Jace, leaving only Bang with no opportunity to escape. Nevertheless, Bang adeptly showcased the agile qualities of Ezreal, albeit his damage output was rather lackluster due to his inferior equipment. Even the severely weakened Gu Xing could withstand his assaults. With all 5 members of VG surviving, they surged forward through the mid lane, their silver-white VG icons illuminating above their champions in orderly formation. The 2 front towers crumbled in response. Bang, refusing to relinquish his offensive stance, was met with Dragon Brothers' exasperation. Have you had enough of this? The hammer form Q, Leap of the Heavens, was evaded by the opponent's arcane shift, but upon switching to cannon form, Jace unleashed a barrage of basic attacks, amplified by W, Hypercharge, swiftly sending Bang back to the fountain for recuperation. Ace. The chilling announcement of a complete annihilation reverberated throughout the canyon. SKT was left with no survivors, signaling the conclusion of this tiebreaker match. Splendid. Gu Xing recognized the outcome was sealed. He allowed Rek'Sai to attack autonomously, disregarding his headache as he roared in emotional release. This was hardly surprising. The team's voice chat was already filled with various sounds, the player's shouts a commonplace occurrence. The nexus of SKT shattered into countless fragments. A colossal victory emblazoned the backdrop of the VG players' bench, igniting the arena into a frenzy. Congratulations to VG. Roaring Emperor Lee Ji-hoon's voice was tinged with bitterness. Yet he maintained a dutiful smile, as they exhibited exceptional competitive prowess in this match. Particularly, Virtue, who masterfully controlled the tempo and executed a brilliant strategy to eliminate Faker, creating a golden opportunity for the team to secure the Baron. He did not hold back on accolades, truly a rising star in the jungle, deserving of respect and study from all LCK representatives in the playoffs. Roaring Emperor was unbothered by praising his opponent's post-match. Acknowledging the strength of one's adversaries is also a testament to one's own capabilities. If one were to claim the opposing team was lacking, wouldn't that imply their own shortcomings? Moreover, it was evident to all that Gu Xing had undergone a transformation in this tiebreaker. Compared to his initial hesitance against the foolish chicken, he had regained the formidable dominance he exhibited against the other junglers in Group A. Captain Jack's gaze was fixed upon the SKT bench, where 5 players displayed dejection. Prior to the tiebreaker, they had just claimed victory over VG. At that time, SKT brimmed with confidence, firmly believing they could emerge as the group's top contender. Yet, who could have predicted Gu Xing's sudden deployment of an unexpected strategy, sending SKT into disarray with mere trifles? Finishing second in the group was not unacceptable. Captain Jack sought to reassure, emphasizing that with proper adjustments, a chance for revenge would arise. The World Championship was a lengthy journey, and the one with superior learning ability would ultimately prevail. Beside them, the LPL Higher brothers were already in a state of ecstatic euphoria. VG has claimed the top spot in their group. The astonishment on the faces of the players is palpable. They truly achieved the impossible. Miller leans on the commentary desk, his joy evident in every gesture. Xiao Gu's performance in the tiebreaker was nothing short of miraculous. Not only him, but the other 4 players also displayed remarkable stability. He cheers exuberantly. With a double victory over SKT, they boldly advanced to the knockout stage as the leading team from a challenging group, showcasing the prowess of the LPL's top seed. The event's live stream is teeming with spectators. The barrage of comments flows at an astonishing speed, even causing brief interruptions in the stream. ISNT, the tiebreaker situation absurd? Can VG really win? Wow, VG is the first LPL team in 2 years to emerge as group leaders. The quality of this year's league seems impressive. Let us see if RNG and EDG can also make it. Having all 3 teams in the knockout stage would be delightful, and ideally, we have an internal battle to secure a top 4 finish. A double victory over SKT is something I could scarcely imagine. To carve a path from such a formidable group, could this year be LPL's most promising yet? The director's camera focuses on the jubilant VG players celebrating beside the player's bench, their faces radiating with brilliant smiles. I knew we could win. Gu Xing feels a rush of exhilaration. Outstanding, Gu. Joo Sung-bin slings an arm around his shoulder. Now that we've secured our place, let us see how far we can go in the knockout stage. Before he can finish his sentence, the head coach rushes in from the backstage area. Well done. Ruffles Gu Xing's dark hair. This victory is thanks to you. Hongmi had watched the entire tiebreaker from backstage. Gu Xing's audacious plays often left him anxious, yet they ultimately succeeded. He cannot help but acknowledge that his jungler possesses an impressive intuition, managing to discern the clumsy chicken style in such a short span of time and counteract it with unconventional yet effective strategies. Hongmi is immensely grateful that he chose to trust Gu Xing in this tiebreaker. Had they not altered their approach, VG would likely have fallen prey to the well-prepared old fox, the clumsy chicken. It wasn't until the referee urged the VG players to shake hands with the SKT team that everyone snapped back to reality and hurried across the stage. Gu Xing extends his hand, greeting each opponent in turn. Joo Sung-bin begins an amiable exchange with Bang. Gu Xing can't help but chuckle. Next time, we will definitely win. Lee Sang-hyuk locks eyes with him, unexpectedly declaring, next time, according to tournament regulations, opponents from the same group shall not meet again before the finals. Is Faker implying he seeks a rematch on the grand stage? They'll see when that time comes. Gu Xing responds evasively in English. Uncertain if they will even cross paths again, he sidesteps to greet the clumsy chicken. Impressive, impressive. Benji masks his disappointment, first expressing admiration in Korean, then awkwardly switching to rudimentary Mandarin. Your basket is truly formidable. Gu Xing, why is this basket comment spreading? He casts a death stare at Joo Sung-bin. Imp looks innocently bewildered. After the handshake, the 5 VG players huddle together and make their way to the center of the stage. This marks their final performance in San Francisco. As they enter the elimination phase, the team will shift their focus to Chicago. The audience in San Francisco is acutely aware that they will not have the opportunity to witness VG's matches in person again, resulting in particularly fervent applause and cheers. Many fans enthusiastically called out Gu Xing's ID, allowing him to experience the warmth of a home crowd. With a smile, Gu Xing waved to the audience before turning to organize his equipment in preparation for departure. However, just 5 minutes later, he returned to the stage, microphone in hand, to partake in the official post-match interview. Having secured a crucial victory in the tiebreaker and emerged as the top seed from the group. How does Virtue feel at this moment? Shox inquired with a smile. Gu Xing, enduring a burgeoning headache, maintained his composure. SKT is our greatest rival in the group. Not only did we defeat them in this match, but we also gained a significant advantage for the upcoming elimination phase. Naturally, I am quite pleased. Is it a win-win situation? Shox recalled the novel win-win concept that Vincent had previously explained to her and playfully shifted the conversation to another topic. Virtue. You faced SKT in both the second round of the group stage and the tiebreaker today, yet your playstyle was remarkably different and yielded excellent results. How did you devise such strategies in such a short time frame? Previously, our style held little advantage against SKT, and after losing, we sought change, Gu Xing succinctly explained. During the summer season, many teams' junglers imparted alternative knowledge to me directly or indirectly, which seemed to counter SKT's play style, making this tiebreaker an opportune moment for experimentation. The outcome indeed suggested that this was the will of the LPL region, enabling me to triumph over SKT. This answer, veiled in ambiguity, left listeners pondering its authenticity. Gu Xing was reluctant to reveal the secrets of the Jungle King at this juncture, lest it be studied by opponents. Thus, he referred only to the generalization of LPL junglers. With over 10 teams in the LPL, the Jungle King had been sidelined by Doinb, who transferred to VG, remaining largely unnoticed throughout the summer season. Should opponents seek to analyze Gu Xing, they would likely start with the records of the many junglers who had played during the summer, creating a multitude of samples and misleading options for any diligent investigator. Clearly, Shox had not fully grasped Gu Xing's strategy, as she posed one final question. With the elimination rounds approaching, what are your thoughts on the draw? Without hesitation, Gu Xing replied, we are still uncertain about the second-place teams from the other groups, but since we qualified as the top seed, we certainly aim to advance further in this tournament. Regardless of our opponents, we are confident in our ability to win. Bidding farewell to the enthusiastic crowd in San Francisco, Gu Xing returned the microphone and swiftly made his way back to the lounge. Boss Ding-jun expressed his satisfaction with the overall performance of the training department, exclaiming his desire to find a place to indulge in a hearty meal before departing. Gu Xing readily agreed, and by the time he returned to his hotel room, it was already past midnight. After a hurried wash, he collapsed onto his bed. As soon as his head rested upon the plush pillow, he succumbed to a profound slumber. Upon awakening, the subtle ache in his mind had vanished completely. However, he still felt a lingering fatigue enveloping his entire being. After successfully concluding the virtual match, he should have indulged in immediate rest, yet he had persisted through an additional game, which had understandably taken its toll on his body. Jack was not in the room. The blanket was haphazardly strewn across the bed, riddled with wrinkles. Turning his gaze to the other side, through a narrow gap in the thick brown curtains, he could glimpse the clear blue sky. How long had he slept? He reached for his phone on the bedside table, discovering that it was now 2:58 p.m. local time. He had, in fact, slumbered for approximately 13 to 14 hours. It was no wonder his mind felt sluggish. A half day of sleep could naturally lead to a sense of drowsiness. He opened WeChat to check for notifications from the training department. Last night, the management had mentioned some scheduling matters after the additional match, but he had only nodded along, not fully grasping the details. After perusing the messages, he confirmed that the training department would be resting this afternoon, with practice matches scheduled for 7 p.m. This news eased his mind. The chat application was filled with congratulatory messages from friends and family. Exhausted from the previous night, he had not replied, only briefly informing his family and girlfriend of his situation before collapsing into sleep. Now that he was awake and with no pressing matters at hand, he began to draft responses. Initially, he considered making a video call to Shunguanshan, but upon realizing it was still dawn back home, he decided against it and opted to browse the forums instead. After a night of fervent discussion, the forum was abuzz with posts regarding last night's Group A matches. What is Xiao Gu's true level? He was stifled by the clumsy chicken, yet returned to dominate in the additional match? It's a fair contest. Virtue's adjustment capability is indeed impressive. In the match Xiao Gu lost, the performance gap was minimal. In the additional match, he faced the MVP, suffered no deaths, and had a 957 participation rate. How can you call that a fair contest? To be honest, the additional match was quite enjoyable. The clumsy chicken favored map control, while Xiao Gu adeptly targeted the enemy heroes, and his gank angles were quite clever. I still relish the bewildered expressions of the SKT players. The replay of that additional match was inundated with comments. Such high engagement for a group match is astonishing. The comments included a link. Upon clicking it, he was directed to the replay interface on Bilibili. Within a day, the viewership had surged, and the barrage of comments was indeed overwhelming. In recent years, the LCK League had made significant strides in various world-class tournaments, garnering a considerable following domestically. Many casual viewers felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Yet they could not deny the strength of their opponents. Consequently, the double champion SKT had suffered a humiliating defeat in the additional match, failing to last even 30 minutes. VG achieved a long-awaited, exhilarating victory against a formidable LCK team at the global finals, instantly igniting the audience's fervent curiosity, resulting in a sharp rise in viewership. Gu Xing made a beeline for the comments section beneath the video. The initial hot comments all praised the VG players, led by him. I declare that Xiao Gu is the supreme god of junglers. Who agrees and who disagrees? How could the double champion jungler, Benji, perform so poorly in the tiebreaker? Only managing to gank Hou twice, while spending the rest of the time grinding in the jungle? Browsing the Korean forum is quite amusing. Benji went all out last year to prove he was the jungle, yet a single tiebreaker returned him to his former self. Haha. The jungle is a moniker that originated from Korean netizens' mockery of Benji during Season 4. At that time, SKT's performance was abysmal, being thoroughly defeated by the Samsung blue and white teams, as well as KT. Netizens ridiculed Benji for his jungle play, claiming he merely farmed without actively ganking or, when he did attempt to help, ended up dragging down his 4 teammates. Thus, he earned the title The Jungle, symbolizing his lack of contribution beyond the jungle itself. As Season 5 unfolded, Benji made a resurgence, helping his team secure 2 league championship trophies and 1 global championship trophy, gradually transforming the jungle into a unique form of praise. Following this tiebreaker, Korean netizens swiftly rescinded the title, wishing they could send Benji some local delicacies. Gu Xing was not surprised. After spending considerable time on the forums, he understood that global netizens were quite similar. Victorious players were exalted, while those who faltered were mercilessly criticized. Earlier, while browsing the forum, Gu Xing noticed users digging up previous posts. The timestamps indicating they were all published after VG's initial loss to SKT in the second round of the group stage. The prevailing sentiment before the match was that VG's loss to SKT was understandable, while a victory would be a substantial gain. Yet, amidst the vitriol directed at VG, many users were now flooding the threads with questions, including one particularly notable post where a user claimed they would eat 5 pounds of excrement if VG managed to win against SKT, which garnered hundreds of replies, showcasing remarkable engagement. Benji's current predicament bore a striking resemblance to Gu Xing's earlier situation. As long as his subsequent performances were sufficiently impressive, this tiebreaker would not significantly tarnish Benji's reputation. Continuing to scroll down, Gu Xing stumbled upon another intriguing comment. Enough already. Anyone with discernment knows how weak SKT is right now. They were led by KT in the summer split, only to lose to Samsung and ROX. Frankly speaking, SKT is the weakest among Korean teams this year. VG's victory does not imply that LPL is superior to LCK. This single comment racked up a staggering number of replies in the hundreds. Isn't there a forum for those who excessively praise LCK? Can't understand Korean, can you? Haha. The double champion of the world is being reduced to the weakest representative of LCK. You truly comprehend everything. The aggressive nature of the replies made Gu Xing lose interest in reading further. As the clock struck 3:30, he rose from his slumber, washed up, and prepared to venture downstairs for a meal before heading to the training room to regain his usual practice routine. Splashing his face with cool water, Gu Xing felt a refreshing clarity wash over him. After brushing his teeth and donning his short-sleeved team jersey, he sent a message to his girlfriend, confirming that she had packed her bag and was leaving the dormitory before initiating a video call. On the other side of the screen, bathed in the soft light of dawn, Shun Guanshan was briskly walking along a tree-lined path, her smile radiant like the morning sun. Congratulations. I was quite anxious during yesterday's tiebreaker, but it turned out to be rather easy, she remarked. Reflecting on the tournament's progression, Gu Xing recalled how VG had relentlessly pursued SKT throughout the match, with only sporadic counterattacks from the latter yielding minimal results. Yet even now, Gu Xing felt the weight of pressure upon him. The urgency of not making mistakes lingered incessantly in his mind, fearing that any misstep might allow SKT to seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Indeed, after toppling SKT's first turret, the ensuing 4 minutes saw SKT skillfully leveraging their minion waves to create ample space for development. Had it not been for Gu Xing's reliance on Duke's ultimate ability with Poppy and his teammates' timely capture of Faker in the side lane, the match could have indeed dragged on. As he strolled through the hotel corridor, Gu Xing shared his genuine feelings about the match with his girlfriend. Shun Guanshan's previously carefree demeanor faded as she focused intently on him. Is the pressure truly that immense? No wonder you mentioned a headache after yesterday's tiebreaker. She instinctively pieced together the logical connections. Gu Xing responded earnestly, admitting that the pressure was indeed significant. At times, the lack of feedback left him so tense that his hands trembled. Shun Guanshan furrowed her brow, sensing that something felt amiss. Having known Gu Xing for 18 years, she rarely witnessed him exhibit signs of nervousness. However, she quickly rationalized this behavior, acknowledging her limited capacity for empathy and her lack of experience in competitive arenas, which left her ignorant of the mental challenges her boyfriend faced during matches. Performing in front of millions of live viewers and online spectators undoubtedly bore immense pressure, particularly during a tiebreaker that could determine one's future. Try to relax. Don't pay too much attention to the external noise, she advised, struggling to find the right words of comfort, especially before a match, urging him to avoid negative comments. Noticing her serious expression, Gu Xing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shun Guanshan fell silent, her heart racing as she questioned whether her tone had been too didactic. Having switched to a new set of roommates in college, they occasionally teased her for being rather uninteresting. While Shun Guanshan was not overly sensitive to others' opinions, she worried that Gu Xing might share the same sentiment. I'm not nervous during the match at all. The larger the audience, the more excited I become. So, please don't worry, Gu Xing reassured her with a smile, intending to lighten the mood, unaware that she had taken his words to heart. Shun Guanshan's heart plummeted as she bit her lip, slightly adjusting the camera angle, leaving Gu Xing only able to see her chin. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly made a wise compensation. Speaking of the recent tiebreaker, I must credit you with 13 points for this victory. Shun Guanshan raised her phone, gazing at her boyfriend in confusion. Gu Xing once again beheld the visage of his girlfriend. In his eyes, Shun Guanshan's beauty was nothing short of perfection, her features harmoniously proportioned, her skin fair and luminous like the morning dew, clear and unblemished. The earlier stern expression, with a hint of spirited resolve between her brows, adorned her face without clashing, rather enhancing her charm. Yesterday you told me to remain calm and focused until the very last moment of the competition, Gu Xing explained to his girlfriend. And that is precisely what I did. Moreover, just before taking the stage for the tiebreaker, I indulged in a piece of dark chocolate, the very bar you first gifted me. He added, noting that the atmosphere felt entirely different during the tiebreaker. Indeed, it was remarkably distinct. Upon hearing this, Shun Guanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze growing ever more enchanting, and even her voice took on a softer, more melodious tone. Then, before crucial matches in the future, you should definitely have a piece. Gu Xing reminisced about the agony following yesterday's competition. This indulgence shouldn't become a habit. He discreetly shifted the topic. In San Francisco, Damori offers a wide variety of chocolates, influenced by the cocoa's origin. When I return home, I shall bring you several to sample. Shun Guanshan nodded eagerly, then inquired, by the way, when are you all heading to Chicago? That will depend on the confirmation of the remaining 3 groups' qualification slots. Gu Xing replied as he made his way to the window at the corridor's end, stepping out of the air-conditioned confines to breathe in the fresh air. We also need to observe the draw for the elimination matches, after which all 8 teams will depart for Chicago together. This arrangement facilitates management for the officials and conserves considerable energy. The VG team members who have already qualified can also relax and enjoy the scenery around the hotel. Be careful when you go, Shun Guanshan advised. I hear Chicago can be quite chaotic. Indeed, Gu Xing affirmed, emphasizing that he would certainly adhere to the arrangements made by the training department and the organizers to ensure his safety. Shun Guanshan smiled brightly, her lips curving into a lovely grin. Then make sure to train hard and continue to excel. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the quarterfinals. After bidding his girlfriend a gentle farewell and ending the video call, Gu Xing rubbed his stomach, feeling famished, and turned to head downstairs for a meal. At this hour, the D group teams participating in the next round had already departed, and the remaining teams were likely engaged in their respective training rooms. On the entire floor, Gu Xing stood alone, awaiting the elevator. As he stepped into the lift, he prepared to close the door, only to see a short Caucasian man rushing towards him. Speaking in broken English, "Virtue, wait for me." It was Perks from G2. A day apart had rendered their circumstances starkly contrasting. With the tiebreaker included, Gu Xing's VG team had secured a total of 6 victories, finishing first in their group. G2, on the other hand, had suffered 6 consecutive defeats, landing at the bottom of their group without a single win. Nevertheless, Perks remained his usual optimistic self, cheerfully greeting Gu Xing as he entered the elevator. "Didn't we agree to exchange jerseys yesterday? I knocked on your door at dawn, but your roommate said you had gone to bed early." Gu Xing recalled the incident. "Apologies, Luca. I was utterly exhausted last night and retired early. Once I finish my meal, we can definitely exchange jerseys." Perks, undeterred by the unexpected cancellation, engaged in spirited conversation about the match, particularly intrigued by his performance in the tiebreaker against the clumsy opponent. Each gank position was so masterfully executed that even I, with my omniscient perspective, was left in suspense. Gu Xing inwardly scoffed. If Imi's thought process were as transparent as that of a typical player, could he still be deemed the king of the jungle? Prior to the tiebreaker, an inexplicable force seemed to guide Gu Xing, who feigned seriousness. Perks quickly turned the tables. Feigning excitement. "Is it the Jade Emperor? I'm absolutely fascinated. What did he say to you?" This time, Gu Xing appeared genuinely perplexed. "Brother, I was merely jesting." At last, when the elevator doors opened, Gu Xing dashed into the hotel restaurant with the speed of a fleeing manager, while Perks continued down to the lobby, preparing to capture some photographs at the Golden Gate Bridge. Only once Gu Xing confirmed that Perks had departed did he slow his pace, believing that no other players would be present at this hour. To his surprise, the entire ROX team occupied the seats outside the restaurant, cradling coffee cups and engaging in hushed, animated conversation, occasionally erupting into boisterous laughter, clearly reveling in schadenfreude. "Xiao Gu." Smeb greeted him with a warm smile, akin to the gentle caress of spring. "What brings you to the restaurant at this hour?" Gu Xing felt that Smeb's radiant smile rivaled his own. "I overslept and came to find something to eat," he remarked, noticing the members of the Tiger team seated in a row. "What are you all up to?" The support player, Gorilla, explained with a grin. "Our entire team also rose late today. With no practice match in the afternoon, we decided to grab a cup of coffee." A collective late start? Gu Xing sensed that the situation was more intricate than he initially believed. Smeb stood and jovially slung an arm around his shoulder. "Xiao Gu, we owe you one. That SKT squad had me in stitches last night." Smeb chuckled, his face flushed with excitement. "We placed second in the group. They are on the verge of becoming the disgrace of LCK." The Mouse King, Prey, reminiscent of last night's tiebreaker, laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. Even the team leader and manager, Shurjin, along with head coach Nof, were momentarily speechless. At last, Gu Xing understood. The 5 members of ROX were so entertained by witnessing SKT's downfall that they had lost sleep over it, and thus arose later than usual. Smeb even began to wish. "For the quarterfinals, let us draw SKT into our bracket. Let's have the Tigers send them back to Seoul." Gu Xing refrained from responding to that, instead broaching the topic of the upcoming match. "You all must not slack off in tonight's practice. Once we reach the elimination stage, it may be impossible for our teams to schedule matches together." Though it was his first time at the World Championship, he had previously garnered some experience during the LPL playoffs. In the elimination stage, the unwritten rule among clubs is to avoid practice matches with opponents from the same half of the bracket, fearing that strategies and specific vision placements, along with wave management details, could be leaked. Currently, VG and ROX belong to different groups, allowing for practice matches. However, after the draw for the elimination stage, the likelihood of the two teams being placed in the same half was considerable. "Rest assured," Peanut flashed his tiger teeth, "and the quality of our scrims is undoubtedly trustworthy." Smeb jested nearby, asserting that, especially after arriving in San Francisco, they would at least not be halted by power outages. The members of the Tiger team, with a somewhat grim sense of humor, burst into laughter. ROX's optimistic spirit persisted until 8 in the evening. However, after their first scrim against VG, smiles faded. "Impressive." Peanut scratched the back of his head, his silver-gray hair reflecting his slight frustration as he reviewed the first game's recorded footage. Could it be that VG has found enlightenment after defeating SKT? Head coach Nof glanced at his bottom lane duo, perplexed by their dire situation. The towering Prey defended himself, stating that the opposing jungler and bottom lane coordinated too frequently. Every time there's even the slightest disturbance, Virtue rushes over to manage the minion wave, leaving us no opportunity to act. By the time the minions reach the tower, Zyra can easily whittle me down. VG's Zyra proved to be exceedingly troublesome. Grilla remarked with a furrowed brow. "Can't we ban her or secure her for ourselves?" He had never encountered such a tenacious Zyra before. The expertise of the duo's landing skills was fully displayed in the current patch, with their skill usage and seed-triggering angles being nothing short of extraordinary, always manifesting at the most unexpected moments. During the 2 to 3 weeks ROX spent in San Francisco, they frequently scrimmed against VG, fostering a solid relationship between players and coaching staff alike. Initially, Peanut had to consider minion wave pressure and gank risks, preventing him from fully committing to the lane. However, after their match with SKT, he subtly altered his playstyle, often assisting in the bottom lane. With the synergy of efficient lane-jungle coordination, Peanut could exert pressure in lane without burdens. The duo of Xianming found themselves in dire straits against VG, who managed to take down their bottom first blood tower even without any early deaths. I fear there won't be enough bans available to deal with Zyra. No, frowned at Peanut. Can you help manage the bottom lane minion waves like Virtue? After a moment of contemplation, Peanut shook his head in refusal. That's quite difficult. I need to assist Jinhao in the top lane. I'm not Superman. How could I possibly shuttle back and forth between both sides so swiftly? Peanut, focused on his jungle core, required time to farm adequately. Traditionally, ROX's strategy revolved around sacrificing the bottom lane while emphasizing their top and jungle confrontations, which the Xianming duo could endure. Yet, VG's primary focus diverged sharply, relentlessly targeting the bottom lane. Smeb muttered nearby, VG's most adept defensive support is indeed Zyra, one of the 3 major supports in the current patch. Zyra, Nami, and Karma. Among them, Zyra exhibits the strongest landing aggression. Karma possesses the highest overall attributes, capable of both offense and defense, seamlessly integrating with most compositions and ADCs while also demonstrating excellent disengagement capabilities. Meanwhile, Nami excels with her healing output during mid-game poke and the counterplay potential of her ultimate. In contrast, Duan Deliang holds a particular admiration for Janna, a champion capable of maximizing his prowess in the landing phase. If one could discover a support character that directly counters Janna, wouldn't that allow us to conserve our ban resources? Smeb rested his chin on his hand. Kuro, who had remained silent until now, expressed his bewilderment in response to his top laner's words, questioning how one could possibly find a counter to Janna. The World Championship has been ongoing for half a month, with 16 elite teams from various regions gathered to study the 6-18 patch. It is widely acknowledged that Janna stands as the strongest landing support in the current meta. Without external pressure, it is nearly impossible to gain an advantage over her. The strengths and weaknesses of Janna are both pronounced. Why then would there be no counter character? Smeb maintained his stance, asserting that as long as they could engage her effectively, they could eliminate her instantly. Grella fell into contemplation. Engaging supports surely wouldn't suffice. If they couldn't withstand the landing phase, all would be in vain. He quietly reasoned that they must utilize a long-range support to establish a foothold in the lane. Ashe could be a viable option, Nof suggested, as she serves as a half-tank support in the ADC role. And a short-range champion like Janna would struggle to evade the magical crystal arrow. All right, Grella nodded. But we still need another champion capable of synergizing with Ashe to deliver burst damage. Ashe is renowned for her smooth damage curve, providing stable damage output without significant spikes. If they were to control Janna but failed to eliminate her, by the time she regained her composure, their team, caught in a skill vacuum, would inevitably face even greater landing pressure. But is there truly a support that possesses both long-range capabilities and sufficient burst damage? Smeb's gaze wandered through the list of champions. Those already showcased on the World Championship stage had been eliminated, as the 16 teams had proven through scrims and matches that these champions could not contend with Janna. The remaining options were scant. After discarding heroes that did not meet the requirements, the list dwindled even further. Suddenly, Smeb's eyes landed on a champion who was remarkably underutilized in the current professional scene. It appeared there was indeed a hero that met the criteria. Moreover, it seemed to be more than just a fitting choice. Guys, Smeb's throat felt dry. I believe I may have found the solution. All members of ROX in the training room turned to Smeb. Gu Xing was unaware that ROX, unable to handle Duan Deliang's formidable Janna through conventional means, had begun to explore unconventional strategies. He had also been watching live broadcasts of matches during breaks and scrims. Today's matchup was in Group D. EDG, in a desperate situation, finally ceased to blindly trust their inexperienced rookie, opting instead to substitute pawn for the second round of the group stage, hoping that this general, who had once turned the tide in countless matches, could once again emerge as their savior and rescue the team from dire straits. It was proven that the veteran general still possessed his formidable prowess. Although plagued by a back injury, making it difficult for him to endure an entire BO5, in a group stage format where matches are played separately, Pawn was still able to hold his own, demonstrating considerable skill. Nevertheless, relying solely on his personal abilities could not bridge the chasm that EDG had dug during their previous training matches. The pivotal clash against HQ extended to an intense 46 minutes. Ultimately, it was the explosive entrance of Pawn with his unconventional vampire pick that decisively determined the outcome of the match. Commentator Miller let out a sigh of relief. With the defeat of their fiercest rival for the group advancement, HQ, EDG's prospects for progression finally appeared clearer. In a surge of excitement, he raised his fist emphatically, passionately declaring, "In a 40-minute match, you failed to eliminate a single general. How can one claim that EDG lost?" However, Gu Xing held little hope for EDG's performance in the subsequent knockout stages. This year, the LMS, widely acknowledged as the weakest among the 5 major regions, had managed to push the second seed, HQ, to the brink in the late game. It certainly seemed that EDG was not poised for a resurgence. As previously noted by Hongmi, as the World Championship advanced, the team's understanding of the meta deepened, gradually revealing the true strength of the meta's powerful compositions. In this context, EDG's attempt to counter the meta with their summer roster was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, foolhardy and misguided. Gu Sung-bin gazed at his struggling former teammate, Pawn, filled with a sense of melancholy. He did not wish to find himself in such a disheveled state, waiting idly by the water cooler while the team needed to secure a spot in the knockout stages, only to drag himself back into contention. The identity of the other team advancing from Group D was also settled following the match between EDG and HQ, TSM. After the conclusion of this match, the North American commentator in the municipal auditorium announced to the audience. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into a joyous sea of celebration. Nearly 10,000 spectators shouted in unison the name of their beloved team, TSM, their resounding cheers filling every corner of the space. In the final match of Group D, TSM endured a grueling 50-minute battle, triumphing over EDG to secure the top position in their group. Gu Xing, witnessing his elder brother and Bjergsen, the dynamic duo, celebrating with their TSM teammates as they circled the stage with the audience, couldn't help but reflect on the significance of the moment. Was this not Doublelift's first time advancing from the group stage since S3? He had only begun watching professional leagues in the S3 season, and to him, the elder brother embodied the very essence of the top 16. This year, in North America, they had indeed staged a remarkable comeback, redeeming themselves from the humiliation of being a domestic powerhouse, yet faltering on the international stage. As for tomorrow, Gu Xing wondered if Group C would unveil any surprises. Jack held high hopes for the CS wildcard, ANX, suggesting that if they toppled another major region, it would certainly be intriguing. Gu Xing was skeptical, dismissing the notion. They are too inconsistent. While ANX is strong, a wildcard remains a wildcard. The following day, he was swiftly proven wrong. ANX made a stunning upset, showcasing a bizarre yet effective combination of Poppy and Icebird, executing a terrifying initiation with their unique strategy. SSG, known for their adherence to structured play, found themselves caught off guard by the wildcard's unexpected coordination. A team like Samsung, which heavily emphasizes strategic maneuvering, was particularly vulnerable to various forms of aggressive initiation. Initially, the team members believed that this World Championship was lacking in powerful initiators, and they thought their version had finally arrived. They achieved an impressive 3 victories in the first round, leading to a highly favorable qualification scenario. However, the wildcard from the CS region was determined to create a significant stir. Under the preposterously strong initiation, Samsung Galaxy faced successive defeats, despite managing to regain some disadvantage through mature strategies in the mid-game. Nevertheless, ANX's audacious tactics proved remarkably effective at critical moments. During the Ancient Dragon team fight, the Icebird trapped SSG in the frontal passage with its ice wall, while Poppy's ultimate knocked away another crucial player. SSG, who had been building momentum to utilize the Ancient Dragon as a rallying point for a comeback, found their plans perfectly thwarted by ANX. Ultimately, ANX secured the Ancient Dragon and pushed through to demolish Samsung's base. The CS wildcard triumphed over the LCK representative, generating considerable buzz. Subsequently, ANX achieved back-to-back victories against Flash Wolves, swiftly climbing to a record of 3 wins and 2 losses. The qualification landscape in Group C suddenly became quite enigmatic. Shortly after, Flash Wolves also adopted the strategy of countering Korean teams. Despite their poor performance in this World Championship, they consistently managed to create unexpected outcomes in BO1 matches. The Wolf King, Karsa, turned the early game into his favor, while Maple displayed stable mid-lane prowess, withstanding several counterattacks from Crown. In a remarkable turn of events, Flash Wolves claimed their first victory over Samsung after 39 minutes. Jankos, showcasing his reliability, first triumphed over ANX with his signature Olaf, then defeated Flash Wolves, ensuring H2K's qualification ahead of time. The ultimate battle unfolded between Samsung and H2K, with the winner securing the top position in the group. In the second round, Jankos unleashed his full potential, consistently overpowering the bewildered ANX in the early game. SSG displayed remarkable resilience, reminiscent of their comeback against H2K in the first round. As they secured the Baron, on the verge of concluding the match, Jankos evolved once more, astonishingly snatching the ancient dragon amidst a chaotic skirmish. This dragon enabled H2K to successfully drag the game into the late stages. At this point, the output capability of the mid-lane mage could not match the stability of the marksman. Despite Crown's relentless efforts, he could not withstand Ruler's youthful prowess, as the latter smoothly took control of the match. Overcoming adversity to seize the top spot in the group, Jankos let out a triumphant roar at the camera. No one anticipated that SSG would face a trio of defeats against FW, H2K, and ANX in the second round. Yet, it became undeniable that the other 3 teams in Group C were indeed formidable opponents in BO1 matches. Now, SSG found themselves competing with ANX for the final qualification slot. In a fit of rage, Crown showcased his exceptional landing skills, achieving 2 solo kills early on. ANX, having exhausted all their strategies, was no match for Samsung's sheer strength. After 30 minutes of struggle, they succumbed, falling just shy of the knockout stage. In contrast, Group B was far more tranquil and reasonable. RNG narrowly defeated CLG and EDG, securing their qualification, only to suffer a crushing defeat against ROX. Thus, the 8 qualifying teams were finally determined, awaiting the draw for the knockout stage. Side note: from now on, I will report my progress to fellow readers at the beginning of each month. The subscription count is nearing 20,000, and it is anticipated that the narrative will reach its climax following the World Championship. Within a mere 24 hours, subscriptions surged to 13,500, continuing to rise. The author, June, strives to produce more content and achieve further breakthroughs in performance. On the first day, 7,800 words were penned. In Daybreak on a Distant Path, Gu Xing and his teammates gathered at the municipal auditorium to witness the final group stage match. Initially, he was the sole representative from VG to attend the elimination draw ceremony, yet several teammates, feeling bored in the training room, decided to join him. With the main jungler unavailable for practice matches, and the venue only a 15-minute walk from the hotel, they chose to come together for some camaraderie. The backstage area was bustling with excitement, as 16 teams converged, creating a cacophony of mixed languages: Mandarin, Korean, English, Russian, and Portuguese. Gu Xing sought out the long-haired support player from ANX, intending to exchange jerseys after the draw ceremony. The latter readily agreed. Though they fell just shy of the top 8, Gu Xing bore no visible sorrow, for this was the best performance by a wildcard team in years. Competing against the current world's top representative from LCK, Samsung, for a chance to advance was a remarkable achievement. After a brief chat with the ANX support, Gu Xing approached the Brazilian wildcard jungler, Revolta, who was engrossed in conversation with his idol, the renowned jungler, Clear Love, hoping to glean some insights from him. The moment was marked by a sense of awkwardness as Revolta recalled a previous mishap during a match. Despite his later vengeance in the group stage, the incident had largely been forgotten, much like PDD's past struggles against Shy, which faded from public memory once he regained his footing. As they awaited the draw, Gu Xing shared a mischievous smile with Clear Love, contemplating the possibility of facing each other in the top 8. Clear Love, fully aware of EDG's dismal performance in this World Championship, understood that finishing second in their group would likely lead them to face either ROX, VG, or H2K to advance further in history. They would need a stroke of luck to draw H2K. However, should they encounter VG in the elimination round, it would almost certainly herald their third consecutive exit in the quarterfinals. Reflecting on this, Clearlove suddenly wore a mysterious smile. With a relaxed demeanor, he reassured Gu Xing that an internal match in the top 8 would be the most thrilling outcome, as losing in such a scenario would not carry the same weight of public scrutiny. Clearlove had come to terms with the situation, regardless of who they lost to. Losing to a team from another region would inevitably invite relentless criticism, which would reflect poorly on both himself and the club. However, being eliminated in an internal match would be a different matter altogether, and he presumed that the backlash would be comparatively mild. Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words, inspired by Clearlove's optimistic outlook. At that moment, the players from RNG, having resigned themselves to a second-place finish, entered the backstage area, clutching their keyboards and mice. The fragrant pot's bangs were dampened by sweat, yet his demeanor remained relaxed and at ease, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "Are you all right?" Gu Xing inquired with concern. The spicy hot pot shook his head, reassured, "It's fine. I've come to terms with the fact that the opponent is too formidable to conquer." The RNG team had been plagued by difficulties until the eve of the second round of the group stage, when they ultimately resolved to continue their strategy from the first half of the year, centering on the top and jungle roles to focus on the upper quadrant, liberating Mata to roam freely. This system was familiar to RNG, and with a bit of adaptation over 2 matches, they could deploy it effectively in the arena, representing a commendable tactical option. The sole drawback was Uzi's struggle to adjust. However, this was certainly preferable to a sudden shift to a bottom quadrant strategy, which would necessitate an entire stylistic overhaul for all 4 teammates. Consequently, RNG could rely on the individual prowess and fundamental skills of their players to secure a place in the next stage of the tournament. Yet, when faced with ROX, who similarly prioritized the upper quadrant, their style would be countered. The Tigers' assault was more ferocious, and their teamwork was notably more harmonious. It could be asserted that after RNG established their upper quadrant strategy, they ceased to aspire for the top position in the group. Nevertheless, the team's pre-tournament objective was to at least reach the top 8, with hopes of the top 4 left to fate. Now, emerging as the second in the group, they had accomplished their mission. The fragrant pot finally felt a sense of relief. "Not bad," the coach, a cheerful optimist, encouraged with a smile. "This is your first year at the World Championship, right? Making it to the top 8 is already quite remarkable. Who knows, you might advance even further. If not, there's always next year." Upon hearing this, the fragrant pot cast a skeptical glance his way. "Really? I find it hard to believe. Your words lack credibility." The implication was unmistakable. "Coach, you debuted in S2 as a top 8 contender, yet I haven't seen any progress in your results over the past 2 years." Ming Kai's expression shifted rapidly, about to enter his dark Kai mode. "Am I comforting you, or are you stabbing me in the back?" Gu Xing remained silent, adopting a mute demeanor. He was genuinely astounded by the fragrant pot's exceptional emotional intelligence. From his childhood memories to the present, this was the first individual whose emotional acuity left Gu Xing feeling utterly helpless. His girlfriend's emotional intelligence wasn't particularly high, but it depended on the point of comparison. Compared to the fragrant pot, Shun Guanshan seemed positively adept. Moreover, his girlfriend was aware of her own shortcomings in conversation and was a severe social anxiety sufferer, seldom engaging with strangers, making it difficult for her to speak out of turn, which was entirely unlike the fragrant pot. Gu Xing could now feel the tension in the surrounding atmosphere. Brazilian jungler Revolta, despite not understanding Chinese, was perceptive enough to read the room. Noticing Ming Kai's change in expression, he wisely took out his phone, hoping to take a photo with Gu Xing to alleviate the awkwardness. Naturally, Gu Xing did not decline, striking a cliched peace sign for the photo while discreetly distancing himself from the coach and the fragrant pot. He exchanged a few words with the delighted elder brother still basking in the surprise of advancing, and arranged to have lunch with Yankos the following day. He also hoped to foster a connection with Bilson, but Vincent finally approached and intercepted Gu Xing. "It's time to draw lots on stage. The VG team logo will appear on the LED screen. Just stand right below it," Vincent succinctly advised. Last night, the team from Riot Games conducted a special rehearsal, and the process was rather straightforward. Gu Xing bid farewell to his companions and lined up with the other 7 players, preparing to depart from the backstage. Rox's representative, Xiao Huaxing, was still drawing a cross on his chest, murmuring in Korean. Gu Xing found it difficult to comprehend, but he could discern the 3 English letters SKT among the words. It seemed he was wishing for SKT to be directly assigned to rocks, hoping to seize the moment before the opponent could regroup and swiftly send them off in delight. Upon stepping onto the stage, many spectators who had purchased tickets to witness the latter half of Group B's matches remained in their seats. After all, they had come this far. With no tiebreaker to contend with and the draw ceremony not expected to take long, they decided to stay and watch until the end. Let us welcome the representatives of the 4 first-place teams. The North American host introduced in a robust voice. They hail from Vici Gaming, Rox Tigers, H2K Gaming, and Team Solomid. He elongated the pronunciation of TSM's full name. It had been 2 days since TSM's advancement news broke, yet the North American audience below remained exuberant, fervently waving their glow sticks in support of their local team. The representatives of the 4 second-place teams, SKT, RNG, SSG, and EDG, also took the stage. Wolf appeared to be in high spirits, smiling broadly, and when the camera focused on him, he struck a pose reminiscent of a rather abstract gesture. Gu Xing surmised that Lee Ji-hoon's relaxed demeanor stemmed from a sudden alleviation of psychological pressure. Over the past 2 days, he had frequented forums and encountered comments reposted from Korean networks. Gu Xing, under the guidance of him and Jack, had become an adept surfer, routinely visiting the Invent forum to acquire first-hand materials, which he would then share with his teammates, enriched with eloquent translations. Consequently, Gu Xing had developed a keen understanding of the recent sentiment surrounding Korean League of Legends esports. After SSG was consecutively defeated by 3 opponents in the second round of the group stage, the online environment for SKT in Korea had significantly improved, as other teams had diverted some of the scrutiny away from them. Thousands of SKT fans retaliated in the Korean forums, asserting, "Our SKT fought valiantly for first place in the group stage, but ultimately fell short." Moreover, Benji and Virtue only played 2 games, resulting in a draw. As for the underperforming Blank, his supporters were nearly non-existent, after Gu Xing exposed such a vast disparity in their matchup. SKT enthusiasts had long since expelled him from the roster. Fans distanced themselves and mocked SSG instead. What kind of team is SSG? They boasted superiority over SKT after the first round of group matches, only to falter against wildcard teams and LMS, ultimately forced into tiebreakers to secure advancement. How shameful. In the second round, SSG's decline became apparent, alleviating some of the fire directed at SKT. Comparisons were inevitable. To the audience, while SKT might have stumbled, their legacy as 2-time champions remained formidable. They might still rally in the knockout stage. In contrast to SSG, who had lost even to wildcard teams, SKT appeared all the more palatable. Gu Xing observed that Lee Ji-hoon seemed to perceive the shift in the netizens' barrage, which made him feel optimistic. However, Wolf had already been scapegoated by the Korean online community once after last year's mid-season tournament. Thus, losing the first position in the group merely appeared inconsequential to him. The true reason for his confidence lay in the fact that during the interval following the conclusion of Group A's battles, SKT had conducted a thorough review of that tiebreaker match. The team had achieved significant breakthroughs since then. Should they meet again, Wolf felt assured that he could deliver a decisive blow to VG. The draw ceremony featured guest Wild Turtle, who appeared on stage clad in a sharply tailored suit. Gu Xing nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the North American host introduce him. Wild Turtle is indeed a legendary marksman from North America, having served as ADC for TSM in previous years. When discussing memorable moments from international tournaments, one must recall the classic highlight reel created in last year's S5 World Championship alongside Imp. He was the one who missed the crucial shot on Joo Sung-bin's Iron Man. In the backstage area, Imp, noticing the appearance of an old acquaintance, expressed his discontent to his teammates, grumbling about why Shiba would allow Wild Turtle to participate, as if to deliberately vex him. Jack quickly reassured Gu Xing, suggesting that he should broaden his perspective. After all, Wild Turtle was currently unable to even qualify for the World Championship and was merely present at the draw ceremony, while he himself had already secured a spot in the top 8. This realization eased Imp's expression somewhat, though he soon recalled a more pressing concern and adopted a grave demeanor, fearing that he might be subjected to humiliation during the draw. Nearby, Samsung's head coach Edgar was reminiscing with his former protege, Homie, sharing grievances about their current situation. If they performed at their usual level, They could undoubtedly secure the top spot in the group. Yet, who could have anticipated that they would fall victim to ANX's unexpected tactics yesterday? The LCK teams are generally known for their cautious and conservative approach. From a certain perspective, they tend to shy away from unpredictability. Gu Xing had, at that moment, adapted his strategy on the fly, delivering a punishing blow to SKT and overcoming their adversaries. ANX employed a similar strategy, showcasing a flawless synergy between the Ice Bird and Poppy, which still remains a hot topic across various forums. Moreover, the strength of the CS wildcard this year should not be underestimated. They managed to triumph over SSG in a bit of a coup. Following the first game, the players' mental state seemed somewhat off, and before they could recalibrate, they were schooled by the Flash Wolves, leading to an utter collapse in performance against H2K. Edgar sighed with his hands on his hips, lamenting the brutal nature of the second round of group matches. When defeat looms as heavily as a mountain, communication within the team dissipates, and the toxic atmosphere inevitably seals their fate. Homie wholeheartedly agreed, noting that most of the team members were young. It was natural for them to incur some tuition fees when facing setbacks in high-pressure situations. Despite Samsung's long-standing reputation, having won both the World Championship and League trophies, those accolades belong to the illustrious Samsung Blue and White teams. After S4, Samsung's resources had been largely depleted by the LPL. Edgar had been tasked with piecing the team back together, comprising a roster of newcomers. Top laner QV and marksman Ruler were both talents he had discovered, while support core JJ had previously toiled in a minor team, lacking any notable fame. The situation surrounding the Crown team is quite extraordinary, as they are among the few players who initially ventured to work in the wildcard region before being called back to the LCK League. Within the starting lineup, only in, the team leader, possesses a wealth of experience. However, this experience is limited to league play. Although Ambition has a long history, he has never participated in a world championship. The entire team arrives at the global finals stage with a sense of trepidation. In the first round, they effortlessly achieved a 3-game winning streak, and naturally, no issues arose. However, as the second round commenced and losses began to accumulate, one or two players could easily lead the rest of the team into a downward spiral of despair. Redmi increasingly feels that the composition of the VG roster is remarkably sound. The duo of Lee Ji-hoon and Imp not only boasts extensive experience, but also brings a wealth of international competition experience, serving as a stabilizing force. Additionally, Gu Xing, with his unique social anxiety, becomes more invigorated in larger settings. With their presence, it is highly unlikely that Duan Deliang and Zhu Xiaolong will encounter any psychological issues. Upon arriving in Chicago, they plan to engage in additional practice matches, with Edgar and Redmi discussing their mutual growth. When the elder brother spoke, Redmi could hardly refuse, especially considering that it was he who first sought out Samsung for practice matches when VG's reputation was not yet established. Now that the team he leads is gradually improving, he cannot forget the assistance SSG once provided. In the hall, dozens of players from the 16 teams gathered, their eyes glued to the television screens. The North American host emphasized the rules, explaining that the 8 teams were divided into 4 groups, where they would face off against each other. The first place from each group would compete against the second place from other groups, and notably, teams advancing from the same group would not be placed in the same half of the bracket, only meeting in the finals. Before Yigue, 2 transparent glass bowls labeled Pool 1 and Pool 2 were placed, each containing 4 colored balls. He first reached into Pool 1 to draw the first place teams, determining the half-bracket matchups. The first team drawn was TSM. Upon seeing the familiar emblem of his former organization, Yigue immediately broke into a smile. Showcasing the logo to the camera, the North American audience erupted in cheers. As the most popular team in North America and the sole representative from the region at this year's World Championship, TSM naturally garnered the crowd's enthusiastic support. Standing next to Gu Xing, Bielsen, who has a slender build, could not help but smile at the deafening cheers from the crowd. Although he grew up in Europe, he found a sense of belonging in North America, thanks to the warm support of the local audience. Yigue then drew the second ball, revealing H2K. Gu Xing looked up at the screen and noticed H2K's emblem appearing beneath TSM. Yankos, participating in his first World Championship, was so excited that he could hardly express himself. What does this mean? Are they in the same half bracket as TSM? It seems so, Gu Xing discerned before responding. So, you and ROX are in the same bracket? Yankos exclaimed with delight. The handsome Peanut exchanged glances with Gu Xing, both harboring the same troubling thought. VG and ROX are the two teams that have engaged in the most practice matches with one another. Over the past half-month in San Francisco, they have played approximately 40 to 50 scrimmages. Their win rates are strikingly similar, given their familiarity with each other and their placement in the same half of the bracket. A fierce battle is undoubtedly on the horizon. Yankos is quite pleased, thinking TSM will be an easier opponent. Due to language barriers, the players communicate in simple English. While Bilser understands their intentions, his introverted nature prevents him from interjecting. Deep down, he hopes to teach H2K a lesson in the semifinals, demonstrating the prowess of North America's finest. Gu Xing casts a glance at Yankos, noticing his friend's gleeful demeanor after a fortnight of acquaintance, and douses him with a splash of cold reality. We are in the lower half of the bracket with ROX. Do you really think that bodes well for H2K? Yankos' smile dissipates rapidly. Recalling the grouping rules, his voice quivers. Does that mean SKT is in our half? Gu Xing shoots him a look of cautious optimism. SKT, upon entering international competition, has only finished as the runner-up in the 2015 MSI, winning every other tournament. The confidence of a double champion is formidable. None dare to claim they can easily defeat them in the knockout stage. Yankos becomes flustered as he remembers his mid-laner, Idrio. The iconic clash between Yueluan and Faker is well known among professional players. Surely history won't repeat itself? Bilser, witnessing Yankos' sudden change in demeanor, quips, if we face SKT, he certainly won't come out unscathed. The representatives of the four group leaders turn abruptly to stare at him. Gu Xing feels he resembles an old general on a theatrical stage. In the center, the Wild Turtle has finished drawing for the half bracket and moves to Pool 2, which will ultimately determine the knockout stage's final groupings. The first ball is drawn, EDG. Bilser can hardly conceal his disappointment, since EDG has already been grouped with them. They cannot be placed together again. The audience, both on-site and online, watches as EDG skips the upper bracket and lands next to ROX in the lower half. What? Peanut is overjoyed. He has watched EDG's matches and considers them a pure reverse version team. They barely scraped through the group stage with the help of the robust general. Wouldn't ROX handle EDG with ease? Since they wouldn't encounter SKT before the finals, gathering strength is indeed beneficial. Peanut descends the stage and approaches Clearlove, the representative from EDG, to shake hands amicably by the Summoner's Cup. Then, resembling a farewell ceremony from a matchmaking show, they walk backstage hand in hand. During this time, Peanut wishes to have a brief chat with the team leader, but Minkai is distracted and responds absently. He feels detached. Can we redraw? How about VG? The mood among the EDG players backstage is notably somber. Before the commencement of the World Championship, ROX, as the champions of the LCK Summer Split, stood as the unequivocal favorites to clinch the title. The disparity in both player prowess and team synergy compared to EDG was staggering. Would we witness yet another quarterfinal debacle? The ever-optimistic KK drew another colorful ball. However, as he unfurled the inner ribbon, his smile vanished in an instant. The North American audience collectively felt a sense of foreboding as a red circle materialized, adorned with a pair of golden wings. SK Telecom T1. The two-time champions had disregarded the principle of avoiding teams from the same group, making their unexpected appearance beside TSM. Gu Xing turned to glance at Bjergsen, curious to gauge his reaction, while also hoping to alleviate his neck strain. Bjergsen could hardly believe his own words had summoned such a reality. He descended the steps, only to be met by Wolf's cherubic face, sparkling with excitement, seemingly satisfied with their formidable quarterfinal opponents. At that moment, 6 teams had been drawn. Gu Xing was already aware of his first elimination match adversary, waving to the representatives from the opposing side of the stage. QV made an effort to maintain a smile, but as the moment wore on, his expression morphed into one of bitter discomfort. KK, ever supportive, promptly drew the emblem of Samsung Galaxy. Samsung, triggering the group avoidance rule with H2K, shifted to the lower bracket, landing beside VG. Gu Xing strode confidently off the stage, approaching the shimmering Summoner's Cup to shake hands with QV. We're old acquaintances now. I'll look out for you during the elimination rounds. Gu Xing beamed radiantly. QV, however, wore an expression that suggested he was on the verge of tears, lamenting their unfortunate luck. In the backstage area, Edgar and Redmi exchanged glances, enveloped in a silence fraught with unspoken words. Just moments ago, They had been discussing training matches upon their arrival in Chicago. Now, however, only one of the two teams could advance to the semifinals, rendering their casual sparring a mere fantasy. Yufan, this is truly unfortunate, Redmi remarked, though his tone was laced with unwavering confidence. He had no doubt that under his guidance, VG would prevail over Samsung. Edgar sighed in resignation. With Redmi and Imp both former members of Samsung, he was reluctant to unleash any harsh tactics. I hope you 1T let me down when we face off, he said, patting Redmi on the shoulder before turning to lead his team away. The moment Joo Sung-bin laid eyes on Gu Xing, he erupted into a cacophony of lamentation, exclaiming, "This draw is utterly dreadful. Wild Turtle truly is a nuisance. Our team can't even qualify for the World Championship. Yet here he is, as a draw guest. What are we to do?" Gu Xing mused, astonished that they had indeed drawn Samsung. Was this a case of mutual misfortune? They had certainly witnessed Samsung's capabilities in scrims. While they fell slightly short compared to ROX, they were by no means weak. This time, finishing second in their group seemed more a result of poor mental fortitude than a lack of skill. Our first-place finish feels hollow. Even Longzhu couldn't withstand the pressure. And now we draw the strongest second-place team? Boss Ding Jun encouraged the team, advising them not to overly concern themselves with the strength of their opponents, but rather to focus on their own performance. He suggested they go out for a celebratory dinner, as he had promised to treat the team to a lavish meal before departing San Francisco to commemorate their advancement into the top 8. This evening was the perfect occasion. The VG team made their way to a restaurant near the Golden Gate Bridge, where they could gaze through the windows at the magnificent bridge illuminated by dazzling lights. The aroma of the ribeye steak was indeed tantalizing, though it was quite rich. Gu Xing found himself unable to continue after a short while, opting instead to sip on cola while scrolling through his phone. As expected, the forum was ablaze with discussions regarding the draw of the upcoming matches. One user posted the final draw results. The upper bracket featured TSM, SKT, H2K, and RNG, while the lower bracket included ROX, EDG, VG, and SSG. In no time, the comments section exploded with hundreds of replies. My assessment is that LPL seems to be facing dire straits. After finally witnessing 3 teams from our region advance to the knockout stage reminiscent of the S4 season, could it be that all will falter at the quarterfinals this time? Are 3 quarterfinalists not enough? If I had known LPL would have 3 teams in the top 8 before the World Championship, I might have laughed out loud in my bed. Is Peanut really going to go all out against the coach? Take it easy, Xiao. Wide out VG. I believe they can go far. BO1 and BO5 are entirely different formats. Is VG really going to eliminate Samsung before taking down ROX, and then finally defeating SKT? Let's not get carried away. Not to worry, if all 3 LPL teams are eliminated simultaneously, they can share the same flight back, saving quite a bit of hassle. Jack continued to devour his beef voraciously. Noticing Gu Xing engrossed in his phone, he curiously inquired about the discussions on the forum. With his hands occupied by gloves, he clearly could not surf the internet himself. Gu Xing, feeling somewhat pessimistic, briefly replied, "There are mentions of resorting to an internal scrimmage to secure a top 4 finish." "Oh, so you look down on us, do you?" Jack retorted, grabbing another piece of beef and drenching it in sauce before taking a hearty bite. "You just focus on your game, and I'll be cheering you on from behind." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing felt compelled to say something. But before he could voice his thoughts, Ding Jun approached and inquired about his opinion on Xia Tunen's data analysis team. His attention was diverted. "They're quite competent." Gu Xing replied candidly, acknowledging that their data analysis was invaluable, contributing significantly to their victories. In the realm of esports data analysis, the challenge is not particularly formidable. As Xia Tunen had previously surmised, this sector is undoubtedly a burgeoning blue ocean, especially domestically, where various esports data teams are still in their infancy. For teams like Xia Tunen's, the returns they garner far surpass those of traditional industries. Consequently, the reliable and comprehensive data left a favorable impression on Gu Xing afterward. Ding Jun, having previously consulted with individuals like Hong Mi, received similar affirmations, which put him at ease. "Here, Gu, try this crap." Once they had satisfied their hunger, Gu Xing and his teammates strolled through the streets of San Francisco under the night sky. The gentle evening breeze caressed his face, the temperature pleasantly mild. He relaxed his body, only to find Lee Ji-hoon beside him, clutching a can of cola and gazing intently at the ground. "What is on your mind?" Gu Xing asked, draping his arm over Lee Ji-hoon's shoulder. You've been unusually silent since the draw. He recalled that Lee hardly spoke during meals either. The young lord hesitated, then mused. You're not having second thoughts about competing after seeing the group results, are you? Gu Xing teased. Their pace was leisurely, trailing behind their teammates ahead. Not quite. Lee Ji-hoon adjusted his glasses, but I do feel a bit melancholic and anxious. Gu Xing's interest was piqued. Lee Ji-hoon glanced around to ensure they were alone. Hesitated for a moment, then slowly began. This year, making it to the World Championship and emerging as the top team from the death group. Honestly, I'm quite satisfied. He turned to his jungler. Do you remember my original ID in the national server? Dusk and distance, Gu Xing recalled vividly, a phrase from the chronicles of Wu Zixu. You should understand its connotation. It signifies one nearing the twilight of life, yet unable to fulfill their ambitions. Lee Ji-hoon suddenly gazed skyward. When I joined VG, I thought I was at the twilight of my career, unlikely to reach the pinnacle again. Out of sadness, I adopted the name Dusk and Distance. But now, standing on the brink of the quarterfinals, it feels like a dream. He reflected, when the highest point seemed distant, I never dared to fantasize about the impossible. Yet now, as I draw closer to the ultimate honor, I feel a sense of trepidation. To speak candidly, this should be the final year of my peak. He extended his slender fingers, moving them gently. I can feel my form declining. Not at all. You're still quite formidable, Gu Xing countered. Lee Ji-hoon chuckled and shook his head. In facing SKT, I realize it's challenging to maintain full concentration on the stage. I can no longer invest my entire being at 100. He recalled his first encounter with SKT, where he nearly fell victim to Faker's hidden ball during a crucial team fight at Baron, and was subsequently caught and eliminated twice in the tiebreaker. At first, Lee Ji-hoon was reluctant to concede. Yet, the truth was undeniable. This is still a BO1. If it were to extend to the decisive matches of a BO5, I can only speculate on what might transpire, Lee Ji-hoon sighed. Thus my unease about the elimination rounds. He mused that this year might very well be the last opportunity of his career, fearing an unsatisfactory conclusion. Gu Xing pondered deeply. It wasn't until they rounded the corner into the alley leading to the hotel that he firmly squeezed Lee Ji-hoon's shoulder. Didn't you say during the summer split that you wanted to defeat Faker on stage? This opportunity has arrived. 2 BO1 matches in the group stage are merely a prelude. As long as we reach the finals, we'll deliver him a lesson. Gu Xing exuded boundless confidence. Just reaching the finals? The young lord repeated his jungler's words. Coming from a rookie stepping onto the World Championship stage for the first time, it felt like youthful bravado untested by hardship. However, when Gu Xing uttered this statement, Lee Ji-hoon did not perceive any arrogance in him. Everything seems to unfold effortlessly. Lee Ji-hoon suddenly nods vigorously, determined to reach the finals and show Lee Xianghe some reality. He yearns to witness the downfall of the Red Dynasty with his own eyes. If it could happen by his hand, it would be nothing short of perfect. Off topic. Gue, just yesterday after the update, I stumbled upon a major transfer scoop. Quite exhilarating. The past few days have been filled with daily routines, hence the brevity of my words. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the knockout stage. I'm preparing for an explosive performance. 7,800 words, 156W, 27W. 189, battle against the 3 stars. The next day, Gu Xing packed his suitcase and boarded a flight to Chicago with other members of the VG training department. Alongside them were 7 other teams, along with some staff from Riot, effectively chartering the entire plane. The journey spanned a considerable distance of 400 kilometers from San Francisco on the west coast to Chicago in the Midwest, with a flight time approaching 5 hours. As Gu Xing settled into his seat and was about to put on his headphones, he noticed Jankos stealthily approaching. What's going on? Gu Xing was puzzled. As far as he knew, teammates typically sat together. The reflective dome of the European team's head was prominently visible in the front row, and H2K's seats should be nearby. Virtue duck, Jankos murmured. Do you have any scrims arranged once we reach Chicago? It then dawned on Gu Xing, SSG and ROX, who usually had a good relationship. Were both placed in the same half of the bracket, which made it impossible to schedule a match. VG would have to reach out to teams in the upper half. Not at the moment. Gu Xing deduced Jankos' intention and lowered his voice. How many games are you looking to schedule? Jankos nodded eagerly. Exactly, the more practice games, the better. They held high hopes for VG's displayed capabilities in the group stage. From coaches to players, everyone wished to glean some insights. While in San Francisco, the 2 teams occasionally scrimmaged, but the frequency was not particularly high. Now that Jankos finally seized the opportunity of VG's vacant practice slots, he naturally sought to forge a closer bond with Gu Xing. "I'll check with Homie later." Gu Xing hesitated to make any promises. The average strength of the four teams in the upper half was evidently not on par with VG's lower half. However, with the defending champions SKT present, VG might not need to schedule too many matches against H2K. Yet, right after disembarking, Homie delivered some unfortunate news. SKT had declined to engage in practice matches with VG. According to convention, there are typically two reasons for such a refusal. The first is the belief that the opposing team is too weak, rendering a match unnecessary as it wouldn't provide much benefit. Given that VG had previously achieved a double victory over SKT in Group A, they surely did not fall into this category. Therefore, only one reason remains. Coma perceives VG as a formidable contender in this year's World Championship. Believing they have the potential to emerge from the lower bracket, by refusing scrims, they aim to prepare for the finals and prevent any tactical leaks. Homie was understandably frustrated. The strongest representatives of the LCK League were all unable to schedule scrims for various reasons. The effectiveness of their practice sessions would undoubtedly diminish. Gu Xing promptly responded to Jankos' challenge. H2K? After a brief contemplation, Hongmi consented, realizing there were no better alternatives at the moment. Their strength was not to be underestimated, given they topped their group and boasted star players. Hongmi earnestly reminded his team to approach the task with utmost seriousness, emphasizing that without the opportunity to engage LCK teams, they must compensate for quality through diligence. As Gu Xing departed the airport, he utilized his phone to capture the picturesque landscapes of Chicago. Unfortunately, he managed to photograph little scenery, as the fierce winds lived up to the city's moniker of the Windy City. By mid-October, daytime temperatures in Chicago hovered around 15 degrees Celsius, and coupled with the gusting winds, it felt painfully biting against the skin. Gu Xing and his teammates donned light jackets for a quick group photo before hastily boarding the bus. Perhaps out of concern for safety in Chicago, Riot Games had no intentions of allowing the players to venture out alone, instead housing them collectively in a hotel and stipulating that they adhere to a schedule of group activities during the filming of promotional materials. Scenes reminiscent of the team visiting the Golden Gate Bridge to witness a reverse sunrise in San Francisco were unlikely to recur. However, the 8 teams entering the knockout stage were evidently not inclined toward leisurely sightseeing. Upon arriving at the hotel, they prepared themselves for rigorous training. Hongmi meticulously filled the daily schedule to the brim, intensifying the training regimen beyond that of the group stage. Notably, H2K became the primary practice partner for VG. Initially, Hongmi regarded them merely as substitutes for the LCK region. After 2 days of intensive practice, he discovered the quality of the scrims to be remarkably high. H2K excelled in early aggression, with the team boasting an impressive average gold lead of 15-57 within the first 15 minutes of their match's post-group stage. In this regard, H2K outperformed numerous elite teams worldwide, while Jankos' aggressive playstyle consistently yielded early advantages, breaching opponents' defenses with lethal precision, despite their mid-to-late game capabilities being somewhat lacking, leading to potential errors due to their impulsive nature. It is crucial to note that most scrims focus on the early and mid-game phases. The pressure H2K exerted on VG in practice was comparable to that from the formidable ROX Tigers. Hongmi observed with growing delight as he reviewed the analytical data sent from Sietunen's team across the ocean, his expression shifting from somber to jubilant. He felt as though he had struck gold. H2K's relentless early aggression forced VG to hasten their pace. From an offensive efficiency standpoint, VG was gradually improving, inching closer to matching their opponent's fierce onslaught. This was precisely in line with Hongmi's strategy. Having previously engaged in numerous scrims against SSG, he was aware that his former team had shifted to a defensive counter-attacking strategy, akin to an iron turtle. The most effective counter to Samsung's approach was incessant aggression, creating early advantages and gradually converting control over the map and neutral resources into a winning position. In the group stage, H2K consistently performed well in the early game, only faltering in their ability to close out matches in the mid to late game, having been overturned by Samsung in a comeback during the first round. Ironically, VG was well versed in countering such tactics. Hongmi felt that if this trend continued, he might soon grasp SSG's Achilles heel. He then emphasized that we should not solely focus on early offensive tactics, but rather engage H2K in a prolonged contest. creatively maneuvering around the Baron and Elder Dragon while refining our 5v5 team fight capabilities. Team fights are indeed VG's forte. Several players possess an acute sense for these engagements, and their roles are distinctly defined. For instance, Gu Xing, as a sharp blade, always strikes at the opportune moment, posing a formidable threat to the enemy's backline. The synergy between the two carries is remarkable. Hou Yi tends to be more stable, while Gu Xing adopts a more aggressive approach. Imp's forward positioning effectively draws enemy skills, creating a favorable environment for the mid laner to unleash damage. Xiao Duan and Long Gu perfectly fulfill their responsibilities, one safeguarding while the other charges into the fray. The 5 players operate like interlocking gears, each fulfilling their role to drive VG's machine to triumph in team battles. In contrast, H2K appears rather inexperienced. Whenever they enter the team fight phase on even ground, they are inevitably pulled apart by VG, leading to routes that seem almost routine. Hongmi deliberately encouraged his players to showcase their team fight skills, not merely to dominate the opposition, but to enhance H2K's late-game capabilities. The members of H2K are well aware of Hongmi's intentions, which fuels their determination, allowing them to fight valiantly despite repeated setbacks. Although the Western teams are often characterized by their optimism in League of Legends, no team wishes to see their journey end at the elimination stage. The professional career is fleeting, and no one knows if they will grace this stage again next year. Jankos, in particular, treasures this opportunity. After the group stage concluded, netizens began to compare him with Gu Xing and Xiao Huaxing, dubbing them the 3 new generation jungle kings of the S6 World Championship. Yet, he recognizes that Peanut and Virtue are the true prodigies. Born in 1995, he is now on the threshold of 21. Already at the peak of his career in the esports realm of League of Legends, hardly fitting the label of a newcomer. In reality, Jankos and Imp, who bears the weight of experience, are of the same age. Joo Sung-bin has reached the World Championship for the 4th consecutive year. While this marks Jankos' first foray into the global finals, this year's meta suits his aggressive jungle style perfectly, and he feels that neglecting this opportunity would leave him with eternal regret. During a break in training matches, he pulled Gu Xing aside to inquire about various matters. Curiously, he asked how VG managed to win that tiebreaker. Seizing the dinner hour, he entered the VG training room with a renowned local deep dish pizza in hand and plopped down next to Gu Xing, asking, "Could you teach me?" After recent training matches, H2K's mid to late game team fight capabilities have significantly improved. Although there remains a considerable gap between them and VG, they are no longer completely outmatched. They can finally retaliate in even situations. Jankos has built a considerable amount of confidence. He is not particularly impressed by RNG, the team he will face in the quarterfinals, and has already begun analyzing his potential semifinal opponent. He believes that if he can overturn SKT in a best-of-5, his inaugural World Championship journey will be nothing short of perfect. Gu Xing pondered for a moment. It is evident to the discerning that the overall strength of the top 8 this year is not on the same level, particularly with SKT positioned alongside European and American teams and the recently established, yet still chaotic, RNG. Following the draw ceremony, many SKT fans celebrated in forums both domestically and internationally, popping champagne in anticipation of their team's progression to the finals. However, Gu Xing was determined not to allow them such an effortless path to victory. For VG to emerge from the lower bracket, they would inevitably have to endure significant scrutiny, exposing some tactics for their opponents to analyze. If SKT were to reach the finals solely based on raw strength, without revealing any hidden strategies, it would be an immense advantage. Resolute in his approach, Gu Xing decided to be forthright, clarifying that this tactic was effective only against the less adept. He preferred to organize the 3 lanes meticulously, creating ample developmental space for his teammates. He articulated the general strategy of their jungler, Doinb. Jankos furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of disbelief. Could it truly be that simple? The legendary Chick Master? However, Gu Xing added that such simplicity was insufficient. The crux of dismantling the naive SKT lay in suppressing the growth of their dual carries. If they could hinder Bang and Faker's economic progression, the team would undoubtedly suffer immensely. Duke favored split pushing rather than direct confrontations, applying indirect pressure through lane advances. In contrast, the dual carries from Rox leaned towards a more stable development, with Smeb and Peanut adeptly resolving numerous challenges on the front lines. SKT, fundamentally reliant on the traditional dual carry model, struggled with this dynamic. As Gu Xing accepted a slice of pizza from Yanko's, the crisp, buttery crust enveloped his senses, complemented by the tantalizing cheese safeguarded beneath a layer of tomato sauce. He reciprocated with a packet of chips before continuing. Furthermore, it was imperative for them to enhance their capacity to conclude matches. SKT was not a team prone to collapsing in the early game and merely preparing for the next round. Their resilience was formidable. If SKT could sustain them during the mid-game, once their key carries were well equipped, they remained a formidable force in team fights. This was a lesson Gu Xing had learned through experience. Should they encounter a team lacking in late-game finishing ability, SKT could easily drag the game into eternity. Their mid-game strategy, revolving around Faker and Duke's 1-3-1 split push, was exceptionally vexing, as it could create space and expedite development. Once both carries were equipped, there were few teams capable of matching them in strength. Yanko's absorbed Gu Xing's insights, neglecting his pizza in the process, and left the VG training room in a contemplative haze. In the days leading up to their arrival in Chicago, aside from filming promotional material for Riot's Top 8, Gu Xing dedicated himself to rigorous practice within the confines of his hotel. During this period, his ranking on the North American server soared. As the original stronghold of Riot, the server's quality was rather mediocre. Even a seasoned player might struggle to attain master rank in the Korean server. Upon reaching Chicago, Gu Xing's rank surged further, with his account, Patrick Star 1210, ascending to 7th place in North America, becoming the second highest among the World Championship participants, with the first being Jack. Doinb participated in very few training matches, managing only about one game a day. During his month-long stay in the United States, he astonishingly played 443 ranked matches, consistently ensuring over 10 games daily to maintain his skill level, achieving a remarkable second place in the American server rankings. Chicago must be incredibly delightful. Jack, leisurely sipping a milkshake while reclining against the headboard, felt that the American server had become significantly smoother. As Gu Xing rummaged through his suitcase without a backward glance, he noted the advantage of lower ping values. Unlike the abundance of servers in the domestic league, the American server housed only one, situated in the heart of Chicago. When they were in San Francisco, the physical distance from the server resulted in ping values hovering around 57 milliseconds. However, upon arriving in Chicago, the latency instantly dropped to 22 milliseconds. The difference in ping was a staggering 35. Gu Xing may not be superhuman, but he could palpably sense the reduction in delay. Such a marked improvement rendered gameplay much more fluid, particularly for players at the highest ranks. This was one of the reasons for the soaring efficiency in ranked matches since Gu Xing and Jack's arrival in Chicago. Doinb reflected on his fervent ranking state, but soon redirected his attention to Gu Xing, who was crouched in front of the suitcase. "What are you doing, old Gu?" he inquired. "Looking for the team uniform. Otherwise, I won't have anything to wear for tomorrow's match," Gu Xing replied, his unresolved dilemma making him slightly irritable. He decided to empty the entire suitcase's contents. "Didn't you bring plenty before coming to America?" Doinb found it perplexing, reasoning that changing daily should suffice for half a month. His gaze fell upon the items Gu Xing had extracted, and wisely, he refrained from probing further. Before him lay an array of neatly stacked team uniforms, the C9 emblazoned with the Baidu Cloud logo, the G2 in a Black Knight style, and the pure white SSG showcasing the Samsung Shield emblem. "Goodness," Jack exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. "How many uniforms have you changed into, old Gu?" 22. Gu Xing continued sifting through the vibrant assortment in search of the VG logo, noting that he had exchanged quite a few on the last day in San Francisco. Doinb began to count meticulously. All 15 team uniform styles were present, with not a single one missing. Among them was an exceptionally baggy SKT uniform, clearly originating from Wolf. Fortunately, the uniforms were lightweight short-sleeve styles, taking up minimal space when folded. "Goodness, you must have a bit of a collecting obsession," Doinb remarked, recognizing familiar IDs of either eliminated teams or those who had also made their way to Chicago. He was entirely convinced of Gu Xing's dedication. "If you still have uniforms to wear, that would be unusual, wouldn't it?" Exchanging uniforms was never a freebie. It was typically a trade accompanied by a photograph, sometimes even requiring a signature on the uniform. Jack could easily surmise that most of the uniforms Gu Xing brought to America were likely gifted to other players. The intention was to create cherished memories, as some players might never have the chance to meet again, and reflecting on the past might evoke a sense of regret. Unexpectedly, having traded away so many, he found himself nearly devoid of clothing. Gu Xing let out a deep sigh as he extracted the last remaining VG uniform from the far reaches of the suitcase. He still had 2 more at home, which would suffice for rotation. With a sense of relief, he hurriedly tidied up his dirty laundry and, after freshening up, reclined on his bed, engaging in casual conversation with his girlfriend's parents. Today marked the first disbursement of his salary after the amendments to his contract, with the net amount reaching an impressive 350,000 yuan, including the bonus for being the MVP of the minor league. Initially, he intended to transfer half of it to his family, but his parents insisted that the money was sufficient, encouraging him to keep it for himself while merely advising him not to squander it. He agreed, planning to wait until he returned home to select a better apartment, so he and Gu Pan would no longer have to squeeze into a small space together. When Shun Guanshan connected via video call, he first ensured Gu Xing's safety, worried that his boyfriend might encounter robbery or zero-cost purchasing incidents in the wholesome environment of Chicago. After that, he shared amusing anecdotes from their school days and offered words of encouragement for the upcoming match. Gu Xing waved goodbye to his girlfriend and, noticing it was still before 3 a.m., decided to continue browsing the forum. With 4 days of respite between the end of the group stage and the commencement of the quarterfinals, the bored netizens resorted to creating their own content or transporting esports news for discussion. Gu Xing's attention was drawn to a sensational post titled, "Shocking. Virtue actually met with a group of notable players late at night." Assuming it was an initiative from the UC editorial team, he clicked to see how they had crafted the narrative. Instead, he was greeted with a series of images sourced from various clubs' Twitter accounts. In these images, Gu Xing was seen holding up the jersey of another team, standing shoulder to shoulder with the star players of other squads, all beaming with sunny smiles. Following the conclusion of the group stage, club officials reminisced about this cherished time, uploading numerous player photographs to the internet, including snapshots of jersey exchanges. The post's author lured readers in with the title, only to follow up with a segment stating, "I scoured the team photo section and discovered that Little Gu participated in 100 of the gatherings, boasting a higher appearance rate than Faker. How outrageous." The comments section buzzed with activity. "How is Little Gu everywhere? Lee Ji-hoon, this is how junglers are. A high participation rate is quite reasonable. Isn't it?" With Little Gu's looks, he's dominating at the World Championship. Every group photo, he either wins in height or in charm. Truly reminiscent of Emperor Qin defeating Tyson. Will Virtue be able to offer interpersonal communication courses after retirement? I feel like Xiangwu could learn a thing or two. I spotted a group photo of the new generation of junglers. Gu Xing clicked on the last comment, which also included an image. In the forefront stood a little peanut with a striking gray hairstyle, flanked by the tall figures of Yankos and himself. All 3 flashed peace signs towards the camera, their smiles radiant. He saved the original image and exited to explore other content. Someone had posted a prediction thread regarding the final standings of the 3 LPL teams in this World Championship. Most commenters believed that if VG could meet the pre-tournament public expectations and reach the top 4, it would be deemed a success. To them, Samsung was merely a paper tiger. In the second round, faced with the relentless pressure from ANX, the team found themselves on the brink of elimination, casting doubt on their ability to advance. Their apparent weakness suggested they posed little challenge to VG. Similarly, RNG was also predicted to reach the semifinals. The Royal Club's match against H2K drew skepticism from netizens, particularly towards Ryu, as many believe that each member of RNG possessed commendable skills. With a solid performance, their chances of reaching the Final 4 seemed promising. Conversely, EDG garnered little faith for further advancement. Their dismal group stage results had left them with a mere second-place finish, compounded by the consistent performance of Deft and Clear Love, who, despite their potential, seemed unreliable. Amidst the rational analyses from casual fans, spirits lifted as they mused. Could we have 2 LPL teams in the semifinals? Isn't that an improvement over S5? Responses echoed, certainly. Just having 2 teams in the semifinals would be satisfactory. It signifies our return to the second tier. However, they lamented the difficulty of avoiding internal clashes, which would have guaranteed one team a spot in the finals. Next year is bound to be the most promising for LPL. Encouraged by the optimistic sentiments of the online community, Gu Xing set an alarm and peacefully drifted into sleep, preparing for the next day's match against Samsung. After 4 months in his professional career, he had grown increasingly accustomed to this lifestyle. shedding the naivete he had during his initial participation in the LPL summer season. His pre-match routine was now methodical and highly organized. Upon rising refreshed, he attended to his personal hygiene, donned his team uniform, and headed to the training room for some custom matches to warm up while reviewing the charts provided by the analytics team. As the time drew near, he unplugged his gaming peripherals, munched on bananas and chocolate for energy, and, under Vincent's guidance, made his way to the venue for the quarterfinals. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Gu Xing had hardly left the training room corridor when he encountered Smeb, who was casually dressed in slippers. Hesitating momentarily, he raised his hand to encourage Smeb, expressing, "Please don't disappoint us. We hope to meet you in the semifinals." They exchanged a fist bump, with Gu Xing affirming, "See you in the semifinals." As they passed each other, Smeb's lips moved, delivering a fierce declaration, "We will not lose. Our OX will surely avenge SKT." His fervent desire to win ignited a fierce determination within him. Gu Xing cast a glance at his teammate, Lee Ji-hoon, aware that VG also had compelling reasons to reach the finals. With only one spot available, no one was willing to relinquish it easily. Welcome, everyone, to the live broadcast of the 2016 World Championship knockout stage. The North American host, sporting a scruffy beard, stood at the center of the stage, his resounding voice reverberating throughout the Chicago theater, a landmark adorned with exquisite murals and a vintage decor. The seating was packed, divided into upper and lower tiers. Now, let us welcome the third seed from LCK, the second-place team from Group C, Samsung Galaxy. The Samsung players and their coach ascended the stage in succession. In the upper lane, QV. In the jungle, Ambition. In the mid lane, Crown. In the bot lane, Ruler. As support, Korjij. The substitute, Wraith. And the head coach, Edgar. Excluding the coach, the players predominantly displayed a demeanor of restraint. Their faces bore an indelible youthful innocence, and this was Ambition's inaugural venture into the top 8. Fortunately, his extensive experience in the LCK League allowed him to maintain composure, as he acknowledged the supporters in the audience waving the Samsung team flag. To be frank, the number of fans was rather limited. Their playstyle, characterized by a sluggish pace, did not lend itself to fan engagement, especially given the roster of relatively unfamiliar faces, which naturally led to a lack of enthusiasm from the audience. The North American host waited for the sporadic cheers from the stands to subside before gesturing grandly to the right side. Next, he introduced the LPL's top seed and Group A's champion, VG Gaming. The silver-white VG logo illuminated the LED display on the right side of the stage. Zhu Xiaolong led his team to the forefront of the players' seats. In the upper lane, Long. In the jungle, Virtue. In the mid lane, Ji-hoon. In the bot lane, Imp. As support, Caveman. The substitute, Jaculov. And the head coach, The audience erupted into a thunderous cheer. Besides a considerable number of international students, many local North American spectators spontaneously rallied in support of VG. The 7 matches of the group stage had evidently garnered VG Gaming a substantial following. Their gameplay flowed seamlessly, and their victory over SKT in the S6 season was indeed a significant headline, further inflating their popularity. We won. We won. Gu Xing listened to the waves of support from the audience and couldn't help but turned to Long Gu for a brief exchange. "We have a psychological advantage in this BO5. Zhu Xiaolong could hardly tolerate Gu Xing's exuberance. He stifled a laugh and gently pushed Gu Xing, signaling him to take his seat promptly. Gu Xing settled into his chair, donned noise-canceling headphones, and reported to the referee to adjust the volume. He was also fiddling with a hand warmer, which Jin Wonha had distributed to the players before departing the hotel. The temperatures in Chicago were notably lower, leading to inevitable stiffness in the fingers. With a hand warmer, he could keep his joints warm and ensure his dexterity. Gu Xing was quite familiar with these devices, having sold them in his family's small shop during winter. Woohoo! Joo Sung-bin was brimming with excitement. "Samsung is here. Hee, brothers, let us give them a good beating today." His tone was fierce. Imp had been eagerly awaiting this day. He held no grudges against the veteran Edgar or the new batch of Samsung players. Joo Sung-bin's true desire for revenge lay with the club's management. In the S4 season, when Samsung White secured the World Championship, the upper management offered a mere 50 salary increase to the 5 players. It should be noted that the previously obscure Samsung White members had an annual salary of only 100 million Korean won, and a 50 increase was nothing short of insulting for players of their caliber. Feeling aggrieved, The members of Samsung White decisively accepted the lucrative offers of significantly higher salaries from the LPL and left en masse. Reflecting on it now, Joo Sung-bin realized that had the LPL offered even marginally more than the LCK, he would have undoubtedly chosen the LPL. He could hardly tolerate the Korean players who only engaged in the crude styles of real-life hand models and dead mice. With the LPL's abundant funds and minimal pressure, why wouldn't they come? In other words, unless Samsung offered him a salary exceeding 6 million RMB or over 12 billion Korean won, Gu Xing would hardly consider remaining domestically. By the end of 2014 at Ojian, such an astronomical figure was unattainable. It was impossible to offer Imp such a sum. Regardless of whether Samsung's upper management proposed a salary increase of 50 or 250, Imp would not stay. However, Gu Xing believed that the decision to accept their contract was his prerogative. Offering less was tantamount to disrespect. Today, he was determined to show Samsung's executives the true worth of the Imp ID. No problem, he would take responsibility for that. Gu Xing moved the mouse, ready to demonstrate the ferocity of an aggressive jungler to the esteemed leader, and he had always excelled in early game aggression and had learned a few tricks from Europe's first Blood King, Jankos. Against Samsung, Homie had already informed him of the key issues in this elimination match. The early game tempo was crucial. As long as he could suppress SSG with relentless assaults, Gu Xing would successfully accomplish his mission. The referee's signal to prepare for the match echoed in his ears. Adjusting his posture, Gu Xing surveyed the packed custom room, awaiting Dragon Brother to initiate the game. With a crisp and melodious sound, the BP panel appeared on the large screen. VG, ranking high in the group stage, possessed the priority for side selection. They opted for the blue side and immediately banned Syndra. Ziyuan's resonant voice filled the LPL broadcast room. The unmistakable accent followed suit as Samsung blocked Gu's signature champion, the formidable jungle champion, Nidalee. After a brief analysis, it was evident that many bans had become customary by the end of the group stage, such as banning Syndra and Nidalee from the blue and red sides, respectively. From the second ban onward, Homie altered strategies. The marksman Jin was sent to the ban zone, an unconventional choice. Typically, Jin would not warrant such attention. Ziyuan, commentating on his first elimination match, was visibly excited, speaking at a pace much quicker than before, indicating VG's intent to target Ruler. Samsung essentially fielded a roster of pure newcomers. However, identifying the most vulnerable point was evident: Ruler. Like Gu Xing, he had only arrived on the Premier League stage this summer. Homie had studied SSG's footage, noting that Ruler's mentality starkly contrasted with Gu Xing's. The young player exhibited impatience, and Homie felt it was imperative to challenge him. Edgar anticipated Homie's strategy. He had prepared a plan beforehand. Let us ban Olaf. We should ensure that Zhanyong feels comfortable in the jungle. Edgar was convinced that Gu Xing was VG's rhythm engine, and blocking the jungler was evidently a wise choice. Homie's final ban was directed at Ashe. This situation undoubtedly tests Ruler's hero pool. I recall him discussing at length that both Jin and Ashe are champions he frequently utilized during the summer season, and they happen to be the heroes fitting for this World Championships version. With all of them banned, he is left with only Caitlyn and Ezreal. But differing opinions emerge regarding Ezreal. Regardless, Ruler is sure to secure a champion suitable for his style. In contrast, Samsung has opted to ban Lee Sin, clearly aiming to restrict Xiao Gu's early game champions entirely. The strong heroes of the S6 World Championship have yet to reach a point of blooming diversity. Each position is dominated by only a handful of champions. The options for jungle are limited, with Nidalee being followed closely by Lee Sin and Olaf, all currently in the ban phase. Shall we see what VG, on the blue side, prioritizes with the first pick? No issues there. I wholeheartedly agree with Homie's choice. Xiao Duan is indeed suited for such a potent support capable of exerting early pressure. Edgar ponders for a moment before deciding on Caitlyn and subsequently snatching Rek'Sai. He aims to completely lock down the jungle role, leaving only the choice of Spider for Gu Hang. As Homie observes Caitlyn being selected by the opposing team, a subtle smile graces his lips. The Caitlyn and Ezreal he intentionally revealed during the ban pick phase both possess notable weaknesses. It seems like a choice between two. Yet in reality, SSG, regardless of their selection, is bound to fall into a trap. Jace and Victor should be secured first. Xiao Gu can wait to reveal his jungle pick. Upon seeing Rek'Sai chosen first by the opponent, Homie remains unhurried. After a brief moment, Gu Hang searches through the hero list and presents a lesser-known champion with a smile. A jester? I remember being momentarily taken aback before laughing. This is surely a mere display, perfectly in line with a Chicago-style hero. The North American audience grows fervent, continuously urging Gu Xing to lock it in. The crowd at the Chicago theater is indeed larger than that of the San Francisco Civic Center, and Gu Xing can hear the restless sounds from the audience. Is Gotham truly Chicago? Xiao Duan curiously inquires, as he hadn't previously delved into this. Some say Chicago, while others argue it's New York. Gu Xing adjusts his earpiece and responds, "When we reach the semi-finals at Madison Square Garden, I shall continue to showcase the jester. It cannot go wrong." The semi-finals will take place on the east coast of New York, and he has firmly decided to take a subsidized trip for sightseeing. Gu Xing flits with the jester for a few seconds before ultimately locking in Jace. Samsung selects Karma and Poppy, leaving the final counter position for Crown. Zhe Yuan's excitement is palpable at the mention of Crown. He has been a fan of Crown since 2015, witnessing his evolution from an unknown to a top-tier mid laner. And he has great faith in his ability to carry the game. Homie ultimately chooses Ezreal and the Jungle Spider, completing the team composition. Edgar secures Orianna, ensuring the team's mid to late game output. The compositions are now confirmed. Blue side VG, top Jace, Jungle Spider, mid Victor, bot Ezreal, and Janna. Red side SSG, top Poppy. Jungle Rek'Sai, mid Orianna, bot Caitlyn, and Karma. Amidst the crowd's cheers, both teams prepare to enter the Summoner's Rift. Yesterday's chapter drew some attention, with discussions surrounding the repetitive nature of the narrative, and questions arose regarding the significant screen time allotted to ROX, particularly in the semi-finals against the main protagonists rather than SKT. Let me elucidate. The scenario of eliminating the three Korean teams unfolds as follows, among the top 8. Excluding VG, the remaining LPL teams could not be drawn against each other. After all, one cannot ascend through internal conflict during S6. H2K and TSM lack the intrigue, and most readers are likely only familiar with one or two of their players. If not facing Korean teams, who else could we compete against? As for the notion of recycling content, this book is fundamentally aligned with the previous one, both commencing from S6. I wonder if readers have discerned even a hint of similarity in the plot? Prior to launching this book, I emphasized the necessity for innovation. I would never resort to crafting similar storylines to deceive subscribers. That is my unwavering principle. While I may not have the liberty to choose my opponents, the content surrounding the victories will certainly differ from the previous volume. I have already utilized the concept of the command flag. How could I possibly revisit it? I am as weary of it as the readers may be. This book's approach will undoubtedly differ from that of a roaming mid laner, so rest assured. The increased focus on ROX is due to the groundwork laid in the narrative. A book encompasses more than a single season. There are further tales to unfold. I have meticulously prepared this time, embedding deep connections for future developments. Any side character who has made an appearance thus far will play a role later on. As for the finals still being against SKT, this was predetermined last year, inspired by the initial concept drawn from Lord Ho. This also explains my choice of VG as the primary team for this narrative. Battling against SKT, infused with a hint of revenge, will render the encounter far more intriguing. As we approach the pivotal moment, remember our pre-game strategy. Redmi advised the players to seize an opportunity mid-game to decisively suppress the opposition. Gu Xing signaled his understanding with a gesture. He took a sip of ice water, inhaling deeply twice, as a chilling sensation seemed to permeate his entire being. The previously stirred excitement settled into calm resolve. From this moment onward, every team has no recourse for retreat or leniency. In each BO5 matchup, there will be players who must halt their journey, watching the victors advance. Gu Xing, having emerged from the death group to the knockout stage, conversed once more with Lee Ji-hoon before departing San Francisco. His ambitions now extend beyond merely reaching the quarterfinals or semifinals. He envisions a future that remains yet unseen. However, Lee Ji-hoon cannot afford to wait for that future. He yearns to seize the opportunity to ensure a fulfilling conclusion for Lee Ji-hoon's professional career. Gu Xing will exert every effort towards this end, for he understands that it is also a matter of honoring his own aspirations. Lee Ji-hoon seemed to sense this commitment, turning to Gu Xing with a gaze that was both profound and gentle, yet imbued with an unwavering determination to triumph. Observing the player's adjustments, Redmi felt a sense of relief and removed his headphones, striding confidently to the center of the stage to shake hands with Edgar. Your BP is quite commendable. Edgar's smile revealing pronounced laugh lines, a testament to his cunning strategies. He discerned the opponent's ban on Jhin and Ashe, while cleverly allowing the selection of either Ezreal or Caitlyn as his second choice. The current iteration of formidable marksman appears to resemble mere tools. However, this characterization does not hold strictly true. The definition of a tool entails being a support figure, merely ensuring the team's stability without disintegrating, and contributing one's capabilities during team fights. In this context, champions like Ashe and Jhin naturally fit the category of functional marksman. Yet, in this World Championship, the gameplay has undergone a transformation, primarily driven by the fierce competition for the first blood tower in the bot lane, coupled with the ascendance of poke-centric supports. This has led to an emergence of numerous duos vying for dominance. The mindset of marksmen has been compelled to shift towards wave clearing and exerting pressure beneath the tower. ADCs who serve as tools align perfectly with these requirements. Most of them possess extended range and commendable wave clear capabilities, allowing them to collaborate with supports to push the minion wave and subsequently harass opponents while they attempt to clear the wave. By leveraging a health advantage, they gradually forge a lead in the bot lane, thereby chipping away at the first blood tower to extract additional economic benefits and facilitate their development, creating a gap in equipment. In essence, during the S6 World Championship, players indeed utilized bot lane tool heroes, yet the gameplay diverged significantly from traditional tool strategies. Another contributing factor to this prevailing style is the overall shift in the environment. Champions like Ashe and Jhin have long been criticized for their struggles against tanky frontliners. However, in this World Championship version, the scarcity of tanks is striking, and at times, it seems one could select 5 squishies in a single match. If 2 top-tier tools cannot contend with the front line, how can they be thwarted by a back line with alarmingly low health and resistance? The alteration of the overall environment has enabled tool heroes to generate substantial damage output in team fights. Excluding the 2 exceptions among the strong champions that do not fall under the tool category, namely Ezreal and Caitlyn, both of whom exhibit notable shortcomings. Ezreal thrives in the mid-game but falters in early skirmishes and late-game scenarios. Caitlyn, on the other hand, is significantly weak during the mid-game, regardless of whom Samsung chooses. They are destined to face a temporary deficiency in combat power during the early to mid-game. Moreover, these 2 champions share a common flaw. They struggle to cope with early disadvantages, particularly for Caitlyn. If she falls behind during the landing phase, she essentially becomes a large cannon during the mid-game. Even if Ezreal maintains a slight edge, an early deficit will disrupt his mid-game power curve. This is in stark contrast to the tools. Champions like Jhin and Ashe inherently focus on functionality and can still assist their team during unfavorable situations. Redmi's strategy compels the opposition to choose between Ezreal and Caitlyn, aiming to transform the bot lane into a breach point. Should Ruler's development falter, Samsung's bot lane will fall silent. Edgar, fully aware of Redmi's intentions, recognizes that knowing the opponent's plans does not guarantee effective countermeasures. Ultimately, he still opts for Caitlyn for Ruler. Ezreal's wave clear capabilities are inadequate, and regardless of the support pairing, he struggles to gain the upper hand against the Janna that VG secures early on. It is evident that Samsung's selection of Ezreal and Karma, typically considered a strong duo in conventional versions, FAI Edgar, compelled by circumstance, secured the female police officer to prevent VG from obtaining an excessively dominant bottom lane combination. He felt as though he had not seen Homie for 2 years, and the latter's skill had evidently surged to remarkable heights. During the S4 season, Edgar was the head coach of Samsung Blue, while Homie had just retired as a player from the top lane, still naive to the intricacies of coaching. After a year of meticulous guidance, although showed promise, he had not yet reached this level. Progress is inherent to human nature, and you are quite impressive as well, Homie praised, compelling Edgar to select the spider, presumably intending to execute a double bird shield strategy. Edgar's drafting traps primarily revolved around the jungle. He meticulously banned and seized 4 potent jungle champions, leaving Gu Xing with no choice but to opt for Elise. The consequence was that VG's mid and jungle comprised 2 AP champions, alongside the supportive Janna, resulting in 3 sources of magic damage. In contrast, SSG's composition featured Rek'Sai in the jungle and Karma as support, both capable of producing bird shields. During team fights, this ensured that the magic resistance aura enveloped every member of the team, maximizing the efficacy of the bird shield. Furthermore, the equipment provided collective shields, effectively mitigating both attrition and burst damage. Despite being at a disadvantage as the red side in the draft phase, Edgar managed to assemble a highly commendable lineup. Korean commentator Cloud Templar expressed his admiration on stage. The two elite coaches from Samsung engaged in a fierce battle during the draft phase, vying for an advantage for their respective teams. Now it remained to be seen which players could secure an early victory in this best-of-5 series. The accompanying commentator concurred, though uncertainty loomed over whether Samsung could successfully rebound after their dismal collapse in the second round of the group stage. Regardless, let us rally behind SSG. For the honor of the LCK in the lower bracket rests upon their shoulders. The scene transitioned to Summoner S Rift, where the 10 players departed from their fountains and began positioning defensively along the river. Despite VG's formidable level 1 team fight, they had no intention of executing a forced invasion. Before advancing, Gu Xing communicated with his top laner, Dragon. Put on a show for the first 2 waves and try to stack the minions. Zhu Xiaolong promptly assured, rest easy, little Gu, my acting skills are Oscar-worthy. Personality often intertwines with gameplay style. For instance, the proportion of impulsive ADC players is notably high, while those playing champions like Kog'Maw exhibit calmness and resilience under pressure. And the jester players carry a touch of whimsy. Dragon, however, was a master of in-game theatrics. Perhaps due to his prior struggles in the professional realm, the harsh realities of life endowed him with this capability, providing a unique advantage over those who transitioned directly from school to the competitive arena. He commenced his performance as soon as he entered the lane, pressuring the minion wave. Should QV dare to approach for experience, he would be met with a barrage. Dragon even opted to forego 3 melee minions, choosing only to absorb experience, determined to suppress his opponent. QV was caught off guard by Zhu Xiaolong's sudden aggression, but it wasn't long before he devised a response. Utilizing heroic charge, the Poppy advanced forward, colliding with Jace, thereby reducing the distance to the minion wave and successfully garnering experience. Subsequently, employing her passive ability, she withstood a burst of damage and calmly retreated. Zhu Xiaolong's lips curled into a smile. QV's bold approach to absorb experience was entirely within his expectations. After all, as an experienced Poppy player, he understood the necessity of handling the early game against Jace. Minions may be sacrificed, but experience must be seized. Otherwise, falling behind in levels would render Jace a relentless oppressor. Yet, what Zhu Xiaolong desired was for QV to come forth to siphon experience. He had just landed a basic attack on Poppy, drawing the ire of the 3 minions, while his own minion wave continued to assault the enemy. Before long, the VG minion wave would secure a favorable position, amassing strength to push toward the SSG tower. This deliberate accumulation of minions appeared utterly seamless, as it was Poppy herself who insisted on claiming minion experience, thus enabling the wave to build up. What concern was it of Zhu Xiaolong's? Gu Xing observed this with immense satisfaction. Beginning at the magic toad camp in the upper quadrant and finishing the blue buff, he prepared to move toward the lower half of the jungle. The Spider Queen's rapid level 3 is a conventional route, as the rewards of engaging opponents greatly surpass the benefits of merely farming. He instructed Zhu Xiaolong to stockpile minions at the SSG tower, intending to mislead the Samsung players into believing that their first confrontation would assist Jace in establishing an early advantage in the top lane. Before departing the upper quadrant, Gu Xing placed a ward in the central river area, allowing Long Gu to insert a vision ward in the tribrush, effectively cutting off any potential routes for him to reach the top lane, leaving Ambition with only the option of countering after the SSG tower. With Jace possessing flash and being adequately prepared, his demise would be quite challenging. Gu Xing ensured Zhu Xiaolong's safety before transforming into spider form and swiftly advancing toward the lower jungle. The opposing Karma had placed a ward in the lower tribrush, likely a protective measure, as communicated via voice chat to Gu Xing. The bottom lane duo of Samsung, consisting of Caitlyn and Karma, evidently held a stronger position in the race for level 2 compared to VG's duo. The two expended their Q abilities, effectively clearing the minion wave. With lane control secured, the SSG duo routinely approached the lower tribrush of VG's side to establish vision, maintaining due vigilance. Gu Xing cleared the red buff, achieving level 3, and transformed into spider form, positioning himself above the dragon pit to activate Cocoon and scout the area. The first dragon of the current version spawns at 2:30, and it had only recently arrived in the rift. Using this moment as a guise, he stealthily descended into the dragon pit, locking eyes with the water dragon. Having not drawn any aggro, the water dragon lazily flapped its wings and settled down to slumber, allowing Gu Xing's spider queen to exit the dragon pit unscathed. Little Gu, in spider form, circumvented Samsung's vision placed in the tri-brush, remaining vigilant and closely monitoring Gu Xing's movements. As it appeared he intended to make a move toward the bottom lane, due to the need to secure level 2 at the start. The SSG duo had placed Ruler's ward in the lane brush, leaving only one defensive ward against ganks prior to the 3-minute mark. Gu Xing cleverly evaded this, traversing within the blind spots of SSG's vision. Ruler and Courage relentlessly pressed their advantage in the early game, skillfully applying pressure and dealing damage. It is truly a fortuitous opportunity. Gu Xing stealthily approaches the SSG duo from the river, transforming into his human form as he closes the distance, landing a basic attack on Ruler. The burning effect from the red buff clings to the ADC, hampering her movement. At this moment, the bottom lane duo has only reached level 2. Typically, during the initial levels, the ADC prioritizes Q and W, lacking the E90 caliber net for mobility, rendering her vulnerable to the spider's grasp. The Samsung bottom lane is thrown into disarray. Courage hurriedly shields his marksman with E-Inspire for protection and acceleration, hoping to facilitate her escape. Noticing this, Gu Xing swiftly shifts his focus. His next basic attack strikes Karma, while the protective skill bestowed upon Courage proves futile. A brief flash from Janna sends her rooting spell straight towards Karma. Courage hastily uses his flash to retreat. However, having expended his only escape skill, he appears to Gu Xing as the next target on the chopping block. Closing the distance, Cocoon successfully ensnares Karma, stunning her in place. Joo Sung-bin follows up with damage as Gu Xing unleashes his W and Q skills, transforming into spider form to bite down. Just then, an unexpected twist occurs. Emerging from the brush closer to the Samsung turret is a lurking Rek'Sai. Gu Xing's fluid execution from stealth to engagement is impeccable. Yet Master lies in ambush just behind. Amidst gasps from the audience in the Chicago theater, Rek'Sai unhesitatingly flashes and uses W burrow, launching the Spider Queen into the air. Courage's Karma regains her freedom from the cocoon, firing Q, Spirit Fire, directly at Gu Xing simultaneously. Ruler halts his feigned retreat, positioning the traps beneath Gu Xing's feet. The trap has a 1-second activation delay, perfectly overlapping with the timing of Rek'Sai's knockup. Consequently, as the Spider Queen lands, she steps into the trap and receives a critical headshot. In the moment following the trap setup, Ruler unleashes Q, Peacekeeper, canceling the cooldown of the trap's ability. Clearly, Samsung's south bottom lane came prepared, aiming to deliver a burst of damage to eliminate the spider swiftly. Gu Xing endures the combined onslaught, leaving him with merely 100 health points. Having used Spiderling while jumping into the dragon pit, the cooldown has yet to reset. Furthermore, he knows that even if he uses Flash, escaping from the ADC's extensive range is improbable. Aware that his demise is inevitable, Gu Xing resolves not to dwell on escape, opting instead to land a basic attack followed by a spider form W reset attack, channeling all his damage into Karma. Gu Xing's life is claimed by Ruler. Ziyuan exclaims loudly as Imp takes down Courage, resulting in a 1-4-1 exchange. The support traded for the jungler leaves VG at a disadvantage, and Jin Yin expresses regret while tallying the gains and losses for both sides, especially as Ruler secures first blood and dual buffs, setting the stage for even more intense lane pressure ahead. The benefits of the female police officer, with her long reach, obtaining the red buff are indeed immense, as she can relentlessly torment her opponents with mere basic attacks. Even if SSG incurs the cost of an additional flash, it is undoubtedly a significant profit. Moreover, during the time when Little Gu has fallen, Master and can counter VG's group of stone bugs. The supporters of Samsung in the Korean live stream, witnessing Ambition successfully ambush, immediately flaunt their prowess in the chat. Indeed, Ambition remains as cunning as ever. Being forced into the jungle by Songheek was truly a brilliant move. Where are the obnoxious SKT fans? Hurry over and witness how Samsung takes on VG. I previously stated that SKT was the weakest among the 3 LCK representatives, and yet some dared to refute me. I trust they now see the error of their ways. VG even considered targeting Ruler, but alas, Their own bot lane was utterly dismantled by virtue. Gu Xing furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. He and his teammates have endeavored to mislead Samsung, giving them the impression that they would launch an offensive against the top lane's Poppy. Why would Master choose to ambush in the bot lane? In the background, Edgar smiles with delight, celebrating with the substitute players and staff. During his time in Chicago, he has not been idle, having studied VG's system extensively. Among them, the point concerning Jace is particularly representative. Edgar has discovered that VG's approach to Jace differs significantly from that of ROX and other teams. Other teams tend to pour resources into the upper area upon acquiring Jace, creating space for Piltover's lieutenant to exert his lane dominance. They rely on Jace to demolish towers and leverage the advantage in the top lane to invigorate the entire team. However, after VG acquires Jace, Gu Xing seldom assists the top lane, with the exception of the match against C9, where Edgar suspects Gu Xing was not there to aid Jace, but merely found the opposing rumble unappealing. In most instances, Zhu Xiaolong's Jace maintains stable development in the lane, with the ability to control lane power being deemed a success. Gu Xing continues to strategize in the lower area, exploiting enemy weaknesses to establish an advantage. At this juncture, Long Ji's Jace responds to his teammates' requests, prioritizing teleportation with lane control to assist in dismantling the first tower in the other two lanes, seamlessly initiating the transition phase. Often, this teleportation allows Zhu Xiaolong to secure 1 or 2 kills along with the additional first blood tower gold, instantly establishing a substantial lead of around 1,000 gold in his matchup. As the mid-game unfolds, he capitalizes on armor penetration items to unleash explosive damage, providing cover for his teammates to push towers. Edgar has meticulously reviewed VG's Jace match footage, identifying this pattern. He relayed this information to his jungler. It was at this moment that Master grew cautious, observing Zhu Xiaolong theatrically performing in the top lane with Jace, feigning a fierce approach as if preparing to push the lane into the tower for a strong gank with the jungler. And Bixin, without hesitation, proceeded to the bot lane to ambush. He concluded that Gu Xing had no interest in capturing Poppy in the top lane. This ambush proved to be immensely rewarding for Masterin, as he countered VG's stone bugs, simultaneously establishing vision to prevent Gu Xing from reviving and recklessly launching an assault on the bot lane. Return to deliver the blue buff to Crown, and after clearing the lower jungle, head back to base to replenish supplies. Xiao Gu finds himself in an awkward financial situation, with just 1 assist and 3 camps. Even accounting for the system's bonus gold, he barely surpasses 400, which is insufficient to purchase the green jungle knife. It's crucial to act swiftly, as the matchup between the Spider and Rek'Sai in the jungle is pivotal. A successful first strike is immensely significant. If Master establishes an advantage in equipment and levels, it will exert tremendous pressure on Xiao Gu's jungle. Xiao Gu opts for the Dark Seal and a control ward, setting out to the upper jungle to farm. He is acutely aware that Master N's ambush grants him a notable advantage in the matchup, and he must devise a strategy to compensate for this. How much longer can you hold on down there? Xiao Gu's tone is laced with regret. For now, there are no issues, as Zhu Sung-bin remains rather optimistic despite his limited advantages. After all, Core JJ also fell during the skirmish in the bot lane just moments ago. Ruler attempted to farm alone but was met with aggression from him and Xiao Duan, leaving him with little more than half health. Even if support Karma resurrects and arrives in the bot lane, Ruler will not dare to press forward recklessly. I'll withdraw to collect funds shortly, Xiao Gu asserts with determination. He resolves that after experiencing defeat in the bot lane, he must reclaim his honor. In his mind, he meticulously plans Master N's movements. Due to Master N's extensive farming, he will inevitably initiate his second jungle clear later than Xiao Gu. Both junglers follow a downward farming route, which means Xiao Gu is forced to farm fewer monsters. But this allows him to act more swiftly in the next move. He is determined to exploit this timing discrepancy. Initially, Xiao Gu considers descending from the upper jungle to take action in the bot lane ahead of time. However, the SSG duo, thanks to Master N's earlier vision control in the VG lower jungle, spots Xiao Gu's movements. Ruler begins to aggressively push the wave, intending to advance a significant number of minions toward the VG tower, thereby establishing a safe push for himself. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent's skills are directed at the minions, Xiao Duan and Imp unleash a flurry of attacks on Core JJ. To execute this wave push, Core JJ suffers nearly 40 health loss, yet he deems the trade worthwhile. As long as the wave push is successful, the SSG duo can comfortably remain under the tower to farm. With Gu intent on making a play in the bot lane, he is left with no choice but to dive the tower. Moreover, waiting for the wave to push back requires considerable time. The timing advantage Gu could seize will be depleted during the wave's return. By the time he is ready to freeze the lane, Master will have caught up in jungle progress and may return to the bot lane for an ambush. Should Gu dare to dive, he would only meet a disastrous fate. Gu also comprehends the calculations of the SSG trio. The Eye of the Hawk buff obtained from the recent F4 smite reveals Master N's wards, making him aware that he has been discovered, prompting him to temporarily abandon the idea of an assault in the bot lane. He clears the wards and opts to circle back to the upper jungle to continue farming, assisting the mid lane player, Ho Yi, in managing the minion wave along the way. Lee Ji-hoon navigated the mid lane with remarkable ease, as Victor, leveraging his Q ability, Siphon Power, gained the upper hand in trades, while Master remained uninvolved, leaving Crown to retreat and passively farm. Gu Xing meticulously managed the minion wave, spending approximately 6 or 7 seconds, and before departing from the mid lane, he signaled to the top lane, warning, "Be cautious, Dragon Brother. Rek'Sai will soon be in the upper quadrant, potentially looking to ambush you." The sole piece of good news was that Master had used his flash during a counter gank in the bot lane, significantly diminishing Rek'Sai's ganking prowess. As long as Zhu Xiaolong remained vigilant, he faced minimal risk to his life. Currently, Master had no intentions of launching an offensive on the lane. He was solely focused on farming, seemingly aiming to catch up on jungle progression. Ziyuan, observing from a godlike perspective, had a clear view of the unfolding events. Gu Xing's brief assistance in the mid lane had delayed him momentarily. Meanwhile, Bishin's Rek'Sai, having returned to base, had acquired a jungle item. Coupled with inherently high jungle efficiency and the ability to traverse through tunnels between camps, the jungle progression of both teams had evidently equalized. This was fortuitous for Master, as he only needed to monitor his jungle pace to infer Gu Xing's location and maintain appropriate vigilance. As the match approached the 6-minute mark, both junglers began clearing their third round of camps from the upper side. Upon finishing the 3 wolves, Gu Xing received a notification, noting that the opposing Caitlyn had resumed pushing the wave towards the tower, preparing for a subsequent counter-push. Ruler had evidently gleaned Gu Xing's approximate jungle timing from Master. A repeated wave push would render the spider unable to act in the bot lane. Gu Xing awaited this information, initially intending to capitalize on the timing differential. However, Master had obstructed his route with vision control, forcing him to abandon his plan. Consequently, Gu Xing sought an alternative approach. He deliberately maneuvered to the mid lane to manage the minion wave, allowing Bishin to catch up on jungle progress, leading the opponent to grow complacent, believing they had complete control over their lane. Yet now, having finished the 3 wolves, Gu Xing dashed towards the bot lane, disregarding both the feathered harbinger and the rock-armored beetle, inadvertently creating space for a gank. Master was focused on farming in the lower quadrant of SSG, completely unaware that Gu Xing was not jungling at all. Young Gu intentionally manufactured a timing differential, arriving prematurely in the bot lane. With spirits high, the SSG duo was genuinely unprepared. Samsung's bot lane had merely placed vision in the usual spots in the Tribrush and River. Gu Xing, aware of this information, chose a different approach from his earlier attempts. Instead of descending from the dragon pit, he launched his ambush directly from behind the tower along the minion wave. The sudden appearance of the Spider Queen at the edge of their vision caught the Samsung duo, who were pushing towards the tower, completely off guard. The Spider utilized her E ability, Cocoon, landing on SSG's minions to close the distance successfully. The immediate reaction of the Samsung duo was to flee. However, Core JJ had previously risked his health in 2 attempts to ensure a smooth push into the tower, leaving him considerably weakened against Gu Xing's current target. "You retreat. I have flash and can cover you." Ruler proposed his plan. At present, he possesses the dual displacement of a rope net and flash, making escape a trivial endeavor. Courage, acutely aware of his diminished health and lack of flash, does not hesitate. He casts Mind Flame backward in an attempt to slow his opponent, hastily retreating towards his own tower. Ruler remains steadfastly positioned between his support and the spider, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Gu Xing to make a move. Sensing the dire situation, Gu Xing seizes a fleeting opportunity to strike. However, the SSG duo proves to be more formidable than anticipated. If the standoff persists, not only might Courage return to the safety of the tower, but Master and is also nearing reinforcements. Time is not on Gu Xing's side. Elise SW. The self-destructing spider cannot strike Courage from afar, as Ruler stands directly in its path. Even if Gu Xing attempts to place the W to the side and switches to spider form to utilize Q to draw the self-destructing spider for an explosion, it remains futile. The self-destructing spider will inevitably collide with Ruler during its flight towards Courage, resulting in an explosion that lacks the necessary damage to prevent Courage from escaping with minimal health. Attempting to use Cocoon to immobilize Karma is also impractical. The animation is overly conspicuous, and without flash, Ruler can easily react to block it. Currently, having been struck by Karma's Q, Mind Flame, which slows movement, Gu Xing finds it exceedingly difficult to keep pace with output control without flash. Even if he manages to ensnare Ruler with Cocoon, he alone cannot eliminate the still healthy Jin. In this critical moment, Gu Xing demonstrates remarkable decisiveness. The spider's E-flash will not alter the trajectory of the Cocoon and cannot bypass Ruler to control the rearward Courage. A flash of E would provide ample reaction time. However, the spider can W-flash. At the instant Gu Xing releases the self-destructing spider, he activates his flash. A golden light flickers past. Almost devoid of reaction time, the SSG duo witnesses Elise, the Spider Queen, soar over Jin and materialize before the nearly depleted Karma. As the self-destructing spider appears, it detonates directly upon Karma. Simultaneously, the damage from the spider's Q manifests on Karma, rapidly reducing her health to a sliver. My goodness. I recall being exhilarated at the commentary desk, shouting with fervor as Gu Xing W flashed over Jin to inflict damage. Even having the composure to turn back and launch Cocoon, Gu Xing knows that Karma cannot escape his grasp. So he discards all abilities in human form before finally transforming into spider form and delivering a fatal bite to Courage. At the extreme position, Xiaozuan Jana entangles Ruler with Root Collar, who quickly responds by using Flash to evade the binding control. Yet, Xiaozuan's ability activates, generating a seed that spawns a plant, which continues to slow Jin. Ruler, observing the three VG junglers lurking menacingly, promptly uses Flash to escape. One perishes while the other flees. This exchange not only rectifies VG's earlier disadvantage in the bottom lane, but also gains the Flash from Jin. I recall shouting aloud in delight. Furthermore, SSG's original plan to push the minion wave to VG's tower fails, as the wave is firmly ensnared at the tower's front by Imp. Gu Xing effectively stabilizes the team's position once more. Perfect synergy, precise barrages. The director, noticing no other skirmishes erupting in the rift, took the opportunity to replay Gu Xing's remarkable maneuvers. The whispers within the Chicago theater grew increasingly pronounced. On the Korean commentary desk, Cloud Templar, witnessing the slow-motion replay of the Spider Queen SW ability traversing past the ADC to target the beleaguered Karma, could not help but express heartfelt admiration. Virtue, with a decisive stance, noted that had there been any other approach to close in on Karma, the skills would have been thwarted. The W flash was indeed the optimal solution in such a scenario. He maintained a relatively neutral position as a commentator. And despite the presence of an LCK team this match, he did not hesitate to commend Gu Xing Ruler, having survived this engagement. Found himself with a wave of minions trapped before the VG tower, resulting in significant loss of resources. His companion recognized the gravity of the situation. For the ADC, the tower and minion wave were paramount, and thus far, Ruler had exerted little pressure on VG. The director aptly shifted the focus to VG South bottom lane tower. It cannot be said to be entirely unscathed, yet it remained remarkably intact. This was not to imply that Ruler's lane dominance was particularly feeble. Even with the first blood and the red buff, he struggled to make an impact on the tower. The pressure exerted by the spider was simply overwhelming. Gu Xing had expertly maximized the advantage gained from the jungle timing disparity within Bixin, frequently devising plans to engage in the bottom lane ahead of time. Ruler, in a state of trepidation, could only push the minion wave deep towards the tower before retreating to his own tower to await the minion's return. Back and forth it went. The red buff he possessed had seen little use, as he spent these minutes perpetually managing the minion wave, with no opportunity to pressure the tower. Now, ensnared by yet another minion wave, Ruler watched helplessly as his minions were gradually decimated, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. And Xing could not possibly assist in clearing the wave. Both players lacked their flashes. Venturing close to VG's south bottom lane tower was tantamount to courting death. And Xing opted to head mid, attempting to assist Crown in breaking through. When it came to his most trusted teammate, it was undoubtedly Crown. In the group stages of this World Championship, Crown had undergone a transformation, proving formidable against mid-laners of Ryu and Maple's caliber, often dominating traits. Logically, the older and seemingly declining Lee Ji-hoon should struggle against Crown. Yet, when Xing glanced towards mid, he was astonished to find Lee Ji-hoon. Born in the same year as himself, 1992, thriving in the lane. Lee Ji-hoon showcased Victor's strengths to perfection, managing to stabilize against Crown. And Xing resolved to create some opportunities to bolster his mid-laner's advantage. Lee Ji-hoon, ever vigilant, sensed the approach of Xing and promptly activated his ultimate to clear the minions. Victor unleashed our Chaos Storm, effortlessly dispatching the wave before the cannon minion, retreating to a safe distance to return to base for replenishment. There was no opportunity left for Xing. He had no choice but to concede. Gu Xing meticulously cleaned up the fallen feathered bird and the stone beetle, and upon witnessing Lee Ji-hoon's unwavering composure, could not resist praising him in the team voice chat. "My lord, you truly deserve to be mentioned alongside OTTO. Your stability in the mid lane is almost nauseating for the opposition." He then proceeded to acquire magic penetration boots and a green jungle knife. After securing a kill against Courage, Gu Xing managed to turn the tide of his matchup, preparing to leverage the formidable capabilities of his spider champion in the early to mid-game to further dictate the pace of the match. Lee Ji-hoon, hearing the commendation from his jungler, bashfully scratched his face, perceiving it as no grand feat to him. The mid lane during the S6 World Championship was his most proficient version of a mage, with most of his skills being sprint rather than teleport. The emphasis was not on support. Players typically remained like earthbound spirits, diligently farming in the mid lane. Lee Ji-hoon excelled in this role. He was the quintessential experience-based player. Although no longer at his peak, as long as the lane conditions fell within his expectations, Lee Ji-hoon had contingency plans ready to respond. In his view, while the crown was undoubtedly powerful, it was not insurmountable. Noticing Gu Xing's high praise, Lee Ji-hoon intended to downplay his achievements. Before he could utter a word, he heard his jungler continue, "Just maintain your current playstyle in the mid lane." Lee Ji-hoon, understanding Gu Xing's character, recognized that such a tone hinted at significant forthcoming actions. He promptly dispelled any thoughts of jesting or idle chatter, upgraded the Hex deck core, and evolved his E-Death Ray, even managing to spare a pair of boots before returning to the mid lane to farm the cannon minions. Due to Lee Ji-hoon's earlier use of Chaos Storm to swiftly clear the preceding wave of minions, the crown fell behind, and the time taken to return to the mid lane with supplies was considerably delayed. In the meantime, Lee Ji-hoon, taking advantage of his upgraded Death Ray, rapidly pushed a large wave of cannon minions forward. As the minions arrived beneath SSG's tower, the Lord did not seize the opportunity to pressure the enemy, instead opting to circle around the mid lane while strategically placing vision wards. This behavior aligned with the crown's previous impressions of him. Lee Ji-hoon epitomized the archetype of stability. And with a champion like Victor, who lacked mobility and had a short range, recklessly applying pressure at the tower could easily draw the jungler's attention. Lee Ji-hoon prioritized the preservation of his life and steady farming over aggressive lane pressure. Consequently, the crown methodically cleared the minions beneath the tower. However, the presence of resilient cannon minions made the clearing process quite laborious. Additionally, both sides had previously returned to base, and before Lee Ji-hoon could arrive in the mid lane, the cannon minions had already been engaged in a stalemate on the lane for some time. Now, as Lee Ji-hoon pushed the wave forward, before the crown could finish clearing, the next wave of short minions officially reached the SSG tower. The Samsung tower unleashed a fierce barrage against the VG minions. In a version where mid-lane wave resets were notoriously difficult to achieve, this moment marked a significant turning point. The crown remained unperturbed. His jungler, Xing, had completed Mercury's treads and was farming in the jungle, intending to assist Ruler in the bottom lane. In the early stages, the female police officer must establish a decisive advantage. Otherwise, once Imp's Ezreal acquires his items, the bottom lane will become increasingly arduous. Crown is confident in his ability to manage the mid-lane minion waves, believing himself to be in no peril. With Lee Ji-hoon lacking his ultimate and Gu Xing's spider still on cooldown, how could VG's jungle and mid lane duo possibly ambush him? Just as Crown pushed the minion wave forward, Gu Xing promptly arrived on horseback. As the Lord had just vacated the mid lane, he placed a control ward in the upper river's brush, confirming the absence of enemy vision. Gu circled widely, opting to launch an assault on Crown from this position. To ensure the success of this gank, he first ventured to his lower jungle to secure a second red buff, enhancing his damage and pursuit capabilities. With a melodious voice and the presence of magic penetration boots, Gu's movement speed surpassed that of Crown significantly. In his haste to acquire the Grievous Wounds item, Crown returned to base to purchase numerous components, leaving him with only a pair of boots for mobility. In contrast, Elise's spider form inherently allows for greater speed, and with Tier 2 boots, she dashed forward to close the distance rapidly. Witnessing this scene, Ziyuan leaned on the commentary desk, his concern evident in his posture. Crown cast his puppet in an attempt to block Gu, but the latter activated his E ability, soaring into the air to evade the puppet's attack, while elegantly landing behind Crown. Raising his voice in urgency, Lee Ji-hoon activated his ghost and charged towards Crown. Initially, Crown was momentarily stunned by the sight of the Spider Queen. He never anticipated that Gu would dare to approach. However, he remained composed. When he threw out the puppet, Crown intentionally refrained from using his W ability, aware that Gu would undoubtedly leap to evade the skill's proximity. Sensing that the Lord had activated Ghost, he simultaneously employed his own ghostly speed to enhance his movement. As the spider descended upon him, Crown immediately recalled the puppet with his E ability and swiftly unleashed his ultimate. The shockwave tore through the air, magical energy swirling around Elise and launching her into the sky. Without hesitation, the Lord flashed forward to deploy the gravity field. The Clockwork Mage, while casting the shockwave, would momentarily remain stationary. Lee Ji-hoon seized this opportunity to close the distance. The gravity field was cast with exquisite precision, its range extending a full 800 yards. Perfectly positioned to obstruct Crown's retreat, Crown found himself on the edge of the gravity field, subjected to a significant slow effect. Moreover, as he flashed towards his mid-lane tower in an attempt to escape, he remained within the confines of the gravity field. To circumvent this, he risked being caught by VG's jungle and mid-lane duo behind him. Crown resolved to take a detour. If he continued moving through the gravity field at a slowed pace, he might very well fall victim to Gu's web and snare. Activating his W ability for a speed boost, he dashed towards the side. One can only rely on oneself in the realm of competition, and Bishin finds himself in the lower quadrant, despite his champion Rek'Sai reaching level 6. The recent tunnel entrance lies within the vicinity of the Foulbeak camp. It will take some time for him to utilize his ultimate and subsequently provide assistance to the mid lane. The spider strikes with her Q ability, Venomous Bite, successfully hitting the clockwork, followed by a basic attack. Gu Xing seizes the opportunity to retain the clockwork as it departs from his attack range. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hoon's Victor utilizes basic attacks to seamlessly connect his abilities, relentlessly targeting the Crown for damage. Observing the clockwork's health plummeting to 40%, Gu Xing finally commands his spider form to shift into humanoid shape. Upon witnessing this, the Crown immediately begins to maneuver left and right, akin to a dance of evasion, attempting to dodge the impending cocoon. Gu Xing cannot help but acknowledge the Crown's elusive movement. His steps lack a predictable rhythm. They appear erratic and meandering, making it challenging to decipher his intentions, a phenomenon often referred to as erratic positioning. Gu Xing launches the cocoon diagonally ahead, unconcerned with the Crown's evasive maneuvers. His prediction of the landing point aims for the halfway mark on the Crown's retreat to tower. To evade, the clockwork must halt its advance toward the tower. The Crown is compelled to pause, waiting for the cocoon to pass before continuing onward. Ziyuan, in a state of excitement, voices a slight crack in his tone, as the Crown, with dwindling health, rushes to safety within the tower. While VG's jungle duo is a double AP composition, the Crown possesses no significant magic resistance items. The magic penetration from the Spider Queen's shoes renders the clockwork utterly vulnerable. At present, the Crown's health dwindles to 14. Evading both the gravitational field and the cocoon has consumed considerable time, and the effect of his sprint is nearing its end. Fortunately, he successfully retreats, preserving his life. Victor unleashes a freshly cooled death ray, and the Crown casts his E ability upon himself, donning an additional layer of shielding to withstand the laser's final strike. He realizes that as long as he continues moving forward, he will avoid the second explosion damage. Casting a furtive glance around, the Crown sees no minion waves nearby and finally breathes a sigh of relief. He is acutely aware of Gu Xing's penchant for employing the Spider-SQ ability for chase tactics, having scrutinized gameplay footage prior to the match, thus remaining vigilant. Witnessing Gu Xing's reluctant abandonment of the chase, the Crown cannot help but smirk in satisfaction. Surely, you do not believe that mere damage could bring about my demise? The Crown retreats within the confines of the second-tier tower, preparing to teleport back. He is quite displeased with Gu Xing's persistent attempts to ensnare him. Just wait until I am liberated from mid lane. You shall reap no rewards. In the LPL live broadcast, viewers begin to express their confusion. What does that mean? Such a hard pursuit? Is VG's jungle duo engaging in riddles with their skills? Amidst control, and the Crown has showcased his finesse. Little Gu Li, are you in a state of despair? Do not fret. Without his ultimate, the damage is evidently insufficient to secure a kill. Masterin arrives in the bot lane to assist, executing a series of abilities that force a brief flash and severely wound his opponent. While Imp skillfully utilizes Ezreal's agility to escape unscathed, a succinct assessment reveals that neither jungler has garnered substantial benefits, merely exchanging summoner spells. To speak candidly, VG appears to be at a slight disadvantage. Ziyuan eagerly interjected, as Xiao Gu initiated a gank in the mid lane, culminating in the exchange of summoner spells between Lord Ho and Crown, yielding minimal additional benefits. The atmosphere suddenly stilled. The director's camera panned to Ezreal, who was near VG's second tower. With nearly 8 minutes into the match, the young blonde successfully eliminated VG's large rock beetle, advancing to level 6. Could it be? Ziyuan's voice quivered. He had foreseen a certain possibility. As Ezreal bent and drew his bow, releasing a golden crescent, Ziyuan realized his prediction had come to fruition. Our precise barrage. The golden crescent soared through the fog of war, targeting SSG's mid lane. Imp did not attempt to intercept at the fountain, but instead seized the opportunity at his return point. Remember to shout out loud. The commotion in the Chicago theater escalated infinitely. The director gave ample screen time, following the swift trajectory of the crescent. All members of Samsung were momentarily caught off guard, unaware that VG's mid-jungle synergy still had a trick up its sleeve. It wasn't until the precise barrage entered the range of SSG's tower that Bi-Shin realized the gravity of the situation. Minhao, retreat. He urged his mid laner in a hurried tone. Crown was already aware. His gaming habits were impeccable. He refrained from browsing during his return, instead keeping a vigilant eye around Oriana, ever watchful for potential threats. He had anticipated the emergence of a spider or similar threat from a hidden corner, ready to trade his life for a kill. Little did he expect it would be Ezreal. Imp's jungle efforts remained outside Samsung's vision, and the trio in SSG South bot lane were oblivious to the fact that Joo Sung-bin had reached level 6, let alone the previous skirmish with VG's mid-jungle. With Crown's E-shield still on cooldown, he could only use W, command, noise, to hasten his escape, attempting to evade the golden crescent. Yet, his sprint had already expired, and his movement speed was insufficient to dodge the impending skill. Crown watched helplessly as the precise barrage cleaved through the air, taking with it the last vestige of his health. My goodness, the excitement was palpable. What have I witnessed? This was a masterful collaboration between VG's dual carries and their jungler. Ziyuan momentarily lost his focus, his emotions complex as he saw his idol felled by a player from his home region. Fortunately, his professionalism shone through. He took a deep breath and swiftly regained his composure. Imp's strategy of jungling to reach level 6 was astute, concealing his ultimate in the shadows, leaving Samsung utterly unprepared. The commotion in the venue reached a crescendo, with applause, cheers, and a few whistles amalgamating into a cacophony that, even after being muted, echoed into the broadcast room, overpowering some of the commentary. However, no one seemed to mind. The barrage of comments in the live stream was overwhelming, with viewers changing their expressions at lightning speed. That was truly impressive. Such coordination exists. The turnaround, my friends. Everything was part of VG's plan. I previously criticized Xiao Gu for being overly eager to gank mid, not realizing his true aim was merely to weaken Crown. The real killing blow was down in the bot lane. This is quite an extreme situation, isn't it? Can one really secure a timely ascent to level 6? Gu Xing, having claimed a kill, was overwhelmed with joy. The plan originally devised by Gu Xing, alongside Lee Ji-hoon, was for Ezreal to steadily develop in the bottom lane until reaching level 6, where he could conceal himself in a hidden nook and unleash his ultimate to claim a few kills. However, Ambishin's interference disrupted everything. Joo Sung-bin was unable to reach level 6 on schedule and was on the verge of abandoning the plan when, by a twist of fate, he spotted the stone beetle that Gu Xing had not managed to finish off during his retreat. He swiftly devoured it, which allowed him to timely acquire his ultimate at a critical moment. By a stroke of luck, Joo Sung-bin's ascension to level 6 went unnoticed by the Samsung players, resulting in a successful ambush that took down Crown. Upon returning to base, Imp acquired the Radiance, and the growth of this Ezreal was astonishing. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In comparison to Ruler, Joo Sung-bin indeed possessed a significant advantage in equipment, with 2 kills and an assist. His earlier lane control had also created a noticeable gap in their last hit counts, translating to a lead of at least 500 gold for Imp. Seeing Crown fall, Gu Xing assisted Lord Ho in pushing the mid-lane minions before swiftly heading to the Samsung jungle. He was aware that SSG's blue buff was about to respawn and arrived at the camp precisely on time, and Zhang Min had also made it there, but he was unable to secure the spider. Gu Xing's speed was too swift, and the spider's Q smite dealt substantial damage, naturally surpassing the output of Ambishin's Rek'Sai. Little Gu successfully acquired the blue buff and retreated under the protection of his teammates, yet Crown, upon respawning, would find himself without the blue buff at his disposal. The fact that Crown had been ambushed and killed by Joo Sung-bin had already cost him a wave of minions, which was quite detrimental. Losing the blue buff only compounded the misery. Crown was powerless in this situation. Lacking his summoner's spells and ultimate, he had lost all initiative upon returning to the lane, and Zhang Min found himself in a dire predicament. Both the mid and bottom lanes were on the verge of collapse, yet he was unable to rectify the team's disadvantages in a timely manner. The team's early game collapse was entirely foreseeable, hinging solely on when VG would choose to strike. After waiting for some time, Ambishi noticed that Gu Xing had yet to make a proactive move. The relentless pressure from the minion waves in the mid and bottom lanes, coupled with the unattended Zhu Xiaolong in the top lane, had elevated Jace's combat prowess to a new peak after acquiring the Ghost Blade, putting QV at a disadvantage. With VG pushing all 3 lanes simultaneously, they were effectively forcing Ambition to make a choice. And Bishin was well aware of VG's intentions. He himself had flash available, and Rek'Sai posed a significant threat under these circumstances. With a little strategizing, securing kills would be nearly guaranteed. However, with 3 lanes in play, and Zhang Min could only assist one. Should he reveal himself, the other 2 lanes would inevitably face VG's frenzied assault. Conversely, if Zhang Min opted for a defensive posture without striking, it would prove futile as VG's pressure on all lanes would inevitably lead to one lane collapsing first. After much consideration, Ambishin resolved to support the mid lane, while the bottom lane presented the most favorable opportunity for a breakthrough. Along with the enticing rewards of first blood and 2 kills, he recognized the urgency of the situation. However, he believed that Gu Xing was also aware that the bottom lane was more prone to vulnerabilities and would likely attempt to ambush in the lower half. Thus, he opted for a secondary strategy, dashing towards the mid lane. Master and excavated a tunnel and used flash, sending Lord Ho soaring into the air. At this point, it was evident that Lee Ji-hoon had nowhere to escape. Lee Ji-hoon also understood that without flash, his fate was sealed. Before meeting his demise, he unleashed both his E and R skills, instantly clearing the minion wave. This not only supplemented his own development, but also thwarted SSG's attempts to threaten the turret. Master and graciously handed over the kill to Crown. Shortly thereafter, he noticed the Spider Queen's icon appear in the lower lane on the minimap, flanking the SSG duo beneath their turret. As expected, moments later, the cold and merciless system notification echoed through the canyon. Ezreal was on a rampage. This was a scenario that Ambishin had anticipated. With no other options, he was compelled to force a resolution. Imp single-handedly claimed the first blood turret bounty, achieving a significant economic lead in his matchup. Amidst the fervor, he could hardly contain his excitement, wishing for the crowd in the Chicago theater to hear his fervent cries. Ruler chose Caitlyn, but her impact was negligible. At merely 17 years of age, Ruler wore a tense expression. Although he was a newcomer to the professional scene, his prior gaming experience was far from lacking. Ruler was acutely aware of the implications of Caitlyn being countered by Ezreal at the first blood turret. Approximately 15 minutes had passed, and Ezreal would soon possess both the Manamune and Iceborne Gauntlet. Meanwhile, he would only have the Hurricane from his pickaxe and Luana, rendering him utterly outmatched. How would he endure the mid-game? After returning to base, Gu crafted the Echoing Void jungle item and headed back to the mid lane, intending to exert pressure alongside Lord Hoan Crown. Gu Xing assisted in securing the mid-lane minion wave. Meanwhile, Xiao Duan stealthily slipped into the SSG jungle, master and placed vision wards, anticipating the enemy support's intention to lie in wait within the jungle. However, he could not resolve this predicament and was forced to retreat to the lower half to exchange resources, while also aiding QV's lane swap to the bottom lane. Yet, this proved to be of little consequence. With Rek'Sai and Poppy as the front line, instantaneously focusing down Jace was far from feasible. Long Gu transitioned into hammer form, utilizing his enhanced defenses to mitigate damage and survive with a sliver of health. Meanwhile, as memories of joy flooded back, Gu took action in the upper lane, forcing the SSG duo back and demolishing the outer turret. The headphones he wore were not noise-canceling. In the early stages of the match, he could still hear the commentary team next door at the LCK venue clamoring away. Although he did not understand Korean, the exhilaration was unmistakable. Now, the adjacent area was eerily silent. He felt a surge of satisfaction as the intensity of the atmosphere grew stronger. The outer turret had fallen to VG, and the economic gap had widened to 35k. Gu Xing showed no mercy, going for the kill. During this period, he primarily focused on Crown. As long as the opponent dared to stray from the safety of the turret, he would initiate his cocoon to force them out of position. Even though Crown was quick to react, he could not withstand Gu Xing's repeated harassment. Crown was capable of discerning the opponent's strategy. The composition of Samsung's lineup appears capable of creating a dual bird shield, effectively countering the opponent's poke and high burst damage, seemingly flawless. However, its shortcomings are glaringly apparent. The team boasts only 2 competent damage dealers. Top laner Bobby, jungler Rek'Sai, and support Karma serve merely as tools, contributing little to the team's overall damage output in team fights. Presently, Ruler's Jhin is stifled in development, and should he fall victim to further oppression from Gu Xing, Samsung's mid-game will be devoid of any offensive capabilities. Cochin is compelled to remain near the crown, safeguarding his teammates' growth. Meanwhile, Gu Xing has already achieved his early objectives, using An's assistance to secure kills without incurring losses. The VG duo, having transitioned to the mid lane, continues their advance. Imp, now equipped with 2 items, frequently leaps towards the enemy with Arcane Shift, unleashing a barrage of spells that severely wounds Jhin. With Ruler's health dwindling, he is forced to retreat to defend. Just as Ziyuan's commentary fades, unbeknownst to him, the lurking Zhu Xiaolong in the shadows unleashes a fortified cannon shot. The energy surges. The enhanced cannon traverses through the acceleration gate, soaring at high velocity through the wall, remaining undetected by Samsung's vision due to the obstruction. As the cannon strikes, Ruler cannot react in time to deploy his net. He hastily uses flash to evade, narrowly escaping death. Yet, in the very next moment, a golden crescent descends from above, obliterating his health bar. A precise barrage. Ruler's gaze momentarily falters, followed by a resigned scratch of his chin, revealing a self-deprecating smile. A masterful ultimate. Amidst the audience's thunderous applause, the incitement of cheers reverberates as Imp secures yet another kill, demonstrating an explosive performance in the first match of the quarterfinals. The camera shifts to the player bench where Joo Sung-bin's smile radiates with the brilliance reminiscent of Samsung's glorious past, albeit now softened into omp. Marvelous. Gu Xing continues to engage with Coach in inside lanes, freeing up time to shift screens and witness Ruler's demise, offering genuine praise for their formidable poke damage. Joo Sung-bin acknowledges that this match heavily relies on Gu Xing's efforts to establish a lead in the bottom lane, pushing for a faster game pace while preparing for the next item. As the mid-lane turret falls, Samsung's once proud vision control and stable operations falter. VG's 5-man vision setup is deeply entrenched. Any slight movement in SSG's jungle is immediately detected. Seizing the opportunity, Cochin ambushes the isolated Xiaoduan in the river, dispatching him with a skill combo. Yet this is but a drop in the ocean for the overall match. Ziyuan recognizes that the tide has turned irreversibly. No matter how potent the dual bird shield, it cannot compensate for such an outrageous equipment disparity. As the match progresses to the 24-minute mark, VG manages their minion waves across all lanes, preparing to initiate the Baron Nashor. SSG allows only Coach to venture forth in a solo attempt to secure the dragon. Confident from a God's Eye perspective, yet he is intercepted midway by Gu Xing. Throughout the mid-game, Gu Xing has been guiding Coach in their shared development. Both junglers found themselves in a rather mediocre economic state, with the jungle either being pilfered or completely consumed by their teammates. It was only at the 24-minute mark that the Master barely managed to assemble his second major item. Gu Xing held a slight advantage, leading by half an item. The damage output from both players proved inadequate against non-squishy champions. However, in a direct confrontation, Gu Xing maintained a relative edge. With an ambush from his cocoon landing perfectly, he unleashed his Q and W skills, followed by a swift transition to ranged attacks. A single ranged strike in spider form might only yield a few points of damage in the early game. Yet, as Elise's equipment and level increased, the gap in output would widen to over 100 points. Upon closing the distance, Gu Xing executed a lethal Q in spider form, resetting his auto attack with a basic hit and W, Ruthless Predator, followed by a vicious bite. This fluid sequence of moves left the underdeveloped Rek'Sai on the brink of death. In the Dragon Pit, the team focused their fire on Nashor, and Joo Sung-bin seized the opportunity, bending low to release a precise barrage. The golden crescent swept past Rek'Sai's body just as it emerged from its cocoon state. For the third time, remembering the excitement that flushed his face red, Imp claimed 3 lives with his ultimate in this match. Truly a master of precise barrages, Ji-hoon praised Imp's ultimate for its repeated success. Seeing that it had fallen, Gu Xing calmly returned to the Dragon Pit, using his smite to secure Nashor, accompanied by the anguished roar of the great dragon. VG's 5 members returned to base for replenishment. They then took on the role of demolishers, obliterating all structures outside the 3-star high ground. By the 26-minute mark, SSG's mid-high ground had fallen. VG played cautiously, refraining from forcing an all-in, instead retreating to scavenge the jungle and secure control over dragon resources. Memories of this moment made it clear to everyone that SSG's hopes for a comeback were but a fantasy. Gu Xing delayed until the 31-minute mark, claiming the second Great Dragon before rallying his teammates for a final push onto the 3-star high ground. Zhu Xiaolong fired a long-range shot, and even though Core JJ activated his bird shield early, he still lost over 13 of his health. The steady Lee Ji-hoon finally unleashed his fury, flashing in to release a torrent of skills, the chaotic storm instantly obliterating the opposing support. The crown equipment performed admirably, as his ultimate ensnared 3 enemies, dealing substantial damage. Ji-hoon's voice involuntarily soared, then suddenly dropped, but the others failed to follow up with damage. An mid-game focus on the crown proved insufficient. Ruler, positioned behind, frantically attempted to deal damage, landing for basic attacks on Gu Xing, yet only managing to whittle down 30 of his health, failing to shoulder the burden of supplementary damage. Meanwhile, Xiao Duan used our choking vines to restrain the advancing SSG players. As a result, after the crown's shockwave, the remaining VG members, barely hanging on, found themselves with ample space to reap the lives of the SSG champions. Imp was on fire. Joo Sung-bin even went so far as to waste skills, using arcane shift, followed by a flash, landing a skill from over 1,500 yards on Ruler, a testament to the vastness of his damage potential. The effect of the ice fist rendered Ruler's movements cumbersome. Gu Xing swiftly flashed in to deal damage, and with his Q ability, Toxic Sting, he struck down his opponent, subsequently swinging on a web to ascend into the air before gracefully landing in a secure position. The match reached a standstill at the 32-minute and 25-second mark. After a complete team wipe, Samsung's Nexus was ultimately destroyed by a final auto attack from the Spider Queen. In an aside, the match boasted a staggering 8,000 words and 395,000 views. An eye for an eye. Congratulations to VG for seizing the initiative in this elimination round and claiming victory in the first game. The atmosphere was jubilant. With both Ruler and his partner being stifled in their development, the outcome of the match seemed predestined. He spoke eloquently, asserting that for VG, Samsung's dual carries could not thrive, resulting in a disparity in damage output of monumental proportions. The cheers from the audience, filling both tiers of the stands, surged together, creating a tidal wave of sound. As head coach and removed his headset, he was immediately enveloped by the raucous applause resonating throughout the arena. Yet, the cheers were not for him. Ruler, meanwhile, took off his glasses, his gaze appearing vacant and lost. He believed he had made no significant errors during this game, having not even died in the early stages. However, he was utterly crushed by his counterpart Imp, failing to even complete his third item by the end of the match. If the loss had stemmed from his own mistakes, Ruler might have been able to accept it, for errors can be rectified. Yet he remained oblivious to what had gone awry, finding himself ensnared in a downward spiral. Conversely, Gu Xing was in high spirits, waving at the audience with his paper cup in hand as he descended from the stage. Your performance was impeccable. You even outshone Bang, let alone Ruler. I feel like even using half my strength was sufficient, he remarked, playfully draping his arm over the round shoulder of Joo Sung-bin. Imp, attempting to clasp Gu Xing's shoulder, found himself at a disadvantage due to his shorter stature, awkwardly resting his hand atop it, yet unabashedly boasting. This Samsung squad simply crumbles at the slightest touch. I haven't even warmed up yet, and I've already achieved godlike status, Imp declared, gesturing with his hand to signify 50%, affirming that he had exerted no more than half his ability. Joo Sung-bin's demeanor remained consistently composed, though in reality, his prowess had diminished since his peak performance years due to the effects of alcoholism and aging. While he could contain Ruler, relying solely on his own prowess to obliterate his opponent was unrealistic. Nevertheless, Gu Xing was effusive in his praise, stating, "You can even defeat Bang. Ruler is no match for you. I believe half your strength is more than enough." As the group returned to the lounge, they were warmly welcomed by the remaining members of the coaching staff. "You nearly startled me at the beginning," Ding Jun exclaimed with a broad smile. "I thought that ambush by Nbishin would spell our doom." Although Boss Ding did not play League of Legends extensively, he had gleaned some understanding from observing the prolonged matches. He recognized just how formidable a champion like Caitlyn could be after securing the red buff and first blood early on. To his surprise, Gu Xing executed a perfect timing strategy that left Ruler unable to push the tower, while the Spider Queen's W flash turned the tide of the match entirely. Samsung had prepared thoroughly, and with a smile, Hongmi added, "Edgar has meticulously studied our Jace's playstyle." As spectators observe from a divine perspective, one can surmise SSG's intentions through the initial movements orchestrated by the illustrious leader, and yet, what significance does that hold? Jack begins to extol his teammates. But has Dragon not also flourished? In the face of absolute prowess, strategies become futile. Jean Wonhut timely cautions against arrogance, noting that the opposing team is not lacking in skill. Indeed, when considering individual talent, each player stands strong. Hongmi, suppressing a smile, asserts that the previous match appeared deceptively simple due to the seamless flow of our rhythm. Samsung surely does not align with mediocrity. The 5 competitors, in their inaugural World Championship, have demonstrated remarkable stability. Particularly, top laner QV and mid laner Crown rank among the elite within their respective roles. In contrast, Samsung's more pressing issue lies in their mentality. Should they falter once more, would SSG risk repeating their past missteps? Gu Xing finds amusement in the parallel to the second round of Group C. The recollection of Samsung's dismal performance, having fallen thrice in succession against ANX and nearly facing elimination from the group stage, elicits chuckles from the lounge. Meanwhile, the LCK live broadcast remains enveloped in silence. The screen reveals the MVP selection results from the previous match. In the formal portrait, Joo Sung-bin, adorned with the ubiquitous round spectacles of Korea, beams at the audience, forming a heart with his hands. Though Gu Xing's participation rate is commendably high, contributing significantly to the early advantage, the director tends to favor players with outstanding records. Moreover, Imp's performance has been exceptionally formidable, with several precise abilities claiming enemy lives from afar, creating a visually captivating spectacle. Behind Joo Sung-bin, the visage of Ezreal remains striking, with statistics that are equally impressive. In a match lasting 32 minutes, Imp achieved a staggering output of 34 for 170 damage, with a per-minute damage exceeding the 1,000 mark. His economic lead stood at an astounding 3,522, with a damage conversion rate of 2,106. The sole aspect that lagged was his team damage percentage, which was merely 33.5, primarily due to VG's composition lacking frontline champions, allowing all 5 positions to contribute substantial damage. inadvertently diminishing Imp's damage share. The LCK audience in the chat could no longer contain themselves, unleashing a torrent of sardonic commentary and criticism. Is this the Ezreal that LCK prides itself on? I've finally witnessed it. So Imp is no longer in LCK, then it's no concern. SSG couldn't capitalize on an early advantageous position. Ruler's first blood and double buffs couldn't even push down VG's next tower. How utterly laughable. Ruler's state. Can the little scamp not get it together? If we consider the small matches, Samsung has a dismal record of 1 win and 4 losses since the second round. Are they destined to continue this losing streak? Ambition has been lackluster as well. Aside from one early counterplay, he has been thoroughly dominated by Virtue, with the rhythm utterly crushed. The aging players like Benji and Ambition are faltering, while Blank's performance is subpar. Is it only Peanut who can hold his own against Virtue? The LCK commentators offer an impartial evaluation. Samsung must recalibrate its rhythm, for the onslaught from VG is exceedingly formidable. If they persist with a mid-game lineup that falters, it will be arduous to sustain until their equipment is fully formed. The player recognizes that the fundamental reason for their defeat does not lie in the composition, but rather in SSG's inability to seize early opportunities. Had SKT taken the stage, Bang would undoubtedly have secured first blood, and the synergy with Benji's jungle would not have unfolded in such a manner. Once the ADC takes flight, the combination of the dual shields from the jungle and support along with the frontline Poppy renders Samsung's composition akin to a bulldozer against VG, effortlessly besieging and plundering vision. Upon reflection, VG's initial lineup lacked any strong initiation skills. Once they fall behind, they face an infinitely passive predicament. However, the commentators find it difficult to directly address the players' shortcomings in rhythm control and instead deflect the blame onto the coaching staff. Cloud Templar, seated alongside, casts a knowing glance at his partner, comprehending the sentiment, yet feeling compelled to agree, acknowledging the truth in it. The discussion swiftly shifts to anticipation for the next match. To be candid, QV possesses remarkable individual prowess. It seems somewhat beneath him to have been allocated Poppy in the first match. Edgar contemplates whether Yufan can select a more aggressive champion for him. He considers this as he prepares to lead the team from the backstage lounge, soothing the players' spirits while discussing strategies for the upcoming game. Holy truth. Wait for me to secure a champion you excel with. You can surely achieve it, right? Edgar, clad in formal attire, finds it somewhat constricting but embraces his top laner warmly, attempting to bolster their morale. QV, aware of the coach's intentions, wears a serious expression on his cherubic face, affirmatively replying, "No problem, leave it to me." Edgar's countenance brightens with satisfaction. He plans to implement a strategic shift in the next match. The formidable tempo established by Gu Xing in the first game astounded Edgar. The two carries were completely stifled under the pressure of the Spider Queen. According to traditional lane-swapping tactics, the mid lane is the most critical line in the canyon. The duo will converge here mid-game to swiftly clear minions, providing vision and support for the team. However, both mid laners are isolated in the top lane. The suppression of the carries directly translates to a loss of control over the upper half of the map. Edgar is acutely aware that Samsung's rapid loss of the first Baron in the previous game is intimately linked to their overall disadvantage in the upper half. With lanes unable to push and the jungle shrouded in darkness, they dare not congregate towards the Baron pit. He resolves to add another carry point to the team. In contrast to the resource and vision control typically favored Bayern, QV presents himself as the optimal choice. QV is brimming with confidence, believing he can fulfill the task assigned by the head coach. However, this sentiment is not universally shared among the other players. The first round of the C group concluded on October 3rd. Today is October 14th. During these 11 days, Samsung has secured only a solitary victory against the wildcard team from the seed S, ANX. An atmosphere of anxiety and tension lingers persistently among the players. This is an inevitable challenge for those competing in the global finals for the first time. They narrowly escaped following in the footsteps of the S3 Ozone team, who faced elimination in the group stage. Had they lost to ANX at that time, Samsung would have singularly held the record for the only 2 instances in LCK history where a team reached the top 16 at the World Championship. Now, still reeling from the previous match, Vici Gaming delivered a blow that nearly left Samsung dazed. The detrimental impact on their mentality stemmed not only from their poor performance on stage. In truth, for professional players, The multitude of scrimmages serves as the most significant reference point. Unfortunately, SSG's performance in this regard was equally dismal. The three teams in the lower bracket could not arrange matches amongst themselves, leaving Samsung to seek out the comparatively weaker teams from the upper bracket. Their practice matches were primarily against H2K and SKT. H2K, in particular, appeared as if they had taken a stimulant, with Yankos inexplicably storming through the jungle. Initially, and struggles in the early jungle against him were already uncomfortable, but with the sudden shift in H2K's jungle strategy, Samsung found themselves in an even more precarious position. H2K's dominant early to mid-game performance in scrims was nothing short of exceptional, causing SSG's win rate to plummet significantly as they faced continuous defeats. Meanwhile, SKT also brought their A-game. Their overall strength was already formidable, and perhaps following their loss to Vici Gaming, Coma began to intensify the training regimen for his players. In their scrims against SSG, SKT was both aggressive and stable, presenting an even more terrifying challenge than before. During their days in Chicago, Samsung's scrim win rate languished around a dismal 30%. Both the stage performance and practice matches reflected a team in a downward spiral, leaving the players feeling uncertain. Sensing his teammates' solemn expressions, gathered everyone before stepping onto the stage. He urged them not to dwell on past failures, emphasizing that each game represents a fresh beginning. As a rookie at the World Championship himself, he felt a sense of obligation as the oldest member of the team to shoulder responsibility. He declared that they must strive to win the second game, extending his hand, and commanded significant respect within the team. His image as the elder brother figure resonated deeply, and the others obediently placed their hands atop his, rallying for encouragement. The five young men clad in plain white attire ascended the stage once more. Their modest popularity muted as they listened to the audience's applause for Vici Gaming, using it to bolster their own spirits. Samsung had the choice of sides for this match, and having claimed the blue side, they promptly banned Syndra. As the draft panel appeared on the big screen, they swiftly steeled themselves. At this stage of the World Championship, the first bans for both teams were largely predetermined. Syndra and Nidalee were considered standard bans, rarely left unaddressed. Edgar began to alter his strategy from the second ban onwards, shifting focus away from targeting Gu Xing. With Samsung on the blue side, if they sealed off Lee Sin and Olaf with their remaining bans, Edgar would need to prioritize securing Rek'Sai or Elise to achieve a similar outcome as in the previous match. Should they pursue a reckless strategy, Vici Gaming could freely snatch other powerful champions from the red side. Ultimately, this would leave Samsung in a passive position. Moreover, the previous match's approach had yielded poor results. Edgar has come to a realization. Investing too many ban slots into restricting Gu Xing yields minimal benefits. He continues to maintain the rhythm of the game, rendering the impact quite insignificant. Given this, Edgar decides to alter his strategy and direct his focus toward other VG players. Samsung's choice to ban Jace. Ziyuan furrows his brow. This ban comes as a surprise to him, as Long Ji's performance in the previous game was not particularly stellar. Ziyuan cannot comprehend this decision. There exists a disparity of information between the commentators and the professional teams. Edgar is not concerned about Zhu Xiaolon's proficiency with Jace. Rather, he is wary that if VG secures Piltover's second lieutenant, QV will struggle to play effectively against Jace with champions he excels at, such as Gnar, and may easily fall behind. This is a matter of hero strength. Any average Jace will pose a challenge even for a masterful Gnar. Edgar is determined to ensure that his top laner can secure a favorable matchup with a champion of his preference. Furthermore, QV is not particularly adept with Jace and tends to avoid selecting him whenever possible. As for VG's Jace strategy, Ambishin has already devised a countermeasure against Gu Xing's ganking tendencies in the previous match, so Edgar believes that allowing it again would be unwise. After careful consideration, he concludes that it is safer to ban it. Homie appears pensive, and after a moment's reflection, decides to ban Jin. Observing VG's response, Ruler is amused. He can predict that the final ban from the opposing team will undoubtedly be Ashe. Just like the previous game, they are eliminating all supportive characters, forcing themselves into a direct lane confrontation. Among the remaining ADCs, if at a disadvantage, half their potential is wasted. It is utterly unrealistic to expect them to perform like supportive champions. Edgar feels powerless in this situation and cannot chastise the opposition for deeming the ban on ADCs unfair. Samsung's final ban slot is allocated to Nami, an unusual choice. Typically, support bans target stronger champions like Karma and Janna. Nami ranks the lowest among the three consumptive soft supports, only possessing unique advantages in countering aggressive initiations. It is reasonable to speculate whether Samsung intends to employ a composition with strong initiation capabilities. Homie seems to grasp this notion. He does not alter the ban pick strategy and continues to ban Ashe, restricting Ruler's champion pool. SSG swiftly picks Janna, seizing the last support capable of countering team engagements while ensuring strong landing in the bot lane. Ziyuan's tone is notably elevated. Janna, regardless of whether paired with the remaining Ezreal or Caitlyn, is an excellent choice. VG previously demonstrated the effectiveness of the Ezreal-Janna combination. Homie remains impassive. Edgar's rationale for banning Nami becomes clear and coherent. Both Nami and Janna possess ultimates that can counter aggressive initiations, but in terms of strength, Janna significantly outmatches Nami. With one ban and one pick, Samsung has left VG with only Karma, a champion with strong pulling capabilities but lacking skills to counter aggressive initiations, and who is vulnerable to Janna's control. Homie remains unhurried, first securing Olaf before opting for Victor. He has arranged his strategy meticulously. This is currently the strongest synergy between jungle and mid lane, undoubtedly deserving of an early pick. Gu Xing nodded, confidently securing Olaf for himself. Through the recent training period in America, his proficiency with Olaf had significantly improved. With this selection, Gu Xing felt a surge of self-assurance. Edgar anticipated that Homie would prioritize this pick, glancing at Ruler and Zai He, wondering if they would still opt for Caitlyn in this match. After a moment's reflection, Ruler recalled the precision of Gu Sung-bin's skillful barrage from the previous game. How about I play Ezreal? Ruler proposed. Edgar, after a brief look at his notebook, ultimately acquiesced. This match required a faster tempo to withstand the mid-game pressure that VG excelled at. Only then could Samsung hope for a glimmer of victory. Ezreal's mid-game capabilities were indisputable, ranking among the very best. After securing Ezreal, he chose Lee Sin for Zhongmin, a champion that matched Olaf's strength in the jungle. And Zhongmin's mastery of classic junglers was commendable as well. VG then locked in Caitlyn and Karma, raising eyebrows in surprise. Were they preparing for a teaching moment? The duo combinations for both teams in the first round turned out to be Ezreal and Zyra against Caitlyn and Karma, perfectly reversed from the previous matchup. Ziyuan let out a slight gasp. Imp, after a stellar MVP performance in the last game, aimed to target Ruler this time. The viewership in the LPL live broadcast surged, with comments flooding the screen. Ziyuan is rambling. Imp probably just wants to pick on him in the first game, banning 2 ADCs each time. Clearly thinking Ruler's champion pool is shallow. Is Imp getting a bit too arrogant? If Ruler has the ability, he should fight back. Look at Xiao Gu. SSG banned 3 junglers in the first game, yet he still managed to carry. If you don't have the skill, don't call out. Xiao Gu is truly remarkable. He is like the father figure of VG, ISNTE. Why not? The youngest in the team has to take care of the other 4. Look at Ruler's expression, it's quite interesting. The director switched the camera to the Samsung player bench. Ruler bit his lip, clearly agitated. Anyone who had been outperformed by the MVP in the previous match would feel displeased about facing their own champion in what seemed like a teaching game. Edgar patted his shoulder, encouraging him to perform well. If he could carry this match, the opponent's draft in the next game would become significantly more challenging. Ruler nodded vigorously, fully understanding the implications. A stellar performance on his part would force VG into a dilemma akin to SSG's choices in this match. Samsung would find it difficult to ban junglers again, while VG would have to deliberate on whether to continue restricting ADCs. His gaze fixated on Caitlyn's icon and VG imps. Ruler flexed his fingers. Compared to Imp, an esteemed veteran, he was undeniably a novice. Yet, it was precisely this youth that liberated him from fear. Gu Sung-bin was practically riding on his face. If he shrank back in timidity now, how could he ever hope to thrive in the professional arena in the future? Samsung ultimately opted for the mid lane Ryze and the top lane Kennen. A cursory glance at the SSG lineup reveals 3 pure AP champions, aligning with the prevailing trends of the World Championship, where magical damage champions abound. Unlike the S5 World Championship, the current iteration of Kennen does not transition into the ADC role with physical attack speed items. Instead, the focus has shifted towards a full AP build, utilizing the likes of the Rylai's Crystal Scepter and Zhonya's Hourglass for a forceful initiation. Upon witnessing the finalization of the SSG lineup, Zhu Xiaolong conferred with his team, noting that Echo would be a more favorable choice, while Rumble might become susceptible to ganks, despite the absence of a traditional training regimen for Rumble in the LCK region. However, SSG's composition clearly indicates a defensive strategy for the bottom lane, with the primary offensive focus directed towards the upper half of the map. Selecting Rumble would essentially announce to the opposition, "Come and gank me." Dragon Brother recognized that Echo was indeed the more stable choice. Gu Xing would undoubtedly head to the bottom lane to safeguard the Caitlyn during the tower push, necessitating a sacrifice from the top laner. "Then it shall be Echo. I can manage," Zhu Xiaolong consented. Joo Sung-bin understood that his top laner was unlikely to receive jungle support this match, likely to be left alone on the side lane. Determined to demonstrate to the enemy how Caitlyn ought to be played, "I shall carry," he vowed with confidence. The 10 players exchanged champions, finalizing their lineups. The blue side SSG featured top lane Kennen, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Rise, and bottom lane Ezreal and Janna. The red side VG presented top lane Echo, jungle Olaf, mid lane Victor, and bottom lane Caitlyn and Karma. The LCK commentators continued their analysis of the compositions. Indeed, Samsung made appropriate adjustments this game, shifting the focus of their primary carry to the mid-game and selecting Lee Sin to help establish an advantage in the mid and top lanes. The commentator elaborated that as long as SSG could withstand VG's fervent early to mid-game onslaught, they would have a significant opportunity to secure victory in this match. Cloud Templar discerned potential pitfalls, furrowing his brow as he expressed his concerns. However, VG's composition is quite formidable in the late game, with Echo's percentage damage looming large and the range advantage of Caitlyn and Victor proving exceedingly daunting. In contrast, SSG's Rise and Ezreal may not measure up adequately. VG's lineup is indeed impressive, exhibiting remarkable capabilities in both positional warfare and kiting, suggesting that both teams have secured their desired strategies with a balanced draft phase. The commentator added that the actual performance would ultimately hinge on the execution within the arena. The camera panned to the center stage, where both coaches exchanged cordial handshakes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries following the first game, as the battle escalated into a fervent phase, both coaches swiftly departed without further conversation. Cheers and encouragement reverberated once more through the Chicago theater. VG, with their dazzling offensive play, has garnered a respectable following in North America. However, this is merely a fleeting moment of excitement, and it remains uncertain how lasting an impression this World Championship will leave in the hearts of the audience. As the roar subsided, the entirety of Summoner's Rift was unveiled to all present. Both teams resumed their defensive positions, eschewing any plans for an early-level invasion. The 10 players engaged in skirmishes along the riverbanks, each position clearly matched against their counterparts. Gu Xing maneuvered his steadfast ally Olaf, who danced in place, while proudly displaying the VG tag. Master and replicated this approach, a 3-star shield hovering above the blind monk's head, around the 1 minute and 15-second mark. Both players confirmed that their adversaries had no intentions of encroaching upon their jungle, allowing them to retreat in unison. Gu Xing opted to commence his journey from the lower blue buff. Olaf possessed a notable flaw. His jungle clearing heavily relied on Q, throwing axe, and the cooldown reduction from retrieving axes. As such, he was particularly dependent on cooldown reduction and mana regeneration. Coincidentally, the blue buff provided both attributes simultaneously. Furthermore, with the recent nerf to Centaur, reducing his viability to only when controlled by the captain, Olaf had become a rare choice in the current World Championship meta, capable of clearing 6 camps swiftly to reach level 4. This essentially dictated that Olaf could only initiate his route from the blue buff area. If Gu Xing, playing on the red side, were to start from the upper side, he would likely exhaust his mana after clearing half the jungle, severely hampering his efficiency. Thus, Gu Xing understood that it was highly probable that the 3-star team was aware of his jungle path. He chose not to employ any gimmicks or ambush tactics, opting instead for a quiet and steady ascent. After finishing the blue buff, he placed a trinket ward in the middle of the river to guard against any potential ambushes by Masterin, before proceeding upward with his axe in hand. Be cautious in the bot lane. The enemy may seek to trouble you, Gu Xing warned his teammates, urging them to remain vigilant. Duan, please ensure you place the ward early. No problem, Duan Deliang replied. Together with Joo Sung-bin's Karma and Caitlyn duo, their capability to seize level 2 was formidable. as their Q skills sliced through minions, significantly reducing the wave's health. Having utilized this potent duo in the previous match, the SSG bot lane understood the power of these champions well. Realizing they could not secure level 2, they seized the opportunity to push the wave to the turret. Once Duan Deliang reached level 2, he ventured into the triangular brush to place a ward. Alongside the trinket ward Gu Xing had positioned in the middle of the river, they effectively blocked all potential pathways Master and might use to engage the bot lane. With this assurance, Gu Xing settled down, remaining motionless as he cleared the 3 wolves, ensuring his axe did not cross the wall, allowing him to retrieve it and continue casting Q. Upon reaching level 3, he proceeded upward, briefly providing cover for mid laner Lee Ji-hoon. Sensing no imminent danger, he then turned to clear the upper raptors. However, just as he was about to finish off the F4, he heard a warning from Ho Yi. Rise had reached level 3 and activated his sprint. Gu Xing quickly switched screens to monitor the mid lane, interrupting his jungle progress to converge towards his mid laner. Observing from a spectator's perspective, one could recognize the intentions of the 3-star mid-jungle duo even before Gu Xing. Crown flashed forward, and the enhanced rune E West ensnared Victor in place. He increased his speech tempo, words spilling forth like a Gatling gun, as Master and appeared from behind, slamming the golden bell onto Crown, allowing the sound wave to strike unimpeded. And Bishin anticipated that Lee Ji-hoon would likely be wary of the brush on either side, and thus chose to close the distance directly from behind. Following the successful hit of the sound wave, without hesitation, he chose to pursue, unleashing Echo Strike for damage, immediately following up with thunderous break and a basic attack. The burning effect of the red buff delayed Ho Ye's retreat. In the face of adversity, Lee Ji-hoon remained composed, first utilizing the death ray to eliminate a low-health minion. After reaching level 3, he skillfully deployed the gravity field beneath him and, aided by a swift escape, retreated to safety. The burst damage from Rise and Lee Sin in the mid-jungle was not excessively overwhelming. Lee Ji-hoon, having leveled up to 3, gained a slight increase in health, and the shield from Q Siphon Power allowed him to withstand a full set of damage, leaving him with less than 150 health points as he dashed out of the enemy's range. Gu Xing arrived on the battlefield to cover the retreat of the noble lord. Although he lacked mobility skills, he managed to reach the scene without much effort, having just switched to the mid lane. He quickly assessed that SSG's mid-jungle duo could not possibly eliminate Lee Ji-hoon. His calculations regarding damage output were remarkably accurate. Thus, Gu Xing had not prepared extensively, believing that Bishin would not reach the mid lane at level 3. Little did he anticipate that the master would insist on making an appearance merely to irritate his opponents with skill pressure, without even using his sprint. He arrived and threw an axe to assert dominance, effectively dissuading the eager SSG mid-jungle duo. This assault cost SSG a flash from Crown, seemingly a slight loss. But Ziyuan felt a surge of joy as he gained an advantage, albeit at the cost of the noble lord being forced to return to base. Lee Ji-hoon's health was certainly insufficient to continue contesting the mid lane, necessitating a trip back for replenishment. Having only farmed 2.5 waves, he possessed just over 300 gold, enough merely to purchase a pair of boots. Not to mention, returning to the mid lane would waste an additional half-minute. The investment of 300 gold in those boots would delay Lee Ji-hoon's rhythm significantly. Victor's first return to base must involve upgrading to the Hextech core to enhance his E-Death Ray. Failing to do so would lead to excessive delays, hampering his gold acquisition efficiency and the speed at which his items would come together. Being compelled to buy boots caused Lee Ji-hoon to waste another half-minute of development time, which meant his accumulation of 1250 gold to upgrade the core would be postponed. By calculation, SSG was undoubtedly not at a disadvantage. Gu Xing recognized that his mid laner was thoroughly vexed by this encounter. He sought ways to retaliate. Observing that SSG's mid-jungle duo had no immediate plans to push the wave into the tower, Gu Xing returned to his own upper jungle to farm and develop. Meanwhile, Bishin ventured down to the lower jungle. From the 7 minion kills and the status bar that the opponent had exposed in the mid lane, Gu Xing deduced that the blind monk was on a fast 3-buff route with the muddy frog, likely intending to return to the mid lane for a gank. This implied that the master had a pack of 3 wolves in the upper jungle that had yet to be cleared. However, Gu Xing was currently preoccupied with other matters. The defense in SSG's upper region was quite formidable, with both mid and top lanes having wave control. Recklessly invading the SSG's three-wolf camp would likely come at a significant cost. Gu Xing did not believe that Lee was unaware of the possibility of an invasion. Perhaps a trap awaited him should he proceed into that territory. Opting for a different approach, Gu Xing sought to regain ground elsewhere. After clearing all camps and reaching level 4, he noticed that the opponents in the mid and top lanes were still engaged in their matchups and decisively entered SSG's upper territory. There was no counter jungle. Rather, it was merely a tactical maneuver executed at the fringes of the jungle, where a vision ward was placed behind a wall near the SSG's miasma frog and blue buff camp, precisely 3 minutes after the second trinket had respawned. After setting the ward, Lee Ji-hoon swiftly turned and departed. He indeed possessed a contingency plan. Before making a move against Lord Ho, he first established vision in the Three Wolves camp. Subsequently, he deliberately exposed his route of action, allowing the opponent to deduce that he was heading to the lower jungle to clear camps, thus feigning a vulnerability to lure Gu Xing. Should Gu Xing venture into the jungle for a counter jungle, the ward would detect his movements, enabling Samsung's mid and top to converge instantly for a netting maneuver. At that point, Olaf, lacking a flash, would undoubtedly find it difficult to escape. Regrettably, before the vision in the Three Wolves camp faded, and Lee Ji-hoon did not encounter Gu Xing. However, he did not feel particularly disheartened. If such a minor trick could deceive Gu Xing, the latter would not have reached this stage as the first in his group. Returning to base, and Lee Ji-hoon purchased a green jungle knife and proceeded to the upper jungle to farm the next wave of monsters. Gu Xing, however, was quicker in his jungle clearing. He returned to base early to acquire boots and a ruby crystal instead of a jungle knife, which piqued Lee Ji-hoon's curiosity. Ziyuan explained briefly that during the group stages, Gu Xing preferred not to purchase a jungle knife initially when playing Olaf. Instead, he prioritized cooldown and health items to enhance his combat prowess. Yet, it remained uncertain who Gu Xing intended to target this time. If he did not gain any advantage, foregoing the jungle knife on his first return would result in a loss of experience in his matchup. Gu Xing's speed of engagement far exceeded Ziyuan's expectations. He stealthily positioned himself behind the VG mid-lane tower. The director switched the camera to focus on the vision ward that Gu Xing had previously placed near the SSG upper jungle's miasma frog camp. And Changmin was still farming at that ward. Could it be? A sudden unease washed over Ziyuan. The director, with deft skill, after observing Lee Ji-hoon's movements, promptly redirected the camera back to the mid lane. The sound of ghostly steps resonated through the speakers, reaching every ear present. Olaf activated his sprint. Ziyuan exclaimed instinctively that the target was the mid-lane Crown. Both mid-laners engaged in a standoff at the canyon's center. When Crown spotted Olaf emerging at the edge of his vision, he immediately sensed danger and hurriedly retreated. Lord Ho flashed forward, deploying a gravity field beneath Crown's feet. Unlike the previous ambush by VG's jungler and mid-laner, this time, Lee Ji-hoon's gravity field was placed directly under Rise. He understood that Crown lacked both summoner spells and mobility. There was no escape from the gravity field. Turning, he immobilized Victor with E and detonated the overloaded rune in an attempt to hasten his escape. But Olaf's axe was already hurtling toward him. Even though Rise's casting time had a brief delay, it was enough for Olaf, who had activated his sprint, to close the gap significantly. As Rise unleashed his overload, Gu Xing launched his Q, reverse throw, striking Crown, who stood motionless. And Changmin was still far away, unable to reach the mid lane in time. Ziyuan, filled with excitement, shouted that Crown, having been slowed, could not escape the gravity field and would be ensnared by Gu Xing. Just as he was about to exit the gravitational apparatus, he found himself rooted in place. Gu Xing dashed forward, retrieved his axe, and threw it again. He swiftly traverses the terrain in his straw sandals, applying a decelerating effect upon the Crown. The disparity in movement speed between the two exceeds 200 points. Even when liberated from a state of dizziness, it proves nearly impossible to evade Gu Xing's relentless grasp. At level 4, Olaf wields a secondary Q ability. And with the true damage from his axe combined with E reckless swing, alongside Victor's output from the rear, the Crown's health is swiftly diminished. Lacking summoner spells, retreating to the tower is merely a path to demise. Survival is an impossibility. Gu Xing braves a blow from the turret, unleashing one final axe before departing the turret's range without a backward glance. Amidst the resounding cheers erupting from the Chicago theater, the axe, propelled by a counterflow, strikes Rise, obliterating his entire health bar. What was done to him, he returns in kind. With a voice resonating powerfully, Little Gu employs the same strategy as Masterin, executing a gank from behind the tower, securing first blood for his team. As a side note, tomorrow, this chapter should be restored. 9,000 words, for 185k. 193. Illusions and delusions. Upon completing his initial round of jungle monsters, Ji-hoon comprehends Gu Xing's overarching strategy. Little Gu first ventures to the 3-star upper jungle to establish vision. Upon detecting Masterin's movements, he decisively targets Crown in the mid lane. Remembering the exuberance of the moment, this demise truly incurs a significant cost, disrupting his developmental rhythm. Rise is yet to finish his 6th wave of minions. Had Crown not departed with a blue crystal, he would have had to linger in the fountain before he could assemble the tier of the goddess after respawning. Despite this, it remains arduous for Rise to accept. Lacking boots, his return to the mid lane takes nearly 40 seconds, resulting in a considerable loss of minions, and for the subsequent few minutes, he must proceed with utmost caution, fearful of another gank from Gu Xing. More crucially, Masterin's plan to assist Crown in reducing Lee Ji-hoon's health, thereby forcing his return to base, has utterly failed. Originally, Ambien aimed to facilitate a more comfortable development for Lee Ji-hoon in the mid lane, further aggravating Ho Yi, thus delaying Victor's upgrade to the Hextech core. Consequently, control of the mid lane in the first 7 minutes would fall entirely into the hands of the 3-star team. Masterin could exploit this advantage to orchestrate minor maneuvers. Yet, despite his efforts to weaken Lee Ji-hoon, Gu Xing emerges from behind the tower in a similar fashion, cutting down Crown with ease. Masterin's plans have unraveled completely. On the other side of the players' seats, Lee Ji-hoon, initially tense from his early game pressures, feels his nerves relax. Although first blood was claimed by Gu Xing, the assist he received was worth 200 gold. Following Crown's demise, he can leisurely develop in the mid lane for a while, accumulating 1250 gold at a pace that exceeds expectations. If you plan to push the lane later, let me know in advance, or the opposing monk might come, Gu Xing cautions. With both summoner spells on cooldown, should he carelessly push across the river, Masterin could easily eliminate him. Lee Ji-hoon readily agrees. As ever, he prefers not to exert excessive pressure on his opponents through constant lane pushing. A steady and stable development suffices. This approach bears the advantage of not drawing the attention of the jungler. Gu Xing need not linger perpetually near the central lane. He is free to pursue his own endeavors at will. Young Gu descends to the lower quadrant to commence his 2nd round of jungle camps, meticulously clearing the 3 wolves and the marsh frog before preparing to assist at the bottom lane. Observing the dual lanes of both teams through the broadcast camera, he cannot help but exclaim in admiration. Imp plays with fierce intensity. Duan Deliang's Karma applies her E-Inspire onto the AD carry, while Joo Sung-bin accelerates forward to aggressively engage Core JJ. The Samsung duo is caught off guard. Remarkably, under the influence of the acceleration, Imp's positioning is astonishing. The AD carry deftly twists her waist to evade Ezreal's mystic shot. The Emperor, recognizing the futility of counterattacking, retreats alongside his support, unwilling to engage in a direct confrontation. Just before departing, Core JJ utilizes his Q, Deadly Flourish, to trigger the exploding seed, summoning a Thorn Spitter that will provide additional vision for the hero. At the edge of the Thorn Spitter's sight, a robust figure wielding dual axes flashes past, Olaf. This sudden appearance of Flora seems to exceed Gu Xing's expectations. He hastily maneuvers Olaf backward, wishing to conceal his movements from Samsung. However, the fleeting glimpse is sufficient to alert the concentrated SSG players. With the jungler occupying the bottom lane, Core JJ promptly marks Gu Xing, and Ambien acknowledges receipt of the information. His 2nd round of jungle clearing begins from the top down. Having not ventured mid to assist, his pace is commendable, nearing the lowest stone beetle. According to the scoreboard, Gu Xing has bypassed the 2 camps in the upper jungle of VG and directly proceeded to the bottom lane. Yet Ambien, also situated in the lower half of the map, contemplates the lengthy return to counter jungle above, deeming it unworthy of the time investment. I will soon provide support at the bottom. Do not be overly cautious, remarks Masterin after a brief contemplation. The Samsung duo, having just retreated in disarray, now returns to secure farm, which blatantly indicates that someone is covering them, potentially revealing their position. Gu Xing's audacity to initiate a sprint against the mid-lane crown suggests he had prior knowledge of the absence of his adversaries, emboldening him to tower dive with such ferocity. Consequently, his jungle route is likely understood by Gu Xing. Thus, there lies no necessity for concealment. Upon hearing the jungler's directive, Ruler turns back to continue farming, finally at ease. In his perspective, Imp's recent aggression was a blatant display of bravado, relying on Gu Xing's Olaf lurking behind, which emboldened him to issue a challenge. Gu Xing, concealed in the brush behind, returns to base for replenishment. His objective in revealing himself at the bottom lane has been achieved. Young Gu acquires the green jungle knife and a control ward, then resumes his clearing in the upper quadrant. Noting the absence of skirmishes in the canyon, he engages in casual banter, synchronizing the jungle routes of both junglers in the same direction. His idle remark serves as one of Gu Xing's intentions. From the outset until now, he has been clearing from bottom to top, precisely the opposite of Masterin. After securing first blood and gaining a slight advantage in the jungle, Gu Xing swiftly aligns his jungle position to match the direction. To this end, he deliberately refrained from clearing the upper quadrant's secondary camp, ensuring that after replenishment, he would descend from above. Olaf's jungle speed was remarkably swift, and with an additional pair of boots compared to Lee Sin, his movement speed had a slight edge. It was noted that Gu Xing had once again reached the lower quadrant, while Masterin was still engaged in a struggle with the three wolves, his tone imbued with a hint of cheerfulness. This allowed Xiao Gu to arrive at the bottom lane ahead of time, enabling Imp to initiate harassment with ease. As the scene shifted to the bottom lane, one could observe Caitlyn, bolstered by Karma's exhilaration, relentlessly exploiting her range advantage. The Samsung duo remained vigilant this time. Yet, despite their immediate retreat, they still suffered 2 shots from Caitlyn. VG's exchange of blows at the bottom lane was remarkably successful, with Zyra on the brink of collapse. Ziyuan noted that the health bar of the Samsung support had dwindled to a mere sliver, necessitating a recall for Core JJ. Although the duo of Ezreal and Zyra appeared formidable, they possessed a significant flaw, a lack of recovery capability. Ezreal's keystone talent was Warlord's Bloodlust, which, in terms of life steal during the landing phase, paled in comparison to Caitlyn's Bloodline. Zyra's damage was substantial, but her health replenishment relied solely on potions and negligible passive regeneration. In direct confrontations, they were indeed stronger than VG's duo. However, Imp exercised impeccable control, never allowing exchanges to escalate to a full-blown contest before establishing a health advantage. As time passed, once a health disparity emerged, Gu Xing began to unleash a relentless assault, while Samsung hesitated to retaliate. The gap in health was too significant, making a direct confrontation illogical. Imp amassed a considerable wave of minions, seizing the opportunity during Core JJ's recall to push towards Samsung's lower tower. Gu Xingbin's guidance was akin to a mentor teaching a novice. Opening the eyes of the opposing newcomer, he directly summoned Gu Xing to apply pressure on the lower tower, feigning an intention to dive for a kill. Master An's response was swift. Having finished clearing the jungle, he rushed to the bottom lane to protect Ruler. However, SSG was ultimately outnumbered, forced to focus on self-preservation and minion farming beneath the tower. Imp, with his health at an advantageous level, continuously harassed the tower amidst the cannon minions tanking. The damage inflicted upon Samsung's lower tower was considerable. In the current version, lower towers lacked any defensive measures, allowing Caitlyn to push rapidly. And Bishin, unable to withstand the pressure, hastily used Smite to eliminate the cannon minion. If VG's jungle momentum continued unchecked, this wave of minions would leave their own tower's health reduced by 40%. Satisfied with the situation, Gu Xing returned to his jungle to continue his development. And Bishin's use of Smite indicated that during the next jungle clear, the speed of both junglers would still be unequal. The time difference advantage that Gu Xing had previously exploited to its fullest would once again manifest. With a furrowed brow, and Bishin lamented his predicament. After the last match concluded, he had briefly reviewed the game with Coach Edgar, realizing that the key factor allowing Gu Xing to seize the tempo was the time difference. He was determined not to give Gu Xing another opportunity to employ the same tactics. However, his opponent wielded the highly efficient Olaf, making it exceedingly difficult for his Lee Sin to catch up in the jungle development. If he wished to pursue aggressively, he would either need to directly enhance his jungle speed. The simplest approach would be to adopt the equipment configuration previously employed by Gu Xing, spending 1,200 gold to acquire Tiamat. However, Masterin, a master of controlling the map, would inevitably allocate most of the jungle resources to his teammates during the mid-game, rendering the purchase of Tiamat useful only in the landing phase. Consequently, synthesizing significant items later on would prove quite challenging. He decisively dismissed this strategy from his mind. Thus, only one option remained: to skip certain camps and catch up to Gu Xing's rhythm by minimizing jungle farming. The advantage of this method lies in the freedom to allocate time as one pleases, although it does entail a gradual widening of the developmental gap between him and Gu Xing. After a moment of contemplation, Xing resolved to proceed with this plan. Deeming his own development relatively unimportant, he must thwart VG's early aggression on the bottom lane, otherwise, the rapid tower-pushing pace of the AD carry would leave the entire team in a passive stance. Little Gu first moved to the top lane to assist Long Gu's Echo in managing the minion wave. The director, for the first time in this match, shifted the camera to the upper half of the map. There had been no significant conflict between the top laners, rendering a change in perspective unnecessary. Had it not been for Gu Xing's presence in the top lane, the director might have nearly forgotten about them. After acquiring his signature champion, Kennen, Qive was indeed able to apply pressure on Long Gu, achieving a slight advantage in minion kills and reducing the turret's health by a small margin, though the impact remained minimal. Due to the initial protective barriers surrounding the top turret, Kennen, with a build focused on ability power, faced a sluggish pushing speed. Zhu Xiaolong was well aware that, given individual capabilities, the opponent would struggle to dismantle the outer turret before the landing phase concluded. Thus, he maintained a rather conservative approach, allowing minions he could not secure to be missed, regarding the preservation of health to gain experience as a success. Once he obtained the Mercury treads, the dynamic between Echo and Kennen would shift dramatically. He remained unhurried. Gu Xing's visit to the top lane aimed to assist in pushing the wave, creating space for Zhu Xiaolong to return to base and rejoin the lane on foot, although Echo could use his ultimate, Time Winder, to return to lane swiftly. Long Gu found himself depleting mana while frequently using abilities to secure last hits. If he opted to use his ultimate to return to the top lane, he would need to activate it while still positioned on the wave within a 4-second window, leaving him with insufficient time to regenerate mana. Long Gu, wishing to conserve his teleport, decided to summon Gu Xing over, with cooldown reduction boots enhancing his movement speed. Little Gu was noticeably quicker than Master and promptly cleared the minions with his axe. Qive, aware of the opponent's intentions, positioned himself to block the enemy minions in front of his turret, seemingly preparing to freeze the wave. Witnessing this, Gu Xing inquired via voice chat whether they should hard push the wave. Zhu Xiaolong, adorned in a skin reminiscent of a well-known jungler, had absorbed some of the essence of a brilliant thinker and, after a moment of reflection, opted for a more cautious approach. It's risky. The blind monk might be lurking behind, and a hard push could lead to being chased down. With the wave frozen, he anticipated losing 5 or 6 minions. As the match reached the 7-minute mark, this price was not unbearable. Having selected Echo this game, he was resolute about foregoing resources, deeming it unnecessary to take risks with a hard push. Gu Xing understood. Duan Gu, prepare with IMP and let me know in advance. He urged the duo within the team through voice chat, intent on executing his long-planned grand operation. Duan Deliang was already eager to take action. Upon hearing this, he immediately began to strategize. At the 7-minute and 18-second mark, another wave of cannon minions converged in the bottom lane. Imp's Caitlyn raised her hand and unleashed a Q, Peacekeeper, piercing shot. Little Duan skillfully maneuvered Karma to cast R and Q, employing a tactic identical to that used at the start to secure level 2. Yet, it proved effective. The SSG bottom lane was destined to struggle against the VG duo. Ruler was compelled to retreat. As the VG team amassed minions with the intent to push toward the tower, he quickly called for the jungler, praising Jean Rome. As the opposition aimed to chip away at the tower, in the midst of his words, Imp, leveraging Karma's acceleration effect, boldly advanced, firing off 2 shots. A familiar aggressive playstyle. After the previous 2 probing attempts, Ruler suspected that Gu Xing would soon arrive to provide cover, and Bishin wasted no time. Abandoning the lower stone bug camp, intending to reach the bottom lane ahead of schedule, let us engage directly. He accelerated his speech, sharing his thoughts with teammates, asserting that the enemy's strength was inferior to theirs in a direct confrontation. Caitlyn's early game damage was average, especially since Karma had already expended her R, even with Olaf. VG's jungle combat prowess could not match that of Samsung, and Bishin aimed to strike before the enemy could establish a significant health advantage. Hoping to equalize the early game disadvantage through a decisive team fight, Core JJ readily agreed, itching to act as soon as the VG duo pushed the minion wave forward. However, just as the last SSG minion was taken down by Caitlyn, a massive wave of accumulated VG cannon minions surged towards Samsung's lower tower. The VG duo suddenly halted, turning away without a glance. Core JJ had his finger poised over the E key, contemplating whether he should use flash to enhance the success rate of E-rooted. But why did the enemy suddenly retreat? Instinctively sensing something amiss, he did not have time to speak before the captain was already signaling to the mid-lane crown. Minhao, retreat quickly, he shouted. Yet, it was too late. Accompanied by the distinctive sound of ghostly steps, Victor dashed forward, closing the distance rapidly, followed closely by Olaf, who had also activated his sprint. The cacophony of the scene intensified. Ziyuan grew frantic, and Crown also activated his sprint, but his movement speed lagged significantly. Lee Ji-hoon, upon his first return to base, crafted a pair of boots yet possessed no other movement speed items. Furthermore, after Crown's first death, he missed out on substantial minion experience. He was barely on the cusp of reaching level 7, while Hou-Yi had already crossed that threshold. The level disparity, along with the differences in movement speed conferred by the sprint, was palpable. Lee Ji-hoon set up a gravity field, hoping to immobilize Crown. With no other choice, he used E and W to ensnare Victor in place, generating an overloaded shield and movement speed boost, intending to escape. Gu Xing activated R Ragnarok. The crimson-clad Olaf surged forward once more, hurling his axe, but Crown deftly sidestepped. Yet, it proved futile. Gu Xing's speed was undeniably astonishing. The last time he returned to the city, he crafted cooldown reduction shoes, and with the addition of sprinting and his ultimate ability, his movement speed surpassed that of Rise by a staggering 100 points. As he picked up the axe and closed the distance, his next Q, reversal toss, successfully struck. I remember the moment of clarity when it dawned on me that Rise had no hope of escape. Olaf's attack was truly ruthless. Ziyuan watched as the health bar of Crown dwindled, his heart heavy with despair. Gu Xing's final axe slowed the target, allowing the arriving Lee Ji-hoon to swiftly finish the kill with a laser. VG's jungle and mid-lane duo struck at Crown once more, leading to yet another demise. I recall bursting into laughter, having not heard my partner's voice during this time. Curiously, I turned to look, only to find the tall Xian staring blankly, his lips barely moving. With Rise having fallen twice in quick succession, it was evident to anyone with a discerning eye that his presence would be absent for at least the next 25 minutes. Ziyuan could hardly accept this reality. In the SSG lounge, Edgar rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The remaining members of the training department wore grave expressions. They could hear their players' exchanges through the television. Crown lamented and berated himself, lamenting the lack of positional space to evade skills. At the moment of his demise, his flash was still 7 seconds away from being ready. VG had clearly seized upon this opportunity, deliberately targeting him. Ruler's voice was laced with a hint of panic. Why was Olaf appearing in the mid lane? They had fallen for the trap. Master and ground his teeth in frustration, realizing that the opponent was employing sleight of hand. He had finally understood VG's tactics. Previously, Gu Xing had appeared in the bot lane twice, each time accompanied by Imp's aggressive forward exchanges. This behavior, alongside VG's composition focusing primarily on the bot lane, created a false impression for the Samsung players that Gu Xing would return to the bot lane to expedite the destruction of the next turret. Thus, when Imp advanced once more for an aggressive trade and to stock up on minions, it led them to subconsciously develop such thoughts. However, Gu Xing's true objective lay in the mid lane, targeting Crown. The SSG voice chat was enveloped in a state of anxiety. The opponent's 2 assaults inevitably brought to mind the scenes of devastation from the first game. Some players delved deeper into their thoughts, recalling the consecutive losses from the second round of the group stage. The team's youthfulness was not an asset when faced with a series of setbacks. The voice chat now echoed only with the relentless sound of keyboard strokes. Relief washed over Lee Ji-hoon as he exhaled deeply. He had secured that kill, firmly establishing a mid-lane advantage. As a crucial lane in the rift, the liberation of the Baron was undoubtedly a boon for VG. Moreover, Crown had just acquired the blue buff from Masterin, and upon claiming the kill, that blue buff transferred to Lee Ji-hoon. The save blue buff could be used by Gu Xing for his farming, which Olaf desperately needed. Lee Ji-hoon felt an exhilarating sense of victory. Wait, Baron. Come with me to the bot lane. Gu Xing isn't helping for nothing. I have a request. During that wave of cannon minions at 8.5 minutes, I'll come help you push the lane. After clearing the jungle monsters, he returned to base, purchased the burning gem, and headed straight for the mid lane. Master had anticipated Gu Xing's intentions. However, at present, VG's mid-jungle duo is in a dominant phase, and a direct confrontation is certainly unwise. After much contemplation, a brilliant idea dawned upon him. Xiao Gu proceeded to push the lane in mid, while Un, the team leader, had no intention of coming to assist. He ventured alone into the depths of VG's lower jungle, leaving onlookers perplexed about his intentions. The camera focused on In, who, wielding his green jungle knife, placed a ward in the bush behind VG's lower tower. Benefiting from the Hawkeye buff, the true side effect ensured that An's movements remained undetected by VG's wards. Gu was pushing the lane in mid, and with Xiao Duan yet to acquire a sightstone, their vision was limited. A brief moment of visibility deficiency in the lower half of the map was seized by the astute In. Ziyuan let out a slight gasp. Invigorated by the placement of a cleverly positioned ward, Samsung seemed to intend to initiate a team fight as VG attempted to group up to push down the tower. Having set up his ward and returned to the lower lane, simultaneously farming and keeping an eye on mid. After clearing the minion wave, VG's mid-jungle duo brazenly moved towards the lower half of the map, showing no signs of concealment. Observing this, and was confident that his plan could unfold seamlessly. Can your bottom lane hold out? He inquired of his duo. It's going to be tough, Ruler admitted, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the midst of their conversation, he momentarily lost focus and was struck by Imp's long-range shot from Caitlyn. Having entered the professional scene only recently, he had only encountered steady marksmen like Prey, Bang, and Arrow in the LCK. He had never faced someone as relentless as Joo Sung-bin, who aggressively sought to trade blows. After acquiring Caitlyn, Imp displayed remarkable aggression, leaving no room for respite. The Samsung duo, lacking any means of recovery, found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate against him and Duan Deliang. No worries, just play along. There's no real danger, and reassured them. Saint, are you ready for me to go out? QV promptly replied, no problem, I can head to the lower lane at any time. Concealed behind their lower tower, and observed coldly as VG's mid-jungle approached the lower lane, their intentions to push the next tower unmistakable. The mid-lane crown was being suppressed by Gu's relentless ganks. If they successfully dismantled the lower first tower, SSG's double carry would inevitably fall into a familiar rhythm of being pressured. The commentators appeared tense as yet another wave of cannon minions amassed by Imp advanced towards the tower. The side minion wave would arrive 10 seconds later than that, and Mid-Gu capitalized on this time discrepancy, clearing the mid-cannon wave first before heading down to use this wave to push the first tower. The director zoomed in on the Samsung ward hidden in the bush behind VG's lower tower. When all four of VG were revealed in vision, the ward suddenly illuminated with a bright blue glow. A cut to the screen showed SSG's fountain. Having just returned to base to purchase Sorcerer's shoes, Kennen activated his teleport. Ziyuan's heart raced. He had sensed something amiss when it initially placed the ward, and it had finally come to fruition. It seemed that VG was still unaware. Ziyuan felt an unsettling shift in the situation. Under normal circumstances, no one would venture to check such a deep position without cause. Unbeknownst to Imp and his teammates, they had already reduced the next turret of Samsung to a critical state. It was only when Kennen's diminutive figure absorbed 2 shots from the VG turret that the players of VG sensed impending doom. I will teleport over. Hold them off for a moment. Long, without hesitation, activated his teleportation, targeting the vicinity of VG's 4 members. However, the teleportation channeling required 45 seconds. Kennen initiated a flanking maneuver, while Samsung's jungle stood firm in opposition. In an instant, Gu Xing made a decision. Let us push the next turret first. Then counterattack right here. Do not scatter. With Kennen as a devastating force in team fights, it was logical for Samsung to avoid clustering together. Nonetheless, Xiao Duan had a weakness. And before Kennen's items were fully developed, the enemy posed little threat. If they dispersed, they would be easily picked off by SSG. Take him down first. He lacks a guardian angel. Gu Xing articulated their battle strategy while advancing forward, using his body to create space for Imp to push the turret. Under the final bullet's damage from Joo Sung-bin, SSG's first turret crumbled. Kennen unleashed his ultimate and flashed into the fray. With a commanding shout from Ziyuan, the electric rat transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly penetrating the VG formation. The colossal storm of lightning engulfed all 4 members of VG. Xiao Duan applied a weakness, significantly mitigating area damage, while Ri provided a collective shield to everyone. VG unleashed their skills upon Kennen. However, QV, before his demise, detonated his W ability, inflicting additional damage and a stun effect. JJ finally found his moment to shine. He flashed forward, using E-Root Collar, in conjunction with his ultimate to conjure a botanical paradise. At this moment, Gu Xing's thoughts were clear. He disregarded the severely weakened Kennen behind him and charged ahead with his axe, applying pressure on Samsung's jungle, attempting to force the enemy's positioning and limit their ability to assist their teammates. And, having long harbored disdain for him, lifted a foot and executed our dragon's tail, sending Gu Xing sprawling to the side, unable to evade control due to his ultimate still on cooldown. Gu Xing could only watch helplessly as he was kicked away from the battlefield, before Ho Yi was ensnared by Samsung's control chain. He flashed backward to create distance and began unleashing explosive damage. Lee Ji-hoon's Chaos Storm swiftly dispatched Kennen. Moving on, he struck at SSG's jungle, dealing considerable area damage. Ezreal's ultimate connected, hitting Karma, who had been tossed into the air by Zyra's vines. Xiao Duan, having endured Kennen, Zyra, and Ezreal's ultimates, found his health nearly depleted, ultimately succumbing to a strike from Anne's Celestial Wave. Imp, with relative safety for his damage output, flashed and utilized his net to retreat, continuously landing auto attacks on SSG's jungle. At that moment, a brilliant blue teleportation circle appeared, heralding the arrival of the Crown, who had just cleared the mid-lane minions. R. Curved Leap transported him to the backline of VG, executing a seamless combination of Q, E, and W abilities to channel all burst damage into Ho Yi. Ruler seized the opportunity, executing a quick flash to eliminate Ho Yi. Before Lee Ji-hoon fell, he unleashed all of his remaining skills. The laser and siphoning energy reduced Ryze's health, while the gravity field was positioned beneath JJ. Gu Xing swung his axe, striking the short-legged Janna. JJ, hindered by the slow effect, found himself unable to escape the gravity field in time, succumbing to a state of dizziness. Young Gu rushed forward to take down Janna. Gu Xing felt underestimated. All firepower concentrated on the Lord. Why was no one paying attention to his Olaf? Throughout the encounter, only Masterin had kicked him once. With his cooldown shoes burning the sapphire blue buff, and a mere 30-second cooldown at hand, his axe felt as if it had no cooldown at all. He picked it up and hurled it immediately. Long Ge's echo landed and promptly set up a time field, charging forward to create chaos and output damage. In the rear, Crown flashed in to land a QEQ and followed up with an auto attack, eliminating the already weakened imp. On the front lines, only Gu Xing and Zhu Xiaolong remained for VG, but that was sufficient. Samsung was left with merely 2 carries and a surviving jungler. Masterin, immobilized and unable to move, felt the sting of Gu Xing's axe. The resources he accumulated from jungle monsters, combined with kill experience, allowed him to be the first to reach level 7. The damage from his level 4 Q, reversal throw, was exceptionally formidable. Furthermore, with Gu Xing's time power talent nearly fully stacked, his health was extraordinarily impressive. Even without his ultimate, his combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. Masterin attempted to hide behind his teammates, but young Gu's axe forced him to flash away. Remember to keep your eyes fixed on the Summoner's Rift. The low-health Lee Sin failed to escape, and Zhu Xiaolong flashed in to deliver a blow, sending him back to the fountain for healing. On the front, only Samsung's 2 carries faced off against VG's top and jungle. Crown's damage was somewhat lacking, insufficient to pose a threat to VG. Gu Xing and Zhu Xiaolong focused their targets on Ezreal. Ruler, with his passive nearly fully stacked, sought to secure a counterkill by eliminating Gu Xing first. However, as he launched his next Q, Mystic Shot, to claim the life of the low-health Olaf, Zhu Xiaolong, leveraging his explosive movement speed from scoring 3 hits, stepped forward to shield Gu Xing from Ruler, taking the Mystic Shot himself. Remarkable. Remember couldn't help but shout with excitement. Long Ge's subtle maneuvering salvaged this team fight. Gu Xing remained unscathed. After landing his reversal throw, he advanced, utilizing his high attack speed to withstand and retaliate against the enemy's auto attacks, fiercely enduring to deliver 2 axe strikes that felled Ezreal. His remaining health stood at a mere 77 points. Crown dared not pursue further. He understood that Zhu Xiaolong could block Ezreal's Q, and naturally, he could intercept his own Q as well. Without hesitation, he turned to retreat, bringing this team fight to a close. Aside 7,600 words, 561 W. 194, a twist of fate, match point secured. A 3-for-4 exchange. Ziyuan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. VG had still triumphed in this team fight, despite being ambushed by Kennen from behind. SSG aimed to relinquish the first blood turret, hoping to recover their economic disadvantage through the team fight. Remember was overjoyed, but their plan to steal victory backfired, as VG claimed both the turret and the victory in the team fight, marking a resounding double win. The Chicago theater resonated with the jubilant cheers of the VG supporters, interspersed with the muffled sounds of glowing sticks clashing against one another. The director promptly provided a replay of the team fight. I recall chuckling when Master executed a kick that sent Olaf sideways. This was a pivotal moment that set the stage for what was to come. Xiaogu distanced himself from the battlefield, missing the opportunity to capitalize on his skills and time, yet he managed to preserve his health remarkably well, returning later to seize victory in the match. Xiao Duan also played a crucial role, with Ziyuan reluctantly accepting the reality of Samsung's defeat in the team fight, instead choosing to admire the player's maneuvers. He first applied weakness to Kennen, then utilized his Re to shield his teammates, bravely enduring the damage from the Thunder Prison. In the early game, Kennen lacked the necessary levels and equipment, resulting in a less explosive output. The restrictions imposed by weakness were indeed quite severe. QV's perfect flank failed to create significant threats. The final positioning of VG's jungler and top laner was equally impressive. As Long Gu shielded himself from Mystic Shot with his body, had Ruler taken down Xiaogu, he too would have been in peril. On the Samsung bench, frustration lingered. Immediately after the team fight, Master first reaction was that he should not have kicked Olaf away. This maneuver was intended to force Gu Xing back, allowing his teammates to swiftly deal with VG's front line. However, VG's defense was too formidable. Xiao Duan absorbed a wave of damage, while the dual carries maximized their output, ultimately creating a space for Gu Xing to thrive. Yet, upon reflection, had Olaf not been kicked away, all of Samsung's damage would have been concentrated on Gu Xing, potentially eliminating him. After all, once the Berserker's W is activated, the healing efficiency escalates to an astonishing level. In such a scenario, Gu Xing could withstand the damage, and the other core damage dealers from the opposing team might become the ones to dictate the outcome. Master replayed the previous team fight in his mind, but failed to identify any mistakes. The synergy among VG's 5 players was remarkably clear, their coordination impeccable. Their combined strength was undoubtedly world-class. It was evident that being able to engage in direct team fights against a team like SKT within the group stage demonstrated VG's capabilities in this regard were certainly not lacking. If we can hold on a bit longer, Zai He and I will have our items ready, and then it will be much easier to fight, he contemplated. The sole silver lining from the previous team fight was that both of Samsung's carries had secured kills, allowing them to quickly recover their development. In the mid-game, they still had a chance to attempt a comeback. At this juncture, Samsung was compelled to rely on team fights. As the lane transition period arrived, Gu Xing seized the opportunity while Imp had yet to respawn, cleaning up his jungle camps. With the assists, kills, and first blood tower gold gained from the last team fight, he returned to base to craft a giant Slayer jungle item before heading to join the duo. 3 of them charging towards the top lane. Imp, you must not die again, Gu Xing cautioned, or we won't be able to push the tower effectively in the mid-game. Joo Sung-bin had previously fallen once, and in pursuit of swiftly taking down the first blood tower, he had shared the economic spoils with his teammates. This resulted in Imp's positioning lacking a significant economic advantage. Should Joo Sung-bin be killed again, the marksman would easily fall into a rhythm disruption. Don't worry, Imp replied earnestly. Just focus on keeping me safe, and I will be fine. In times of uncertainty, he would rely on the jungler, a sentiment that perfectly aligned with Gu Xing's thoughts. He had just finished clearing the jungle monsters before joining the duo to switch lanes to the top, having already prepared for the forthcoming period of abstaining from the lower half of the map. In terms of composition, Samsung's lineup was a standard mid-game powerhouse. Conversely, Vici Gaming boasted late game carries in the form of Caitlyn and Victor, allowing them to prolong the game at will. Gu Xing's strategy was to sacrifice himself to support the team through their most vulnerable phase. As long as Imp could leverage Caitlyn's range to continue pressuring the towers, they would be able to transition economically into their power spike sooner than later. Lord Ho, after you finish pushing the mid lane, you can take the 3 wolves. I won't be able to clear that camp for a while, Gu Xing articulated clearly, arranging the strategy over voice chat. If the magic toad proves too challenging, just let it go. Long Gu, you can place a ward there. You should be able to observe the movements of their jungler. Half a minute later, Gu Xing spotted Ambixin's trail through Zhu Xiaolong's trinket ward. He decisively entered SSG's upper jungle, establishing vision before forcing the opposing duo to vacate the first tower. Ambixin found himself in a predicament. Given the substantial economy Gu Xing had accrued, engaging Olaf in a direct confrontation in the upper jungle would yield no advantage. It would be wiser to concede the first tower and raid the lower half of the map for resources, although Lord Ho had consumed the 3 wolves. Vici Gaming's lower jungle was left with just a single group of magic toads. However, with the Wind Dragon now on the board, from a resource perspective, it was not an entirely unfavorable exchange. Nonetheless, when Ambixin returned to Vici Gaming's lower jungle, he would not be able to reap such benefits again. With the dragon yet to respawn, Lee Ji-hoon claimed the 3 wolves, leaving Ambixin with only a single frog to harvest. His expression soured, yet he had no choice but to swallow the bitter loss. As the match reached the 11-minute mark, Samsung's first tower succumbed to Caitlyn's siege, leaving only the mid tower standing solitary among the outer structures. Joo Sung-bin transitioned to the mid lane, and Gu Xing remained closely tethered alongside Xiao Duan, first clearing the enemy vision on both flanks before regrouping to attempt a tower push. This effort encountered formidable resistance. Samsung recognized the mid tower as a crucial bastion for their early to mid-game defense. They relied on this structure to successfully delay until their dual carries reached full power. If it fell too soon to Vici Gaming, they would be severely constrained in vision and maneuverability. Consequently, SSG deployed heavy forces to stave off the advancing Vici army. The chaos of skills flying in the mid lane was dizzying to behold. Core JJ moved about within his mid tower, his passive spreading seeds around, triggering a plethora of plants, rendering it nearly impossible for Vici's minions to approach. The mid lane was not akin to the 2 side lanes, where accumulating minions proved exceedingly difficult. Ambixin, astutely timing his moves, lay in wait whenever a cannon minion wave approached the mid lane. As the cannon drew near, he would reveal himself, using Smite to assist in its demise. Every 90 seconds, a wave of cannon minions arrived, and Ambixin farmed the jungle without the need for summoner spells. Ensuring he could always wield Smite upon arrival at mid-imp could only occasionally chip away at the tower, fearful of being engaged upon. At present, the health of Samsung's mid-tower remained robust. Zhe Yuan rallied, his tone elevating with enthusiasm. After clearing the wave in the top lane, the crown vanished. Using the newly acquired curved leap to incessantly apply pressure to the mid lane. No one knows whether a sudden powerful move will lead to a surprise flank and initiate a team fight. The situation has reached a stalemate, which is quite characteristic of the current meta. VG finds itself unable to engage, leaving SSG to drag the game on. Gu Xing feels entirely at ease. As long as they can withstand 1 or 2 of Samsung's counterattacks during the mid-game, victory will be assured. Samsung's mid-tower has held firm and has not been destroyed even by the 19-minute mark. However, Ruler and Crown were caught off guard by VG during their return home, leading to a significant reduction in the mid-tower's health. Beyond that, there were no further gains. Ezreal, now equipped with the Muramana and Iceborne Gauntlet, has officially entered his power spike. Ziyuan is filled with excitement. In reality, Imp's equipment is not lacking either, thanks to the economic advantages from turrets and kills. He has also acquired 2 items. However, in terms of combat effectiveness, the current misfortune certainly cannot match Ezreal. Meanwhile, Crown has completed the Archangel's staff, and combined with the locket of the Iron Solari, his tankiness is remarkable. The Samsung double carry has officially taken shape. VG leads the economy by approximately 3,500 gold. And Ziyuan excitedly remarks that it is now crucial to see how much Samsung can accomplish during their strongest mid-game phase. For SSG, initiating a strong fight is not an easy task. Only Kennen and Lee Sin possess some means of initiation. The rest have very few crowd control abilities. Should they recklessly pursue, they could easily fall prey to Duan Deliang's karma, who excels at kiting. After a moment of contemplation, Commander and Bishin arrives at the most prudent decision, split pushing. With Kennen and Rise, Samsung can effectively execute a 1-3-1 split push. This method is arguably Samsung's and even LCK's most proficient approach during the mid-game. By pushing all 3 lanes simultaneously, they maximize the benefits of minion waves, allowing the double carry and top laner to develop rapidly. Moreover, it poses significant challenges for their opponents. Although Lord Ho has a slight economic advantage in his matchup, in a one-on-one duel, Victor is no match for the 2-item Rise. Upon seeing Rise appear in the top lane, Gu Xing understands that the opponent is determined to split push, attempting to exploit any operational weaknesses from VG and gradually expand their lead. This tactic has been employed by Samsung since the summer split, epitomizing their methodical approach to tormenting their adversaries. They tend to prolong the game until they detect a flaw. While the audience may find themselves drowsy, the players on stage are tense, fearful of making critical errors that Samsung could exploit. To counter the split push, adjustments and lane assignments will be necessary. Lord Ho, you should head to the bottom lane, Gu Xing suggests as he returns to base to purchase a bird shield. Taking a sip of ice water to calm himself, it will be more comfortable to face Kennen there. Victor will find it exceedingly challenging against Crown's Rise. Should he expend his ghost to chase aggressively, Lord Ho is destined to falter. In contrast, AP Kennen exerts less pressure during split pushing, making it more suitable for Lee Ji-hoon's development. Lee Ji-hoon readily agrees, guiding Victor toward the bottom lane while reminding, but be cautious, I don't have teleport, and they might attempt to sneak the Baron. If Victor, who has not been teleported, were to push the bottom lane, SSG could easily provide support from the upper area if a skirmish were to break out, inevitably placing VG at a numerical disadvantage. Gu Xing is well aware of this. After a moment of contemplation, he calmly responds, I will keep a close watch on the opposing Rise. As long as we maintain vision control over the Baron pit, we should be fine. It is highly probable that Samsung intends to utilize Rise's ultimate, Realm Warp, to sneak in and secure Baron. Gu Xing remains vigilant. Fortunately, VG's composition is quite solid, and while placing vision, they do not face any substantial threats to their lives. This is due to Gu Xing's choice of Olaf, a champion known for his durability and his ultimate, Ragnarok, which negates crowd control. With just a bit of caution, he can navigate the situation safely. Observing from a godlike perspective, he gains a clearer understanding of VG's lane assignments and vision placements, which he evaluates highly. VG's South strategy for lane transitions is notably straightforward. They aim to secure vision over the Baron while ensuring they do not suffer losses in minion waves. If they can endure until Samsung's power spike passes, they will be poised to retaliate. In the short term, Samsung truly struggles to gain the upper hand against VG. However, with Ezreal acquiring 2 key items and Janna's level increasing, the mid-lane duo exerts considerable pressure, creating significant vision challenges for VG. The upper river path proves particularly difficult to contest. The newly spawned Baron is clearly the focal point of Samsung's attention, surrounded by numerous wards. Even if VG attempts to place a control ward within, it will soon be cleared. To ensure the safety of Baron, Gu Xing places a ward just outside their red buff camp, peering over the wall into the Baron pit, which manages to maintain some semblance of vision. The drawback is that this ward placement fails to cover the entire pit adequately, particularly at the narrow entrance between the Baron pit and the upper river, leaving certain vision blind spots. Core JJ astutely recognizes this oversight and plans to exploit it. Frankly, Core JJ's performance in this World Championship has been exceptional. His innate talent, combined with Edgar's guidance, has fostered rapid growth. Unfortunately, he is paired with Ruler, a complete newcomer, which somewhat hinders progress. However, now that they are entering the lane transition phase, with the landing period concluded, Core JJ can fully unleash his abilities. Each time he feigns placing vision while passing through the Baron pit, he discreetly plants a seed using his W, grasping roots, near the pit's entrance. Occasionally, his passive ability activates as well. Before long, the entrance to the Baron pit is densely populated with Janna's seeds, stacked together. Most importantly, this entire process occurs entirely outside of VG's vision range. They are completely oblivious to Core JJ's actions. The broadcast shifts its focus, revealing the cramped space filled with a multitude of seeds, a sight that could surely raise the blood pressure of anyone with a fear of crowded spaces. Janna realizes that a significant threat is looming. SSG is preparing to rush the Baron. As the match reaches the 24-minute mark, Samsung seizes an opportunity, pushing both the mid and top lanes towards VG's towers while feigning a threat to the turret. The upper river connecting the two lanes is shrouded in darkness. Gu Xing remains unaware of how many forces Samsung has amassed in the upper river. If one were compelled to select a singular lane for protection, the mid lane would undoubtedly be the choice. He rushed to accompany Imp in clearing the minion waves, simultaneously engaging in communication with the Lord regarding the possibility of pushing the minions across the river. Should any adversaries approach, he instructed, one must activate the sprint and retreat. Lee Ji-hoon promptly acknowledged. He faced Kennen with ease, leveraging his extended reach to unleash a laser, thereby diminishing QV's health. The opponent could not afford to confront him alone. Previously, Lee Ji-hoon had diligently maintained the minion waves near the lower mid lane, cautious of any potential ambush from Ambishin. However, with the team now embroiled in trouble, he had no justification for continuing to control the line. He unleashed the Death Ray, and a formidable wave of amassed minions surged towards SSG's lower second tower. Upon witnessing the Lord pushing the minion wave forward, Gu Xing began to closely monitor the operational status of Samsung's minions. He sought to glean insights from subtle clues to ascertain the enemy's next intentions. Ruler, stationed alone in the mid lane, pushed the minion wave before moving downward. Gu Xing quickly signaled, indicating for the Lord to retreat. He hastened towards the bottom lane, aiming to provide support for his teammates. However, upon reaching his own three-wolf camp, he caught sight of the Baron Nashor's health plummeting dramatically from the vantage point of the true sight at the edge of the Baron pit. In an instant, the Baron's health had diminished by a staggering 1,000 points. What on earth? Samsung's Rise and Ezreal were absent from the Baron pit, and Kennen remained in the bottom lane. Could it be that solely relying on Janna and Lee Sin, the jungle support duo, could inflict such significant damage? Gu Xing speculated that Samsung had orchestrated a particular strategy aimed at quickly dispatching the Baron. He marked the signal, urging his teammates to converge upon the Baron pit to thwart the opposition. Ziyuan widened his eyes, raising his head to form a three-fingered gesture. Samsung, seizing the moment, dispatched their dual carries towards the Baron pit, striving to secure the Baron before VG could arrive. Ruler's descent was a strategic ploy to induce VG's complacency while simultaneously drawing Gu Xing downward. This maneuver left VG's upper area briefly vulnerable. Time was of the essence, and SSG was resolutely seizing the opportunity. Janna deployed all her abilities, exerting every effort to assist the team in focusing on the Baron. The seed strategically placed by Core JJ came into play. Although the duration of rapid growth seeds was merely 60 seconds, it sufficed. He had just activated Q Deadly Bloom, triggering 7 Thorn Spitters, and then employed R Strangling Vines to summon the wrath of nature, attacking the Baron while enraging and amplifying the plant damage. Coupled with Ambishin's Lee Sin, they unleashed a burst of damage exceeding 1,000 points upon Baron Nashor in an instant. Samsung's speed in dispatching the Baron was remarkable, and it remained uncertain whether VG could arrive in time. Anxiously, Little Gu had already activated his sprint, with the brief effect of Karma providing additional acceleration. Gu Xing's movement speed surged beyond 700 as he brandished dual axes, charging through the mid lane and plunging into the upper river. The Samsung players beheld this scene. They focused on the Baron, intent on securing it before making a swift exit. And Bishin signaled his teammates to concentrate their efforts. The Lord pushed the lower minion wave up to SSG's lower second tower, not without merit. The most direct impact was that QV could not spare the space to teleport and provide cover for teammates currently engaged in the Baron pit. Without discussing the possibility of QV's teleportation being interrupted by Lee Ji-hoon's chaotic storm, even if QV manages to arrive, the second tower would inevitably fall to the Lord, potentially threatening the high ground. Initially, the plan devised by Master and was to confront the Baron directly, allowing QV to utilize the teleportation advantage to reach the Dragon Pit in time. The intention was to force a team fight against VG as they converged, overpowering them in numbers to decisively thwart their efforts. This strategy would secure both the Baron and a team fight victory, ensuring a favorable outcome. However, with QV unable to arrive in time, he could only secure the Baron and then retreat, contemplating future strategies. Yet, Olaf's arrival at the barren pit seemed to be swifter than Gu Xing had anticipated. As Gu Xing sprinted towards the dragon pit, he communicated with his teammates. Duan, take Imp to push mid. Long, follow me into the pit. The duo, hindered by their short legs, found themselves delayed as Duan provided Gu Xing with an acceleration shield from his E ability, making it more prudent for them to apply pressure on the 3-star mid tower instead. Zhu Xiaolong, having just cleared the minions at the top lane's first tower, could accompany Gu Xing to stir up trouble. Are you attempting to steal it? Long inquired simply. Yes, with the Baron at 1500 health. Your basic attack will take it down. Leave the rest to me, Gu Xing replied, his tone grave, devoid of previous levity. Zhu Xiaolong positioned himself above the barren pit, placing a ward inside. The vision Gu Xing had established was promptly cleared shortly after SSG began the Baron. Fortunately, Long still had a ward to deploy. SSG maintained a true sight in the pit, and Zhu Xiaolong's ward was immediately swept away. Even though dismantling the ward would consume 3 attacks, the 3-star team proceeded, as the current version of True Sight only detected wards without obscuring visibility. If the ward remained in the barren pit, VG would easily ascertain the remaining health of Nashor. Zhu Xiaolong quickly placed another True Sight ward. The Baroness' health stood at 3225. Gu Xing arrived at the upper river bush, merely a little over 1,000 yards from the barren pit. The in-game communication among SSG grew chaotic, with differing opinions from the players. Ultimately, it was Master N's voice that established the consensus. We cannot stop Olaf. Let us eliminate him first. And Bishin understood that Gu Xing possessed his ultimate ability, and with the team's limited crowd control, they could not hope to contain Olaf. They needed to inflict damage to eliminate him, ensuring he wouldn't have the chance to enter the barren pit. Crown positioned himself at the side of the pit, attempting to whittle down Olaf's health with a sequence of skills. Unfortunately, as Rune Prison immobilized Gu Xing, Olaf swiftly activated his ultimate to break free from control, sidestepping Ryze's subsequent abilities with a deft maneuver. The Crimson Berserker charged headlong into the barren pit. Janna, Lee Sin, and Ezreal unleashed their abilities one after another, striking Gu Xing. Yet, even with Olaf activating Ragnarok, losing the bonus resistance from his passive, his durability remained formidable. The Keystone of Time's power, combined with the jungle item Liandry's Anguish and the presence of the Bird Shield, ensured that Gu Xing was not in immediate peril. Don't attack the Baron. Focus on eliminating the enemies. And Bishin reiterated emphatically, as he observed Baron Nashor's health plummet to 2800 amidst the chaotic confines of the dragon pit. It remained unclear who had inadvertently struck the dragon. Silence enveloped the scene. The 4 members of Samsung, witnessing Gu Xing's reckless dash into the dragon pit, ceased their assault on the Baron. Each player believed in Bishin's concerns did not pertain to them. In that moment, there was no time for intricate communication. Echo, who had been watching from above the pit, swiftly dove in using his E ability, phase dive, and delivered a resounding blow with his stick to Nashor's head. The dragon was poorly equipped and had been sacrificed by his team, failing to even construct an ice fist. However, with the presence of the Light of Dawn, coupled with the passive effect of his W ability, Time Warp, he would inflict additional damage to Baron Nashor, whose health had dipped below 30. He unleashed his Q ability, Time Winder, stacking the second ring upon the dragon. Gu Xing finally plunged into the pit, realizing his health had dwindled to a mere 13, prompting him to activate his Bird Shield. He had deliberately awaited the reduction in health to maintain Olaf's formidable attack speed. The lifesteal effect from his W allowed Gu Xing to withstand the onslaught without perishing. A reckless strike. The true damage struck Nashor, followed by a basic attack and a Q ability, Reversal Toss, directed at the Baron. Gasps erupted from the audience in the Chicago theater. From a god's eye view, Gu Xing absorbed the damage from all 4 members of SSG, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dragon, racing against time. And Bishin's heart raced. Logically, any team with professional integrity would strive to prevent the opposition from entering the dragon pit during such crucial moments. Yet, Samsung found themselves in a predicament. If the team meticulously positioned themselves to engage VG in a drawn-out battle in the upper river, their chances of victory would be uncertain. They could only leverage the power gained by their dual carries to secure control of the river, thereby rushing the dragon. The strategy hinged on a swift resolution, with all members concentrated in the dragon pit, leaving no energy to handle external matters. Moreover, they could not thwart VG's jungler, Gu Xing, wielding Ragnarok, barreled in recklessly. Zhu Xiaolong, the tanky echo, was as agile as an eel, and SSG could not single-handedly contain him. If two members ventured out, there would be insufficient firepower within the dragon pit. Now, Xin could only watch helplessly as Gu Xing's axe relentlessly swung, diminishing the dragon's health. On the precipice of life and death, Xin refrained from risking a smite, continuing to pummel Olaf. His teammates unleashed their abilities fervently. Zhu Xiaolong, shielded by the protective barrier of Time Field, stood firm before his jungler, absorbing damage and allowing him to relentlessly assault Baron Nashor. Through a combination of true damage and basic attacks, Gu Xing successfully reduced the dragon's health to 1557. Xin knew well that VG's jungler aimed to slay Olaf with Echo's third ring to elevate the execution threshold and seize the dragon first. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a swift kick to the wounded Gu Xing. The damage fell short. Speaking rapidly, his excitement palpable, the blind monk bore mediocre equipment, primarily defensive items. Failing to eliminate Gu Xing, Xing's own attack power was significantly diminished, and his ability, Dragon's Tail, failed to finish off Gu Xing, leaving Olaf with but a sliver of health. At this moment, the dragon's health finally dwindled to 1,500 points. Zhu Xiaolong, with keen eyes, struck down with a mighty blow, triggering a small burst from the triple ring. Two bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the head of Baron Nashor. Whose dragon is it? Ziyuan's voice cracked with tension. From the God's eye perspective on the right, the kill information was already displayed, an avatar of the bearded berserker. Xiaogu had seized it. Remember to clench your fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. The desperate roar of the dragon reverberated throughout the arena, unable to mask the deafening cheers and screams from Chicago. In the next moment, Gu Xing fell within the dragon pit. Zhu Xiaolong, however, elegantly brushed off the dust and flashed over the wall, utilizing the speed boost from the triple ring to escape like the wind beyond the sight of SSG. How could Xiaogu charge in and snatch it? Ziyuan could hardly believe his eyes. The replay from the director came unusually swiftly. The entire sequence of the dragon's theft was showcased once more, tearing open the wounds of the Samsung supporters anew. Baron Nashor's health plummeted from 3225 to 2800. Just as Gu Xing entered the dragon pit. Why had Samsung not been engaging the dragon during this time? The details eluded him initially. It wasn't until the director played the slow-motion replay that he noticed the nuances. The flower from Janna. He blurted out, recalling that Core JJ had activated a seed within the dragon pit, transforming it into a plant. While the Samsung team focused their attacks on Xiaogu, the plant, having no target to strike, continued to damage the dragon. Core JJ had specifically employed his ultimate ability, our strangling vines, intending to enhance the rush efficiency. Ultimately, the increased damage from the plant inadvertently assisted Gu Xing in lowering Baron Nashor's health. It was truly a tale of triumph and downfall. With Ziyuan at a loss for words, were it not for Core JJ's plant, Xiaogu would never have been able to so effortlessly bring the dragon's health to the execution threshold. Had the dragon possessed an additional 400 health points, SSG would have dispatched Olaf long before, leaving no chance for him to use his smite. Yet, in this twist of fate, Gu Xing charged in with a burst of speed and his ultimate, seizing the dragon right under the noses of the Samsung team. The LPL livestream erupted with fervor, the barrage of comments multiplying. The speed at which the chat flooded was breathtaking. Is this Samsung's pig nose? How could they let Olaf walk in and snatch the dragon? Laughing, my friends, I was startled when SSG engaged the dragon, thinking Samsung might turn the tide, only to realize they were doing the work for VG. Xiaogu, my superhero. SSG truly dares to gamble. Can the Eldarin compete with Xiaogu's smite? In the VG backstage lounge, a thunderous celebration erupted. Well played. Ding Jun began the seal-clapping segment, applauding enthusiastically while leaving 4 dragon seeds behind. Homie covered his mouth, shaking with laughter, afraid to ruin his image. Jack and World Sister embraced tightly, their faces lit up with ecstatic smiles. Within the VG team's voice chat connected to the television, joy reigned supreme. Xiaogu. Xiaogu. Joo Sung-bin was in a state of exuberance, incoherently shouting, "You are truly my good brother. Can we really seize this dragon?" Gu Xing, proficient in the art of communication, could not quite decipher his words. Yet, as he gazed at the monochromatic screen, he could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. "What do you think of my prowess?" Zhu Xiaolong continued to bask in his own glory, proclaiming that had it not been for his intervention, little Gu would have met his demise long ago. What a monumental blunder for the opposition, exclaimed the reserved Duan Deliang, as they successfully demolished the first turret. He and Imp had been diligently pushing through the mid lane. The first turret, previously unguarded by SSG, had now fallen into their hands. Relying on the unexpectedly manifested Baron buff, they had reduced the second turret to a sliver of health, only halting their advance when QV unleashed his ultimate to defend the tower. Let us proceed cautiously. There is no need to rush towards victory. Lee Ji-hoon raised his voice, hoping to instill a sense of calm among his teammates. Yet, even he could not conceal the hint of a smile that crept onto his face. On screen, and Bishin slightly parted his lips, exhaling a heavy sigh. He could not afford to dwell on the circumstances surrounding the lost Baron. The immediate priority was to return to base and defend the minion waves in the mid and bottom lanes. However, the previously despondent team voice chat now echoed with an unsettling silence. Ruler, feeling increasingly agitated, scratched his head in frustration. With the possibility of securing the Baron, a strategic operation could lead to a significant chance of victory. Who would have thought that a seemingly secure opportunity could slip away? With the loss of the Baron, the situation for Samsung was indeed grim. Ziyuan analyzed the unfolding events, indicating that the advantageous phase for Ezreal and Ryze was swiftly coming to an end, paving the way for the dominance of VG's double carries. During the duration of the Baron buff, SSG would undoubtedly be unable to mount any offensive maneuvers. Once the effects of the Baron faded, the time would reach the 28-minute mark. The unexpected acquisition of the Baron by the Caitlyn and Victor would herald the onset of their own powerful phase. It was evident to all that Samsung's fortune in this match had waned. In a version lacking initiation, as long as VG maintained cohesion, they could bulldoze through the opposition, leveraging Caitlyn to claim victory over SSG. As Ziyuan aptly noted, VG methodically capitalized on the Baron buff to snowball their advantage, and by the 28-minute mark, the economic disparity had officially surpassed 8,000 gold. Samsung's composition struggled to compensate for such a significant equipment deficit, rendering them ineffective. Ruler's Ezreal could barely manage to clear minion waves, while Imp, boasting 3.5 items, propelled Caitlyn into her prime. At that moment, with Duan providing the E-Inspire, shield and speed boost, Caitlyn advanced, landing 2 critical shots that depleted Bishin's health by half. The audience within the Chicago theater was electrified by the Dragon's steel, their excitement reaching a crescendo as they witnessed Caitlyn's overwhelming damage, echoing throughout the venue. The Baron was secured, and with a flash, Hai swiftly eliminated his opponent. Amidst the fervent excitement, Victor unleashed his chaos storm, engulfing the body of the blind monk and swiftly consuming the remainder of Bishin's health. VG surged forward, with Gu Xing and Zhu Xiaolong at the forefront, crafting the perfect space for their double carries to unleash their devastating output. Meanwhile, QV awaited the cooldown of his ultimate, hoping to flash in with his own devastating strike. However, at the moment he infiltrated the VG formation, he was immediately ensnared by weakness, diminishing both his damage and movement speed. Simultaneously, 2 sound effects echoed through the arena. A thick white shield was cast upon the heads of VG's 5 members. The double bird shield. It was a spontaneous exclamation, recalling how VG's jungle support provided a collective shield for their allies, effectively absorbing the damage from Kennan's ultimate. QV activated his Zhonya's hourglass, hoping to survive a little longer. Yet, Karmazar ability extinguished his last glimmer of hope. Kennen inflicted minimal damage upon VG. Instead, Imp's Caitlyn advanced aggressively, almost forcing the barrel of her gun into the throats of the Samsung players. In his excitement, the commentator lost his composure. The combination of Hurricane and Infinity Edge allowed Caitlyn to effortlessly amass staggering critical damage. Against the fragile opponents, Gu Xing fully exploited his range advantage, shattering the remaining confidence of the Samsung players with each precise shot. At the 31-minute mark, SSG faced a complete team wipe. Olaf's furious roar echoed relentlessly atop the Samsung high ground. With the final axe strike, the main crystal of SSG shattered. Out of context, YM is looking for junglers, preferably those post-2004, with a 3-month training camp available. Interested individuals may inquire privately. 8,400 words, 45 million views. 195. The disparity in mentality, 2-0. Unable to contain his inner excitement, the commentator's voice rang out with fervor as VG secured another victory, claiming the second game of this elimination match. His breath became fervent. With 3 match points, VG was merely a step away from the semifinals. Ji-hoon felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he maintained clarity in priorities, composed himself, and raised his volume. After a year, the LPL team was poised to step into the semifinals of the World Championship. Moreover, the opponent they were about to conquer hailed from the LCK region. The commentator immediately added. Ji-hoon fell silent. The joyful ocean in the LPL live broadcast room had already reached a boiling point. This year, climbing atop LCK's heads feels exhilarating. If VG could defeat SSG 3-0 and advance to the semifinals, would they earn a year of immunity from criticism? Reaching the semifinals would be a success, and of course, the immunity would last until VG loses their next match. Little Gu's Dragon Steel was truly impressive. I'm now a fan. Among this year's top 20 players, and Bishin ranked even higher than Little Gu. Now, stealing the dragon right in front of him is a slap in the face. In contrast, the LCK commentary booth was shrouded in silence. Cloud Templar observed the defeated expressions of the Samsung players, their spirits evidently crushed. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to speak. Acknowledging the bitter loss of a favorable position due to the dragon being stolen, which was indeed a lamentable affair. However, time for SSG to regroup was running short. Standing at the edge of a precipice, a single misstep could mean the end of their World Championship journey. They must rally. The SSG players could not hear what the Korean commentators were saying. Even if they could, their minds were far too preoccupied to ponder it. The team leader, left his seat with a paper cup in hand, mechanically pouring a cold drink into his mouth, seemingly attempting to awaken his mind through this act. If he, as the team's elder brother, was in such a state, one could only imagine the condition of the other for younger members. The crown tightened around the paper cup, fingers whitening with exertion, reflecting a blend of unwillingness and confusion. Ruler appeared utterly lost. Even spectators with little understanding of the League of Legends tournaments could discern the palpable lack of morale within the Samsung team. Although SSG's early game exhibited minor flaws, their performance in the mid-game, particularly in managing their side lanes and executing split-push strategies after the core champions had acquired their items, was nothing short of exemplary. They effectively drew Lee Ji-hoon away, establishing a favorable situation with simultaneous pushes in the upper lanes. Core JJ cunningly set seeds in the Dragon Pit, outside the vision of VG, providing substantial support for the team's rush on Baron. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Gu Xing charged into the Dragon Pit with his ultimate ability, snatching the Baron right from under their noses. No one could better comprehend the abrupt shift in fortunes and the agony of an unexpected defeat than they. Samsung's head coach, Edgar, emerged from the locker room, noticing the imbalance in his players' mentality. Instead of offering extensive consolation, he simply patted each player's shoulder, his broad, heavy hand delivering silent encouragement. The backstage of the Chicago theater was bustling. The corridors flanked by the resting rooms of VG and SSG were teeming with people, stretching endlessly in sight. Nonetheless, Edgar could hear the jubilant shouts in Chinese from within, interspersed with excited Korean phrases from Imp and Homie. His steps faltered briefly before he entered his own team's locker room, the door securely closed. Adorned with the Samsung Galaxy Shield and the emblem of the white team from 2 years prior. One more victory, and we shall journey to New York. The atmosphere was buoyant. He diligently fulfilled his duties as the water cooler guardian, refilling the paper cups of the 5 starting players. Imp thanked him and slumped in his chair, glancing at the television screen displaying the damage statistics from the match. His performance as Caitlyn was comparable to Ruler's Ezreal, illustrating a great deal. From demolishing the First Blood Tower to delivering explosive damage in team fights, this game served as a successful tutorial in both offensive and defensive play. Should we let Jax come in for the next game? Joo Sung-bin suddenly proposed. All eyes shifted to Imp. He yawned, feeling indifferent since they were already ahead 2-0, allowing Jax to play Wound T hurt. Joo Sung-bin then turned to Jack, assuring him that the opposing ADC was merely mediocre, nothing to fret over. Yu Winbao was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Gu Xing, however, appeared quite pleased, draping an arm over Jack's shoulder. I told you, there would be a chance to take the stage at this World Championship. How about that? I even snagged a Baron to create space for you. Had they lost the previous game, leveling the score to 1-1. Yuanba would not have been able to perform. A defeat would grant Samsung match point, and at that juncture, anything could transpire. Homie would not take such a significant risk. Now, with 3 match points in hand, VG possesses considerable leeway for trial and error, allowing them to consider letting Jack take a turn to test the waters. If you step onto the stage, rest assured, my friend, I will undoubtedly carry the game. Gu Xing assured. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence, his spirits soaring high. The broadcast signal of the match on television conveniently shifted to the MVP highlights of the game. In the still photo, Gu Xing retained the cool, stoic expression crafted to meet foreign directors' expectations, hands tucked into his pockets, indifferent to all. With a damage ratio of 517, a participation rate of 923, and a team damage absorption rate soaring to 434, alongside an economic deficit of 2,235, this marked Gu Xing's 5th MVP of the current World Championship. To date, VG had participated in 9 games, winning 8, and his individual MVP count surpassed that of the entire team. His claim of carrying Jack was not mere bravado. Redmi furrowed his brow in contemplation, refraining from directly expressing his stance, instead inquiring of Yuanba, "What do you think, Jekwa?" Jack shifted his gaze away from Gu Xing, pondering for a long while before resolutely deciding, "Let's stick with IMP. I'll cheer for you all from the sidelines." Joo Sung-bin was quite displeased, exclaiming, "What is going on? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? My friend would never be." Yuanba scoffed in rebuttal. "I just think it's a bit inappropriate to go in as a mascot when we are leading 2-0. As he spoke, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Lee Ji-hoon. Lee Ji-hoon pursed his lips, lost in memories. Last year, during the semifinals of the World Championship, they were also leading 2-0. Koma ultimately chose to substitute him out, allowing Faker to take the stage and secure victory. The image of that moment remained vivid. However, Li Xiang's appearance then was met with overwhelming support, unlike the situation Jack faced now. Moreover, my friend believed that entering as a substitute in a best-of-5 match for his first World Championship appearance felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Yuanba grinned. "Wait until next year's S Championship. I will definitely secure a starting position. Substituting in would be an excellent opportunity, especially in the group stage of a best-of-1 format, particularly in matches that bore no significance to rankings. It would allow him to familiarize himself, experience the atmosphere of the World Championship, all while bearing no burden of expectations." However, VG could not accommodate such a request. In the group stage, they fought tooth and nail against SKT until the final moments to secure their qualification for the top spot. The previous matches were crucial for VG, making it impossible to risk a substitute with limited training experience. In a best-of-5 format, substituting in with a significant advantage would raise suspicions of stealing the limelight, while losing would place the blame squarely on them. Jack was clear-headed. He met Gu Xing's gaze and remarked, "This year, I am already quite content to compete at the LPL level. 5 months ago, Yuanba came to Shanghai for tryouts, hoping to find a club that would allow him to play, even in the secondary league. Ultimately, he signed with VG under Gu Xing's guidance. During the latter half of the summer regular season, he seized the opportunity presented by IMP's struggles and rehabilitation, gaining substantial playing time and relishing the experience of being a professional player. Jack's ultimate goal, undoubtedly, extended beyond this. Yet, he felt that his professional career had ample time ahead, as the other players present, aside from Gu Xing, had not had as smooth a start as he had. Seeing Jack's resolute demeanor, Gu Xing chose not to press the matter further. Imp languished in his chair, lamenting the turn of events. He had initially hoped to take a breather and let Jack take the stage, but now he found himself compelled to step up. Hongmi gathered the team members, continuing to strategize on the whiteboard emblazoned with a map of the Summoner's Rift. Deep down, he wished that Joo Sung-bin would again take to the battlefield in the 3rd match. The overall strength of SSG undoubtedly surpassed that of their group stage adversaries, C9 and G2, particularly in their adept handling of lane transitions and the Baron. Had it not been for a fortuitous miscalculation, where Core JJ's Zyra plants unintentionally reduced the Baron's health by 400 points, Gu Xing would have certainly been unable to secure the Baron, leaving VG's chances of victory in the 2nd match uncertain. Now that they had finally witnessed Samsung's morale falter, pressing the advantage was the wisest course of action. They could not afford to let SSG regain their composure. Furthermore, Hongmi had collaborated with Edgar for quite some time and was well acquainted with his style. He was a veritable sovereign of the cup format, in contrast to the league format of the spring and summer seasons, where the rapid evolution of the meta often left Edgar scrambling to adapt to the latest patches. The World Championship's singular focus on a consistent version allowed Edgar's prowess as an elite coach to shine brilliantly over time. In certain respects, the capabilities of the Samsung team under Edgar's leadership starkly contrasted with those of EDG, who were now without Abu. The former grew stronger with each match, mastering the meta, while the latter faltered, becoming ensnared in familiar strategies that no longer suited the evolving landscape. Hongmi understood that to subdue Samsung on the grand stage of the World Championship, action was required sooner rather than later. Once Edgar fully grasped the nuances of the meta, Samsung would undergo a transformative leap. He was eager to avoid any delays, lest the night grow long and dreams multiply. Allowing Gu Xing to continue his assault and swiftly secure victory would be beneficial for all. When Vincent entered to inform VG that it was time to take the stage, Gu Xing retrieved a piece of ordinary dark chocolate from his bag, replenishing his energy. "Come on, old Gu," Jack encouraged, giving his jungler a simple massage with friendly intent. Whether or not their friend could enjoy a trip to New York on the company's dime hinged upon his performance. All right, Gu Xing acquiesced, trailing behind his teammates as they departed the lounge. Along the way, Ding Jun and others patted shoulders and tousled heads, offering continuous words of encouragement. Upon reaching the stage's base, they finally settled into silence. "Play well," Vincent chimed in with a warm smile, teasingly adding, "If VG wins, I'll share in the glory." He belonged to the League of Legends China division, and while his region's performance in the World Championship was not officially evaluated, there were data requirements concerning viewership during the tournament. Last year, when LPL faced a downturn, those figures were disheartening. It was easy to surmise that with the S5 season yielding no semifinal spots, viewership would naturally dwindle. This year, if VG could advance to the semifinals, Vincent could already envision the remarkable surge in viewership data. This was intrinsically linked to his year-end bonus, and Vincent had no reason to turn his back on monetary rewards. "If your year-end bonus multiplies several times, wouldn't you share a portion with me?" Gu Xing replied with a smile. Vincent seamlessly continued, "At that time, how about a 3-7 split? Why only 70%? Gu Xing feigned dissatisfaction, only calming down after Vincent playfully punched his shoulder. Upon taking the stage, he exchanged glances with the Samsung team members, precisely as the VG crowd had anticipated. The faces of the SSG players bore no trace of a smile, resembling their expressions when they had descended from the stage after the last match. At the crucial moment, their opportunity to seize a significant dragon was snatched away, a situation that could shatter anyone's morale. Gu Xing cheerfully waved at Masterin, greeting him. Upon seeing him, Mbishin was reminded of Olaf bellowing Bromatia as he charged into the dragon pit to secure the dragon, causing his expression to resemble one suffering from severe constipation. Lips pressed tightly as he glared at Gu Xing. "Goodness. Gu, you truly dare to flaunt your face," Xiao Duan muttered from behind. "It's lucky we're not facing TSM, otherwise, I fear you wouldn't make it out of the venue today." TSM's popularity in North America is unparalleled, with no team posing a threat to them. Duan Deliang pondered that if Gu Xing dared to flaunt his face after stealing a dragon from TSM, the audience would be infuriated enough to hurl water bottles onto the stage. In China, due to the incident with Nongfu Spring, carrying non-soft drinks into the venue has been prohibited. Xiao Duan was uncertain if the same rule applied in America. As he contemplated this, he nervously scanned his surroundings. Xiao Duan had heard from IMP about the terrifying nature of certain extreme fans in Korea. Should one appear on-site, their own jungler would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. Gu Xing disagreed with Duan Deliang's perspective. "It's merely a greeting. Friendship comes first, competition second. Isn't it wonderful to be amicable? What do you mean by flaunting one's face?" He adamantly denied. "Do I look like that kind of person? I remember you had dinner with ROTK before going abroad." Zhu Xiaolong interjected as he donned his headset. Gu Xing retorted, "When we went out, we merely chatted aimlessly. We never discussed how to manipulate each other's mindset." "Really?" Lee Ji-hoon interjected unexpectedly. "I don't believe you. Hold on. Where did you learn that catchphrase from?" Jin Wenhe was speechless, with match point in hand. The atmosphere within the VG team was light and lively, with the pressure generally low, granting them an absolute psychological advantage. The director, relishing the drama, focused on the VG players for a few seconds before switching the scene to the SSG team. The 5 players wore expressions as grim as water, appearing decidedly dispirited. Observing such a demeanor, the Korean audience naturally remained unconvinced. What does Shiba mean? Are they already giving up after trailing 2 games? If they don't want to play, they can let KT go to the World Championship, right? What a pity for score. To be honest, if I were to have my game ruined by Olaf snatching the dragon, I wouldn't have the heart to play ranked for the entire day, let alone as a professional player. Newcomers are like this, one remarked. With Lee Ji-hoon in the lineup, Samsung's roster is too youthful. They must pay their dues. I see virtue maintaining a good mindset. It merely highlights the disparity among rookie professional players. During the pre-match preparations, Ruler turned to glance at the VG players' bench. He could see Gu Xing's profile, as the latter engaged in cheerful banter with his teammates, occasionally joining in with a few words. Both of them had only participated in the professional league this summer. Coupled with Virtue's impressive performance during the summer training matches, Ruler had developed a keen interest in Gu Xing. He never anticipated that the latter's mindset could be so remarkably resilient. If one were to attribute his current ease to a couple of untroubled victories, what would happen when faced with the tiebreaker against SKT? Ruler, aware that the quarterfinals would pit them against VG, had spent considerable time reviewing the opponent's match footage, particularly the 3 group stage encounters between VG and SKT, which proved to be rich in analytical value. In the second round of Group A, VG had fallen to SKT, yet during the subsequent tiebreaker that same day, Gu Xing displayed a confidence and competitive spirit that hardly resembled that of a novice. A hint of envy tinged Ruler's gaze. He wondered if Gu Xing were seated in SSG's player area, facing the dire predicament of a potential elimination at 0-2. Would he still maintain a light-hearted conversation with his teammates? After nearly 6 months in the professional arena, Ruler increasingly recognized the significance of one's mindset. While some falter and withdraw in critical moments, others can still find joy in gaming. This not only alleviates personal stress, but also bestows a positive influence upon the entire team. At that moment, the referee issued a command, prompting Ruler to finally collect his thoughts and sit upright in his chair, preparing for the third match. The resounding and crisp sound echoed in his ears as the BP panel appeared before him. After a brief respite, the players returned to their focused states. This time, VG had the privilege of selecting sides, opting for the blue team and promptly banning Syndra. With no alternative, Edgar had to ban Elise. VG continued to target Ruler, locking out Jin. A smile crept across Ruler's face as VG seemed to have identified a breakthrough point, relentlessly pressuring the bot lane. Having won 2 consecutive matches, Redmi was unlikely to alter their ban strategy easily. If it worked well, they would continue to utilize it. Edgar pondered for a moment before deciding to ban Jace. If he had to draw a comparison, he believed his second BP would be slightly more successful. The tense atmosphere in the early to mid-game would attest to the absence of significant issues with their composition. Edgar resolved to make minor adjustments on this foundation. Without needing to look, he knew that Redmi would undoubtedly ban Ashe in the third round. After the first 2 matches, everyone was acutely aware of each other's BP strategies. Samsung ultimately dedicated their ban to Zyra, preventing VG from securing the strongest support champion of this patch. The remaining champions, Karma and Nami, while differing in strength, were not vastly dissimilar. Among the marksmen, Ezreal and Caitlyn were both viable, and the top lane lacked a bug-level champion like Jace. Redmi decided to prioritize securing a jungler for Gu Xing. Would it still be Olaf? He routinely inquired. Gu Xing nodded. In ranked matches, he seldom played the same jungler consecutively to avoid monotony. However, this was a competition. With victory as the ultimate goal, Gu Xing had no qualms about using Olaf once more. Xiaogu's Olaf indeed proves to be formidable, as Joo turns his gaze towards SSG's selection interface, pondering whether they can secure a suitable champion for Crown. He has been an admirer of Crown for over a year, possessing an intimate understanding of his optimal playstyle. In Ziyuan's perspective, the current iteration of Crown is more suited to wield a late-game mage to provide stability for the team. The first game's Orianna meets these criteria. However, Crown's proficiency with Orianna is somewhat limited. In fact, at this World Championship, only Faker has demonstrated the ability to master Orianna to perfection. The champion herself is not particularly dominant in the 6-18 patch, merely benefiting from the resurgence of traditional mages to carve out a space in the mid lane. In the second game, Crown opted for a mid-game focused rise, emphasizing side lane pressure. Ziyuan holds little hope for SSG's advancement to the semifinals. After all, In the 6 years of the World Championship, there has yet to be a miraculous comeback from a 0-2 deficit in the knockout stages. He merely wishes to witness Crown showcase his finest abilities. Victor poses no problem. It is one of Crown's signature champions. Upon seeing the avatar of the three-handed hero, Ziyuan's tone instantly ascends with enthusiasm. In another position, Edgar selects Ezreal. He refrained from choosing the support champion Karma first, as doing so would limit his options to only picking Caitlyn should VG secure Ezreal. Consequently, the combination of Caitlyn and Victor would prove exceedingly awkward around the 15 to 25-minute mark, with remarkably low combat effectiveness. Last game, VG employed this dual carry strategy, gaining a slight early advantage, only to find themselves unable to push out waves during the mid-game. Edgar understands that against a team like VG, which thrives on mid-game explosiveness, he must avoid exposing any mid-game vulnerabilities, lest they become easy prey. Samsung locks in their dual carries, while VG acquires Karma and Cassiopeia. The team leader, continues to select Lee Sin, acknowledging the disadvantage in the jungle matchup. Edgar then secures Nami, leaving the top lane pick for QV. VG chooses Caitlyn and Poppy, eliciting admiration for their well-rounded late-game composition. The duo of Cassiopeia and Caitlyn, in terms of sustained damage output and range, stands as a formidable late-game presence among all current champions. If the game stretches into the late stages, the growth potential they offer will undoubtedly surpass that of Samsung's dual carries. Ziyuan eagerly shares his observations, noting that SSG is known to favor a late-game approach, while VG relies on mid-game power spikes. However, the selections from both teams have completely reversed this trend. If one were to obscure the logos of both teams and solely assess their compositions, most viewers would likely misidentify the teams. It is important to consider that Samsung, in an effort to avoid being overwhelmed by VG in the mid-game, has opted for a plethora of mid-game champions to extend the match into the late game. VG likely shares this rationale. Knowing Samsung excels in late-game team fights, they have constructed a more late-game-oriented lineup to support their strategy. In the midst of this discussion, QV's champion selection is finalized. Last game, QV showcased his signature Kennen, only to be meticulously countered by VG. Ziyuan, filled with anticipation, wonders if QV's choice of another iconic champion will yield remarkable results in this match. QV specializes in playing Yordles, particularly excelling with champions like Poppy and Kennen. In the previous match, his Kennen was rendered nearly ineffective against VG's dual protection strategy, compounded by the shielding and debuffs from Karma's ultimate. This time, he opted for the more proficient split-pushing champion, Gnar, to exploit VG's lack of solo lane pressure. As the players exchanged champions, the final compositions were revealed to the audience. On the blue side, VG featured Poppy in the top lane, Olaf in the jungle, Cassiopeia mid, and Caitlyn alongside Karma in the bot lane. On the red side, SSG presented Gnar top, Lee Sin in the jungle, Victor mid, and Ezreal with Nami in the bot lane. The strength of VG's team in team fights was palpable, prompting Ziyuan to express his admiration for their clear front and back line, as well as their formidable ability to kite. Kaysher nodded in agreement, noting that SSG's composition leaned towards split pushing, emphasizing the need to nurture QV's potential. As the broadcast camera captured the moment, Redmi offered final advice to his players, urging them to remain humble and vigilant, shifting focus from the strategies he had reiterated before to maintaining a positive mindset. We can afford to accept a disadvantage in the mid-game. There's no need to panic, he reassured them, recalling how they had managed in the previous match. Gu Xing prompted, hurry up and shake hands before you head off. With a light tap on the back of Redmi's head, he removed his headset and stepped onto the stage to shake hands with Edgar. How was my draft? Redmi queried, beaming with pride, seeking acknowledgement from his older counterpart. Edgar could only offer a cursory response. It's adequate. I suppose I contributed my fair share. Redmi chuckled, relishing the banter as he made his way backstage. Concluding his conversation, on stage, Gu Xing cracked his knuckles, determined to secure victory this time. Joo Sung-bin yawned, expressing his eagerness to avoid another match. He was anxious, wishing to see the enemy nexus explode at once, relishing the thought of witnessing the displeasure of the Samsung management. The other 4 players were equally eager, ready to engage in the Summoner's Rift as the atmosphere in the Chicago theater buzzed with excitement. The cacophony of cheers in various languages filled the air. Following the first 2 matches, VG had garnered significant support from the live audience, their presence resounding like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Samsung's cheers were noticeably subdued, with only a handful of Korean students left rallying for them. Through the noise-canceling headphones, Gu Xing could gauge the scale of the fan support on both sides. With little time to ponder further, he quickly purchased his items and headed out to assume his defensive position. As the game commenced, both teams chose not to invade, maintaining an uneasy peace until the 140 mark when they began to lane. Gu Xing opted to start at the blue buff in the upper jungle, pulling it alongside the Gromp to maximize damage absorption and reduce his health, thereby enhancing Olaf's attack speed for efficient farming. To be fair, this jungle path felt much more comfortable than in the previous match. In both games, he had prioritized protecting the bot lane, whereas in the last game, he had awkwardly started from the bottom and moved upwards. This time, he need not go to great lengths to adjust his jungle route for the second round. In Gu Xing's view, the focal point of confrontation for both teams in the early game remains the first blood tower in the bottom lane. The challenge lies in how swiftly they can demolish it, which tests VG's coordination and offensive intensity. During the clearing of the initial jungle camps, neither side has any intentions of launching significant maneuvers in other lanes. Gu Xing, opting for caution, seeks to deny Ambishin the opportunity to gain an early advantage. Masterin, fully aware that he has no alternative or retreat, becomes increasingly hesitant to attempt proactive aggression, fearing potential mistakes. At 3 minutes and 15 seconds, Gu Xing returns to base to craft a green jungle knife, during which he has not detected the movement of Ambishin's blind monk. However, Gu Xing is confident that the opponent's blind monk cannot match his jungle speed. He shifts his focus to observe all 3 lanes, and suddenly an idea strikes him. On a side note, his connections within the club stem from previous participation in collegiate leagues, with classmates engaged in this profession. Though he does not have access to the LPL level, he occasionally gathers information from the second team's training, offering assistance when needed. Maintaining a balance of supply and demand. Tomorrow marks the end of the quarterfinals. 7K words, 715W, 196. A crushing victory. Olaf moves towards the upper half of the map, mindful of the Berserker's trail. Noticing that Olaf disregards the newly spawned second group of magic swamp frogs above him, he lets out a slight hiss of surprise as Xiao Gu prepares to invade the opponent's upper jungle by crossing the river. Yet, the minion wave does not support such an action. Currently, the top lane's Poppy is being pressured and cannot gain the upper hand against QVS Adept Nar. In the middle lane, Lord Ho intends to position the minion wave before his own tower. From every angle, Gu Xing, in a passive state in the upper half, should not venture into the Samsung upper jungle. Yet he chooses to do so. Gu Xing infiltrates the Samsung's Keenbeak bird camp, which is eerily empty. Unfamiliar with Master N's initial jungle route, he is unaware of the approximate respawn times of this group of jungle monsters. He resolutely presses onward with his double axes, heading towards the SSG stone beetles. The only certainty for Gu Xing is that Ambishin has recently returned to base to replenish supplies and is yet to arrive in the jungle. The blind monk's jungle route is quite variable, capable of executing a swift 3 or 4. However, in this match, a swift 4 is the only option, because Ambishin has not engaged in any action early on, and the blind monk heavily relies on the green jungle knife. Only after clearing all 6 camps can the blind monk, who has yet to participate in any kills, acquire the necessary 650 gold for the green jungle knife upon his first return to base. Gu Xing's chosen champion, Olaf, is likely to achieve a swift 4 approximately 15 seconds ahead of the blind monk. In his calculations, Gu Xing deduces that Master N has only just departed from the SSG high ground area, with no defensive forces in the Samsung upper jungle. He effortlessly arrives at the opponent's uppermost stone beetle camp, where the beetle sits undisturbed. At this moment, Gu Xing understands. Master N must have taken a route from top to bottom, allowing the stone beetle to reset so quickly. Meanwhile, in the adjacent top lane, QV continues to push and exert pressure. Gu Xing had no intention of ambushing him. QV was evidently aware that Olaf was farming in the upper jungle, typically aiming for a swift level 4. Thus, he did not place any vision wards at the beginning. By the 3-minute mark, he strategically deployed his 2 well-placed trinket wards in the tri-brush and in the bush connecting the top lane to the river, effectively sealing off all gank routes for Olaf. Although Gu Xing did not witness this scene firsthand, he could deduce QV's maneuvers from subtle clues. Consequently, he decisively abandoned the thought of ganking the top lane and instead stealthily took refuge in the bush behind SSG's first tower, remaining perfectly still. Was Gu Xing planning to ambush in Zhongmin? Ziyuan discerned Gu Xing's intention, and Bi was on his way, just moments after Olaf concealed himself in the bush. The blind monk, shrouded in red cloth, appeared within the line of sight. Lee Sin unleashed his sonic wave, striking the stone bug, and followed up with a resonating strike, preparing to unleash a flurry of blows on the jungle monster. Observing this, Gu Xing emerged from the bush and delivered a powerful axe strike. And Zhongmin was caught off guard, astonished that his top laner was pushing the lane, and that Olaf, a hero lacking mobility and with short legs, dared to appear there. He was taken aback and urgently called for his teammates to assist over the voice chat. QV abandoned the top lane minions, intending to regroup in the jungle to hunt down Gu Xing. Remembering to keep his heart in check, he felt increasingly anxious. His courage seemed excessive, as Dragon Brother was unable to provide aid. While a level 4 Olaf with double buffs was undoubtedly formidable, he was still no match for the synergy of the two champions in the jungle. Gu Xing received intelligence from the Infernal Drake regarding QV's advance toward the Stonebug camp. Dragon Brother, you need not worry, I can handle this myself. He responded with calm composure. This diversion into the enemy's jungle was intended to draw attention from their laners. Gu Xing confidently strode toward their red buff area, distancing himself from Nar and approaching the mid lane. The axe he threw at the blind monk applied a slow effect. In order to effectively pursue and stick to Gu Xing, Bi would need to place vision and engage closely. Hesitating slightly, he refrained from advancing. His sonic wave was still on cooldown, and engaging with his Golden Bell shield in a close confrontation was ill-advised, as the blind monk could not triumph over Olaf. Instead, he opted to follow closely behind, awaiting his skills to recharge, while also beckoning Crown Brother to join him. Remembering felt anxious as well, abandoning the mid-lane minions and moving toward the upper jungle, preparing to encircle Gu Xing from both sides. Gu Xing, nearly at full health, retreated without haste. His audacity to invade in the upper half of the map, despite lacking lane control, was certainly backed by confidence. The trio of SSG's top, mid, and jungle could not possibly detain him. In the previous match, Gu Xing had also played as Olaf but had refrained from counter-jungling against the opposing team, which featured a top and mid duo of Kennen and Rise, both possessing considerable burst damage and crowd control in the early game. Being ambushed could lead to an instantaneous demise. In this match, the opponents were Nar and Victor. QV was furious, and the only hard crowd control from the trio was Victor's gravity field. Against an Olaf equipped with Ghost, it would scarcely prove effective. He could roam freely within the enemy jungle, and should they dare to encircle him, activating Ghost would enable him to evade effortlessly. As the confrontation unfolded, Gu Xing and his allies gathered in the middle lane, once more hurling their lethal axes toward the blind monk lingering at the rear. Victor arrived to deploy his gravity field, intent on ensnaring Olaf in place. Ziyuan's voice was urgent and forceful, his gaze firmly fixed on the crown. In the next moment, he heard the distinctive sound of a ghostly sprint. Little Gu activated his swift dash. Olaf surged forward, wielding his axe, escaping the gravity field and charging towards Victor, his aim directed squarely at the crown. In his excitement, he nearly lost his voice, while the Marquis was en route to provide support, leaving Victor in a precarious predicament. Gu Xing, emboldened, pressed on fearlessly. Victor unleashed a full combo of skills, landing all strikes with thunderous precision, yet only inflicting a meager damage of just over 200 points, a rather disappointing burst. Meanwhile, Olaf could activate his Ruthless Strike, enhancing his attack speed and lifesteal. With Gu Xing in front and the Marquis closing in from behind, the Crown dared not engage directly, seeking to bypass Olaf and rendezvous with Masterin. However, Gu Xing relentlessly chipped away at the Crown's health, reducing it by nearly half, before utilizing the remaining time of his swift dash to retreat back to the upper river. Lee Ji-hoon was particularly troublesome, scattering binding toxic mist at the junction leading to Victor in the mid lane. Should the Crown attempt to take a shortcut back to lane, he would have to traverse the toxic mist, slowing his progress and inflicting considerable damage. Having expended his skills, his health was precarious, and stepping into the poison posed the risk of being relentlessly pursued by the Marquis. The Snake Woman wielded Storm Rider's Surge, and if she managed to land 3 successive bites, she could trigger an additional acceleration effect, potentially leading to a solo kill with the aid of her swift dash. To safeguard their mid laner, Ambition was compelled to momentarily halt his jungle farming, accompanying the crown to the mid lane to ensure safety before departing. Little Gu's incursion appeared to yield more than anticipated. As he realized his prior judgments had been flawed, the entire upper quadrant had been mobilized. Ji-hoon too experienced a moment of clarity, acknowledging that SSG's top laner, Nar, had wasted significant time during this period, while Long Gu had expertly controlled the minion wave, surpassing both in last hits and experience. The upper lane minion wave had not fully pushed into the VG tower. QV was summoned by Master and to assist in the jungle, donning his boots of swiftness for a brief return run, which would delay him by approximately half a minute. The crown, likewise, not only missed several minions, but also lost a substantial amount of health, significantly increasing the difficulty of his mid-lane matchup. The crux of the matter lay in the experience gained during the early landing phase on both solo lanes. The fact that VG's mid and top had missed more minions signified that they would lag behind their opponents at every level milestone to come. QV, who could have comfortably controlled the lane, was now forced to match Long Ji's pace in development. Meanwhile, mid laner Crown would fall prey to Lee Ji-hoon's initiative. Gu Xing's invasion revitalized his team's upper quadrant in an instant. The only cost was Olaf's diminished health and swift dash. For the Berserker, reduced health was of little consequence, as it could enhance his passive attack speed and accelerate his jungle pace, not to mention the ease with which he could recover his health with Ruthless Strike. The cooldown for the swift dash was 180 seconds, but with the Insight Mastery reducing summoner spell cooldowns by 15 seconds, it would only take 153 seconds to recharge, equating to just 2.5 minutes. Gu Xing had long since resolved not to engage in online confrontations before reaching level 6. By the time he attained that milestone, his sprint would have already been recharged. Consequently, he effectively encountered no losses. Meanwhile, Masterin, not gaining any advantage, rushed to protect the mid lane crown, only to find himself delayed as he returned to the uppermost stone beetle camp. This protracted delay allowed Gu Xing to maintain his temporal advantage in the initial jungle clearing. As both junglers progressed, this time differential would become increasingly pronounced. He held no fear that Ambishin might retaliate during the period his sprint was recharging. Gu Xing had discerned N's jungle movements, keeping the latter's position under his control for the foreseeable future, enabling him to issue preemptive warnings and defenses. Furthermore, the control across all 3 lanes for SSG was notably scarce. Before Ambishin reached level 6, it was unrealistic for his Lee Sin to secure a catch. As Gu Xing cleared the magic swamp frog, he glanced at the bottom lane. Duan, go, apply pressure. The opposing blind monk cannot approach for now. Upon hearing this, Duan Deliang promptly replied, rest assured, in a simple landing phase, they are no match for us. The duo of Xiao Duan and Joo Sung-bin, wielding the advantageous combination of Caitlyn and Karma, was already in a superior position. Moreover, the Samsung duo had lost 2 consecutive matches, now bordering on disarray, exhibiting noticeably rough landing details. In this ebb and flow, Joo Sung-bin swiftly established a health lead. With the wave pushed back, they aimed to send the minions crashing into the opponent's territory, all while planning to disrupt the enemy later. Imp was not yet finished, fully embodying the philosophy of capitalizing on an opponent's vulnerabilities. Approaching at 4 minutes and 18 seconds was the cannon minion wave. The combination of Ezreal and Nami in the Samsung bottom lane lacked the capacity to clear the cannon minions effectively. Joo Sung-bin intended to accumulate this wave and push it toward the SSG tower, only needing to wait a minute for the wave to form. Utilizing the time difference in jungle clearing, Gu Xing could arrive at the bottom lane ahead of the minions before they pushed back to VG's tower. At that point, the Samsung duo would face the agonizing choice between forcing the wave or preserving their lives. Naturally, Gu Xing would not decline such an opportunity. Inflicting discomfort upon the adversary was a significant gain for VG. The impending wave for Samsung's bottom lane posed considerable challenges. Even Ji-hoon recognized the precarious situation. Masterin was compelled to delay his jungle rhythm, prioritizing assistance in the bottom lane to resolve the minion wave. The disadvantage stemming from the time difference forced Ambishin to synchronize his arrival with Gu Xing on the lane, lest VG's jungle take advantage of their numerical superiority against his duo. However, this meant that after managing the bottom lane minions, and would have to return to clear the Frog Queen. The disparity in jungle progress became increasingly exaggerated. This vicious cycle would ultimately lead to either Gu Xing seizing an opportunity to cause a collapse on the lane or Impending falling behind in development to protect it. Masterin was well aware of the dire situation. The lanes that should have provided an advantage for his team in the upper mid lane were now compromised due to Gu Xing's sacrifice of his sprint to disrupt the upper jungle, leaving them not only without an advantage but slightly behind. Inescapably, the duo, destined to face pressure in the lane, finds themselves in a predicament as SSG's 3 lanes and jungle fail to secure even the slightest advantage. And Bishin is acutely aware that once Olaf's sprint is ready, it marks the critical juncture where Samsung's initial rhythm may unravel. Helplessly, he can only watch as this moment approaches. After clearing the upper jungle, Xiaogu returns to base to purchase cooldown shoes and heads straight to the bottom lane. At this point, he senses an impending opportunity, as he is merely a sliver of experience away from reaching level 6. With the minion wave pushing forward, the VG duo, having absolute control over the bottom lane, gradually accumulates minions, advancing the wave towards Samsung's turret. Concealed in a corner, Gu Xing manages to gain experience from a distance of 1,500 yards at the minion exchange point, filling his experience bar and triggering an upgrade. Without hesitation, he activates his sprint and charges forth, enhanced by Little Duan's Karma's E-Inspire, acquiring a surge of explosive speed as he wields his axe against Samsung's bottom duo. An, lurking in the back, initially feels elated, but upon closer inspection, he realizes the unsettling truth. The blind monk is still level 5. Due to the discrepancy in jungle clear speed, even after Gu Xing returned to base for cooldown shoes, and could not surpass him in levels. A level 5 Lee Sin is no match for a level 6 Olaf in the skirmish. Little Duan's RQ slows down CoreJJ first. Olaf's axe forces out a flash, and then he activates R, Ragnarok, breaking through the water prison and charging towards the opposing front lines. Olaf's ferocity becomes evident at this moment. In perfect synergy with his teammates, they swiftly dispatch CoreJJ. Although Ruler's Ezreal is agile, faced with the overwhelming pressure from VG's 3-man assault, he is compelled to use his flash to preserve his life. Elated, realizes that despite Xiao Gu's health being reduced to a third, he is unable to secure a one-on-one victory. Olaf, even at low health, exhibits a terrifying fighting capability. His dual axes relentlessly strike the blind monk's body, and amidst their brawl, the healing effect from W, Sonic Wave, allows his health to gradually recover. And Bishin understands that if this drags on, once Duan Deliang's Karma's next E-Shield is available, he will surely face dire consequences. Reluctantly, he retreats, using W, Shield of the Golden Bell, to approach Ruler. Escaping the range of the bottom lane turret, VG's jungle begins to advance, steadily wearing down the bottom turret, with Samsung unable to provide assistance. With Gu Xing's health dwindling, he ironically becomes the primary force in the turret push. Under the influence of his high attack speed, the turret teeters on the brink of collapse, ultimately shattering into fragments by the 8th minute of the match. At the LCK commentary booth, Cloud Templar wears a resigned smile. The rhythm of the ADC's turret push resumes, even more smoothly than in the previous game. Although Samsung also lost the bottom blood tower in the second match, they managed to secure a team fight with Kennen flanking, not only granting their carries valuable economic gains, but also taking down the ADC, slightly hindering Imp's development. Now, not only has IMP secured the first blood with Nami, but they have also gained additional gold from the first blood tower, with the ADC holding the Storm Sword and Luana's Hurricane on the way. The Korean audience is acutely aware of what is about to unfold. Having witnessed Samsung's relentless defeats, their frustration is palpable as they vent their emotions in the live chat. SSG is truly garbage. Winning against KT in the play-ins just to get swept at Worlds, is that the plan? After suffering 3 consecutive losses in the group stage, Samsung has once again opened our eyes, being utterly swept in the quarterfinals. How shameless. Samsung is on track to set a record. Wildcard teams, as well as LPL and LMS, are all scoring points off them. Are they truly a unique presence in the history of the S tournament? Why isn't there a North American team? Because Samsung has never faced one. Otherwise, they would surely pay their respects. Within the VG Team S voice channel, excitement runs high. Joo Sung-bin is already eager to pop the champagne, exclaiming in an incomprehensible mix of Korean and Mandarin. Gu Xing, witnessing his team establish a significant advantage, is swept up in emotion, yet he maintains a degree of composure, reminding himself not to rush and to avoid giving opportunities. To ensure stability, Hongmi has deliberately selected a composition for VG that is exceptionally strong in late-game team fights. As long as they prolong the game, VG cannot possibly lose in battles over neutral resources. Gu Xing is contemplating waiting for his dual carries to fully equip themselves before engaging in large-scale team fights. However, Samsung is unable to restrain themselves. Their morale is low, having faced defeat after defeat since the second round, creating an atmosphere of restlessness and anxiety within the team. Trailing 0-2, Samsung finds themselves on the brink of collapse. With VG claiming the first blood tower, SSG has fallen into a position of absolute disadvantage. The entire team must race against time to conclude the battle before VG's carries become fully equipped. If they continue to hunker down, it will be exceedingly difficult to recover the vast economic gap through conventional means. Yet, they face a dilemma in engaging, as their control is scarce and unable to hold back the opponents. Samsung's final decision is to push all three lanes simultaneously alongside an S jungle, in a bid to seize as much economic advantage as swiftly as possible. Gu Xing is taken aback by Samsung's audacious strategy. In his view, this approach is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. If they had two advantageous lanes, a triple lane push would pose no issue, as the enemy would struggle to address so many points simultaneously. However, SSG currently finds itself at a disadvantage in all lanes. Under these circumstances, a unified, aggressive push can indeed lead to rapid development. Yet, it is a gamble, betting that VG cannot spare personnel and time to respond. Should they face a weaker team, perhaps Samsung might actually win this gamble. Should any operational missteps arise during their lane transitions, Samsung can sacrifice necessary resources to create development space for other key carries, thus facilitating swift growth. Yet, this match's opponent is VG. In terms of operational prowess, VG may not rival SKT, known for their lane transitions, but they are undoubtedly among the world's elite. Upon realizing Samsung's intentions, Gu Xing promptly devises a counter-strategy. Xiao Gu first assisted in transitioning the duo to the top lane, establishing an advantageous position. He activated his sprint to eliminate the defenseless Nami, subsequently leaving the lone Caitlyn to push the tower while he, accompanied by the support Karma, ventured towards the mid lane. Gu Xing had intentionally retained his ultimate ability during the prior skirmish, now opting to use it in an attempt to eliminate Crown. However, he sought to retreat swiftly. Yet the positioning of the minion wave did not permit such a maneuver. The minion exchange point was obstructed before VG's mid-tower, and if he turned to withdraw, he would inevitably suffer considerable minion losses. After much deliberation, Crown resolved to clear the minion wave with his skills before activating his sprint to escape. Yet, it was precisely this moment of minion wave opportunity that Gu Xing capitalized on, compelling Crown to make a difficult decision. Ziyuan, in a state of urgency, could only observe from the commentary desk as Ho Yi activated his sprint, utilizing his ultimate, petrifying gaze, to inflict damage and apply a slow effect. With Karma's assistance, he successfully closed in on Crown. Gu Xing launched an axe, followed by Lee Ji-hoon's Q, toxic explosion, which struck true, resulting in the death of Victor by the dual poison fangs. Ziyuan's face contorted in despair. He momentarily lost focus on the commentary and instead fixated on Gu Xing's Olaf. The remaining QV's Nar reacted swiftly, attempting to retreat to the secluded brush near the second tower. But he could not evade the relentless onslaught of VG's jungle and support duo. Serpent Woman flashed forward, ensnaring Nar in a toxic mist. Unable to utilize his escape, QV watched in horror as VG's combined damage depleted his health bar. The simultaneous push across all three lanes resulted in total annihilation, and Ziyuan, unable to contain his exhilaration, raised his arms in triumph. For the already disadvantaged Samsung, the loss of three heroes in quick succession was akin to adding insult to injury. Sung-bin seized the opportunity, taking advantage of SSG's Nami still being in the resurrection phase, to single-handedly dismantle Samsung's top tower. The economic disparity between the teams widened to over 3K in an instant. This was utterly inexcusable. Ziyuan, regaining his composure, couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Is Samsung treating VG like a wildcard team? How can a team at a disadvantage handle the minion waves in such a manner? In the backstage lounge, Edgar rested his head in his hands, unwilling to continue watching the screen. At this point, the discipline he had emphasized for over half a year had been disregarded. The 5 individuals in the voice chat exchanged little communication, their minds foggy, resembling a solo queue match with zero coordination. Gu took the opportunity to secure a dragon for his team, enhancing the late-game potential of the dual carries, Caitlyn and Serpent Woman. Finally, Master and seized the moment, using the Blind Monk's Dragon's Rage, to execute a flash kick that sent Ho Yi, whose flash was on cooldown, crashing into Crown. However, Gu Xing's counterattack was swift and decisive, targeting the mid lane's first tower, with the cooldown reduction from his talents and the cooldown reduction boots. Olaf's sprint was rapidly available once more. Gu activated his sprint, diving under the tower for a kill, while Imp set up his sniper rifle from the rear. Caitlyn's bullet time, harvested the nearly defeated Nami. Ultimately, Ruler was pursued relentlessly and met his demise at the hands of Gu Xing before the second tower. The Chicago theater was filled to capacity, the cacophony of cheers echoing throughout, as numerous LPL supporters fervently waved their rallying banners. The mid-tower has been raised. And even if Samsung waits for Ezreal to acquire the Blade of the Ruined King and Iceborne Gauntlet, victory over Vici Gaming remains uncertain. The strength of Samsung's composition lies in its mid-game skirmishes and split-pushing capabilities. Unfortunately, Ezreal's development has been subpar by the time he secures his 2 core items. Caitlyn will likely have completed her 3rd major item. QV's Gnar has faced persistent harassment, failing to keep pace with the dragon's equipment. In the early to mid-game, defensive items offer superior value compared to offensive ones, especially with the advantage still in the hands of Poppy. QV now finds it impossible to contend with the dragon. As the match reaches the 21-minute mark, Vici holds a 7k gold advantage and decisively calls Poppy, who has been pushing the bottom lane, to the front in preparation for a Baron assault. With Cassiopeia's magical artillery, Vici's speed in taking down Baron is remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Baron Nashor's health plummets by nearly half. Samsung Galaxy congregates towards the Baron pit, contemplating a team fight to reclaim the situation. Their tone betrays a sense of confidence. Though they are driven by desperation, losing Baron would spell the premature end of the match, pushing the economic gap towards a staggering 10k. At this point just past the 20-minute mark, a 10k gold deficit renders composition irrelevant. As long as they avoid major blunders, a team can secure victory. Concurrently, Samsung's split-pushing Gnar faces the daunting challenge of pushing against minions fortified by the Baron buff. For Samsung, conceding this Baron is not an option. They have no alternative strategy. However, Vici is unwilling to unwittingly increase their burden of control. Poppy lurks deep within the Baron pit, swinging her hammer in preparation. Upon spotting the approaching Samsung players, the dragon strikes with her ultimate. Ruler reacts swiftly, maneuvering Ezreal to evade Poppy's ultimate. Yet, the mid laner and support, both lacking mobility, find themselves with no means of escape. The colossal hammer sends both crashing back into Samsung's red zone. Head coach attempts to dive for the dragon, but is firmly restrained by Poppy's W, steadfastly blocking his path. The Monk's Sonic Wave and the Guardian Angel prove ineffective against the Baron pit. Seizing the moment when it is caught off guard, Gu Xing delivers a decisive blow with his axe, combining it with Smite to claim the Baron. The camera captures N's frustration as he rubs his temples, fully aware that the tide has turned against them. What follows is an inevitable collapse, as Vici systematically dismantles tower after tower, stripping away all resources from the jungle. The economic disparity widens continuously. How can Samsung hope to recover from a 10k gold deficit? It is perplexing to fathom how they might turn the tables. With a composition that does not rely on team fights, finding themselves so thoroughly overwhelmed in the mid-game, it is evident to all that Samsung has no chance for a comeback. Vici plays it safe, pushing down the mid-lane inhibitor before retreating to replenish their supplies, aiming to return and conclude the match. At this moment, Samsung opts for a desperate gamble. Their vision has been severely constricted. However, with Vici breaching the mid-lane inhibitor, finding a flanking position is relatively straightforward. QV, managing his rage, teleports to the rear of the battlefield, seeking to ambush Vici. Samsung's top and jungle players attempt to engage the dragon, but Poppy staunchly blocks their advance. The merits of Bobby are once again showcased. The displacement prevention effect of Steadfast Aura proves remarkably effective when facing Gnarl and Blind Monk. Following closely with a wall slam and ultimate ability, it delays sufficient time, utterly shattering SSG's dream of a flanking engagement. Little Goose Olaf, bolstered by Ghost and his ultimate, bulldozes through like a relentless machine. The disparity in team compositions, coupled with the exaggerated economic equipment contrast, rendered the outcome of this team fight apparent from the outset. Gu Xing withstands a three-man assault within the SSG formation, refusing to yield until his teammates dispatch the enemy's front line, sealing the fate of the battle. Thanks to his guardian angel, Olaf survives, allowing VG to execute a flawless 0-for-5 team fight. After annihilating the enemy, the quintet advances triumphantly, amidst deafening cheers, successfully destroying the Samsung Nexus. On a side note, we are preparing for the subsequent 2 crucial best-of-5 matches, which will unveil numerous hidden strategies and heroes. With a word count of 7,100 and a viewership of 786 million, we have created history by reaching the semifinals. A resounding 3-0. Remember to shout in exuberance. VG sweeps Samsung and advances to the semifinals. We are destined to witness the presence of LPL teams in New York. The spotlight on the Chicago Theater Dome flickers wildly, ultimately focusing on the VG player bench. The rear LED screen displays a group photo of VG, and the enormous victory emblem descends majestically with wings of triumph. The applause from the audience is incessantly thunderous, echoing in every corner of the venue. The commentators remain immersed in the euphoria of victory after a 2-year hiatus. The LPL region has once again reached the semifinals, marking the first time in years that they have defeated an LCK representative on the global finals stage. The last instance dates back to the 2014 Starlight, where OMG faced Nijin White Shield in the quarterfinals. The commentator passionately recounts his exhilaration. Similarly, with a score of 3-0, VG has vanquished the LCK's 3rd seed. The camera pans to the player bench, where Gu Xing beams with a radiant smile. Before he can rise, he catches a glimpse of Lord Ho removing his headset and extending a hand towards him. Without hesitation, Gu Xing shakes hands with Lee Ji-hoon. Before he can utter a word, Joo Sung-bin leaps towards him with exuberance. "We are going to New York," Imp exclaims, brimming with excitement, waving his hands wildly, inadvertently knocking over Gu Xing's paper cup. "Be careful." Gu Xing swiftly rights the cup, muttering a mild complaint about almost spilling water on himself. His cup rests at the intersection of the table and mouse pad, precariously positioned on an uneven surface, making it susceptible to being toppled at the slightest touch. In a moment of forgetfulness, Joo Sung-bin struggles to recall the Chinese term for mouse pad. Yet, he attempts to retort, insisting that it is the table's fault, not the cup's. Zhu Xiaolong approaches with a beaming smile, warmly embracing everyone. Duan Deliang removes his headset, exhales deeply, and before he can say anything, his teammates pull him into the celebratory crowd. Amidst the cacophony, Gu Xing flashes a peace sign towards Lee Ji-hoon. Lee Ji-hoon is momentarily taken aback, glancing in the direction of his jungler's gaze, failing to spot the camera. It is only upon turning back that he realizes Gu Xing was not merely demonstrating poses for photographs. The significance of the number 2 was abundantly clear. Only 2 best-of-5 matches remained before they could triumph over SKT in the upper bracket. Lee Ji-hoon understood, revealing a gentle and refined smile. He recalled the 5 members of VG forming a circle, their faces radiating joy as they anticipated a showdown against the victor of ROX and EDG in a week's time. Upon finishing this thought, he noticed that his partner seemed somewhat off. "Ziyuan, what troubles you?" he inquired. Reflecting briefly, he realized that Ziyuan had not spoken since VG had dismantled Samsung's main crystal. He kindly reminded him, lest his partner face a salary deduction upon returning. Ziyuan appeared lost in thought. After a moment of composure, he turned his gaze toward the Samsung player bench on the other side of the stage. Ruler was absent-mindedly smoothing his hair, flattened by the weight of his headset, wearing a bittersweet yet relieved smile. Throughout the 3 games, he was utterly outmatched by Imp. The targeted bans and the psychological toll of the situation had taken their toll. By the end, Ruler was left questioning whether he could truly overcome Gu Xing. Especially in the 3rd game, his confidence had evaporated, and he struggled with his mechanics. Even while using abilities on minions to stack the Tears of Goddess, he misfired. In this moment of defeat, Ruler's initial reaction was one of relief. Finally, the nightmare of the quarterfinals had come to an end. Crown, on the other hand, pressed his lips together, his expression darkening. Ultimately, he found it painfully difficult to accept the harsh reality of being eliminated at this stage. Removing his glasses to cover his face with his hands, unwilling to gaze upon the glaring red letters of failure before him, nor to reveal any other emotions on camera. It can only be said that this is tuition that most new teams must pay when participating in the World Championship. Ji-hoon summarized. Adjusting his emotions, Samsung had displayed remarkable vigor in the initial group stage. Yet in the subsequent rounds and the quarterfinals, they paid dearly for their youth. In terms of raw skill, Samsung was not truly lacking. Their victory over the LCK Summer Split runner-up, KT, in the play-in stage was a testament to their players' capabilities. However, the detrimental impact of their mindset was profoundly severe. In the past 10 days of competition, they had managed to win only one game against the CS wildcard. An atmosphere of doubt and concern lingered within the team, compounded by the lack of international experience among the 5 players, leaving them uncertain on how to adjust. In the face of consecutive losses, their potential, once rated at 100, could only be realized to 60 or 70%. Ultimately, their downfall was swift and irretrievable. As they spoke, the VG players had concluded their brief celebration and moved to greet SSG for a post-match handshake. Gu Xing encouraged the Samsung bot lane duo with a few reassuring pats on their shoulders. He then shifted his focus to ambition. "You played remarkably well," he sincerely praised, "significantly better than in our previous scrims." Throughout the entire best-of-5 series, he had faced relentless pressure from Gu Xing, both in terms of pace and operational detail, far exceeding his previous performance. Ambition fully acknowledged this. Moreover, the overall early and mid-game operations of the entire team had become markedly smoother under Gu Xing's guidance. In the group stage, the training match win rate for both sides was approximately 60-40 in favor of VG, though not to the extent of today's overwhelming dominance. And Bishin believes that aside from SSG's on-the-spot performance and psychological factors, VG has also undergone another wave of evolution since arriving in Chicago, resulting in such a decisively one-sided score. This year, Master N has faced off against VG at least 100 times and has witnessed their transformation from naivety at the start of the summer season to their current adeptness. He suddenly feels as though he is playing some sort of nurturing game. Hearing in Bishin's praise, Gu Xing displayed a satisfied smile. The acknowledgement from an opponent filled him with joy and a sense of harvest. Noticing Gu Xing's beaming expression, and Bishin felt compelled to add, "But don't celebrate too early. When we meet again, I will certainly seek to reclaim my honor." Unlike his teammates, Ambition does not harbor a negative mindset. He has maintained a robust competitive level since the inception of the Korean League, a testament to his exceptional ability to adjust his mentality. During the Ojian era, he suffered the indignity of being outplayed by the then-rookie Lee Sang-hyuk, while another player, Yu Luan, simply moved to another region to make a living. However, Master N chose to remain in Korea. Transitioning to the jungle role, he successfully revitalized his career and made his debut on the global championship stage. It is this fighting spirit and resilience that he relies upon. He believes he can rise again. Gu Xing's smile grew even brighter as he declared, "I will strive to meet you at next year's World Championship. You must not miss it." And Bishin, having seemingly shed the negativity from his recent loss, nodded firmly with determination to affirm his commitment. Before departing, he suddenly recalled something and grasped Gu Xing's arm to convey in halting English, "Nicole must win the championship." Gu Xing was left perplexed. Observing his confusion, Master N clarified, "Since we are both out, it would be best if the other 2 LCK teams fared as poorly as possible. I believe you have the potential to seize the championship. Moreover, if VG indeed clinches the title, I can boast that I was eliminated by the champions." Thus, the shame of being swept out with a score of 0-3 by Samsung seems less daunting. Gu Xing found himself at a loss for words, and Bishin nearly expressed his desire for ROX and SKT to falter outright. At the edge of the players' seating, QV wore an expression that conveyed profound sadness. Yet he attempted to mask it with a smile. His lips were upturned, yet he appeared as though he might burst into tears at any moment. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with him, Gu Xing sidestepped and joined his teammates at the center stage to bow and express gratitude to the audience. Unlike the group stage, each round of the knockout phase would take place in a new city. This was VG's final appearance at the Chicago Theater. The crowd of international students and North American spectators erupted in thunderous applause. From the audience's perspective, VG's gameplay was truly a feast for the eyes. While SKT was undeniably formidable, their early offensive strategy seemed somewhat lackluster, relying instead on team fights and slight edge plays to secure victory. In contrast, VG's early aggression is remarkably fierce, and their prowess in lane transitions and team fights is equally formidable, devoid of any impulsive decisions. The entire team's strategy is exceptionally lucid, calm, and sound. When observing the broader picture, VG's offensive rhythm flows seamlessly, aptly described as fluid as water, leaving an indelible impression on the audience. After all, most spectators watch matches primarily for their entertainment value. While the LCK's classic torturous style of play has proven powerful and has demonstrated remarkable stability in recent international competitions, almost monopolizing the championships of all global tournaments, VG's style akin to theirs is undeniably more appealing. Among them, Gu Xing enjoys the warmest reception, with many spectators fervently chanting his ID from the stands. This took him by surprise, and after waving goodbye to the audience, he departed the stage. As anticipated, Vincent brought news of a post-match interview on the main stage. He could only hand over his peripherals to his teammates, watching helplessly as the remaining four jubilantly returned to the locker room to celebrate. During this time, the Samsung players also returned backstage, crossing paths with Gu Xing. Head coach Edgar stood at the entrance of the corridor, noticing Crown's downcast demeanor and reddened eyes, offering gentle words of consolation. "It's all right, it's all over," he said, affectionately rubbing Crown's nape. "Let us not dwell too much on this. This is our first world championship. We still possess infinite possibilities and should not allow a single defeat to define our entire careers." He turned to his ADC, saying, "Zahi, do you recall the performance of your opponent, Joo Sung-bin, in his first world championship?" Ruler replied without hesitation, "Top 16. Park Zahi clearly remembered that it was his first encounter with League of Legends tournaments, vividly recalling how Imp was dominated by Jinja, the Arctic Line King. Joo Sung-bin reached the top 16 in his first world championship, and in his second year, he secured the championship. Is it too much to expect us to win a title after finishing in the top 8, just like S7? Edgar's reasoning was compelling. Suddenly, Crown inquired, "Can we return again next year?" His form this year has been exceptional, having fought through to the top 8 from the group stage. With only Hoi Yi able to match him, the other mid laners were no match for Crown. Naturally, he felt a deep sense of regret after being eliminated in the top 8. Meeting the hopeful gaze of his mid laner, Edgar replied without hesitation, "We will definitely return. We will certainly come back." Before arriving in America, he had specifically discussed with the club's management, being well informed about the players' contract details. Since most are newcomers, their contract durations are relatively long, and it is highly unlikely that Samsung will make any adjustments during this transfer period. Next year, it will still be these 5 players. Even though the audience is quite dissatisfied with Samsung's performance at the World Championship, from the management's perspective, it is already a lucrative investment. Among the starting 5, apart from the captain, the salary levels of the other players are relatively low, around 100 million Korean won. The LCK is currently a league with overall low salary levels, and 100 million won is considered low within it. It is evident how ludicrous Samsung's salary structure truly is. The entire annual expenditure of the training department amounts to a mere 1.5 billion Korean won, which, when converted into Chinese yuan, is barely sufficient to cover the annual salary of Gu Xing alone. With such modest expenses, they managed to break into the World Championship. While the management reaps substantial profits, what more could they desire? Receiving affirmation from their own coach, Crown, who tugged at the golden chain around his neck, finally felt a sense of relief. He believed that both he and his teammates had merely fallen victim to the competitive format and their own inexperience. With proper adjustments, they could undoubtedly achieve more than just the top 8. Edgar shared this sentiment, noting that the tight schedule left them little time to prepare thoroughly. He wished he had more time to delve deeply into the current meta. He took some responsibility upon himself and cheerfully engaged with the players, suggesting they would be in Chicago for 2 more days, allowing for some leisurely exploration or a couple of group dinners. "Does anyone have any ideas?" QV immediately raised his hand, exclaiming that he had heard the deep dish pizza here was quite famous. "Excellent, let us have that for dinner tonight." Edgar successfully redirected the conversation. The previously pervasive pessimism within the Samsung team dissipated entirely. Under Edgar's guidance, they even began to look forward to the upcoming off-season break, planning a fishing and surfing trip to Jeju Island. Gu Xing stood by, only catching snippets of the rapid Korean exchanges, unaware of the specifics of their conversation. Yet, from the expressions of the Samsung members and the shifts in Edgar's demeanor, he could sense Edgar's charismatic influence, having steadfastly remained with the club for over a decade. Witnessing the team's journey from lows to highs and back again, Edgar was undoubtedly the team's absolute core. Gu Xing smiled and greeted the Samsung players as they embraced each other and returned to the lounge, before shifting his gaze to the television screen at the corridor entrance. It was broadcasting the MVP results of the third game. Once again, it was him, with a damage share of 35 and a team participation rate of 100. The economic deficit against his opponent was a mere 1557. The game had concluded too swiftly. Gu Xing had focused on ganking and had not managed to farm enough of Bishin's jungle. Otherwise, the economic disparity would have been significantly greater. When he took the stage for an interview, the supporters in the audience erupted with a thunderous roar. Only after the cheers, led by Shox, subsided did the first question emerge. From 2015 until today, the LCK region has maintained an undefeated record on the world stage, which was recently broken by VG. What are your thoughts? The dominance of the Korean League has reached new heights in recent years, from Season 3 to the mid-season of Season 6. They lost only the championship at the 2015 MSI over a span of 3.5 seasons. Truly formidable. I'm quite excited, Gu Xing candidly responded. Samsung is an exceptionally strong team. Before the match, we believed we could win, but we never anticipated a 3-0 outcome. The LCK's dominance is indeed formidable. However, it has proven to be not invincible. I believe this quarterfinal match is merely the magnificent beginning of the rise of the LPL, rather than a fleeting, glorious finale. The number of international students present was considerable, and upon hearing Gu Xing's interview, they were immediately filled with excitement, vigorously striking their glow sticks in their seats. Many had driven from the vicinity of Chicago specifically to witness the performance of VG, which had been consistently surprising since the group stages, and they were eager to see how they would fare in the knockout rounds. The overwhelming victory in this match solidified their belief that their long journey to support VG was indeed a wise decision. A pivotal moment in the second match, which not only determined the outcome of that game, but also influenced the trajectory of the entire series, was when the player Virtue secured the Baron. With a beaming smile, Shox inquired about the decision-making process at that moment. Gu Xing paused for 2 seconds, mentally revisiting the circumstances. When Samsung initiated the Baron, our mid laner was pushing the lane in the bottom, and engaging in a frontal team fight seemed challenging. The opposing team was rushing the Baron quite swiftly, and only Long Gu and I could reach the battlefield in time, so we decided to attempt to steal. I activated my sprint and ultimate to charge in. Samsung initially focused all their abilities on the Baron and did not eliminate me immediately. Coordinating with Long Gu's Echo, our combined execution threshold was relatively high, making it simpler to secure the Baron. He concluded by expressing gratitude for Jana's assistance, which proved to be invaluable. After the conclusion of the match, Gu Xing reviewed the replay of the Baron pit, acknowledging that it was Core JJ who had significantly reduced the Baroness' health. Shox then posed the final question. In the upcoming semifinals, who would Virtue prefer to face between the victors of ROX and EDG? Gu Xing pondered for a moment before raising the microphone. From all perspectives, I believe EDG is the more suitable opponent. The atmosphere in the LPL live broadcast room was electric. The online community was still basking in the joy of VG's sweeping victory over Samsung, with screens filled with 666. Among the comments, there were also various opinions regarding Gu Xing's interview. Expecting EDG to defeat the Tigers? That's quite optimistic. High emotional intelligence. EDG is a well-matched opponent. Low emotional intelligence. EDG is a bunch of noobs. Beating them is a guaranteed ticket to the finals. Facing EDG is indeed preferable. It secures an LPL finals spot. And the team that loses in the semifinals faces little public pressure, but it's unrealistic. Better prepare for how to combat the Tigers. I feel like ROX will dominate EDG tomorrow morning. Haha, do you underestimate my Kazakhs? Tomorrow, the fans will have their eyes opened. A controlled jungler like me excels against a player like Peanut, who only knows how to invade. Gu Xing returned the microphone and briskly made his way back to the lounge. The training department members had already commenced their celebrations, and it seemed that someone had brought 2 rolls of confetti from outside, spraying it into the air like fireworks. The players ended up with confetti in their hair, taking quite some time to clean up. How is it? Is Joo Sung-bin still boasting? Didn't we just trounce the opponent? In all 3 games, his output exceeded that of Ruler, and he had also played 2 matches with Ezreal. Yet he still couldn't surpass the damage of misfortune, merely a fruitless endeavor. Imp stood proudly, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. But wait, isn't that incorrect? Gu Xing furrowed his brow, recalling that in the last match, his damage output was approximately 22,200, while the opposing ruler's was around 23,500. He had caught a glimpse of this during a casual moment while waiting for an interview. Oh, come on. Joo Sung-bin waved his hand dismissively, his composure unwavering. 22,223, 500 are nearly the same. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. As before, tomorrow afternoon would be a day off, with a training match against H2K scheduled for 7 p.m. Hongmi lowered his head, sifting through his notebook to convey the subsequent arrangements to the team. VG needed to wait for the final 4 teams to be determined before heading to New York on the East Coast. Until then, they would continue their regular training at a hotel in Chicago. Ding Jun beamed with delight. I never imagined our team would reach the semifinals in our first World Championship appearance. This is truly exhilarating. In his excitement, he began to distribute bonuses. For making it to the semifinals, I'll personally contribute 150,000 for each player, Ding Jun declared, his face glowing with joy. And even the substitutes will receive a share. If we can advance further, the bonuses will surely follow. Ding Jun had a long-term vision. Reaching the semifinals is already a commendable achievement in the LPL, as beyond that, only the Royal Club has claimed 2 runner-up titles. With the World Championship semifinals under their belt, VG could solidify their standing within the LPL, potentially elevating themselves to a prestigious status. The reputation, performance, and subsequent hidden profits would certainly compensate for the bonuses he had dispensed. Upon hearing that substitutes would also receive bonuses, the enthusiasm among the team was palpable. Gu Xing had already earned 2 MVP titles in this series. According to Ding Jun, there would be additional rewards. He calculated the potential earnings and was taken aback by the sum. He quickly turned to Kangol to alleviate his surprise. As the World Championship phase commenced, the excitement surrounding Kangol was already at a fever pitch, especially after VG's recent critical victory. Posts on the forum were rapidly refreshing, creating a dizzying array of content. LPL versus LCK. The second 3-0. VG single-handedly elevates LPL's competitive record to a respectable level. Little Gu is truly the star of this BO5, snatching dragons and leading the pace, while Zhongmin seems lost like Conan. The pressure now shifts to EDG and RNG. In hindsight, was Gu's decision to take a break from school wise? There were also numerous posts extolling Gu Xing's virtues, which he dared not delve into further. Beside him, Jack was rapidly tapping away at his phone, his focus unwavering. Lee Zagan demon? Gu Xing leaned over to see that Yuwenba was posting. I'll post a few things to critique VG. I need to build my experience, Jack remarked nonchalantly. Gu Xing was perplexed. Not following you. Jack shared his insight. The forum is flooded with praise for you. If you post a similar commendation, will anyone actually click on it? To gain experience, you must be distinctive. Gu Xing understood now. This was what they referred to as valuing experience over mere accolades. I offer well-reasoned critiques that encourage. I never resort to mindless negativity. Jack interrupted him, expressing that he had conducted a brief review, analyzing the superficial issues that arose in the 3 matches of VG, and concluded with a few encouraging words for the semifinals. You think gaining experience is easy for me? He retorted. Gu Xing, disinterested, chose not to engage. On the bus ride back to the hotel, he received calls from his parents and girlfriend, with his phone incessantly buzzing. During a video call, Shun Guanshan's eyes sparkled like stars, her voice bright and clear. You are incredibly skilled. From what I see, among all 16 teams, your Olaf is the most adept. Gu Xing, noticing the depth in her gaze, couldn't help but smile, as he had indeed adapted swiftly to this new jungler. Previously, the well-established champions allowed older junglers to gradually hone their skills through experience. Take Lee Sin, for example. Seasoned junglers typically mastered him without much surprise. However, Olaf was initially a top-lane champion, and until recently, had been rather obscure, with few junglers intentionally practicing him. All the participants in the World Championship started from scratch, save for the pioneer Yankos, who had a slight head start. In such circumstances, Gu Xing's talent shone through remarkably, his proficiency skyrocketing as he transformed Olaf into his signature champion. Especially your initial recall and itemization strategy, which laid the groundwork for subsequent actions, Shun Guanshan remarked enthusiastically. Items like the raw cooldown boots or the red crystal indicate a desire to gank for profit. while the green jungle knife shows a temporary disinterest in combat. You observed that closely? Gu Xing responded, pleasantly surprised. I'm not Gu Pan. As a diamond-level guardian, I possess a fair understanding of the game, Shun Guanshan countered. She had just completed her promotion matches and finally reached Diamond V. At this tier, she struggled significantly. Clumsy and slow, she often found her mind racing ahead while her fingers lagged behind. Her ascent to Diamond was purely due to her comprehension of jungle dynamics, contrasting sharply with Gu Pan, who relied solely on speed. Is Gu Pan not around you? Gu Xing surmised, realizing his sister was not nearby. Shun Guanshan spun her phone around, revealing that she stood alone in the corridor of her dormitory, a veritable paradise for the socially anxious. She went to an event. I heard she was explaining things generally. Gu Xing noted, well aware of his sister's social capabilities. It was unrealistic to expect her to befriend someone like Shun Guanshan, who spent her days immersed in libraries and textbooks. Their brief exchange concluded, but before hanging up, Shun Guanshan hesitated to express her affection, not wanting to disrupt Gu Xing's training. After pondering for a moment, she decided against speaking. Gu Xing, noticing her reluctance, inquired, "What's wrong?" Hearing her boyfriend's gentle voice through her headphones brought Shun Guanshan back to reality. "I wanted to tell you to come back early," she mumbled, only to realize it sounded off. It felt more like a curse than a request, and saying come back later felt even stranger. Shun Guanshan found herself in a conundrum. Gu Xing chuckled softly, "I understand what you mean." Shun Guanshan attempted to divert the topic, reminding everyone to remain vigilant during their remaining days in Chicago. "Rest assured," Gu Xing assured her, as he pointed out the surroundings outside the window. The hotel was not particularly far from the venue, and the officials had arranged dedicated buses to ensure safety, making it quite difficult to wander off alone. However, the very next day after Gu Xing's reassurance, the team leader Jin Wenha's wallet was stolen. He and the manager Lu Wenjun had set out to purchase some fruits and sandwiches for the team to have during training. Unfortunately, they caught the attention of a group of individuals, and fortunately, heeding the advice of the local veterans, he had stuffed it with several bills, which served to avert a greater disaster. They returned to the hotel unharmed but shaken. "You scared me to death," Ding Jun exclaimed, his face pale. "If anything had happened, I would have had no explanation. Losing a bit of money was not overly serious. Didn't they say that moving in pairs generally avoids trouble?" Jin Wenha exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. "That is utterly useless," Gu Xing interjected. "You have to consider your physique, my friend. If two walking death sentences stand on the street, who would dare to provoke them?" While speaking, he scrutinized the team leader and manager. Having mingled with the esports club for so long, their physiques had indeed changed. They were tall, yet their limbs lacked muscle, with most of their weight concentrated around their midsection. Coupled with loose athletic wear, they exuded no sense of aggression. Being two East Asian faces, it was hardly surprising they were seen as robbery targets in Chicago. Before they could continue their conversation, the world-renowned May, who had been fixated on her computer, suddenly let out a loud shout. "Holy cow, Clearlove! What are you doing?" "Aside, everything has been organized, and the prepared materials are all set. From here on, expect a surge in updates. 7,400 words, 789W. 198, the great battle approaches." This exclamation immediately captured the attention of all members in the training room. Gu Xing leaned in to take a look. On May's computer, the live broadcast of the match between EDG and ROX was unfolding. A battle had just concluded, and Gu Xing could surmise that something had gone amiss during that team fight. He was quite curious about what had transpired. The director swiftly provided a replay. On the screen, Ming Kai was controlling Olaf, utilizing the teleportation portal of the junior player Rise to arrive behind ROX's next tower. It was evident that he aimed to execute a 4-on-2 ambush, forcefully establishing an advantage for his team. The two veterans of the Tiger team were huddled under the tower, seemingly in a daze. Prey was using Caitlyn, a marksman highly dependent on early tower pushing. If he were to be killed under the tower, his development would suffer immensely. It seemed inevitable that he would perish, Gu Xing thought, noting that the other three members of ROX were retreating from the bottom lane. "Don't rush, just keep watching, and you'll see," May remarked, her astonishment palpable. "This play is truly outrageous." Jack, overhearing her, curiously leaned in to get a better view. In the replay, Clearlove was commanding Olaf with authority, wielding his axe as he charged ahead, intending to absorb tower damage for his fragile teammates. Such a strategy was remarkably sound. Regardless of the situation, He possesses a powerful ability that grants him immunity to control effects, allowing for a composed retreat under any circumstances. The Rat King, embodying the spirit of never conceding defeat until the final moment, strategically placed traps along the path of Ming Kai's advance. He envisioned himself charging forward while activating his ultimate ability, unperturbed by the traps. Ultimately, Ming Kai found himself ensnared by the trap, momentarily failing to activate his ultimate skill and remaining stationary. The Rat King's actions displayed a visible pause, seemingly caught off guard by Ming Kai's unorthodox maneuver. Only then did he unleash a critical headshot, ensnare the opponent with a net, and fire piercing projectiles. As the defensive tower unleashed its cannon fire, the duration of the trap's immobilization was nearing its conclusion. It was only then that Ming Kai activated his ultimate, Dusk of the Gods. In a frantic rush, he barreled towards the two ancient spirits, enduring a full set of attacks from the female marksman, coupled with two devastating headshots. Clear Love, sensing the impending danger, attempted to retreat. In the end, Ming Kai fell victim to the tower's cannon fire, tragically meeting his demise outside the tower. Gu Xing was left speechless, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. He could not comprehend the execution of such maneuvers. His expression mirrored that of the world-class players just moments prior. Not only Gu Xing, but everyone in the training room, witnessing Ming Kai's performance, was left agape, unable to believe their own eyes. The room was filled with gasps of astonishment, each one contributing to the rising discourse on global warming. The details were astonishing. The director had truly outdone himself. The world-class player finally regained composure, first stepping onto the trap to maximize his control duration, then activating his ultimate to negate passive damage reduction, absorbing the full brunt of damage from both the marksman and the tower. His duality of persona was laid bare. It was remarkably intricate. Had there been even the slightest miscalculation, the director would not have survived this encounter. Imp, grinning beside him, chimed in, recalling a comment he had read on a Korean forum the night before, stating that Olaf requires no skill, just the ability to press buttons. Does this mean Clear Love is a demigod? Joo Sung-bin regarded the director with disdain. During his year and a half with the optimistic team, he often lamented how the opposing side protected their bot lane, treating depth like a precious gem, leaving no openings to exploit. The director frequently launched unexpected ambushes to catch the bot lane off guard, consistently catching Imp unawares. Furthermore, Joo Sung-bin's early career was shadowed by a notorious match against MVP Ozone, where the infamous smile while bleeding incident with his double Doran's item build became an indelible memory. Clear Love had played a significant role in that match, his support consistently reliable. Under the weight of these multifaceted influences, Joo Sung-bin naturally harbored a resentment towards Clear Love. Gu Xing had initially believed Ming Kai's actions were simply a momentary blunder. Although foolish, he thought it possible to rectify the situation with subsequent gameplay. However, witnessing the director's seemingly divine performance, which included but was not limited to Olaf being caught and unable to escape, the Centaur being ambushed by Peanut's Lee Sin, and the bot lane duo falling victim to a counterattack, Ming Kai thoroughly exposed the disparity in jungle performance to the audience. In the presence of his splendid aura, the little Peanut resembled a war deity, effortlessly executing a myriad of dazzling maneuvers that left EDG in a state of bewilderment. With the initial two matches concluded, EDG found themselves trailing with a disheartening score of 0-2, seemingly resigned to their fate. As dinner time approached, the VG training room was suffused with the rich aroma of delectable cuisine. From staff to players, none wished to venture downstairs for a meal, fearing they might miss out on this culinary feast. Gu Xing seized a pork chop sandwich, filled with fragrant caramelized onions and drizzled with mustard and chili sauce. The moment he took a bite, the robust flavors of the sauce harmonized perfectly with the savory meat, without overwhelming the palate. Coupled with the sumptuous banquet prepared by Chef Ming Kai, it was a true delight for the appetite. Rumor had it that Mouse had returned home due to family matters. Xiao Duan, with a slice of pizza in hand, mumbled a question with his mouth full. Zhu Xiaolong gulped down cola, acknowledging that they had summoned the emergency substitute Koro 1 to salvage the situation, though his impact had been rather mediocre. Koro 1 had been sidelined by EDG for an extended period due to contract and salary issues. If not for Mouse's urgent family situation, he would hardly have had the opportunity to take the stage as a substitute, having been away from team practice for so long. Kuro-1's performance had diminished significantly compared to his stellar display during the 2015 MSI. In contrast, Smeb was at the pinnacle of his form. To be frank, even the combined efforts of EDG's two top laners might not pose a challenge for him. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the disparity in their junglers. In the third match, Deft finally found his footing, utilizing Caitlyn to propel the tower-pushing rhythm, enabling EDG to secure a small victory in team fights. Can we glean any strategies against ROX from this match? Jin Wonha inquired of his coach. It's quite challenging, Hongmi indicated ROX's champion selections. Noting that Smeb had the audacity to pick Fiora in the third game, clearly underestimating EDG. Fiora was virtually unplayable in the current meta, lacking crowd control. She struggled in a version dominated by long-range champions that excelled in kiting. In team fights, the already ineffective Fiora appeared utterly clumsy, offering little utility. Her sole advantage lay in split pushing. There's only one path to victory, Hongmi concluded, emphasizing that ROX, a team that thrived on top and jungle synergy, rendered Smeb's Fiora unassisted. However, he quickly shifted his narrative, acknowledging that ROX had indeed revealed some vulnerabilities today. While indulging in beef, Hongmi raised his voice to alert his teammates, pointing out that Kuro had consistently used Aurelion Sol in the first two matches, achieving an impeccable KDA. This champion had not been featured by ROX during the group stage, as VG and ROX belonged to the same half of the bracket. They refrained from scheduling any practice matches upon arriving in Chicago to avoid potential conflicts. Gu Xing's knowledge of the Tiger team was limited to the period before the conclusion of the group stage, during which Kuro primarily utilized traditional mages like Victor, evoking a sense of confinement. To my astonishment, the style has undergone a dramatic transformation, now embracing the Dragon King. The illustrious hero, the Starforged Dragon King, made his debut alongside the ranked pre-selection mode in version 66 on March 25th. Coincidentally, it was also the moment when Gu Xing received trial invitations from various clubs, deciding to earn a bit of pocket money during his summer stint in the professional arena. Initially, the Dragon King's unique mechanics did not garner favor in the competitive scene. The hero emphasizes roaming and early to mid-game tempo excessively, and as games progress into the mid to late phases, his teamfight damage pales in comparison to that of most traditional mages. In the summer season, characterized by an abundance of crowd control and durability, the Dragon King naturally went unnoticed. Only a select few players, led by CLG's mid laner Hui, became adept at mastering the Dragon King. It is understandable that he made an appearance on the World Championship stage, as the current meta does not lack damage, but rather suffers from a scarcity of tanks. Although the Dragon King struggles against frontline opponents, his ability to deal with backline damage is commendable, complemented by his influence on the side lanes and his long-range initiation tactics, which indeed align with the meta. Gu Xing took another bite of his sandwich. The succulent pork chop, grilled to perfection, released its juices into the bread, mingling with the aroma of butter, creating a uniquely delightful flavor. After swallowing the food, he spoke, expressing that the Dragon King resembles the Talia, being a top-tier roamer. Yet his late-game output is considerably inferior, though his crowd control abilities are formidable. Currently, the majority of mid-lane champions are spirit walkers, with Rise skyrocketing in popularity due to the existence of his ability, Realm Warp. The Dragon King's emergence is even more extreme. His roaming and support capabilities are exceptionally strong, and in many ways, he counters the spirit walker archetype. Redmi cast an approving glance, remarking that if it weren't for Talia's severe nerfs, the Dragon King might not have had much relevance in this World Championship. Sometimes, a single hero's adjustments can provoke a shift in the entire gaming landscape. The removal of Talia's Q abilities increased damage against minions led to her disappearance from the mid lane. The once unparalleled support and teamfight champion was rendered obsolete, giving rise to various spirit walkers who remain in their lanes, farming until the teamfight moment arrives. Thus, the Dragon King emerged as a suitable alternative in such an environment. I sense the Dragon King will have something to say in the upcoming elimination rounds. Gu Xing recognized the significance. He can synergize with the jungler and roam effectively. If the opposing mid laner opts for a farming champion, the pressure in the jungle and side lanes will become overwhelming. At that point, the spirit walkers may only be able to laugh and farm while their teammates get caught, potentially delaying their itemization, leading to the team's collapse. World Sister exclaimed, "Lord, can you use him?" The previously inconspicuous Lee Ji-hoon shook his head repeatedly, admitting he struggles with such a roam-centric hero, and it is rather late to practice now. He still prefers traditional mages. Even the support-oriented Talia has already proven to be a challenge for Lee Ji-hoon, and despite half a summer season of practice, he is not yet proficient. Now, with the Dragon King emerging, just the thought of it makes Lee Ji-hoon's head feel as large as you win, boss. Moreover, as the tournament progresses from once-a-day matches to weekly contests, it may appear that there is more time to practice heroes, but in reality, the opposite is true. The burden of training and competition is gradually escalating. The daily practice matches and targeted research on specific opponents consume a considerable amount of energy, leaving the players with increasingly limited time to hone their skills with new heroes. The Dragon King remains a character that only a select few can master, akin to champions like the Ice Bird and Riven. Due to its uniquely intricate mechanics, it necessitates extensive practice to achieve proficiency. Lee Ji-hoon feels that investing time to become adept with the Dragon King may ultimately lead to a mediocre level of skill, which hardly seems worthwhile. This, perhaps, is the rationale behind ROX's decision to introduce the Dragon King in the quarterfinals. They are confident that many mid-laners will struggle to master such a champion in a short span, making it difficult to emulate this strategy. Should anyone attempt to force themselves to practice, the outcome would likely be a waste of effort without the desired results, ultimately benefiting the Tiger team without any drawbacks. Redmi shows little concern regarding Lee Ji-hoon's inability to master the Dragon King. It is a perfectly reasonable stance. If necessary, they can simply ban the champion. A single ban slot is still within acceptable limits for VG. In the training room, the players engage in hushed discussions about ROX's style and their performance in the current World Championship. They have already begun analyzing their semi-final opponents. EDG, can you do something? Jack exclaims, urging them to stretch the match to a fifth game. In the previous match, ROX revealed Fiora, clearly intending to toy with EDG. Fortunately, Deft and his teammates managed to secure a game, preserving a glimmer of hope for a comeback. If they can indeed drag it to a fifth game, it would likely be ROX who finds themselves in a state of panic. Gu Xing is also eager to witness a full 5-game series. He revels in the spectacle. Moreover, the victor of these two teams will face VG in the semifinals, and if the battle continues, Gu Xing will gain more insights into the opposing team. When EDG selects the blind monk, Jin Wonha casts a worried glance at Gu Xing, questioning whether the jungler will utilize it. Of course he will. Gu Xing asserts confidently. What jungler doesn't know how to play the blind monk? Besides, Clear Love has an impressive win rate with Lee Sin. He had previously delved into Ming Kai's professional career statistics during the summer finals, discovering that the win rate with the blind monk is astonishingly high. The others share this sentiment. However, it seems that Gu Xing has recently been plagued by a streak of misfortune. Just yesterday, while chatting with Shun Guanshan about feeling safe in Chicago, Jin Wen's wallet was swiftly emptied. Today, he confidently predicts that Clear Love will play the blind monk. 7 minutes into the match, Gu Xing realizes his error. The familiar gank from the jungler targets the bottom lane, as he stealthily approaches and sets up a slow engagement, using our Dragon's Rage to kick Grella down to low health. Ordinarily, he would follow up with Sonic Wave to secure the kill. Yet, Ming Kai hesitates for a moment, pausing for 2 seconds before unleashing the Sonic Wave. By now, Grella has returned to the safety of the turret, and he dares not trigger the second part of the resonating strike to complete the kill. There's no energy. Gu Xing, well-versed in the nuances of the blind monk, quickly discerns the truth. Why did Ming Kai press W twice? Stealthily approaching should have simply required using the shield of Durandal, as the subsequent second part of W, Iron Defense, is generally unnecessary unless in a direct confrontation. However, Clear Love inexplicably expended his Iron Cloth, exhausting an excessive amount of energy points, ultimately resulting in our knocking Gragas away, but failing to immediately follow up with Q. Mid-game, when Ming Kai attempted to ambush Smeb's Kennen, it was even more absurd. R knocked away the electric mouse, but the Q, Tianyin Wave, was executed a moment too late, allowing Smeb to evade it with a sidestep. Even the blind monk's guaranteed RQQ could miss. Imp unabashedly burst into laughter, declaring Clear Love's blunder utterly hilarious. Many in the training room were left speechless. They truly did not wish to laugh while witnessing their brother team facing potential elimination. Yet, they could not contain themselves. Long Gu even had the audacity to approach Gu Xing and inquire, "Little Gu, didn't you once say that Clear Love was your idol?" Zhu Xiaolong vividly recalled a long-ago encounter between his jungler and the famous coach during a solo queue match, a memory that lingered. Gu Xing's ears turned crimson. Who would have guessed he could perform such outrageous maneuvers? He felt wronged. Having played well previously, how had he suddenly faltered? The coach had been a representative figure of vision-controlled jungling in his prime, a homegrown talent in the LPL, and his trash-talking prowess was commendable, his style rather endearing. Gu Xing could not claim to be a fervent admirer, as Mingkai's off-field controversies were rather numerous. He merely favored the coach's peak gameplay. Little did he expect this world championship to utterly dismantle the coach's facade. Gu Xing, unwilling to witness further, immersed himself in the game to practice jungle farming. Preparing for the upcoming scrimmage, Clearlove's performance was exceedingly poor, and Peanut would seize the opportunity to establish dominance, having already created a 55k economic lead for ROX. As long as the Tiger team remained steady, victory was inevitable. There was no need to continue watching. Gu Xing sensed that Mingkai's issue this time was not mental, but rather mechanical. Vision-controlled jungling does indeed counter Peanut to some extent. Mingkai had accurately predicted Peanut's location on several occasions, yet consistently faltered due to poor execution, squandering advantageous situations. In simple terms, it was about appearing at the right place at the right time, only to deliver the most outrageous blunders. He found himself at a loss for words. After concluding a scrimmage against H2K, it was already deep into the night. Gu Xing elevated his score in the North American server to 4th place, and upon realizing it was 3 in the morning, he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Lying in bed, he habitually surfed the internet. Initially, he sought to see how he was being praised in the forums. Unfortunately, the villainous Clearlove had overshadowed him entirely. As one of the benchmark players in the LPL, Mingkai had an extensive history, boasting the 2015 mid-season championship and FMVP, truly a treasure trove of experience. The fervor surrounding VG's sweep of Samsung crumbled before the coach's final performance on the Blind Monk. The forums were now filled with discussions about Clearlove. Only a few old threads from yesterday continued to praise VG. Left with no alternative, Gu Xing reluctantly clicked on several trending threads to browse through. To be fair, does this count as a disgrace for the coach? I had not expected EDG to triumph over ROX. Losing to the #1 seed from LCK is hardly disgraceful. Yet, Mingkai insisted on selecting Lee Sin, leaving the audience in stitches. Olaf versus Lee Sin, Lee Sin versus Olaf. Peanut's strikes were indeed formidable, an exquisite display of technique. Clearlove, this time, cannot find a scapegoat. In S4, he blamed Nami for her beef noodles, and in S5, he pointed fingers at Jin's lantern. This year, could it truly be due to his own inadequacies? The coach has now faced elimination in the quarterfinals for the 4th time, an impressive feat, indeed. What a disappointment Mingkai has become. His performance this year has been consistently lackluster. In the final match, his damage output was a mere 4,396, which elicited laughter from me. He only surpassed Miko's supportive Nami in terms of damage. Such shame. However, the figure of 4,396 is not entirely insignificant. After all, the memorable performances of Vayne with 443 damage and Kha'Zix with 888 are still fresh in our minds. Additionally, Gu Xing had previously managed to inflict a mere 2,000 damage against the opposing jungler during the summer season. Nonetheless, the current version is vastly different, rendering comparisons futile. Previous lane swaps resulted in infrequent skirmishes, leading to generally lower damage outputs, compounded by the high resilience of tanks making it difficult to inflict significant damage. However, the S6 World Championship is characterized by pure damage output, predominantly featuring squishy champions, where a jungler managing an average output of 300 is quite ordinary. Calculating roughly, Mingkai's average damage output in that last match with Lee Sin was barely over 100, truly abysmal. Gu Xing continued to delve into the forums and eventually uncovered a translation of ROX's post-match interview. He was particularly intrigued by Peanut, another jungler, and noted how he responded to a media inquiry regarding their semifinal opponents. Peanut, without hesitation, remarked that he had previously mentioned Virtue's strength, highlighting his impressive performance in scrims. At that moment, the reporters erupted in laughter. VG is formidable, but we will exert every effort to overcome our opponents and reach the finals, Smeb added, acknowledging the anticipated difficulty of the battle. However, he expressed confidence, recalling ROX's success the previous year. Interestingly, Korean netizens appeared to harbor less animosity toward clear love, only teasing him lightly before redirecting the conversation back to the interview content. Peanut holds virtue in high regard, one noted. Winning 3-0 against SSG speaks volumes about their skill. Their camaraderie seemed strong, especially with Jankos in their midst. These three are well known for their aggressive styles, yet their personalities diverge significantly on and off the stage. Does a brighter smile equate to heavier hands? Another quipped. ROX should be able to meet SKT in the finals, mirroring the S5 finale. Gu Xing stumbled upon a photograph of himself with Peanut and Jankos, which appears to have circulated widely. Now, he finds himself facing Peanut in the semifinals. Though uncertainty lingers regarding Jankos' prospects of advancing to the top four. As events unfolded, it became evident that Gu Xing had worried unnecessarily. The third day of the quarterfinals had arrived. H2K faced RNG with unrelenting ferocity. The fiery hot pot made its debut at the World Championship, yet their performance was rather mediocre, ultimately succumbing to Jankos. Xiaohu exhibited a surprisingly low level of play. The Malzahar was able to ensnare Jankos Olaf with the grip of death, indicating a lackluster state. Yuelin Ryu dominated over Xiaohu effortlessly, playing like a deity of war. Uzi found no advantage against the European contender, Mata, in a crucial game. Resorted to mischief by selecting Zyra and shockingly chose the Keystone Mastery, Blessing of the Windrunners. Typically, this mastery is reserved for soft supports like Nami or Karma, who can provide healing or shields. Zyra, with her innate damage, cannot activate the Windrunner's blessing. The VG team, while training against TSM in the hotel, caught snippets of the entire match and were amused by Mata's peculiar choice of mastery. RNG relied on top laner Looper for some assistance in split pushing, but it was a lone endeavor. Ultimately, H2K triumphed over RNG with a score of 3-1, advancing to the semifinals. The fourth ticket to New York was claimed by SKT. Since the draw for the quarterfinals concluded, North American spectators had braced themselves for TSM's elimination. Despite securing the top spot in the weakest Group D, they faced unfortunate luck, encountering the second-place team from the Death Group A, SKT. The outcome of this clash was never in doubt. SKT displayed remarkable prowess, deploying their full might and sweeping the series in just 3 games, with the entire match lasting a mere hour and a half, effortlessly dispatching TSM. Gu Xing returned to his hotel room and, during a break, replayed the match, frowning as he turned off his phone. He sensed that SKT's current strength was considerably higher than during the group stage. Their level of play was indeed superior, exhibiting a sense of ease throughout. Hardly taking TSM into account, simply overpowering them with their usual strategy. His roommate Jack shared a similar sentiment, pondering the prospect of facing SKT in the finals, which would likely be a grueling battle. Gu Xing momentarily halted such thoughts, deciding to focus on the present, as the semifinals had yet to be won. Jack, noticing the shift in mood, changed the subject, casually inquiring about whether the hot pot and the coach would also be taking an afternoon flight tomorrow. Indeed, Gu Xing had taken a moment during lunch to dine with a few familiar friends from the same region and learned of their flight details. They would be departing together the next day. Before sleeping, he drew back the curtains for one last gaze at the Chicago sky. The stars twinkled brilliantly. The moonlight shone brightly, and the interplay of stars and moonlight cast a dazzling path upon the ground. As the light met the street lamps, shadows danced upon the curbstone, creating a mosaic of light and dark. The following day, all 8 teams reconvened at Chicago Airport. However, unlike their arrival, this time 4 teams would be heading home, marking the end of their World Championship journey. Redmi and Edgar engaged in animated discussion nearby. Gu Xing exchanged pleasantries with Zhangmin and others, and Bishin patted his shoulder, saying, "See you at next year's World Championship. By then, you'll have no good fortune to savor." The remaining 2 LCK teams were present, and QV did not hesitate to express his sentiments, declaring that they were now fervent supporters of VG, urging Virtue to seize the championship. Gu Xing, having prepared for the encounter, understood that Samsung played with unwavering authenticity, never shying away from their true selves, and readily agreed with a smile. Among the 4 teams that faced elimination, the atmosphere surrounding EDG was the most somber, resembling a squad on the brink of disbandment. RNG fared slightly better, yet their spirits were so low that they could be likened to withered eggplants. As Gu Xing approached the gate for his flight back home, he bid farewell to the members of his brother teams within the same league, encouraging them with heartfelt words. "Hang in there." Although Xiaogua seemed somewhat disheartened, His emotional intelligence has finally reached a stable point. If you manage to defeat ROX, I shall treat you all to a meal upon our return to Shanghai. The factory manager pursed his lips, glaring with his signature vacant gaze, determined to avenge his comrades in the semifinals. While Peanut hesitated, words caught in his throat. Choosing not to elaborate further, the quarterfinals had significantly shattered Ming Kai's confidence, and despite his strong adjustment abilities and commendable mindset, he could hardly withstand Peanut's relentless assault. After 4 matches, analysts both domestically and internationally unanimously concluded that the jungle position was unequivocally a matter of 0 to 10. The factory manager had been thoroughly outplayed. Gu Xing refrained from saying much, merely suggesting they meet for a meal once they returned to their homeland, bidding farewell to the 2 teams from their region. He couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Xiao Duan also parted ways with his old friend Uzi, his sentimental nature prompting him to mutter, "When we arrived in Chicago, we were all together. Now, it seems we are left alone." The lone piece of good news was that they could still band together, with World Sister interjecting that H2K had a good rapport with them. Look at our neighboring LCK. The 2 teams are eager to engage in a match to determine the victor. The animosity between ROX and SKT ran deep. Even though they were in different halves of the bracket, they would not arrange practice matches, fearing the revelation of tactics and strategies to one another. Despite sharing the same league, their level of unity paled in comparison to that of VG and H2K. Team leader Jean Wonha sighed, lamenting, "My $50 are just left here in Chicago. $50. Ding Jun, stifling a laugh, promised to reimburse him and planned to gift the leader a wallet once they reached New York. As Gu Xing boarded the plane, a sudden query struck him. With whom would SKT arrange practice matches? It turned out that during the quarterfinals, SKT could manage a practice session with Samsung. Or if that failed, they could schedule one with EDG. However, with only 4 teams remaining, ROX and VG were their most vigilant rivals in the finals. Having declined to engage in practice matches during their time in Chicago, H2K, being SKT's direct opponent in the semifinals, also made no sense for a practice match. Looking around, it appeared that SKT could not find a suitable partner for practice. They would have to rely on their own training, participating in ranked games, and conducting internal custom practices, with Homie addressing any inquiries. This was not unusual. If they were to advance to the finals, their preparation during that week would be similar. SKT was merely discontinuing practice matches a week in advance. It was at that moment that Gu Xing comprehended the situation. He had not encountered such circumstances during the LPL summer finals. At that time, VG had engaged in practice matches with several teams from LCK and LPL that were competing in the qualifiers. Presently, among the elite professional teams in the global League of Legends scene, apart from the top 4, all have returned home to commence their vacations, with few benevolent souls willing to accompany SKT for training. The hours spent in the air swiftly evaporated. From San Francisco to Chicago and then to New York, we could certainly say we traversed the breadth of America, right? Long was brimming with excitement. Jack boisterously interjected, "What New York? It's merely a small town." As mid to late October approached, the weather in New York grew increasingly frigid, prompting the players to don warm hoodies upon disembarking from the aircraft. They quickly posed for a brief photograph with their team flag outside the airport before boarding the bus to the hotel for check-in. We opted to stay near the venue, ensuring convenience and ease. Vincent pointed out to them that directly ahead was Madison Square Garden, the site of the semifinals. Riot Games had invested significantly in this North American World Championship, securing one of the most iconic venues in the area. Madison Square Garden is renowned, a celebrated landmark in New York, hosting numerous major sports and music events. Further ahead stood the Empire State Building. "Surely, you have heard of it," Vincent continued his introduction. Having studied in Baltimore a few years prior, he was well acquainted with New York and its surroundings. "Do you know the height of the Empire State Building?" Upon hearing Vincent's question, Gu Xing shook his head in confusion. He had little interest in architectural heights, having only seen the Empire State Building in various images without knowing specific details. The other VG team members gazed out the bus windows at the distant structures, measuring their heights with their eyes and attempting to guess the numbers. No. Vincent promptly dismissed several of their answers, and upon noticing their struggle to guess correctly, he decided to reveal the answer without further ado. The actual height is 443 meters. He grinned mischievously. Gu Xing and several domestic teammates burst into laughter, filling the bus with a joyful atmosphere. Only Hongmi and the 2CS were oblivious to why this number was amusing. Doinb laughed heartily, explaining to his uninformed teammates that when Kid faced Uzi, he dealt 443 damage throughout the entire match using Vayne. Is that true, Vincent? Vincent replied earnestly. Would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, look it up. Gu Xing, upon hearing the backstory behind 443, chuckled with glee, exclaiming, Kid is too much. Isn't he and Xiao Hai had previously been preoccupied with pursuing a streamer named Jingtian Shiru, often leading to a rather strained relationship. Imp committed this number to memory, planning to pull a stunt the next time he encountered Kid. Amidst the laughter, once they arrived at the hotel training room, everyone immediately composed themselves, fully immersing in the intense training. The primary focus of their team practice remained on H2K. During this period, Gu Xing and Yankos had faced off in the jungle no fewer than dozens of times. The jungle position is the one most susceptible to mutual influence and style. With so many encounters, their tactics had visibly converged. Gu Xing became more aggressive in the early game, while Yankos displayed a steadier and more nuanced approach in the mid to late game. During this period, Homie meticulously analyzed the matches with his team, focusing particularly on the matchups against ROX. Excluding the Dragon King, the strategies showcased by the Old Tiger team in the quarterfinals were rather limited. Consequently, concentrated on the numerous skirmishes between VG and ROX during the group stage, dissecting them thoroughly to ensure no minute detail was overlooked. Dragon Brother, take note. Smeb has a penchant for pushing lanes to apply pressure and often calls upon Peanut for assistance. His offensive maneuvers typically revolve around the wave of minions preceding the cannon wave, which deviates from the standard approach most top laners adopt. He emphasized that, conventionally, players tend to time their decisions around the arrival of the cannon minions, whereas Smeb prefers to initiate actions approximately 30 seconds earlier, catching his opponents off guard. Homie lacked the luxury of time to painstakingly sift through the footage for conclusions. Many of the nuanced details were unearthed by Xie Tunen's data analysis team. With a sufficiently large sample size, patterns inevitably emerge. Smeb's methodology is designed to afford Peanut ample time, as Peanut is accustomed to roaming the bottom lane when the cannon wave arrives, not necessarily to secure kills, but primarily for protective purposes. For a team like ROX, which relies on upper zone aggression, maintaining a stable development in the bottom lane is a satisfactory outcome as long as it does not collapse. Homie spoke eloquently on this point, asserting that the most effective strategy to ensure bottom lane safety is to establish a defensive posture in the lower half of the map when the cannon minion wave spawns. Gu Xing instinctively sensed this as a potential opportunity. He resolved to privately review the footage once more, aiming to identify additional vulnerabilities in Peanut's gameplay through data analysis.